Counter-Strike is well and truly back.
Nico emerging. No! Just a couple no-scope.
Ran right into that, and it's another headshot. 4 in a row for Holzer.
6 seconds. Apex pushes in. He's got the fight. He's got the clutch. Searson caught with a nado. Oh, Stown through smoke. Does not expect Stown to be backside. Simple. Down goes Saiwu. And the stairs player too.
And Naf now on the ramp. Keep spraying. Gets him to the smoke. Holzer is going to get knocked out as well. Now Rez, 40 seconds in a 1 versus 3, and he's going to spin around and get that kill on Sip. Glaive is coming in, he's already low on health, and Rez!
Looking for an opening, it's going to be the young gun Buzz. He's got support, but it's low HP on Dupree. Buzz, oh, Buzz! They talk about him! There's the legends! And then there's this kid!
He's wondering what's going on inside of the smoke. He's going to find one. Finds a second, absolutely not. He's already done this so many times. Oh, gotta be careful. He gets one more. Surely not. Roki, he's toying with him. And oh my God, Roki, you must be kidding me.
Welcome to the big league!
Counter-Strike continues here in Copenhagen as the Blast Premier full groups return. Yesterday, we got our first glimpse of Groups B and C, and today, rounding off the debuts as G2 and Liquid ready to take to the studio. We have got a hell of a lot of Counter-Strike goodness to be diving into, and luckily, I've got Jacob, I've got Matthew to dig into it with me. Guys, what a start to the season we've been having. I've been loving the CS so far.
Yeah, we've been getting some of the answers we were looking for. We are all very curious about a whole lot of rosters, of course. Today we have another new, actually the last beginning of a new roster, if you will, with the Liquid going up against G2. But yesterday, I'd say logic prevailed. Is that a safe way to say it?
I think that's fair to say. I'd agree into that sentiment. Logic did prevail, but it was nice to see NAVI with their new, complete new roster, complete new direction, take on the server. Same could be said for Astralis, at least for a Dane like me. The first time you see Astralis with no glaive on the server, that was a bit of a newsflash to me. So yeah, we learned a lot yesterday, and it's been good so far.
We did begin with one Danish dominance, though. Heroic handily dispatching of Big, obviously Big coming in with a new project in tow now, speaking English, they're moving into international waters, bringing Mantu into the fray. But it made sense, Jacob, for Heroic to be taking the W.
Yeah, I think Matthew said it pretty well. Logic prevailed yesterday, and Logic prevailed in that game. Heroic were, of course, supposed to win that game, and they did it quite easily. At certain points in the first half on both maps, Big were competitive. They did apply a bit of pressure, but overall, it was just Heroic from start to finish.
Yeah, then we move on to our second game of the day. That was our title card matchup, as you were alluding to, Navi versus Astralis. Yeah, very strange to not see Glaive entering the server. We did see some really good signs on that first map, though. Ancient, obviously, going to be a home ground for Astralis going forward. Then Navi were the ones to answer back.
Yeah, listen, I think it's crazy to think that either of these teams would be fully ready on 6 maps. We've heard from Simple, we've heard from different players from Astralis as well that it wasn't the case. So we saw disparity, we saw difference of levels from maps to maps. Astralis looked very solid on Ancient. We had Stair completely baffling us with the level of Counter-Strike he was putting forth. But then when you moved on to other maps, it was a bit more complicated. Overpass really stood out to me as a problematic map for Astralis. Their CT side really struggled to kind of kick form. Whereas on the side of Navi, a few players already impressed us. Simple was great throughout the series. Ema had a great reaction from map 1 rather to map 3. So we have a couple of nice signs coming out of the black and yellow camp.
Yeah, I think it's a good way to be prefacing it rather for Ime. The fact that, he started off very, very slowly and then he did warm up, right? I think that's to be expected when you're coming into an entirely different system than what he's used to, at least.
Yeah, he has to find his footing within Navi. He has to figure out what his place is within the squad. And as we did see in the scoreboard as well, him and Bit were the 2 lowest fracking players on Navi, and yet they still won relatively convincingly. To me, that's a healthy sign. I think they can become much, much better than what we saw yesterday. And as a debut, that was decent.
Yeah, we move on to our final game of the day. That was FaZe taking on OG. FaZe did what they needed to do, did get quite close in that first map. Rain pulling off a heroic play to close that one out in round number 30.
Yeah, it got way closer than we thought it would. And I think FaZe maybe were slightly asleep at the beginning of map 1. I think I don't want to take anything away from Nexa. His calling was great on Inferno. He had a few moments where it felt like he was catching FaZe's defense off guard, and a few individuals weren't stepping up and delivering what they were supposed to. I think Twist was relatively slow to kick off. Robs was the only one that was clearly impressing us from the very beginning. But the problem was, as soon as you felt like FaZe woke up and other players kind of started chiming in, there wasn't really any debate. It felt like Mirage was very much controlled from start to finish. A couple of clutches here and there, and we moved on to a 2-0.
I'd agree. I think looking at the roster, looking at the project OG has put together, it's probably the least exciting on paper, yet they were still able to make the game very competitive on Inferno.
Right.
So to me, I'll give them the credit for that. Overall, the series never felt in danger for FaZe Clan, and as Matthew said, as soon as they woke up, it was a done deal.
I think Regali's going to be a name that we're looking at in the future, right?
Sure.
Because of what he displayed. On map number 1, at least, we saw him pulling off some star form in Dallas as well when he was standing in. I'm excited to see what he's going to be delivering on an individual
Glad
level.
you said that. It was not just map number 1 yesterday. He was okay on map number 2, but he's been playing well for the vast majority of 6 months. You look towards his stats, you look towards the players he's up against. He's constantly in and out of teams, standing in, coming in, never really finding his real place within any squad. So I think Regali is for sure one for the future, and we saw that yesterday.
Yeah, that's what really kind of keeps my interest when it comes to Regali. We see players popping off time and time again in Counter-Strike, and then we have to answer the question, is there really something to it? Is he really going to turn into something great? Now with OG, he's got the opportunity and he's going to have the attendance to show us that he might be one of the greats.
Well, speaking of which, let's take a look at a Regali highlight in our CS Money Play of the Day. You guys have been voting over on the Blast Premier Instagram, and I believe he's up as our 3rd best play of day number 2.
That is correct. With that very close quarter 1v3 fight on the A side of Inferno, you can already see how he's moving around with the A repeat. This was a stellar clutch.
Shoes, perhaps one of the best players in his position, also had a field day yesterday. It wasn't a hard game, and in this position from pit, he's always stable for a couple of kills, controlling the USP nice and easy, using the advantage of the map, using the geometry of the map, some may even say if you're Danny, and he's just doing it clean right here. Well done by Shoes.
And finally, we have Simple showcasing a little bit of flair, a little bit of finesse. My personal favorite thing in the whole wide world to do in Counter-Strike, which is to sneak behind someone who hasn't noticed you. And he knows he's got to locate the second player first. He does straight headshots. Beautiful work.
You watch a Maniac stream, he does that all the time. Like, he doesn't want to kill his opponents. He's always waiting and waiting and waiting, and most of the time it works, but I've seen it
But is he
fail as well.
actually pulling it off?
I've seen him pull it off. Maybe with a P250.
It happens.
Yeah.
Maniac and Simple, it's the same picture. Let's take
Why
a
are
look
you
at another
gaslighting like
picture
that?
of today's schedule, because we've got loads of lovely Counter-Strike going to be gracing your screen today. 3 more best of 3s on the cards, and as we were prefacing, a debut of the new look Liquid. G2 coming in with the exact same roster we saw before the break, which kind of makes sense, but I'm not exactly sure where to place G2 right now. I think it's going to be a mental game for them,
I don't
right?
think G2 is mentally able to place themselves right now. I don't think they exactly know where they stand either. Of course, interesting, they have decided against making a roster change after the major, so I'm curious to see what kind of form they're coming into, but there's been some rumors circulating that I think G2 will have to perform within a near period, otherwise we may see some roster changes happening soon.
Yeah, well, speaking of rumors and roster shuffles, let's dive a little bit deeper into Roster Mania. Because Roster Mania didn't end when this event begun. Just yesterday, whilst NAVI were live, no less, Cloud9 announced their new roster. We see Electronic, we see Perfecto joining the fray. Damn, this is a spicy one, Matthew.
Yeah, this was one of the most anticipated changes of the offseason. Of course, as soon as we started hearing rumblings about that possibility, I got hella excited about it. There were a few questions in the wild for a moment. Would it be NAVI? Would it be Hobbit finally being in that roster? But I feel like the general assessment of these names being put together is word like title contender, like immediate title contender. When you have so much power, firepower rather, in one lineup, so much skill, it's actually insane. The idea that Axile, Shiro, and Electronic are together in the same lineup kind of gives me a migraine. It's like it's too much to handle. But is it actually going to work? I struggle to see how it couldn't. I struggle to come up with an idea as to why it wouldn't work.
There's so much quality on the server.
It's
There's so many
crazy.
good players. There's so many horsepower within that car of Cloud9 right now that it's going to be impossible not to imagine them doing well. you look towards the player and the composition as well. Perfecto right now playing some brilliant Counter-Strike. I think he did well in Navi even when they were struggling. Shiro at the peak of his career. Exile playing some brilliant Counter-Strike. Electronic in the later stages in Navi was slowly but surely finding his individual level again while still being the in-game leader, which we assume is going to be the case here as well for Cloud9. So it's just all positives for me.
That's a question I wanted to pose to you guys. We've heard from an HLTV article, at least, that Electronic will be taking up the leadership mantle, but we were talking about it in the green room yesterday. We were kind of desiring that Hobbit might take that one up. I don't know. I just want your takes on it.
I'm very ambivalent on that one. I think, selfishly, when you have someone that is so uniquely skilled as Electronic, if I'm the one in charge, I want him to provide the best Counter-Strike he can. And we don't have to mince our words. He's one of the best players to ever touch Counter-Strike. Like, you just look at the rankings, he's been part of the top 5, 6, 7 for all of the years he's been active. It's absolutely mind-blowing. Now, you're telling me this guy has to take a hit to be the captain? That bothers me. The plus side of it, and where I can imagine where this could be working, is that we've always said with Cloud9, the issue is mostly like mental, like the style, and not having someone that's ready to be a warrior and push through hard moments. I think Electronic can be that.
Sure.
He can go to Axel and Shiro and say, listen, you two are great. I can see the Counter-Strike you play. I can see the talent. But you're a bunch of boys. I'm going to make you men, and we're going to win titles together. I can imagine him having that kind of tone and setting people into championship mode, which I don't think was the case before.
I get what you're saying, and I agree with Electronic being the in-game leader. That was an issue for me in Navi, especially when you look towards the players around him. No one could step up and do what Electronic did for Navi afterwards, but I think that's different here in Cloud9. He's looking towards Exile, and I think Exile can do just as well as Electronic can with a rifle. So now he's sacrificing for a team that can live up to the potential that he possibly could have done himself. So I think it's a little bit easier to imagine Electronic as an in-game leader in Cloud9, but I agree with you. He's fantastic at Counter-Strike, and he can't compromise himself too much.
And I hear what you're saying about Exile. The only problem that I have is that if now I was to tell you, Jacob, your whole life depends on it. Who do you trust to make the move at 14-14 in the grand final of IEM, whatever the hell? Do you trust Electronic or do you trust Exile? Because we have seen Exile drop the ball at these moments, go a little bit more quiet, go a bit more timid. Electronic would not care at all. He would feed off the pressure to make the move that he had to and actually win the hell out of the game. So that's my issue. He gives up his position. Whoever steps up in that better do exactly the same.
Very quickly, Jacob, who won the tug of war, Navi or Cloud9?
Cloud9, without a doubt. You look towards the Navi roster right now, and they look like, not a great team compared to Cloud9. Maybe potentially wise for the future, that could be interesting. They could pick up some new players as well going the international route. But right now, Cloud9 looks like the strongest team on paper in the world.
Well, we will have to wait until Cologne to see Cloud9 gracing the stage, but we've got another very spicy debut for you guys. But not before a quick break. When we are back, it's Liquid taking on G2. A change in Liquid's tides with two new forces on the horizon, Patsy and Rainwaker, not only changing this legendary NA org now to European waters, but also changing up the team composition, not least because Yakinda now finding himself the captain of the ship. But coming into this new season, this is an entirely different uncharted territory for Liquid to be entering.
But going a little bit under the radar in terms of roster moves, I feel, because we've had the NAVI re-ramp, we had Astralis, we had Cloud99 coming out taking the headlines as well. But for Liquid to make the move away from NA to start banking more on European talent and bringing in a guy like Patsy, bringing in a guy like Rainwaker is very, very interesting. I must say, though, that I didn't anticipate it coming. I know that the talent pool in NA right now is quite limited, and I know that it's been something that they've been considering for quite some time, but that they made the move at this point and that Elise is no longer part of Team Liquid is sort of the same feeling as Glaive no longer being part of Astralis.
Yeah.
It's been like that for 8 or 9 years, so it truly is a new time for Team Liquid.
I mean, they caught everybody off guard with these changes. Let's just be real. Even if Patsy is a bit more of an established player, even if he's had great moment with the former Spirit lineup, of course we've seen him at the major shine, who would have imagined that he would actually step up and put on the Liquid jersey? When you have to think about how there could be clash of roles between he and Yakinda, we know both these players to be very aggressive, very oriented towards making the difference, taking map control, taking territory. Now he puts actually the jersey on, forces Yakinda to rethink his approach, and Rainwaker coming out of left field. Who the hell would have? If you are telling me now that you saw this signing coming, you better have the name received, because I'm calling bullshit.
It's kind of insane looking at the change-ups that are coming in. Let's focus on Patsy for a little bit and go back to your point about the role clashes that we might anticipate. But it could be a little bit different because Yakinda now the in-game leader. I feel like that changes things a little bit.
I don't think it's too big of a problem in the sense that Yakinda is in-game leading, and you can have two aggressive elements to your team, especially when you balance it out with NAVI, who's stable as ever and who's going to be more defensive-oriented. So I don't think in its essence it's too big of an issue. Of course, some of these roles can potentially overlap, and one of these two players will have to play new positions on their respective maps. But I generally feel that it's a good thing for Yakinda. It takes a little bit of the pressure off him, because I feel like sometimes he was overdoing it a little bit. He felt that he had to do it because no one else around him could it. Now he has Patsy, and maybe that takes the top off Yakinda.
Another element that we have to consider as well is that Yakinda firmly being the IGL now also means that he cannot just die after 8 seconds of every round. Like, this is really against the meta. As a leader, you don't want to be leading from the bench, right? You don't want to be leading from the lobby and just watching your players and kind of do the puppet master. It's interesting for you to be playing these 3v3s, these late 2v2s, where you can actually use your vision, which is why you're an IGL in the first place, to kind of find solutions. So maybe, just maybe, let Patsy take some of these roles, let him run away, just throw the ball and say, go get it. And then he goes and gets it, and then you can actually play the late round.
Well, let's go on ahead and check in with Yakinda ahead of his leadership debut.
Yakinda, it's a big move for Liquid right now, and obviously with you leading up the team. How has this move gone so far in going to an international roster, and what's it changed for Liquid?
I think it's better than actually I expected, because I expected some problems with communication, specifically with maybe both Alex and Robert. But we had an 11-day bootcamp in Utrecht and in our Liquid facility, and it went really smooth. Not enough to do everything, obviously. There's never enough time, but I think we made really good progress. We finally introduced, met each other and understood each other. I think we have a really good atmosphere, and I think it's going to be really good.
How much were you specifically involved in deciding which players joined?
Well, I mean, obviously, it's not just only I say pick this, right, or whatever. It's many people deciding on like who to pick. We needed to understand who do we need in game, what type of a player, and specifically me and Daps were like offering Team Liquid, like saying, hey, we would want, for example, this player, or we would want this player, and then Team Liquid obviously had the last word.
And in terms of the roles and fitting into positions, were these players just slotting in for your existing players, the spots you had, or is there more changes that you had to deal with inside of Liquid?
Obviously, there's been more changes, and not only because of their initial spots that they played, but also because of personalities. Because of new players, new personalities, you need to adapt the system, you need to change the system. New people come in with new ideas, and obviously you need to listen to them and adapt the way you would want the team to play with, obviously, their will, how they want to play.
Okay, that's very interesting to hear that changes have happened during that bootcamp period, because prior to that, Daps was saying, you know, he saw Rainwaker coming in and taking up everything other than the leadership from Nitro, right?
Yeah, I must be completely honest, right? We don't know too much about Rainwaker. We don't know too much about how he's going to integrate into Team Liquid. Obviously, they've done some scouting. Obviously, they looked at him and thought to themselves, we can use him in certain different positions. But even for Team Liquid, as Jacinda said right here, you learn a player to know way, way better by playing with him, by practicing with him, by being close to him than you do by just watching a demo. So the fact that they've been able to adapt a little bit with this guy is probably a good sign. Look at these teams, right? Could you really imagine that Liquid was the next one up? I think it's a bit of a surprise.
Yeah.
It's crazy of a gamble, I have to be honest. But yeah, you would imagine that what they need is someone who's ready to fulfill some of these, let's just say, shadowy, a bit less luxurious roles that Nitro, Nick for that matter, was playing before. And let's be honest, like Nitro had an incredible career as an IGL, but towards the very end, skill-wise, it was really complicated.
Yeah.
There were many games where we would just feel like he's a little bit behind, 1 or 2 steps behind, and he's just fighting against the mechanics of the other players which are better than him. Now, if you put someone else in these roles, which aren't the roles to be shining, which aren't the 30-bomb type roles, but someone that's a bit more skilled, that's a bit more incisive, that has that sharpness, then suddenly you can have a huge input. And when you've been reading interviews about Rainwaker, is that Waker. I'm gonna just put it out there right now, okay? We're gonna do our very best to not call him Rainwaker, because I thought he was actually walking on rain. That's not the case. Let's put it out there, okay? Let's just address the elephant in the room. He's Rainwaker, and I apologize for the next 20 times I'm gonna make the mistake. He's a very versatile player.
Yeah, we've heard he's very flexible indeed. Let's go back to the NA conversation though, because with Nitro stepping away from the roster, with the removal of Elige, that's left some NA fans feeling a little bit sore, hasn't it?
Yeah, NAVI said in an interview that he doesn't understand the notion that Liquid have betrayed NA. And I think those are strong words. It's very strong words. I don't necessarily think that's true either. I think NA has betrayed Team Liquid. I think the talent pool in NA have left Team Liquid down to a point where they've forced them out of the region. Had they not been so shit at playing Counter-Strike, there would have been other players you could have picked up. There would have been no reason for Team Liquid to make this roster change. But the fact of the matter is that they could not go anywhere else than the European talent pool.
Please never stop being so savage. it's beautiful.
It's such a circle way around logic. It's like, no, you made me do it. You made me drink last night. It wasn't my decision.
He's the one putting the stick in the wheel. And
exactly.
is it NA? Is it NAV? Is it Nitro?
NA.
Who knows?
Definitely NA.
Who knows? Let's move on to talk a bit about their opponents, G2. They're coming in looking exactly the same as they were before this summer break. Haven't made any roster changes of that. I think that kind of makes sense. But I'm intrigued as to where you're placing G2 right now. The world rankings say they're number 4. Do you concur with that?
I mean, listen, there's been so many changes in the Counter-Strike scene that I would believe they belong somewhere around there. The issue that I have is that they've been in a stabilization phase, rather, right? You had the mega peak of last year's beginning with trophies and great results.
Yeah.
And then suddenly things have stabilized just a little bit. A couple of tournaments didn't exactly go the way they wanted. We have semi-final finishes, you have 5th to 6th place finishes. And now we're looking ahead. We're talking about CS2, we're talking about the next season, and I'm not exactly sure that this roster is by design still together or because of the lack of other possibilities right now. I'm not exactly sure they're ready to just shake each other's hand and say, listen, we are in this together, we'll be together in a year, let's absolutely do this. That is my worry. I don't exactly know where to put them.
Well, let's hear it straight from the horse's mouth. Let's check in with the team ahead of their new season debut.
We've seen different players on G2 look less confident off the serve, you know, when we're seeing the camera shots. So how are you going to get that back, and how much is that needed?
I think it's already like, so it's the first season. I mean, it's the second season. It's only the beginning, and every like player and every team like feels really confident now. So you don't have to put like, it's just only like the beginning, right? So blast groups, like you're just like getting your confidence back, what you like have done before, you know. And obviously, like in the end of the first season, we struggled on Blast Washington and in Dallas because obviously it was in the end of the season, everyone was tired, you know, and maybe couldn't find our game. But I think we look fresh now, and we definitely ready.
So this event is, I think it's difficult to prepare for, and like you don't really know what to expect because there's also like so many new teams, so you don't know how some of these teams will come out. So we just need to, I know that like we as the players say often, like we just need to focus on ourselves, but I think particularly for this event, as I said, there's been a lot of changes, and you can't prepare for any team, so you just have to honestly focus on yourself and yeah.
When it comes to Liquid, though, right? Do you surprised by these changes? Do you feel like this is a good move for Liquid? Do you feel like it can be more of a challenge for you guys in a game like this?
Honestly, I'm not so sure. Like, I don't want to judge them on the lineup that they made right now. I think it can be very good. It can also turn not being so good. So I think the time will tell, and I think it depends a lot like how the team will click as an individual. So it's very hard to tell for them. I think they have good players. They definitely have the firepower. It also depends a lot on Yekindar, how he's going to develop as an IGL and how he's going to use these players. So there's a lot of uncertainty about the team, but I think the potential is there. If I'm a fan of the change, I don't think I am. I think the Liquid should have stayed NA. I think they could work it around, but it was their decision, and it just sucks for the for the NA scene that they lost their best team.
So Nico agrees. Liquid betrayed NA.
Betrayal.
What choice did they have? Let's be honest, right? What choice did they have? I like what Nico is saying, though, that it's going to be interesting to see Yekindar, how much of an impact he can find as a player, as an in-game leader. A lot relies on him still. So for G2, no roster changes. They should be able to get this done.
I'm also intrigued to see where our unicorn predictions are standing on this one. Who dared foray into the Liquid Warriors?
Jesus.
Actually, no one. Wait, what? Across the board?
Nobody went for. Wait, what about?
Wait, what?
Wait, can we indict our NA talents anymore? Then we can't anymore, right?
Yeah, I love how Launders wouldn't go for Liquid,
He's a
but I guess
fraud.
it's not NA anymore. I don't
Exactly,
know. I'm
exactly.
confused. I just
That's
think
a
we need to
loophole.
see exactly what's going on inside the server. Liquid taking on G2. It's going to be the maps of Ancient, Mirage, and Vertigo, and it's coming up after this break.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is time to talk about everyone's favorite European team. Anders, Team Liquid are entering the server. Can you believe it? They are no longer North American, they are European representation. What do you think about that?
I think it's exciting. Obviously, the fans don't necessarily agree. Odds are going to be favoring G2, but
I am kind of excited just to cast this one. I think there's going to be some absolute dynamite going off in the server today. It's going to be a lot of fun.
There has to be, right? This is wild. It's out of nowhere. Obviously, Rainwaker, I wasn't expecting that whatsoever.
Rainwaker, Rainwalker, whatever.
Yeah. We need a little counter on the screen, don't we? That's you know, people are going to screw that up a lot.
I like the fact that we were all talking about it in the green room. Like, no one say Rainwalker. It was like 5 times in the first segment. That was amazing. But yeah, dude, I totally agree. I am a little bit worried for G2. I'm not going to lie to you. Everyone's saying, oh, of course, like this is a new team. G2 haven't made any changes. They should have a walk in the park here. But I'm not so sure. The good news is we're kicking things off in Ancient. And that's where Nico recently dropped one of his biggest performances of all time, a 3.0 rating on the CT side over in Washington. If you can replicate that, God help Liquid.
That was such a disturbing game as well. I would love to see something like that. But yeah, I mean, I picked G2. We all did for this one.
We all did. We're in this together.
I'm real interested too. I look forward to seeing this Liquid team play. We're going to see them right now on the T side, and it starts with Patsy getting the opening shot, headshot to take down JKS, and they're going to hunt down Hooksy as well. So we are off to the races.
We really are. That sets the tone for the game. It's going to be a 5-man push in towards this A bomb side. 2 early frags here for Team Liquid, and G2 scrambling in towards the bomb side. We've got Monacy here, P2000 in hand. They need to find frags right here, right now. They have no kick currently, no utility, Anders, and 2 players towards the temple. 3 in Donut towards Liquid as well. This is an impossible retake, surely.
Yeah, there should be absolutely no way to do this. Although they're getting a couple of really early fights. Monacy has picked up a couple of shots, and I think he's got a kit now in his back pocket. So 2 versus 3. NAF is going to be going down. They're just hunting them. This is looking so easy. This should be really, really difficult. Rainwaker now, he gets a kill on Nico, but they're already on that defuse. 1 more second, and that was never supposed to be that easy. That should have been such a hard retake. They just walked onto the site and shot everybody.
I am flabbergasted, Anders. Not often am I lost for words, but an early 5-on-3. Bomb planted, smokes down. You had all the time in the world to reposition. It all starts to fall apart here. That P2000, we called it. It starts to connect, and Monacy with 2 epic frags out of the temple. And you can see a 5-on-3 retake going in their favor. They barely dropped any damage after they entered the bomb side there. So, bomb planted. Force fire and response. Here comes Patsy leading the way towards middle. And we'll see if he can crack things open here. Galil's in hand. And they are dissuaded, pushed back by the utility here, taking a lot of damage on Rue. Patsy's down to 29.
Still a really impressive buy, right? With 3 Galils, you really can't underestimate it.
Absolutely.
Be careful if you're on the G2 side. You don't want to be giving it back too early.
This is nice control from Hooksy, though. You can see he's denied ledge at the start. The smoke's down. Yekindar now trying to garner access towards the K position here. Hooksy does need to be careful.
Oof. Looked like he almost got stuck on that corner, but I think he's back in a reasonable position now. Doesn't really have any real backup here in the Molotov. It's actually a great little trick to try and get him out of there, but not going to be enough. Yekindar will still go down.
He's done well, though. The fact he even gets 1 after being Molotov'd out, you take that all day long. You might not anticipate a second player here. Monacy will take down NAF. And now it's a man advantage once again for G2. They've smoked off the top of the ramp, and look at this nice control they've got towards the A side of the map as well, locking in the information that they're going to be committing towards B. Monacy doesn't have to fully commit to these fights. He's got backup from Nico as well. They know the pincer maneuver has been initiated.
Love to see them going for that aggressive A push early on in this game, because it's going to put a lot of doubt in Liquid's mind. They have to worry about that flank all the time. So yeah, try and do it early. 2nd round already. Bomb looks like it is going to be planted, though. You don't want to be risking too much of a wall bang here, and they're going to be able to retake the bomb side, no problem. OC is completely triangulated in. He was going to get shot at the back no matter where he turned. So still, that's a pretty good round, right? You get 3 kills and you get the bomb plant. It's a temptation, you think, for Liquid to try and force into the next round?
If they got 1 more kill, potentially, they've got about $3,000. So I would say definitely a half buy for sure. Whether they fully committed is yet to be seen. It could be more of the same. They could get a couple of 8Ks, some Galils, and pretty decent utility. Time will tell. I would say it's more likely for the half buy here, but well done to G2 there. Like, great maneuvers, good reactions, especially when they got the information there was 2 players towards the K position. They pushed 2 in towards A main. Nice reaction there, because even if they do find a player in towards T spawn, they'll likely trade him out and continue to lock them in. And indeed, yeah, it will be the half buy.
Yeah. Okay, I can respect it. rushing right into the middle. Classic flashbangs going over. Patsy, he'd love to find somebody, but one of them already dived into the smoke towards Donut, so they can't really be found there. And JKS is going to come help out. As m0NESY was in the middle to begin with, but you can beat the timing on the T side now with a small position, so you want to be real careful. Looks like it's going to be a victory for m0NESY in the middle. Yeah, but there's 4 players towards A main here. They've boosted up, and there is a chance that they hit a 1D here. They can get this bomb planted. A little bit awkward in terms of the timing here, but G2 are finding cracks, trading for now, maintaining the advantage, but not for long. 2 on 2. Recovering the rifle. Now Fly will try and get the bomb planted. We've got Nico encroaching his position. Commits the first frag now. Doesn't have to force the issue here. His teammates rotating in. He'll just drop the smoke, allowing him to get closer towards the bomb. Well, it's just OC right now. 1 deagle. He pretty much has to hit 2 very, very clean headshots at the moment. They got kits on either player, so they can spend a little bit of time like they are now, just trying to figure out exactly where he is behind that box. And he doesn't have any coverage from the actual backline there, so he's going to get shut down instead. But that's another very expensive round. That it didn't have to be. They got all of the opening kills on the G2 side, and still it turned into a 1 versus 2 at the end. Well, they'll just be happy to be winning these rounds at this stage. 3-0 up. This is Team Liquid's pick, if you could believe it, considering what we saw from Nico in his last showing on this particular map. A clean streak so far. 3-0. You can see it's business as usual for Hunter. Not too hyped yet. It's focusing on the job at hand. And the first real gun round here, all for OC. And 5 M4s across the board here for G2. Patsy with a decent mid-spawn. Looks like he'll just be throwing an initial grenade. And Molotov towards middle. 3 players outside B here for Liquid. Boosting the one up to look towards the backtracks. In the middle to try and open it up. It's a really important return for Hunter. Gives them a little bit more mid-control. If you lose that mid-control on the CT side, definitely does change how you can defend really either bomb side. Crucial part of the map there. HooXi getting spammed a little bit down, but still a 4-on-4. Looks like they're going to jump straight onto the bomb side. Yeah, a contact play here. Gonna see if they can push up, get positional control. We've got Yekindar. He's committed here. Very passive hold from Nico, going to be flashed in potentially. Just goes for the clean swing. Finds Naf, but does he know that Yekindar has already made it through the backtrack? Apparently not. Not the cleanest kill, but Yekindar brings him into a 3-on-3. Yeah, I think you're right. In Nico's mind, he's killing the first player that's on the bomb site, and in fact, Yekindar already snuck past, so that's pretty sick. 3 versus 3. JKS has already pushed through T-spawn, and I think they just checked it. I think they just checked to see if anyone was there, but Rainwaker, he's not going to see anyone there. JKS still goes down, so heads-up play from OC, realizing that maybe someone could have snuck past, so important check right there. Well, OC and Hunter, what could they even do? I don't think there's much. Hunter will be found from the ledge position. Rainwaker will drop him, and now HooXi. Can he even survive this one? I'm not so sure. They seem to be aware of the possibility of him towards Cave. Another nice shot there from Rainwaker, and it'll be the first round on the board for Team Liquid. Quite a convincing one as well. Those B contact plays can be lethal, especially when you know there's Cave presence. They're committed in towards that position. HooXi deep with the smoke. And once they walk up, Nico was alone, playing like a bit of a retake, just playing for information. He gets one, but didn't have the intel. As Yekindar slipped the net, managed to take him down. It's a very difficult round at that stage once they have that sort of control of B. So we are going to have the force by Anders. G2 after finding 3 in a row, you noticed it. Those rounds were expensive. They really were. Let them hit through 2 M4s, 3 pistols. It's okay, but it's the lack of utility is the real problem. No kits. m0NESY even with no armor. As he had to drop one of those M4s over the Hunter and Nico. And we're seeing the bomb towards A for now. You can see they're very aware of the possibility of HooXi being in that smoke. Now Fly will spray him down, no problem, but a flying Yoiman here. Nico has snuck through. That's a great play. Been a lot of those mind games coming in from G2, reoccupying a position that was previously cleared by Liquid. It happened earlier. You mentioned it with the Molotov where m0NESY sort of walked in to take over a position that was already Molotoved out. And Nico doing the same thing here. And it's very tricky, right? Because your brain almost betrays you. You think, well, we just cleared this position. It should be fine. at.CEST didn't even land a bullet. That kill. Yeah, he didn't even do any damage. He fired off like 15 bullets. I don't even get it. Okay. Okay, yeah, that was a bit okay. Bit of a reset, would have said. It didn't happen. It's all good. No one got hurt. Yeah. Play on. Still got 50 seconds as well, so should be able to reset it. And look at the double A position. It's a bit rare to see it these days on this particular map. Usually it's just a single person, and even that person could be all the way back in CT spawn sometimes. Well, they're rotating more people over towards A as well, so I think now that these execution grenades are going in towards B, they might just give it up. Team Liquid have made the right call here. They've still got 2 M4s for G2. I would say you're pretty much guaranteed to save these now. Could look for some exits with the 5.7 Deagle, I suppose.
But there it is, Team Liquid just needing one kill here on towards Hooksy, courtesy of NAF. That was a spam through the smoke. Lovely shot though, m0NESY making sure he keeps him in check, but Patty will find him.
That's a little bit too bold, but the shot was good. But he obviously just wanted the AK, not going to happen here. So a second round for Liquid, a good call. And you're probably right. I think G2 probably accepted the fact that, you know, either they were going to be able to defend the A bomb site and keep the rifles, or just give up B and just keep all the rifles, as many as they can.
Well, they'll still have these. In terms of loss bonus, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to be at just the second stage for GT going forward. So that's 1,900 per player. So they'll save a couple of M4s here, but can't really justify much else. Maybe drop a couple of P250s at the top end. Maybe a flash or two and try and set up some sort of novel play. Hits the spam. You can see, could maybe get some vision through the HE in the smoke there.
Yeah.
Didn't have to work too hard for that last one.
Sometimes those shaders will betray you.
It's weird,
in
isn't
weird
it?
ways.
Like, there's no real science to it, but every now and then you'll just get a silhouette through a smoke when a grenade lands in there.
I think especially sometimes with the debris from an HE, like you can time it so that you can kind of have the game work out in your favor. But you're right, the science on it is pretty questionable. Not something you can necessarily rely on.
Ooh, great awareness there from Patsy.
Really
Just
nice.
anticipating the potential boost there, not going for the boosted player, shooting the one underneath, so the fact the boost player can't do anything at that stage as he's dropping down. So lovely opening kill. And another B play coming through. Very basic execution, but Liquid are making it work. It's Nafly. Another smoke spam goes in his favor. Yekindar taking over that cave. And that's going to be a 5-on-2 confirmed. Yes, just saved weaponry here. Technically an eco, I suppose, but Team Liquid making very light work of it, Anders.
This is an explosive start. I think this is a good reminder. Sometimes losing the pistol, yeah, it's nice to win it, but even if you lose it, you can bounce back so quickly, and that's pretty much what they've done. And they're going to start the game. They're going to have the money on their side, and G2 suddenly look like they're very much on the back foot.
Let's get into the psychology then. I know that's your specialist area, Anders.
Do love a bit of psychology.
So G2, everyone's supposed to be talking about it. I got to interview almost every player before the tournament started, right? G2, the big headline was they've stuck with the original roster. One of the few that haven't made any changes, right? Now that sounds like a great thing, but at the same time, you'd think all the pressure's on them going into these games. From a psychological point of view, they're expected to win. They're going up against Team Liquid. They don't have any information on the setups. They don't know where these new players will be positioned. Is there going to be a different play style? I think there's a lot going against G2 here. It's one of those awkward games where, yeah, sure, we're the favorites, but this could fall apart. Things could go wrong here.
And I just didn't notoriously not, I think, psychologically a super strong team. Like, you see it early on. Obviously, Nico has a long history of looking frustrated, but even in the interviews, like, they started showing up saying, oh yeah, like we feel pretty good and it should be okay. But I'm not. That's not very convincing. You know, it's like I'm not thinking like, oh, sick. This seems like a a really refreshed team coming off the player break. It's how it's always been. So I guess it's no different really. But I just wish that you could see a little bit more because. Again, you look at the names on the board here. This should be such an insane team, right? They should be able to roll over almost anyone in the world.
And they've shown they can do that. The end of 2022, start of 2023, Katowice under their belt, like they can do it. Yeah. But after the timeout here, a change of pace, Anders. Team Liquid turning up the heat as they go for the A rush. A nice trade to kick things off, actually. JKS only good for one as OT battles through the flames here. CT's out of position. It's getting very awkward for them, but it's going to be Hunter, Nico trying to get through the flames, and Yekindar. Double kill. OC confirms the round. And just poor old Hooksy here. And that's a great call. So you know they've just taken a tactical timeout. You've got 3 rounds in a row. They'll be adjusting to your ever-present B plays, your pincer maneuvers towards the cave, and now you're just going for a straight-up A rush after that tactical timeout, Anders. It's simple, it's aggressive, but it's very effective.
It really was. And that's in spite of the fact that G2 actually did have a double setup towards Donut, which, again, if you keep a count on it at home watching, you're going to see a lot of the times there'll just be one player at the A bomb side early on. The rest will be pretty much doubling up on middle to try and secure that position. So in spite of the fact that they had, more than you would normally have, it's still just not enough.
So they're just running that 4-1 setup. We can see Patsy there was towards the B lane, just making sure he patrols the rotations. No one come towards Donut. He's holding ledge, looking for those B pushes. And this is where Team Liquid are in full control now, Anders. After losing the pistol, 3-0 down, 4 clean rounds in a row. It's going to be a partial buy here for G2. They get maximum loss bonus next round. The only silver lining I can provide so far is this is starting to spiral a little bit. Just for the context of everything we talked about coming into this one, Team Liquid certainly going to have the wind in their sails. G2 know this is a game not a must-win necessarily, but they're certainly expected to do so.
I think so. I think it would feel weird to them if they end up losing to Liquid in the current state. Just a brand new team. Good couple of kills here, actually. Hunter's going to go down to the M4. It won't be able to continue the battle. Yakinda trying to catch the rotations.
Wow.
He's doing a great job. He even was reading the fact that there was a third player there. Hooksy, though, will run him down with the CSET 75. We get it 1 versus 2. Naf a little bit low on health, but crouching in to look for the shot, and this is a good move right now. If he would have got caught, it could have been an awkward 1 versus 1, but at this rate, he's almost secured the round for his team.
Almost. Time will tell. What Hooksy got up his sleeve, we'll never know, but now Fly will find him. And that's going to be 5 in a row now for Team Liquid. The European squad, Anders, marching forward
really
here.
Hammering that home.
Yeah, just one more time.
Said that they, betrayed NA, but it's worth noticing, we had a couple of NA talent on the prediction board there that also betrayed NA.
I expect it from Launders and Scrawny, though,
yeah.
to be honest. Yeah, that's just the kind of guys they are.
They are Canadian. It is NA light. It's not really. They're not really there.
Yeah, that's totally fair.
So okay, well,
I don't think anyone's got a problem with that statement.
Okay, I can respect it. We'll give him a pass on this one then.
Monacy will be tested here. But the backtracks connect the first shot. Yekindar trying to help himself to some early spacing. It is a B push. Everyone's committed here. 2 players found for G2. Make it 3. This is looking much better after giving up 5 rounds in a row. This one surely is locked in. It's just Nafly and OC remaining here. So it was a full B assault here. All 5 members of Team Liquid just trying to keep that momentum going.
All 5 members of G2 were pretty much at the bomb site to begin with. And I mean, it's another reason why people usually play so light on the A-bomb side is you really need to be able to get there pretty quickly.
Well, this one can be a bit of a mind game on Ancient, right? Because the main point of contention usually is towards middle, and it's all about the utility, and it's constantly evolving in terms of how teams are throwing it, what sort of ideas. You're throwing the Molotov first, the smoke, saving the HEs for later, pushing up towards ledge. As soon as you condition those fights and you've got them reacting to it, going for those B rushes or these A rushes like we've seen, just when you've got them conditioned in this area, these are very viable. Like, B rushes on Ancient are super difficult to manage. So having the AWP over there, extra players as well, you could see they were set up ready for it, especially with that AWP towards the backtrack. So the surprise attack from Liquid doesn't work out for them, but they've got plenty of money as we enter round number 10. It's 5-4 in favor of Liquid after being down 3-0. Good recovery here.
It's going to feel pretty good for G2 because for a minute it looked like Yakinda was kind of in their minds a little bit too, and he was making a bunch of back-to-back really good calls, and if you don't slow that down just as a battle between the 2 in-game leaders, it's also going to feel really bad if you're just getting out-called tactically all the time. You're like, oh, they always show up at the right spot no matter what we're doing here. So, nice probably for G2 to get it back a little bit. 9 kills on Monacy, so he is leading the charge at the moment, top of the server, and he's picked up the AWP, so something to look forward to. Obviously, one of the most exciting AWPers that we have in the space right now, no question about it.
B push coming in, Anders.
Thinking about it, surely going to be a flash to set it up. No, just a straight peek into Naf. And
that was filthy. Nasty, perhaps, from Naf. As he finds 2 very clean headshots there with the AK-47. Another 5-on-3 in favor of Team Liquid. Still a lot of work to do here. Monacy, as you mentioned, super sharp with the AWP. He's alive and well on the B bomb side. Rattles out another shot and does connect towards Rainwaker.
Yeah, but for him to stick around, that probably had to be a kill, right? Exactly. Now he's reduced to just trying to get some shots to the smoke, maybe, but the bomb is going to be planted, and I would even say at this point, maybe just try and see if you can save this AWP, because he is going to get hunted down. This is where he could do a lot of work, but they're walking up behind him. You can see Yakinda is able to catch him. Good little shot there right before Hunter showed up, so, oh my god, he's connecting with that AK. It's impressive work.
Yeah, very impressive round there from 2 of the bigger names in Team Liquid. Nafly kicking things off with a juicy double headshot sequence towards that B round. Yakindar finishing things off as well. It was Monacy. The thing is that he missed the first bullet on the shot of Monacy. That's the kind of shot he hits, the 90-degree complete bullshit flicks behind him. So I was worried for Yakindar for a second there, but he makes up for it on the second kill towards CT. Very clean round. And you were right, like the fact they were pushing the B ramp, I appreciate it's more telegraphed at the flash, but the flash is there for a reason. You might not necessarily blind them, but it averts their gaze for a second. They have to turn their crosshair. Right. Naf wouldn't have been as comfortable, but it is a pretty common maneuver. But literally someone was at the top of the ramp while these 2 were pushing, just to flash, just to move the crosshair. That would have been enough, I think.
I think You see Rainwaker is behind, even in that little clip, Rainwaker is behind NAV. So if they throw the flashbang, Rainwaker's actually there to peek to save NAV.
the anti-flash position
It's
as well.
a great 1-2 punch they had set up anyway. Liquid
wasn't even required then.
Wasn't even required. But yeah, I mean, I still think it's worth throwing it because you see the result if you don't. I mean, it's pretty devastating. This is one of the things that I look forward to, though. I'm a lifelong fan of NAF. I think he's one of the best players in NA still. I think he's super underestimated. And I expect that this change-up on Liquid, no matter what, will set NAF free a little bit more. I think that's something to look forward to.
Hooksy just got spammed from the double doors down to 6 points of health. That is rough. And he'll have to fall back. He'll call for Nika to back him up in the cave here. They might want to go for a more of a gimmick play here, get a boost going. Just to kind of help them get an advantage, perhaps. We'll see what the reaction is going to be. It's looking like more of a passive hold now. Given Hooksy the AWP, for obvious reasons, he'll be looking towards the ramp for now. And they're going to rotate Nico back towards middle. Bomb currently in T-spawn as Patty and Rainwaker try and garner some mid-control here. And so far, so good. Smoke off towards Red Room. Nico waits patiently.
Yeah, he's listening in. He's got JKS towards Donut, so they could put together a bit of a defense, but you could see the heavy lean now on the Liquid side of things towards the A side of the map. But that kill in the middle, just you're right, it opens up everything. And if they lose your Kinder as well, they lose all of the pressure from the middle, and this A attack is going to be not that great.
It's up to Hunter then. He'll be defending against 3 players with the contact play towards main entrance. He gets a good dink off, but that's not going to be enough. 3 players mow him down. JKS, Nico bring it back to an advantage in favor of G2 here. JKS waiting patiently towards the donut position. And that's a great crossfire. G2 back on their feet here. That's a very clean round. After Hooksy gets spammed down to 6 points of health at the start, a good adjustment, peeling players away, focusing towards A there. And even with Hunter going down with nothing, the retake very effective. Good coordination and those crossfires especially. Love this from Nico. The fact that he knew that smoke was just about to fade. He had, what, a half a second gap to find a kill, and he absolutely nails it.
And a much more readable round, I think, from G2's point of view. You find those people in the middle. You can actually see that they're already leaning towards the donut. They're on that side of the middle. You probably can guess what the rest of it is going to be. Oh my god, Patsy flashed into the middle, but himself got flashed by Monacy and taken down by JKS, so they need something quick in return. Rainwaker's going to fall after getting the kill on JKS. It's still a 3 versus 4. If they want a bomb plant, they have to do it right now. Every second that passes, that bomb plant is probably going to be more difficult.
You can get it in that corner where the smoke is. That's probably the best possible option for them here, and that's exactly what they'll go for. Just as the smoke is fading as well, Hunter knows he can cause serious damage here. The bomb does go down, but so does Hunter. They've got the man advantage, but they're dropping like flies. Natfly lines them up, and we're left in a 1 versus 1. OC, he's got the advantage here up against Nico. Both of them on AWPs.
They knew where he was because Yakinda saw him early before he died. OC should be winning this fight, but Nico, not the regular AWP, but he will pick up the kill. That's a huge clutch right there, and that's going to tie up the scoreline. What a close round, especially given the fact that G2 actually did get both the 2 opening kills.
A real chaotic one there. I'm loving these early calls from Spawn, from Team Liquid, going for the A split. They're sending Patsy out towards middle with the utility behind him, smoking Red Room, a few flashes over. And sure, he doesn't get a kill here, but you can see he's taking a lot of time away from this A bomb site. They're going to have to stay there and confirm it's clear. All the meanwhile, we've got Naf pushing his way through A main, finding those double kills. It comes down to a 1 versus 1. And Nico delivering the goods there, as you mentioned. Not the AWP of the squad, but he certainly makes it work in that scenario. Perfectly positioned as we tie things up 6-6. This game is just starting to heat up here. Team Liquid will have a buy available by virtue of the bomb. The plan was very important there as they are entering round number 13 with a couple of Galils. And in terms of the initial setup, looks like they're going to be exploring the options towards middle once again, waiting for that initial utility. So JKS has helped himself towards A main, so they need to be very aware of that possibility.
Good timing on that. Wide swing from Hooksy. Not even a flashbang thrown, just a smoke on the other side to provide a bit of a wall. He's going to go down to OC, unfortunately. But JKS back pushing this position, and they're kind of aware that it could be happening. It happened earlier, and they're going to double team him. He did almost take down OC. He's down to 12 health behind that fight. But they're going to live through it. 4 versus 3. Only barely. Alone on the bomb site, just a single player in Nico trying to hold on to it.
What a player it is, Anders.
Yeah, if you wanted someone to really anchor a bomb site, I mean, this is the man.
He is one of the men available for the job.
Rainwaker going to be clearing out this part of the map. Walking towards the B bomb site, and they're going to be smoking it off. Nico trying to jump for information, listening in, and surely going to be coordinating this with m0NESY, who's on a potential... Oh, he's going to get caught. OC, low on health maybe, but instant headshot to take him down, so any dream of going for that kind of a flank is dead.
So, a little bit of hope left here for Nico as the smoke fades away, but Yekindar will beat him to the punch. 4-on-1 now as Liquid will find the lead once more. Hunter, $100 in the bank, M4 in hand here. Looking for exits by the looks of things, and loss bonus almost non-existent. $1,900 per player going to that next round. So, might want to save the M4 because Hooksy's fully invested at $400 as well. See if he can get away with it, but you can, as we all know, the bomb radius here in Ancient is ridiculous, Anders. You can get blown up at the other side of the map, but everyone will survive. Sorry, what?
You
guys?
Everyone won't survive, Henry,
guys, what? He just knifed his own team in spawn after the bomb went off.
It is classic banter, isn't it, though?
And now they've got to buy a little... Oh, laughs around, I guess. Why not? It's worth it. I guess in a way it's worth it.
Incredible comedic timing with your statement that that everyone's going to survive. You've got to give it to them, you know?
I've never seen that before, I'll be honest with you. Did I curse the round?
Yeah, almost certainly.
Tactical timeout. G2 just trying to rub it in.
Understand what's going on, maybe. They're like, what? Some brand new version that we haven't seen in psychological warfare. They're trying to show us they care so little about what's happening.
I think that's what's going on there, because it's quite maniacal laughter coming from the Team Liquid camp after that knife came through. But either way, tactical timeout. Let's have a look what happened here. Well, we know what happened, I suppose. He just did it straight up. Oh.
He was looking the other way. I think he was looking off to the side of his monitor. Just accidentally clicked it. Oh. Well.
So... barely a partial buy here, Anders. Saved M4, upgraded pistols, some basic utility. We've seen a lot of teams go for some interesting boosts when they have a solo M4 on the CT side. Speaking of boost, OC will present one of his own, looking towards the backtracks of the B-bomb site here. Looks good for that first frag. Nico certainly thinks so, and that's an early advantage here for Liquid.
Yeah, nice attempt, but didn't really work out. Puts OC at 69. Nice.
Nice.
The 4-on-5, 2 and Sue.
How many funny numbers are there? It's 2, right? As far as I'm aware.
Yeah. We're kind of... So we do need more of those.
I think we should work on it. Maybe we can come up with
been around
some.
For a while.
2 funny numbers. Oh, wait. There's 2 headshots. Nothing funny about that. As we'll see, m0NESY's little episode there shut down. That was actually quite impressive with the Desert Eagle. Didn't see that one coming. 3 players survived. Those are going to round number 15. Team Liquid on the T side here of Ancient will take the lead 8-6. But bear in mind, it's their pick. We don't really know much about Liquid here. It's Yekindar as the in-game leader at this point. Bringing in Patsy and Rainwaker as well. No longer a North American team who are just joining us. Remnants of the previous roster will be NAF and OC. Currently sat on about 10 frags each right now. Yeah. And a pretty good showing overall.
Imagine if you woke up from a coma during the player break.
Yeah, right.
Like, what is going on? Like, what's happened here? Like, is this Team Liquid?
B-Rush.
Oh, he actually gets the shot. That's point-blank range with the AWP. Hunter's going to be going down, but m0NESY still doing excellent work from the back line now, and JKS, the timing on that swing, it could not have been any better. A triple to close it out. 7-8 as they cut the first half right down the middle, and we'll see who's going to run away with it in the second half coming up after the break.
When you want to lose weight and when you want to change something drastically, there's always a lot of first steps. You got to work up to it. And I found all the different ways of motivating myself. I want to be able to play football again. I want to be able to go for a bike ride. I want to be able to make my mom proud. I want to be able to impress a girl. I want to be able to feel comfortable in my own body. I found all these different avenues of motivation over time, that it was enough for me to be like, okay, now I'm doing it. And then I'd do it for a day and a half and I'd be like, nah, not worth it. Another bag of chips. I failed countless of times. Like there's been so many times where I thought, you got it, you know. Today I got it. Today I'm waking up and I'm feeling for it, and then I'd instantly relapse the next day. You're bound to fail. You're bound to feel losses. You're bound to feel disappointments, and all those disappointments, all those losses, all those failures change the narrative. Then I would, you know, think of something new that would motivate me. I would figure out, you know, something new about myself. It took probably a year from when I was thinking to myself, you gotta do something now, before it all clicked. It's like when you were running the first time, I felt like my legs were just a couple of cement blocks. When I picked up the bike ride here, I went 1 kilometer and I had to stop because I was physically feeling unwell. I think the main goal was that I wanted to be healthier, becoming able to do whatever the hell I wanted to do with and in my own body, instead of being trapped.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Blast Premier 4 Groups 2023. We've got the El Clasico European Derby going down right now. G2 taking on Liquid. The first half has transpired. It's 8-7 in favor of Liquid on their map pick, Ancient. Anders, have you enjoyed yourself so far?
I really have, more than I was expecting, really. I was you know, could see it happening that it was going to be a lot more chaos and maybe a lot more confusion, maybe especially on the Liquid side, but they honestly look really, really fresh. They managed to get 8 rounds on their T side of Ancient.
Not bad
I'm impressed.
At all. Yeah, I'm enjoying Yekendar's calling style so far. It's simple, it's aggressive, it's loose, and it's getting the job done. We are going to see them switch over to the CT side, though, as G2 start posturing outside the A bomb site here. They've got some nice utility to work with. Smoke going down towards Spawn, multiple flashes as well. Hooksy setting up the wall of smokes. As Fatty getting information, pushing out towards B. He finds Hunter, and that's the cue to go. Full commitment now in towards the A site.
Yeah, they've been completely read. That's such a dead giveaway for what's happening next. They know that that's the one anchoring outside of B, and everyone else is going A. OC will find another headshot, and they're really being shut down. Rainwaker through the smoke as well on Hooksy, and Nico is on his own. And out of bullets, out of teammates, and out of HP as well. He's going to go down. Liquid will pick up the first pistol in the second half.
Yeah, nice active work there from Team Liquid. You pointed it out, pushing out towards B with 2 players. So if you do find that one residing in towards Pocket, there'll be a trade at least. But if you get a clean kill like this, Patsy, he's got the close range weaponry in the form of those Julies as well. So that's a excellent scouting mission completed. He gets the kill, and as you mentioned, confirms that everyone's going in towards A. G2 with no plants will have to go full eco.
Feels like there's some positions like that where if you find a single T, you have so much of the map just revealed.
He's so passive, I suggest. He knows he's got no cover. He has to sit in this pocket just to make sure he's not taken down in the back. So he's covering a little bit too many positions. But as I mentioned, full eco here, Anders, and Patty opening things up. Oh, they're all rushing towards the kills now. They can smell the eco frags available to them as the last 2 players remain towards the elbow. But not for long. You can barely finish a sentence around here before the round is over.
Going a little bit against the grain of the traditional wisdom of playing slow in these rounds to force the CTs to use grenades. They just went for it.
Yeah, how am I going to ask you about your dreams unless they take it slowly in the eco rounds?
I know. We have to pray for a tech timeout at some point.
Yeah, exactly.
We'll get there.
Don't worry, it's coming. That segment is on the way.
13 kills on NAV. Say something good about NAF for me. You know,
I
really
think
like
he is one of the nastiest players we have in CSGO right now in the best way possible.
True, yes. I feel like he is such a reliable role player that he never really got to shine in the last version of Liquid, so I want to see him do it now. That's what I'm hoping for. Patsy trying to get a couple of shots through NAF. Speaking of which, he's just pushed into the corner with that AK and taken down by Nico. Good shot from JKS as well. It's going to be a 3 versus 4 with the bomb going down. They are a little bit low on health with JKS and Hunter tagged up, but we'll see if they can win the after plant. Doesn't really look like it. Nico and Hunter, speaking of which, both going down. JKS is up next, and it's just on Modesty. 1 versus 3. And he almost could have lined it up. It looked like Rainwaker and OC were going to be lined up for a double kill, but it never really transpired.
Certainly not. And we're seeing how viable these B rushes here. I guess B set pieces would be fairer to say at this point, because very difficult to hold them off. If you have focus towards middle, if you are feeling you're vulnerable down the CT side, you could have 3 towards middle or 2, leaving you going down early towards B, but this retake was nothing short of stellar, Anders. OC, Patsy working in tandem. Patsy just staying alive as long as he possibly could, and they'll keep the clean run here on the CT side at 3-0. Fending off the B rush, and for now, it has to be the partial buy. G2 operate with just Tech9s and Deagles here. They're 11-7 down. Hunter, 5 kills. Hooksy, 5 frags. Not all online yet. It's the first map. It's been about 5 weeks since their last official. A little bit rusty to kick things off potentially, but Liquid, they're looking red hot.
They absolutely are. And they're even from that new leadership position. It's got 14 kills. It's doing really well. OC is firing on all cylinders, which a lot of people are going to be excited about. Speaking of which, he's got that AWP way out in the open. Gonna get flashed off the corner, smoke behind him. Oh, they're gonna be running him. He's so dead. In fact, Hooksy just even gave up on him. He's like, I already dinked him, you take care of the rest. Is Rainwaker to show up and try and slow this down, even pulling out the USP. He's gonna continue the battle, relentlessly taking them down. 3 kills on him. Absolutely stellar performance from Rainwaker.
Yeah, really enjoyed that. I'm loving the active play from Patsy as well. Just when it looks like they're in a really compromised, awful position, they're lacking any sort of map control, his reactions, his pushes, he knows he has to find space elsewhere on the map, wins his duel, and gets a boatload of information at the same time. He does just that as his teammate goes down. Patsy then rotating him, backing up Rainwaker, who also, I don't know how he stays alive so long. You see JKS trying to desperately Molotov him out while blind. Flashbangs were absolutely brutal there on the retake. Liquid continue this perfect run on the CT side of Ancient, picking at the pace. Hunter wants to get stuck in, but Patsy's got his number once again. Waiting on the other side of the smoke. There's no potential of a trade. Molotov's down, and we'll see Nico patiently waiting to get in towards the cave here. We'll pull one back, but OC, AWP, maintains the advantage, but he can't get out. Yekindar will be dropped.
Oh, there's a gap in that smoke, isn't there? Monacy would love a mistake on the other side. Naf is there. Molotov in the middle to push out Rainwaker. Unfortunately for him, going to be going down to JKS.
Damn.
Less than ideal Molotov.
Yeah, it happens. Peaks just as he was about to throw. And now we do have an advantage, at least for G2. Yet to post around here on their T side. Bomb's only gunned down once. Hooksy going towards red here. This is a key duel. Difficult player to go up against as well. Nafly finds the duel, gets the kill, and it will be commitment towards A. They have got 45 seconds. They don't have to finish here, but they're making a bit of noise, suggesting they're trying to let themselves be known. They've got 1 smoke, 2 flashes, and JKS, he's going out with the bomb here. Do they want to boost or just allow Monacy to pick?
It's real tricky. If they boost before the bomb plant, then someone's planting very much alone. So they probably feel like they have to escort each other onto the site itself. But how do you do this? A little bit of a smoke there, but it goes way too deep.
It's no good, is it?
OC's right in front of it. Now a Molotov on top. Only 18 seconds. Yeah, that seems like a really good choice at the moment. But I guess he doesn't really know what we know, that there's nobody in CT spawn. So he's going to get the bomb plant down and instantly dropped by NAF, who came in the same way that they did. It's probably the last place you're going to be checking. Oh, wow.
Becoming the villain, apparently. NAF.
He is. Look at the kill distribution on the Liquid side. I think bottom fragging is like 13 kills, top is 15. Like, they're all in that very tight space.
Matchplay, OC, and Patsy will have 15 frags.
Ridiculous.
As I mentioned, this 3-on-3, that was the key duel there. Nafly, active again. They've been such a nuisance. When they're on the back foot, they know they have to be looking for frags. They can't just rest on their laurels. They have to be moving around the map, hunting for the 1v1s, and Well, there it is. NAVI, the absolute master of that. They go 13-7 here. Still yet to post a single round on their T side here of Ancient. This is the team that haven't made any changes.
Yeah, no news, good news, but maybe not. Maybe something, at least at the start of it here, it just doesn't feel very fresh at all.
This doesn't look like they've come out of the trap hot. They're not
No.
like, they've said they've been working on a lot of new things. They want to develop that into the lands, obviously. But it's difficult, you know, like when the new approach doesn't work out, you find yourself like questioning whether this was the right idea. I'm not sure, but they can still pull this back. It's okay right now. Like, what they lose this round, we're in a lot of trouble.
Yeah, you're not wrong. 13, it's a 6-round gap. Yeah, if they lose this one, they're out of money as well.
Like, it's bad, don't get me wrong, but I still think G2 can work with this.
And he's set up in front of the Molotov now. They definitely spotted him, and good pre-fire from HooXi. Takes him right down. I don't know if there was ever going to be a way that he could have got out of that one alive. OC just peeked up at the angle. They don't know that the orb is here yet, so someone could have walked into it, but they're calling a little bit of a freeze on the G2 side. Saying, let's just see if there's going to be a reaction. And there is a reaction.
It's a massive reaction. They've sent everyone over towards the A side of the map. It's going to leave one player in CT spawn. Raywaker, in the interim, will be found out by HooXi, who gets his second frag of the round. First was found towards Cave. Made his way down from ledge. And now has found them a 5-on-3. Now, this has to be a round victory for G2. Call it done. If they've somehow give this one up, they've got the perfect call here as well, Anders. They've gone towards B. Yeah. After an A face, a double smoke in. CT spawn, donut. There's already an A stack from Team Liquid on this side of the map. There is almost zero chance they can give this round up. So
they would have to try. They would have to really give it
actively be trying to give it up.
Maybe if NAV starts shooting off knifing his teammates. Or...
Yeah, that's a good point. That is an unusual approach, but it's already been deployed once this game. But there it is. GT will find their first round. Nice work from HooXi. He finds the only 2 kills required.
There we go. Yeah, and I think it also helps that Nico was holding the cave for such a long time that, you know, he's not hearing anything. There's no reason for him to think that there's some elaborate setup happening at the B bomb site. So he's probably feeling pretty good about the whole thing. There we go. G2 on the board for the second half.
Yeah, 13-8. 5 players surviving as well. You take that all day long. Nice little flashbang and molly combo towards the cave from HooXi. Nailed that first shot. And found Rainwaker towards the donut as well.
I was going to say, maybe what G2 really needed to do was to call Cadian and find out where that nature is. You know, get out there.
Cadian, the nature boy.
You see him in the forest sometimes in Denmark. If you're, if you're out for a run, walking the dog, like he's just be off in the bushes.
He's in the bushes, yeah. Just lurking. So this is the opening kill. Really nice work from HooXi. Shout out to him, and we'll see if they can keep it going. I would say they need a couple strung together here if possible. It's going to be the AWP for OC, of course. Money pretty decent after saving a few rifles there. Round 22. G2 sending all 5 players towards the A side of the map. Looks like a fast split again, potentially. That stifling utility there from the CT side will deny entry. That's all 5 now in towards A main. Monacy deploying the early utility. The wall of smokes potentially here. You can smoke Temple, Spawn, and Donut from this position.
Yeah, but look at the sacrifice it is on the A-bomb side to have all that mid control, and it's a really good read from HooXi right now. He's feeling all the pressure from middle, probably counting the grenades in there, and they go straight for the A-bomb side. Rainwaker looking to get the early kill on Hunter, so that's a bit unfortunate. The bomb is definitely going to be planted in the back line somewhere, but it's a... Oh, it's not! Yakinda comes exploding through the smoke, set up by the flash on NAVI. Huge double kill, denying the bomb plant. That is a shock to G2.
That is a massive play from Yakinda. He knew exactly what he had to do there. Leaps in with conviction. Double spray down, denies the plant, but we're not done just yet. A minute on the clock. Nico finds 2 kills, recovers an AWP, and he's in a 2 versus 1 now. This was looking decent for G2, winning the previous round. Clean sweep. Another A execution, but completely shut down. NAVI will confirm it. 14-8. Bit of a reset here. Thankfully, G2 did survive with so many players before, but that Yakinda retake with the flashbang as well was absolutely pitch perfect, Anders.
Yeah, it starts here. It goes a little bit off the rails on that first kill, but this is sick. Right through. They had no idea that was going to happen. And it's such a good call out of G2 as well. I think they read everything that's happening in the middle because you're counting the smokes and the HEs and the nades in there, right? Like, you know what's going to be happening and how many people are there.
Yeah.
They decide to go A, and there's absolutely no one there, but they get shot for the smoke, and then they get flashed out of there.
It was an open bomb side until it wasn't. m0NESY, though, answers back. Lovely shot there towards the donut. Rainwaker found out, and he'll focus his efforts now towards the cave. Player waiting. It's going to be Yekindar. Good for one, but m0NESY will find a double. And they're going to try that luck towards A once again. Patty, though, surely heard. As HooXi confirms the round potentially. I said they were bated breath. It is a 4-on-2, but NAF and OC on the other side of the map. Corner plant coming through. My God, that's pretty deep, can't you?
Potentially a pretty sick play from Patsy if they weren't aggressing upon him, but if they actually stayed back, because he can run into a position that feels very clear on the side of G2, but it didn't really work out that way, so it's all for nothing.
Yeah, Patsy has been great finding a couple of key frags when they find themselves with a disadvantage, but not to be this time. Had to run the gauntlet through the flames there towards the platform, and the sound cue was a bit too much for him. HooXi found him out, got another key frag.
You can understand as well why it feels like a really good idea going to the A-bomb side once you kill a player in Donut. Because we've already seen how a lot of the times there'll be nobody on A, maybe one player on A.
Sure.
You take down the Donut player, you can be absolutely sure that at most it will be one.
Well, T side of Ancient is all about conditioning, right? Like, once you've had all these fights towards B, once you've got 3 players like dropping all that insane utility on the C side towards the middle area, that's when you can start exploiting those B rushes. That's when you can start actually going for the A set pieces off the bat. You need to get them scared about other areas first. It's a really beautiful map in that regard. And with the set piece potential, like the fact we can have one player outside A throwing all 3 smokes, like, bear in mind, that's a relatively new feature in CSGO. You go back 5 years or so, Anders, that wasn't possible. So, like, really deepens like what you can do with like executions with fakes, and yeah, it makes it a lot more interesting.
It really does. When it was introduced, I thought it was a lot of questions about a lot of theoretical, you know, like what could happen when this goes out. But yeah, I feel like it's worked out. Technical timeout. We did want one of these. We did ask for it.
Yeah, for the rare times where we actually would look forward to one, because it's been a pretty smooth tournament so far. Fortunately for your stories.
Man, I did have a ridiculous dream, Henry.
Why do you have such vivid dreams? I can't remember mine. Like, how do you get such clear recollection?
I don't know. I've always, ever since I was a kid, so maybe it's just, I think it just could be training. Like, as soon as I wake up, I think the same thing happens to me. Like, if I wake up and I start doing other things, I'll forget whatever I dreamt. But usually
do you write it down, or you just go straight to Twitter when you wake up?
No, I wake up and I try to like run through like what was actually the dream, like what actually happened.
Okay.
Here. And once I've done that, like I can obviously remember it later in the day. But if I go straight to Twitter, obviously generally a bad idea. But
yeah, if you're starting a day, and you're saying that, well, straight to Twitter, something is wrong.
Read HLTV threads, right?
Yeah, exactly. Keep your mind healthy. Go to HLTV. Anyway, ladies and gentlemen, we are back. It's going to be round 24. Liquid in touching distance, Anders, of taking down G2 here.
They are.
In their debut game on LAN. So, it's a difficult buy. You can see an MP9 for NAFly, but sometimes that weapon absolutely pops off. Pound for pound, probably the best gun in the game, I would say, Anders.
Yeah, you could be right about that. It's got, especially on some players, it's so ridiculous how people can make it work at long range, just doing the bursts. It does happen. Round number 24.
Yeah. Did you see Ropsovic yesterday on Inferno? Like, he was making it look better than an M4.
Yeah.
It was ridiculous.
I mean, yeah, Rops is one of those players you would expect to do it, but it's a couple of odd players out there, like Nerds, who would buy the MP7 instead.
I do kind of like that, you know.
It's sick. I think it's good. You know,
nice bit of personality. Like, I use the MP7 like no one else does. No one else can master this beast.
Yeah, but I've got it.
Yeah.
2 more rounds on the side of Liquid. The pressure's really on in terms of calling for G2 right now. You better make it perfect. Nico sending a couple of bullets to the smoke, but given how far they are leaned towards the A-bomb side, again, that's where they found success, G2, so I can't really blame them. This is where they want to try and do it. They got all the mid control, they got the A hallway as well, and so far, there is a defense here for Liquid. They've got 2 people with a potential third in Yekindar, who's in CT spawn, who could join.
Nico will go down. That's on the B side of the map. And again, these 4-1 plays are very common. We've mentioned it. They'll be aware now this is probably going to be an A-side attack. Lying in wait is Patsy in the smoke. He'll find a single kill, joined by Rainwaker as well. They've got the massive amount advantage here. Just JKS remaining. I say just. He's pretty capable of winning these rounds, but completely out of time, I'm afraid. It will be Liquid finding map points on their pick. It's been a bit of a walk in the park, Anders, in this second half. They've only given up 2 rounds after starting a 5-0 streak. And
oh yeah, you're right.
Yeah,
they did have a better start at the start of it, but this is a great setup. Playing on top of the smoke. I wish JKS had another 10 seconds. Would have been fun to try and see him do it.
That's when he got that second kill. I was really up for it. I'm usually pretty good at watching the clock there, but I was lost in the sauce with him. And it will be map points. G2, of course, have to buy him. It's actually not too bad. You've got the AKs out. AWP from Odyssey. A lack of utility for sure, but frags are starting to come through, mainly in favor of Team Liquid, I'm afraid. And Odyssey will miss out on the timing as a player falls back from the B ramp. Is this where it all comes crashing down after a 5-week break? G2 looks likely they'll lose his first map here, but 4-on-3 for now. Good damage from Patsy, and he converts.
Everyone individually, when they were on the T side, they were making great calls, but individually on the TT side, they all look so dynamic. They're all ready to take fights. You could see, you know, Patsy and Yakinda and Rainwaker, they're all working really well off each other. They're doing a really fine job at just dynamically playing against each other. It's absolutely sick. Modessy's got 20 kills, looking for his 21st victim, but Yakinda's not going to be that. Just crouches right under, gets the kill on Modesty, and now again it's JKS. He's got more time. But I don't know how you bring this back. The bomb is all the way in T-spawn. I think actually looks like Rainwaker is about to discover that bomb if he keeps going the way that he is, and then they're going to know everything.
Well, here we go, ladies and gentlemen. It will be Team Liquid on their debut as a European roster with a very convincing win here on Ancient. It's a best of 3. This is the marathon, not a sprint. But so far, so good. That's an excellent performance. Very dynamic, very assertive. Yakinda looking comfortable as the in-game leader.
Truly is. What a performance. This might be one of the best changes we've seen so far. They look sick. We'll see if they can continue in the second map coming up after the break.
What's good, everybody? We're here at downtown Washington, D.C. I'm joined by Nico, I'm joined by Dupree, and we are here to answer one simple question. Who's the noob? We're gonna be making pizzas. Gentlemen, I'm judging your pizzas on structural integrity, on flavor palette, and if you want some bonus points, get creative, make me something Counter-Strike related. Our Instagram poll had Nico favored to win this competition at 53%. If you guys are ready, so am I.
Yeah, let's get to it.
Let's get to it, yeah.
Should I go first? Yes.
Help yourself.
Oh, it's so cold and gooey. All right. I've seen people put it on the edge and then they would go do stuff like that.
Yeah, and what are those things? And are you going to do them?
No.
I'm not trying to experiment too much over here.
Dupree, you're looking a little lumpy. There's a waviness to your dough at the moment.
I think Nico's doing a pretty good job. Look, but look how thick it is over there. What? No, I'm just joking. It's mental warfare. Okay, are you ready with my wooden thing?
I'm ready with your wooden platform, sir.
Oh no!
Yeah, these look great. Well, one looks great.
Which one?
That's the question. All right, done.
I'm done. Oh, he made it sick.
This is huge. Dupree's gone for a thinner center with protruding outer crust lines. Nico, I think that the consistency of this is a really nice detail. But so far, I'm impressed, gentlemen. I think you did great. Dough is done. Now we're doing toppings, gentlemen. Decision's completely up to you.
You can go ahead first.
I go first?
Begin.
Mix it up real good. A big spoon. I'm just gonna swirl it around. Oh my God, professional pizza maker.
Nico's gone center, heavier on the sauce, I would say.
Look at him. So, cheese.
Cheese first, okay? Nico, you've definitely gone lighter on the cheese so far.
I'm adding. I don't want to go too heavy.
Right. Dupree going with the consistent spiraled pepperoni strategy.
Does this look like a G to you?
It looks like something.
There's no way I can fit two. Well, I tried to do something with the G2 logo, but I'm not sure exactly how it looks like.
Okay. I think I'm gonna try it.
X Factor, honey sauce. We got Nico's G2 pepperoni no green, and then we've got Dupree's symmetrical honey glazed deliciousness. So, one final step, gentlemen. Time to cook them. All right, gentlemen, they're out of the oven. They look great. They look good. So, time to find out who ended up whipping up a better pizza. I think I'm going with Dupree's first, so I'm gonna come at it
Please don't burn yourself.
That's fantastic.
Good, yeah?
That's a really good. Excellent.
Perfect.
The pull,
Surely both tasty, mate.
the pull is
Amazing.
nice. This is too difficult, and I didn't think it was gonna be, but I'm gonna side with the 53% of Instagram users and say Nico took this. It's just good. Dupree, it turns out today, I'm sorry, you are the biggest noob. Nico, well fought. Congrats to both of you because I'm impressed. These are solid pizzas.
Fun experience.
High Octane and Full Force, the Liquid Swell, too much for G2 to be handling on that first map of Ancient. Sure, it's only one map, it's a small sample size, but our first taste of Liquid, Matthew, that's looking pretty sweet.
Yeah, this was a good showing from Liquid to kick off this new roster, and this is where obviously the fact that this is their map pick, they can present to us their best foot forward, and honestly, some of the questions, some of the structural questions we've asked surrounding Patsy and Yikinder kind of found an answer. I think they found a way to make it work. On Ancient, they guaranteed that Patsy would be very much involved in a whole lot of these early duels and the very offensive positions, such as middle. And then Yikinder can actually play a bit late round and have some of these impact moments towards the 20-25 second mark. It was working quite well.
I like that dynamic between Patsy being the relentless aggression in the beginning of the rounds, and then Yikinder can be the mid-round aggressor if needed be in the beginning of the game. We saw Patsy and Yikinder play very well together. The synergy between the rest of the team as well seemed to be good. They're well aware that Patsy is the guy you send out first to try to can open the round. We even saw it on the T sides a couple of rounds in middle. He was being flashed out, sometimes with success, sometimes without. But the fact of the matter is that the rest of the team of Team Liquid seems to be following up. The spacing is good, the team play is good, the synergy on Ancient at the very least, as you said, small sample size, looks good.
And the win condition will remain that Yikinder's level cannot take a deep dive.
Yes.
It's just, it won't work, right? When you look at the roster, you look at some of the punches they can pull, Yikinder has to provide. And this right there, that distribution, that's gold to me. That's perfect. It's a sight for sore eyes. From 17 to 20 kills, everybody just pretty much involved.
It was kind of exactly what we were prefacing for Astralis, right? The fact that BlameF now taking up that leadership mantle. We said his individual form cannot drop off. That was exactly the same story on that ground of Ancient that we saw them playing. Was a different story going forward. So I think we're going to still be holding Yikinder to quite a high standard that he needs to be delivering.
Of course, of course. As you said, Yikinder's level can drop off a cliff. That's going to be too big of an issue for Team Liquid, especially when they go up against the best of the best teams later on into the season. I think Wayne Wager also did a good job. We highlighted him, we spotted him in the beginning of the game. We said we don't know too much about him, but I think he conducted himself fine on the server, didn't make any mistakes, and as you said, he was on the scoreboard with the rest of the team.
Yeah, he's not going to be put in positions where he's supposed to shine. It's a little bit ungrateful. You saw some of the roles that he's got, and considering that, this is a good performance. This is a very honorable display. He's had a few moments on the A side where he was being challenged, and he got away with a couple of multi-kills as well. He didn't give his life for free too often. I thought he conducted himself with a little bit of decency, and he was very level-headed in the decisions he was making, which isn't supposed to be what a rookie is doing, by the way. So great signs from Rainwalker.
That's something that we didn't actually... Almost nailed it. You almost nailed it. Jacob, I'm going to give you a gold star because you did nail it. Something that we didn't mention coming into this is that, you know, Rainwaker, his LAN performances, few and far between, right? It's only been a handful of times he's actually been in this situation where his opponents have been in front of him.
But this is the place to learn. It's a studio environment. It's not inside a big arena. The pressure not necessarily on him right now. Liquid, it's a relatively forgiving format as well. It's the first group stage match. So if you want to gain some experience, if you want to get comfortable with sitting at LAN, getting to know your teammates in somewhat pressured situations, this blast format right here is the perfect education for him coming into it. So I'm not too worried in regards to that. He'll learn, and then Cologne would be the big test for him.
The CT side was where Liquid were able to really display their dominance on this particular map. We come into the later stages of the game, and we talk about that synergy that they were able to deploy, rather, particularly in round 24. It looked like quite a well-drilled machine for Liquid.
Yeah, they were very good at keeping utility and punishing G2 when they were playing that soul style. We have an example here, round 24. Look at the utility in Patsy's hand with 31 seconds left. When G2 actually use their own smokes on the A side, boom, 27 seconds. That smoke pops into Donut. Patsy's going to very cleverly play on the side of it, which means the two-prong attack actually comes down to one funneled through a main. OC is posted with the AWP. You have a secondary rifle that's here, and the round just falls apart. What are you supposed to do when you're crossing a smoke with exactly 10 seconds on the board? I think Liquid handled the G2 slow play style very well. They knew where to keep util, they knew where to delay the tempo, and they just punished them. It felt like G2 were lack of creativity, I'd say, in finding ways to win rounds?
Lack of creativity, lack of pace, lack of openings. I think that was a big part of the puzzle right here for G2. Liquid didn't give up any opening duels on that CT side, at least not too many, so G2 couldn't pick up the pace. They had to play somewhat slow, and as you saw right here, great example, they got punished for it.
But of course, it's not over for G2 just yet. Their map pick of Mirage does await. So Mahone, what should we be looking out for coming into map number 2?
Yes, coming into Mirage, G2 are a team that love to take fast map control, especially towards mid. So I have one example to break down, just really kind of talk about how they do it and as well some of the benefits that come with it. So this round really illustrates it well. So first, what we want to pay attention to, this is going to be a fast strat towards mid that goes towards A. First thing we want to see are the spawns. So m0NESY, he has a really good spawn here towards mid. Nico, he's going to throw a very crucial smoke here. It's the instant window smoke. This is the fastest way to smoke window. Now, how this works with m0NESY is because m0NESY is coming out fast through mid with the best spawn, the smoke pops fast enough so that he doesn't have to worry about this player playing in that position right away. This allows him to cross towards mid and also take a very deep angle towards his connector side. What it does is it allows HooXi to then come up fast towards connector because he knows that he has m0NESY posted up in the far angles towards the A site. This allows HooXi to take connector control very quickly. With m0NESY taking contact here towards that connector side, towards the A side, it also allows him to take contact onto people towards A, and it gives an avenue for HooXi to actually push in towards his jungle side. When HooXi is here towards his jungle side, it creates so much space for G2, and as well for Nico, who's over here towards Palace, he doesn't necessarily have to worry about jungle when he works out of Palace. He only now needs to worry about this very right side. In addition, it creates space for m0NESY to now push up from this connector side and post a deeper angle towards that CT spawn area. What this does ultimately is it creates a pinching effect where these players at A, normally they only have to worry about Palace, ramp, and connector. But now with HooXi over here towards jungle, that's a fourth location they have to worry about. And what this does is it allows G2 to pinch appropriately. As soon as HooXi takes contact onto Twist under balcony, even though he dies, with all the space that G2 have taken, it allows him to take the fights very confidently and easily. Nico, he comes in from the side to take down Rops, and then m0NESY, he can push up towards the stairs and also find this player towards default. And that allows G2 to come in, and that's really all off the back of the fact that they take mid fast. And by taking mid fast through that connector side, it creates more avenues for them to pinch towards the A site. So Liquid, they're gonna have to be prepared to deal with this fast mid push and the opportunities that it presents.
Okay, so I posed that question to you two gentlemen. How are Liquid going to be dealing with this mid control that we know G2 are going to be hungry to take?
Well, it really feels like it's going to be like a nerve central station of this whole map, and for different reasons. The first one is, of course, the fact that we assume Patsy and Yakinda are going to be paired towards Catwalk and Connector, very fight-oriented positions with the help of their AWP right here. But another example or another fact I want to put under the microscope is that both HooXi and Hunter struggled massively on Ancient. We're talking 15 kills combined. That's 6 and 9 respectively. Very strugglesome first map for them, very strugglesome kickoff to the season, and then they're going to be the ones actually in that tug of war trying to take map control off of Liquid when they're on the T side.
The entire game plan for G2 is to take mid control. Whether they do it fast, slow, or in the middle of the round doesn't matter, but I believe that Yakinda and Patsy will play towards middle, so that's going to be the key point of the entire game. If Patsy and Yakinda can continue the form we saw in Ancient, I think they have a realistic shot at shutting down G2.
Well, the chance for G2 to spin this one back in their favor and hope on the horizon as Mirage does await. We're going to see exactly how it goes down after this break.
Welcome back to day 3 of Blast 4 Groups. We're here in Copenhagen where the vibes are quite simply sensational, Anders. Counter-Strike is back on the menu, roster mania is in full swing, and Team Liquid have picked up their first map against G2.
They look so fresh. They look like such an entertaining team. I definitely a very different look from the last version of Liquid in every way possible. So
I think that's fair. You can see they've got that. They're quite sprightly on the server.
Yes.
They're playing with conviction. Patsy and Yekindar working in tandem. That's quite the 1-2 punch combo, I have to say.
Now, Henry, talk to me about Mirage. It's coming up as the second map. How do you feel about the map? What do you think we're going to see here?
Well, we all know what to expect when it comes to Mirage. A lot of teams have very similar playbooks. I guess it's the CT side that's going to be more interesting for me right here. We saw a very active CT performance there from Team Liquid. They were constantly backstabbing, a real nuisance. That's where Patsy was really getting into 5th gear as well. G2, not a very convincing performance across the board, but this is the fraggers map. This is where we need players like Hunter to come online. He posted 6 frags in that first outing. Not quite good enough, I'm afraid. If Team Liquid continue this sort of performance, G2 are in a lot of trouble. Map number 2, the pick of G2. We'll get into the action here, where I assume G2 will be kicking things off on the T side. Indeed.
Well, they got some nades, including a Molotov, which is interesting. Don't always see that in the pistol rounds. And they have AP250 on Nico, which you have to love. I mean, you want to give him that weapon. He is such a menace in these rounds. They're already taking up Connector. Look how fast they are. 3 of them just jumping in there in the window as well. Hunter going to be taking out your Kinder. And now the pressure's on OC. It's one good shot, but way more return from G2. Looking good at the start of this pistol. A 3 versus 4. And the bomb, it's slowed down a bit on Hooksy. He doesn't want to go for it yet. They need a bit more control before they get that plant through.
Yeah, and that's totally fine. It is pumped the brakes for a second until they felt like they had some control, but it was all an illusion. Hooksy is denied the plant and is back to a 3-on-3. Still plenty of time here. 1 minute 10 on the clock here. And it's Hunter. He'll be next on the chopping block. Patsy continues that strong form as he finds his second frag of the round.
It's crumbling a bit the edges, this one for G2. They had the situation under control, but not so much anymore. JKS, I think, lucky to be alive, and NAVI deciding he doesn't want to recommit to it, but they don't have to fight. Patsy eventually will get one more, a triple now on the newcomer, and it's all Nico. He's got the right pistol for it, but he's out of bullets, and he's got 6 health left. He's just trapped in this corner, and surely going to be hunted down. Rainwaker and Nafly, they shouldn't ever let this one go.
I was just about to prepare my monologue to saying how good this round was for G2. It was controlled and methodical, but overall now it looks like Nico is destined to lose this one. Needs to recover the bomb. 6 points of health, as you mentioned, but that's a hell of a shot to open things up. Level the playing field, 1 versus 1, but he's got to take down Naf next.
Up into the box, and yeah, just had to be a perfect headshot, and it wasn't. Naf will eventually get the kill. And I like the fact that they could try to play that one very slowly. After they were in that 1 versus 2, of all players in the world, why would you want to give Nico the chance? Oh my god.
What is this one way?
He's shooting him in the toes, Henry.
What is that? But that's a really awful outcome for G2, considering how the first map went down. They found the opening 2 picks there. The A bomb site was theirs. They were looking for full control, which it felt like they found, going for the plant, unaware they could be spotted. The bomb is denied, and they have to full eco here in round number 2. It's Liquid that should have full control, but that's a hell of a shot. Nico will strike first. Takes an OC, but a lot of damage done towards the Palace position. Rainwaker will push JKS back. Should still be quite a comprehensive victory here for Team Liquid, considering there's no nades, no armor. Sure, the opening kill was nice from Nico, but that's all they've really got to work with. Everyone else on Glocks otherwise.
Oof. That's a bit risky.
Ooh,
I feel like we're way overdue a really good Nico deal round. They just,
There's a lot of them.
Everyone's been watching Counter-Strike for a while. You all know what it feels like. They happen every once in a while. Rarely now that the deal's been changed a bit more. Oh, they're going to get hunted down. Never mind. You can make sure that there's not going to be any more challenges on that A ramp. I'm sure Nico would love to jiggle around there all day.
True. A chance would be a fine thing, but taken down. JKS remains just hoping someone makes a catastrophic error, like a jump up potentially there. Patsy was in a slight bit of trouble there, but JKS can't do anything about it. 2-0. Guns should be coming out, though, specifically AK-47s. As we to round number 3, Team Liquid, though, a pretty idyllic start considering they lost the first couple of frags in the pistol. Nico, that was a great shot towards CT spawn, but that's pretty much all they found. There was a moment they could have taken down Yekindar here, but not meant to be. Oh, frustration coming in early.
Think about how often we throw in excuses for new teams and say things like, well, they haven't really figured out their roles yet. Like, there's a lot to work into. Like, it could be a couple of months before, you know, everyone knows what they're doing. On this Liquid team just doesn't seem like it's suffering from any of that. And it's a massive change, right?
And you're going up against G2 as well, who don't have many caveats attached to them. Apart from, like, I will say they lost a few days practice because Hooksy, I think he broke his leg, tore his ACL.
Oh, no.
So they definitely missed out a few days there. I know Hunter hasn't been feeling great either. But apart from that, they've had practice, you know, and they've not changed the roster like other teams. So definitely the favorites coming into this one. I think that's completely fair to say. And we said Liquid were going to be active on their CT side, Anders. I said that's what I was looking for. They're in T-spawn right now, and no one has any idea. Literally have zero idea. They're going to be just joining the squad as double agents now.
Yeah, they are.
They're going to find Modesty. I don't even think they checked this angle high. Oh, God, it's a nightmare, but still, great shot from Nico. Recovers the scenario somewhat.
Yeah, but are you going you'd have no confidence walking in, and they're never going to expect a second one. Your Kindar's in here. You can see they're walking back with their knives out because they just have no idea. What a ridiculous round from Liquid. And G2, this must be so frustrating.
Oh, that's a great smoke from Yekindar, suggesting he's fallen back, but he's playing in front of it. Hunter keeps the round competitive. JKS will find the man advantage here. What an absolutely bizarre round this one is, Anders, but still, G2 are in it. Hunter will get an outfly towards short. Now we're going to see Patsy in the same position here. They've got a chance to plant the bomb in towards A. Patsy gives up his spot. And now, Molotov down, he'll have to jump through the window. And so there's a fighting chance here. G2 have done very well to bring this to their favor. That flank was looking like it completely shut them down.
Yeah, it really did. He's not trying to be silent too much here. Does spot out Hunter a little bit, but they're going to double peek him, and it doesn't even matter. Hunter with a good headshot. What a recovery from G2.
Barely celebrating, though. Needs to get their heads in the game here. It's been frustrating. First map was very underwhelming. Losing that pistol as well in Mirage, but still, this was the shot that saved the day.
It was.
That was looking rough. The fact they had no information whatsoever. They could push from top of middle and T-spawn. They should have been punished harder for that one, but Nico hits a showstopper. And yeah, they need to count the lucky starts around us, capitalize upon that advantage now.
I don't necessarily blame either Yekindar or Rainwaker, but just to note, both of them could have walked away with the first kill, right? I don't blame them for keeping it going. I think anyone would have, because you feel like you're
I think it's just such an unusual situation. Like, you don't see it that early before. And the fact you've, like, you think you're getting multiple frags that are about to be execution. He thought he's going to swing around and see two more with nades out.
Probably, yeah.
It was just unfortunate. They were so deep. He only had the MP9. But either way, let's get into the action here. Round 4 is well underway. G2 committing in towards the safe bomb side. It's Rainwaker to find them first. Flames at his feet, but he'll douse them. Bomb is down in the open here. G2 pumping the brakes once again. Flashes being exchanged, catching each other. Nico will have to walk into the comfort of the stairs.
Was it just the bullets that stopped Hooksy? Oh, never mind. at.CEST walked through the smoke. They're so aggressive again, Liquid. Even before the bomb is planted, they're just running for it. Yakinda's going to get a couple of kills here. And it leaves Nico on his own, AK in hand, tries to continue, tries to read someone coming through the smoke, and he's going to get overwhelmed. So Liquid, yeah, they let go of that last round, which they should have won that one as well, but they're right back on track. 3-1 in their favor.
Not sure I'm a massive fan of that one from G2. Set piece from pretty much the get-go of the round. Didn't seem to have control of the bomb site at any moment. You knew they were on a weak buy here. Their money was going to be compromised. They entered with scouts, a pistol, and 3 rifles. And they just looked very calm. In the right space, at the right time. Had 3 members there. They weren't bled out of their utility at the start. They just had a chance to have a scrappy round. That's exactly what you want when you've got those sort of weapons out. And G2 didn't even get a plant there, Anders. So they're down to full eco here. 3-1 down, almost certainly going to be 4. Team Liquid will take that all day long. Another idyllic start.
And I think Bill's more frustration than being the person with the bomb was punching in the digits, and then
one of your stars, right, as well. You got Monoseed is like trying to get that down, trying to get stuck
and
in.
No one's like you know, they probably didn't have the manpower for it, but you just feel like,
if you remember, that's what
you know?
kind of happened in the earlier stages as well. They couldn't get those bombs planted. It just felt like they were a bit disjointed, just not covering their angles or misunderstanding what smokes were down. But like we said, full eco here, not really much to report, I'm afraid. Now Fly is starting to tear them to bits with his AK-47. Speaking of which, a couple of those available on the CT side. This is where they'll enter their strongest form. We don't have the AWP for OC just yet, but it doesn't seem to matter. A pretty clean run of it after just losing one round, number 3. But maybe a timeout here for G2, because not spiraling yet, but certainly not looking too promising, I'll say that much. So round 6 underway, m0NESY with the AWP, who's at 0-5 right now.
Looking so fresh at the moment. 4-1. I mean, again, I guess the sample size is really small. We've watched one map of them, but you just love to see it. We were already saying that, you know, for a team like Complexity, it looked like a pretty decent start for them, all things considered. You know, they did win their game, and, you know, it looked like they had something to build.
They seemed like they had a spring in their step, though. You could see it. It was reflected on the server. They looked happy. It seemed like revitalized. I'm seeing that with Liquid now as well. It seems like a promising change for both parties in terms of Complexity and Liquid.
Yeah, everyone's happy.
Yeah.
It's great news.
Those are the best kind of scenarios.
Rainwaker playing in a position. They have 4 Molotovs on the other side, and very commonly the sandwich position is Molotov. So if that happens, he's just going to have to swing for it and hope that they get something out of it here. It's being held, I think, with the AWP. OC gets a good kill there, and Rainwaker, no one Molotoved him. It's going to be m0NESY instead to take him down and leave them in a 3-on-3. But the bomb is dropped.
There's so many, like, open duels for the CT side. I'm not really sure what's going on. Like, G2, they've pulled a couple of frags back, but it's 1 by 1. And sure, m0NESY hit a couple of nice frags here. That's going to happen, but he needs an ace now. He might even win this round, Anders. But it won't be down to the execution, let me tell you that. Good effort. A noble one, I would say, considering the way G2 opened that bomb site up. That was very, very strange.
But no bomb plant, right?
No smokes already down, no flashes deployed. They were going for more of a dry peek. But look at this, like, he's not even flashed OC in spawn. He's got an M4 and winning duels against AKs coming out of Palace. Like, he's not even being made to look uncomfortable. Very clean open duels, and sure, it looks like a close round, but that's just because m0NESY got like 4 kills or 3 with the AWP.
Yeah, that's what really made that. You're right. That did make it look like it was more competitive than it really was. Flash around the corner. Yekindar just running in there with the MP9. A blow up Hunter. Now, Nico got a kill in return with the deal at the very least, but says something about how good they're feeling right now. m0NESY with another deal connection. It makes it a bit interesting. 3-on-3 now.
If they can steal one of these rounds away, that would find some sort of morale boost, and that's not bad at all. 3 shots, 3 kills, and they've got the advantage for now, round 7. Looking a little bit troublesome here for Team Liquid, but Nav with a hell of a shot there from the window.
Oh my god, he's up in the ticket booth. If they would have peeked him, if anyone would have turned around to spot OC, he's probably dead as well.
True.
Nav looking for it. He's got the right idea. JKS has kind of walked this whole path under the radar.
Bear in mind, m0NESY has no armor, and he's got the bomb as well, so he's incredibly squishy here. But he's got a hell of a deagle on him, and he hits the shot twice. OC removed from the equation here. Now Fly, bit of a clutch master, and he's getting through the murder hole. And it's named that for an apt reason, as JKS will mow him down, and G2 steal the round away. Bit of a partial buy there, Anders. Nico with some stunning shot to open things up, and then it seemed that the rest of the team followed his example.
Again, I would say there's a bunch of fights that are happening in this round that Liquid don't need to take, but again, I hesitate to blame them because it's the same mentality that's won them so many other rounds.
Sure.
So if it backfires every once in a while, you almost have to say, well, yeah, that's if we're playing aggressively. You could see Patsy was peeking that position that Hooksy was in towards Delpan before the Molotov was even landing. You don't probably need to do that, but he's just, you know, I think they're feeling so good about it that they're probably willing to take a couple of more fights, and this time it backfired.
Huge round up next. Liquid, after giving up the previous round in quite a convincing manner, will be fully invested here in round number 8. All for OC, M4's otherwise lacking some incendiaries here. But overall, pretty healthy buy. We've got OC looking towards the underpass right now, and he's about to be challenged by m0NESY. Huge duel. OC, with the advantage of the positioning, will come out on top. And now, they might want to consider peeling off here. They've still got solid mid-control. AWP joined by the rifle of Yekindar here as well. Nice opportunity there for OC, but Nico will beat it to the shots, and he gets himself a double.
And he's so sure there's a second player there because he knew that OC was looking underpass, so he's going to be sure that there's someone else there that's covering OC. He's never just going to be there alone.
Good point.
Nico just, I think, doing the math really quickly in his head and thinking, yeah, there's got to be someone else somewhere in this area. It's a good heads-up play for him. 3 versus 3 now. Nico's tagged up, and it's Nav again. He's been very active on this side.
I think that's been the operative word for Liquid in general, and what we've seen so far, especially on Ancient. Very active, very difficult to predict. As soon as you think you've got an advantage, you're being backstabbed. And NAF does a great job of that once again. 20 seconds, the bomb. Oh, they can never get it planted, Anders. As soon as they ever go for it, they've run out of utility or just don't deploy it. And they go for that open plant time and time again, but it seems like Team Liquid have got their number each and every time. This is the opening kill from OC. About as easy as it gets for him, holding the perfect angle. As you mentioned, yeah, there's likely going to be 2 players here. Nico reading that very well indeed. Manages to get the frag on Yekindar, but still, no plant found. And even with the maximum loss bonus, they are going to be entering with a couple of Galils here. AK-47s and a Monacy AWP. And he is starting to come online, but currently sat on 5 and 7. This should be his kill. Oh no, OC beats him once again, Anders.
He does, and you're right, this one was definitely his to take. Nice dink on the JKS and throw him a little bit back. Look at Liquid's economy. They've got their backs to the wall. G2, in spite of the fact that they're down 6-2, truth is, if they win this round, they are in such a good position to claw their way back in the game. So it's a pivotal round that's coming in here, and it does look like, at least for the start of it, Liquid are doing a great job once again. Another nade. Oh, wow. It blows up. Nico.
That's insane. It was the Patsy dink that alley-ooped his teammate into finding the conversion. 5 on 3, Team Liquid continuing with the momentum we found on Ancient. Very difficult to shut them down right now. G2 managed to win with pistols a couple of rounds ago, but it's been very quiet since. The rounds they're losing, we haven't seen the bomb planted once.
Yeah.
Just bear that in mind. They're not even getting close. It's now 5 on 3, and I dare say that result will be replicated here. They haven't gone to B once. They haven't even tried anything on the B side of the map. 0 entries over here. And even though they'll attempt it this time, I dare say they're going to be in for a rude awakening here, as OC hasn't missed many shots, and this looks like an absolute done deal.
Yeah. OC hoping to see if he could challenge that one, but you're right. OC's been on point with the AWP every single time he's been challenged. Seems to be stepping it up.
Too easy.
Yeah, find another one. JKS goes down last, 7-2 in their favor. And just as, I mean, if you have a low economy, coming out with all 5 players alive is such a huge boost, isn't it?
This is very flat from G2, Anders. This is very flat indeed.
You know, we did all pick them.
We did, across the board.
So it's going to be a lot of memes on Twitter.
Yeah, that's true. This is why I didn't want to get involved with this stuff. You can't win whatever happens. That's why I got a diamond coin at the Paris Major, right? But apparently if you get the diamond coin, you're an idiot. Like, that's... I thought I was about getting ready to boast on Twitter. I was like, look at this, I did it. But apparently if you get one of those, you don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah.
So you literally can't win. What am I supposed to do?
I think that is how it works on the internet. I think you figured it out, you know.
If you do the thing people say is impossible, you're actually really stupid.
It's actually evidence that you've no idea what's going on.
Yeah, so...
Well, they beat you, Henry.
Every time. I can never win. But, well, G2 aren't getting much success here, I'm afraid. And like I said, this is flat. From a tactical point of view, the individual duels we're seeing, like, something's off. So something doesn't look quite right. It's the first game after a 5-week break with that caveat, but they're one of the few teams, especially at this event. Only 3 teams didn't change the roster. G2's one of them. And you're up against a new look Liquid. Sure, they're going to be unpredictable, but they're playing pretty solid meta game right now. Very active CT sides, aggressive, making sure they play upon advantages, not throwing anything away, decent crossfires. Like, it's all just looking like a pretty usual outing, nothing too bizarre. And for now, Nico, he has been the shining lights in this darkness. He's finding some great deagle headshots at least.
Yeah, he's doing some work. That is about it. I think what's really noticeable is how everyone in Liquid right now seems to be playing the kind of style that they want to see. You could see both Rainwaker and Patsy are having a good time, just kind of playing a little bit loose. Obviously, we know Yekindar wants to do that anyway.
Oh no, Monacy. Oh, just as he gets the dink as well. Okay, well, the kill was converted, so maybe they can make this run expensive at least.
Can try, give it a shot, yeah. Get maybe a little bit more. They've got the MP9 in the corner. There should be a free kill. I'm almost surprised they don't do more, but Rainwaker taking him down. Flashed in from OC. That is such a sick flash.
It couldn't have been a better flash. Like, they were so blind, and it comes in just before they swung on him as well. Beautiful stuff here. Team Liquid confirmed the half victory, 8-2. G2, take a timeout. Let's work out what's going wrong here. Discuss the options. Because, like we said, they haven't attempted even like a B split or even going up towards shore. It's just been defaults into very underwhelming A executions or an A execution off the very get-go. I'm not saying just go to B now. I'm just saying let's just maybe talk about What's going wrong? Why are we not getting the bomb down? Why are we not planting the bomb at all on this team side?
I know. Like, that's seems to be, should be one of the basics, right? Just keep your own economy going. And
still yet to plan on a round, like...
Oh, no.
They've lost, they're still yet to plan.
Look at NAF again. They haven't really gone to B, but he's still got 8 kills, which is evidence of how active he's been, even in the A attacks. He keeps trying to flank them. He keeps being active on this side, which is really sick.
Well, this is big now. OC's fired off a shot towards the apartments. Not trying to get the kill. He's baiting in NAF. He's pushed up. Either way, we are going towards the A bomb site, towards Tetris. A couple of players are out. That's going to be JKS. Bombs recovered from T-Spawn. Oh, no. Hunter spammed by Patsy. Fortunately, JKS can pull one back, and they're still in this round. Plenty of time. The bomb's down towards top of middle, though. Nico sneaks out and finds the man advantage once again. I've said that many times to G2, but they are not converting these rounds.
No, they're not.
Well, NAF is coming in towards T-Spawn, and that's where the bomb is literally right now.
Yeah, he might be able to catch Hooks. Oh, he's running with the knife out. He's been hurt already. He's got no idea. Okay. So that's going to be a real shock. If he was a little bit more careful, maybe Hooksy's going to be the one making the mistake instead. But Yakinder is on his own. He's kind of central to the map. I mean, this is a winnable position. He might be able to get the first surprise kill on somebody and then roll it into the 1 versus 2 afterwards. 30 seconds left, and there's the first. Oh, no.
That was the moment.
Yeah, oh, well, the HE might just get him anyway. Modesty, he's going to get blown up. 1 versus 2, and now Hooksy's stuck with the bomb over on the ramp. Just hold the phone here. 20 seconds left, Henry.
This could unravel. This is one of those rounds that looks incredibly uncomfortable. Nico, though, as we said, he's looking solid. One of the few players turning up in an individual capacity. He makes sure the round is locked in. No plan required. As we see 3 arrive on the board for G2 here. Yeah, not much celebration yet. That's still a very precarious spot they're in. But looking better. JKS with some nice positional control at the start of the round, getting towards Tetris early, remaining patient. And we'll see round 12 come through. Plenty of cash for Team Liquid, but starting to be broken now. This is a very important round. If G2 can win this, they can still find 5 or 6 rounds, which is absolutely fine.
Yeah, that's what they're going to be thinking as well. And once again, the Liquid economy is being put to the test in this one.
Yeah.
Able to pick up the AW pieces, no problem here, but in the following round, they would be in trouble. It's real slow. It's such a slow start. And so much of it is just Nico finding important kills, trying to get something working.
That's not what you want to see after a long break where you've been redefining your strategic game, you know? You've had time, you've already worked out the roles, it's down to fine adjustments. But this is getting better. We are seeing these opening picks now more consistently. It's Monity chiming in at the start of round number 12, but the response from Rainwaker is very quick indeed. That's towards the connector. And OC starting to find multiple frags now. He has looked incredibly sharp today.
Hunter is a very, very low boost, very uncommon on that side. Maybe you normally boost on the box side, but they're actually getting shut down here. Nico alone in the middle. One with his 4 on his hands. Gonna spot the first one out. It's a bit of a free kill for him there. Still 3 more to go with only 30 seconds here. I don't even think this can... If he had a minute left, it would be such a more doable situation, but eventually he has to pick up the bomb and try and run for a bomb site, and yeah, it's down the middle.
Just on a hope and a prayer now, and is hoping a mistake is made and praying he can recover the bomb and somehow get it planted with just 20 seconds remaining here. Not looking good, and he's up for every single fight. You can see he's in the zone. He's hitting his shots. He just needs his teammates to join him. Maybe a plant here. With the loss bonus in an interesting spot, that would help out for sure. And now we're on to something. He has got time to plant here, and he's got a bit of space and time. Bomb planted towards default. He has a Molotov as well. Buy himself another 7 seconds. He could definitely win this one.
How do you optimize the round down to the second? One more fight right before the bomb is planted.
No, he wouldn't, would he?
I can't imagine. He's walked all the way around now. If they use the smoke incorrectly... Oh, he's made a bit of noise running, hasn't he? Did they hear? I don't think they did. OC, I don't think he realizes. Oh my god, he's going to be walking up behind. Surely going to get the kill on NAF. There we go. Now it's a 1 versus 1, and smoke had better be deployed real fast here.
No!
OC gets the shot in the end, but he runs out of time, I think. Does he have it?
No, he doesn't have
he
a
doesn't. Has to just make an escape. It's 4 kills on OC, but it's Nico winning the 1 versus 4.
He keeps on delivering. That looked like an impossible scenario. As we mentioned, the bomb was down towards middle, 30 seconds on the clock, 1 versus 3. They were triangulating around him. But piece by piece, shot by shot, Nico brings it all together, and he planted the bomb, like you said, with a second to spare after hitting a beautiful shot to bring it down to the 1 versus 2. And then, once you let him get in that sort of position, you're in a lot of trouble. What a genius move. Walking all the way through CT spawn. The murder hole already open, and he absolutely eviscerates them upon entry. 8-4. G2. Massive round to pick up, but the aggression continues here. 5-7 dropping down, and it finds the bomb. Oh no! Rainwaker will be taken down, fortunately, but they've been rumbled here. Do they keep continuing to push in towards the A side?
Oh, I don't know how Nico won that fight. He was really disadvantaged in that one. Important shot for OC to save his own life, I think. 3-on-3. Deep grenade landing on Monacy. And they're committed to it. They're going straight for the bomb plan to see if they can finally do it. Patsy's thinking about it, but he goes wide and it's inside of the smoke, and he sticks around for Monacy to pick him off. So now it's down to OC and NAF. 2 versus 3 here. And they're on opposite sides. One of them in the middle. Oh, shot right in front. That's scary. Flash to set it up. NAF trying to go for the swing, but at this range, the MP9, it shouldn't be winning the fight, but it will anyway. Hunter goes down.
Here we go. There is a chance. Time is of the essence, of course. It might not be worth it at this stage. The bomb is ticking at some pace, but they're going for it. Smoke down, incendiary deployed, but JKS mowing them down there. Double kill on the AK-47, and that is another huge round. Nico has set themselves up for a resurrection here. They need to come online, and that massive clutch he won. And the 1 versus 3 has actually broken the back now financially of Team Liquid. This was a huge round to recover as well. They lost the bomb at the A ramp to kick things off, courtesy of a 5-7.
Yeah, here's a horrible start to the round, but it's also a force-up from Liquid, so you're absolutely right. Money is gone.
Yeah, this is a problem now. So after what was the absolute perfect start here for Team Liquid, starting to crumble now somewhat, as we'll see the first couple of kills come in. Rainwaker making things a little bit interesting with that P250. He'll take down Nico, but that's about it. Patsy and OC remain. G2 need to be careful. It's last round next, but don't want to be giving over any AK-47s to these pesky CTs. OC and T-spawn. Patsy in the correct spot, but with no armor and just the P250, I think his days are numbered. You're going to be checking this bench before you go for the plant. It doesn't matter. Hunter, nice shot. And we've got round number 15 around the corner here. This is, it all comes to a head, you have to say, Anders. What a recovery. 4 in a row, and it all started with the Nico 1 versus 3.
Good to see that actually can revitalize the team a little bit, because, again, I think flat was the word that we kept bringing out about G2. It really looked like they weren't very inspired at all, but that is such a sick round, and now they're all on board. 6 rounds as we go into round number 15. This is already good enough that they're going to stay competitive into the second half. I mean, to get a 7, it's going to be real interesting.
Yeah, a sigh of relief here. You'll see the smiles creep back on their faces. The fist bumps will be back. They'll start to believe.
Something that I was getting this feeling when we saw the European RMR before the last major, and you saw some of those new school teams like the Montes or even the Aurora, whatever it was. You see these teams come in and they look so fresh. Like, everyone is willing to take fights. You can see every single individual player is playing with a high level of confidence. And then a lot of the teams that they just ran over were teams that were playing a little bit like G2 are right now, where it's an attempt to try and structure the game, slow it down a bit, like hold on, take reasonable fights and all the rest of it. Like, it feels like that's what they're doing. And Liquid right now are playing much more of that new school style, and it's probably because of players like Rainwalker and Patsy who are going to be, you know, ready. They're going to try and see if they can take those fights, and it's been working really well. Maybe G2 can slow down the game enough that they can play their own style a bit more, but right now Liquid still seem like they are in control.
Nico not slowing anything down here. He's looking for that early pick, and my God, is he ever going to get it? Rainwaker, though, responding towards the A ramp, and OC would have a solid shot there. He'll shut down the B push, and it's back towards middle we go. Patsy will be defending the window, but not for long. Hunter, the master of the position, will be bringing it back to a 3 versus 3. Plenty of time to work with here as Yekindar trying to rotate, scramble even towards CT spawn, hunting for information as to where G2 are heading next.
He just swung the AK, didn't he, in the window?
That was wild.
He wasn't supposed to win that fight, but he just did it anyway.
Well, he's had a very quiet showing today, so good to see Hunter finding some form.
Low on health was Rainwaker as well. Probably an interesting position, all things considered. Very hard to check, and if they go for the bomb plant, then they got the uncomfortable fact of the CT being in Palace. You never really want that. Smokes up, trying to clear it out, but a Are you going to be expecting this one? As long as Yakinda can stay alive, he can distract from Rainwaker on the other side, and it could be a really fun... Oh, he's got the right idea. Bomb gets planted, and he doesn't pull the trigger.
Yeah, there was a real chance that could have all fallen apart there, but it is the 3-on-3. Rainwaker waiting patiently towards the A-Ram. Monacy has no idea. In terms of utility, plenty of flashes and smokes here. There's still a good chance for Liquid.
Flash to set it up. Rainwaker is a couple of steps away. Still hasn't really peeked. And now Monacy, it's too late. He knows. Takes down Rainwaker, and yeah, they know everything. Obviously, 15th round, they're going to go for it here. OC with a good shot. Can't quite spin around. Still a 1 versus 1. And Hunter relocating into it. But yeah, time is up. No kit on Yakinda, so there's nothing he can really do about it. It will be a 7th round for G2 at the end of the whole thing. That is quite miraculous for them. Well done. We'll see if they can continue this into the second half. It's after the break.
One more up. I'm coming city as well. That can be jungle.
Pump is you. Sandwich. They're pushing. They're pushing. Do you have flash above fire?
Yeah, I can push.
Flash. Flashing now.
Pick the bomb. Sandwich.
Dead bomb.
Nice.
Keep fire over here. Up jungle clear. Jungle clear. Up 10 HP. 10 HP up.
One fire. Fire.
That's nice. 10 HP up. Last middle. Lurk.
Electronic. That's electronic. Watching it. Jungle. Sub jungle. Nice.
Nice, Robert.
Nice.
Well, there we have it.
There we have it.
European squad, Team Liquid, showing us how efficient they are with the communication.
Hammering the whole thing home. Now, Listen, the old Liquid lineup had a particular pistol round strat that they like to run towards the A-bomb site, where they actually throw the normal smokes towards jungle and connector, and then they would actually rush CT spawn. Like, they would put pressure on. Instead of even kind of trying to plant the bomb, you're just rushing to take any
catching those rotations. Yeah.
I'm not expecting that they're going to be running all the strats, but
all 5
if they
players
do,
are
it could
there.
be fun.
All 5 players are there, Anders.
We'll see if they get a chance to.
And they've got 2 smokes.
Look at what G2 are doing on the other side. It's a huge mind game. You'll never double check this one. They are throwing in some of the early ones, still saving a smoke on a Molotov. And NAV checking it, and Rainwaker coming up behind him. This should have worked way better for the G2 defense. I'm shocked.
It didn't really work at all, unfortunately. They get absolutely walloped upon entry. The smokes are down. They're not pushing CT spawn, but the bomb will be planted here. Is there anything they can do to deny the plant? I'm not sure. They are starting to swing through now. JKS, Hunter chiming in with a couple of kills. They've still got 2 more to find. Hunter remains with the dual elite here. He's got armor as well. There's a little bit of damage, but it's not going to be enough. Team Liquid are a pretty convincing pistol round here on the T-side campaign. The double stack towards Sandwich, Anders. You said you liked it. What did you like about it?
Well, in any other round, you could expect for that position to be Molotov in some way, and obviously then it's no longer going to be that great. But in a pistol round, I doubt if anyone will check for the second
I see what you're
player.
saying. Yeah,
so it could have been
fair.
a really, really sick, little lineup.
Unfortunately, when the first player swings out of the Palace position, even though there are 2 there, your teammates are coming in face checking, hard checking it, right? So even though there are 2 there, you're still getting the information. You need at least a first kill to go in your favor, I think, to have that element of surprise. Worst of both worlds come through, you get spotted, then you're taken down, but there's Monacy. A monstrous shot with the scout, opens things up, takes down Rainwaker, and there's no quick reply here, so a chance. G2 with the force buy here, of course, and we're going to see Patsy try and recover the situation, but he's done it with the bomb. That's a nightmare maneuver. And it's still possible to recover this, but that might not have been the play.
Yeah, point blank range against the 5-7. You just never want to be close to that pistol, do you? JKS hoping, or maybe thinking about doing the jump up, but he also knows he's got a lot of responsibility here. Bomb right next to his feet. Yakindas walked into the middle, but he's got no idea Hooksy's there.
This is still massive, though. They have no idea he could make it through the murder hole. Like, Hooksy's, as far as he's concerned, he's covering that.
Yeah.
Maybe he calls that there's a window, there's an opportunity, he could have made it through, so they'll be at least aware of it, but it doesn't look like they are. This is big, as Yekindar might confirm the round of that kill alone. There's going to be JKS still towards the dark position, and now they know exactly where Hooksy is. It's all starting to unravel now. JKS gives himself up. 2 versus 1, 35 seconds. Flashbang deployed as he tries to get to a more advantageous position, but now Flight, he's booking it. He's going over towards B, but JKS can actually beat them there.
Oh, that would be a disaster, wouldn't it? Yeah, he's going to be there way quicker.
Oh, yeah. If NAVI doesn't slow this one down, if he runs in with the knife out alone with no trade, I think JKS wins this. I dare say JKS might have an advantage here, but he's peeling off. He's not feeling it, but
he's close
remains
enough.
a B.
Close enough that he could hear the bomb plant. Could he get out in time? Ooh, it's a little bit of a worse position. There we go, right on top. Look at the smoke. Huge for JKS, and there's no time. He just has to stay alive for another second. What a play. He had to win this round. He'd started it, and he finished it as well. Oh, my God.
Oh, my God, indeed. That was the force buy. It all started with a Monacy no-scope headshot. We then saw the bomb denied. Oh, it was a scope. I beg your pardon. It was a headshot with the scout, with the scope. But that shot with JKS finds the bomb. That was the moment things started to get very uncomfortable, right? You could see he's going for the trade, and he wanted to go earlier, but the fact he loses the bomb, that makes things very complicated indeed. JKS, though, 2 versus 1. Reads the situation perfectly, gets to spam through the smoke, and there's a force by him responsive and Team Liquid, but shut down early. Ekendar gets a taste of it. Nico, early frag. And he wants a bit more here as well. OC will challenge through the smoke potentially here, and he might slip the net. Apparently not. That's wild from Nico. 3 kills in total. Very, very convincing and comprehensive round here.
Just running a protocol at that point, I knew. You get the shot over, and you just continue the spam into the smoke just in case, and it's worked out. Just Rainwaker left. And you know, it could be still nice if they could get a little bit of damage in this one. Even you know you're probably not going to win the 1 versus 5 even with just a deagle, but
probably not. I think that's fair, Anders. It's a hot take.
Yeah, I've left some room in case I'm wrong.
Just in case. 5 on 1, half HP, no bomb, and just deagle. But doesn't work out for him. G2 might have saved themselves here with a couple of massive clutches here. It's the Nico 1 versus 3, the JKS 1v2. That's what's required to get them back online here. The job's not done yet, but they should be taking the lead after this round. That was the force buy from Liquid. Should be the full eco here. Lost stage bonus only at the second stage. And so it is, round number 19. Maybe just one of those gimme rounds. You can't really do anything. You've got no upgrades across the board, no utility, no armor. Might as well use it as a bit of a timeout. Enjoy yourself. See if you can find a kill or two, as they'll do some damage towards Hunter. And yeah, one kill is about what you would expect, unfortunately.
Unfortunately, yeah. There's nothing else really to say. Hunter.
Hey, there's some smiles. It's looking better over there now.
There should be. I feel like the tide is turning in their favor. They're now leading the game 10-9. I mean, it's a one-round lead, but given how everything else played out so far,
the way it was looking, they were 8-2 down in the first half. Bear in mind.
Damn.
So yeah, that was not looking very good whatsoever. But we are going to see some very convincing rounds from the last few, and Yekindar, though, unfortunately, this time will find Monacy. That's a hell of a shot with the AK-47, and he's not done just yet either. Adds a second to his tally. Nico continues his strong form as well, but Rainwaker, he's committed now. The flames behind him. He has to challenge Hooksy, and he seems to be aware of it. Nice spot here with the MP9. Should have the advantage, but the flashbang's pretty brutal, and down he goes. That's great teamwork, Anders.
Yeah, leaving nothing to chance, but obviously the highlight of the round so far is Yekindar wrecking them with the AK in the middle. Some shots even coming through, connecting on Nico, leaving him low enough that he has to be a bit passive here. There's not much he could do to try and jump through the window, stop the bomb plant like JKS is doing. You're not going to be able to do that with just 21 health left, so might have to just walk away with the Galil in hand. Yeah.
Not the best. No one's loving that idea, but I think it's one that has to be seen through. But round 20, there it is. You're right. It's all about Yekindar there. Mid-aggression. Like we said, that tag team combo that's kind of starting to present itself between Patsy and Yekindar. Two very scary, aggressive riflers.
They really are.
And on the CT side especially, like stifling play. Pushing every single round. Finding those split-second windows of opportunity to leap through and sabotage your opponent's efforts. It's been very fun to watch. You wouldn't think this is a brand new roster with their first showing on LAN. Here's a look at the Yekindar shots as well. Super calm. Confident with his shots as well. This flashbang as well. Nice showing from Rainwaker there. Like a lot of people would think, right, he's going to go in and find that pick. He really bought enough time, waited for his teammates to rotate over. Perfect flash. And that saves the day. If he goes down there and sets Hooksy up with the MP9, gets him in the zone, that could have gone a lot worse for them. So well handled after losing a pretty difficult sequence of rounds there. 3 in a row, a couple of clutches in there as well. Rounds they probably should have won. It is going to happen against G2. They've got some absolute world-class talent within their ranks. We all know it. Occasionally they're going to land those clutches, those 1v2s. You've got to be prepared for it. It's going to happen.
Tied up game. You still want to see more people. I mean, this is still a better performance overall, obviously, than it was on Ancient for G2.
Yeah.
With more players joining, it's good to see Hunter started to wake up a little bit.
It still took a resuscitation, right? Like 8-3 down. It took massive contributions from Nico. He had to keep finding those Deagle headshots. He was the only one whittling away at their economy, keeping them modest. But you're right. It's still a much better showing. That's totally fair. And slowly but surely, we're starting to see some glimmers of greatness here as we get into the next round. Monacy to be challenged, and a rare miss from him, a difficult one. And now he is stuck in a very compromised position. Molotov at his front door as well. How is he still going? It's Nico to find the first frag. Monacy with 3 shots in total. Can't connect any of them. Nico trying to pick up the pieces, and he's doing a great job so far. 2 kills in the round. Maintains a man advantage as Hunter chimes it as well, funneling them towards B.
Yeah, just Hooksy in here with the Galil in hand. They're going to be right on top of him, so bomb plant should be coming through. But this was just a 2 versus 4. It should still be G2 walking away with a win here, and Hunter making absolutely sure. Great headshot on Rainwaker to begin with, and then NAF will go down last. So back in the lead of G2.
Scary round though, Anders. You have to say, Monacy, he doesn't land any shots, but the self-preservation was impressive. The fact he's got such great movement and was dodging enough flashbangs, utilizing the smokes around him. I'm surprised he didn't get a kill there, but he was certainly showing enough aggro for Nico to be a thorn in their side. Hunter as well, swinging from the window and managing to get some very impactful kills here, denying this last round. The bomb got planted, at least, so Liquid, so they do have a buy going forward. And they have plenty of cash here, but Rainwaker, oh, I've said it for the first time. Rainwaker, God, I promised myself I wouldn't do it.
We're still
because we were talking about it so much in the green room. I wasn't even thinking about it. Everyone was just banging on about it, but inside my brain.
And the analysts are saying it.
Yeah, now I've ended up saying it.
I blame the analysts.
Very unprofessional.
It's a classic, isn't it?
Yeah. Well, I apologize. Nico, he certainly doesn't know. That's the opening kill for him once again. Takes down in-game leader Yekindar, and they're going to have to fully commit. Mac-10 leaping out of the window here at the B bomb site. Working in tandem once again, but Hunter looking for the triple kill. They've done enough to get the bomb plant here, Anders, but maybe not much more. OC and Patsy remain, the latter with just 19 points of health.
Very, very tricky, yeah. And even that bomb plant might even be up for question now. Look at how many nades they've just thrown in there to slow them down. And they even have another Molotov behind it, so they can really keep this bomb from going down for a long, long time.
Well,
shots coming through.
I'm not sure what next here, because Patsy can't really push towards Kitchen, but OC apparently can. All the timing is sublime. As soon as the aggro's taken, that's when Patsy activates, and they steal the round away. That is absolutely huge.
Who needs a bomb plant?
I can't believe it. I thought they were done for. That another chaotic, scrappy round there. A fast B split coming through, but opening kills found a plenty for G2 there, pushing them in towards the B side, leaping through with the Mac-10. It looked like they stood no chance there whatsoever. 4 versus 2 at this stage here, Anders.
Yep.
And Patsy, OC, somehow, some way, hitting absolutely everything. Nico can't believe it. He's done so much work here in the second half especially. His totals are 22 frags, and they give up a 4-on-2.
And he did a lot of work to bait Patsy into the early peak, right? He was shooting through the smoke. He was holding like a really weird angle. He was expecting Patsy to come. And then as soon as he steps away, because OC gets the kill on the other side, Patsy walks right through. It's going to be more frustrating. It's more frustrating when you see it coming. You kind of know it could happen.
They're going straight in here. Bit of a contact play. The bomb's committed towards Palace. Trying to catch G2 while they're rattled. Compromised by Deagle is out from Asper Hunter, and JKS burning to a crisp. He'll have to swing out. Rainwaker will find him, and Nico stuck in the sandwich position. It's not ideal. Flashbang hits him, but they're peeling off, Anders. They're going to move back towards middle, reset the round, and start heading towards shore here. The bomb's in the B apartments, and Patsy, he's been found out towards Connector. Nice shot from Odyssey.
As mean as it is, I mean, why would you want to go up against Modesty and Nico towards middle or A when you could be up against Hooksy at the B bomb side? It's true. He's only got 6 kills. Like, if you feel like someone's having a bit of a rough game, you should try to punish them every single time.
The timing on Nico, has he just missed out? I don't think so.
Oh no. They removed JKS from this position, so they might feel like Liquid that it's not even worth checking. Flashbang, a little bit of a failed spray, and a shot straight through Naf with a good wallbang to take down Nico. That's important to keep this round alive, but the B bomb side is empty. Naf, he's just playing to keep them occupied. Now, he's winning the fight anyway, but the bomb is going to be planted, and if they try to come back, Kindar's going to be there to hold it.
This is a Naf classic here. Just causing a chaos on the other side of the map, making things very unpredictable, very frustrating. The bomb's planted, and Nico, maybe if he gets a cleaner kill there in that encounter, he can reset, maybe get that second. It's a rare miss by his standards, it has to be said. He had the advantage there, and sometimes it happens. A shot in the back can be one of the harder ones when you're going for the headshots and they're moving. That's Team Liquid stealing another round away. 4-on-2 in the previous round, Anders, and this was a lovely little play as well. The Molotov towards JKS, the contact play coming in as well. They weren't ready for it. Nico dropped. He got the first kill in the end, but took some damage en route. 2 players will survive, but only second stage loss bonus, $1,900 per player.
Wallbang that you saw there from Naf, it's really worth knowing at home if you're new to the game. That particular box, you can actually wallbang it with a Glock from that range. Like, it's so hollow on the inside. It's just like you're shooting like through 2 wooden boards that are really thin. So even a Glock will do it. You don't even need the AK to get any damage through. So you don't always have to swing wide to check deep into shadow like that. Just, yeah, do what Naf is doing.
Don't use the Glock necessarily, though.
Don't have to.
I don't think you just because you can doesn't mean you should.
Yeah, that's a good point. 12-11, round number 24. They got the AWP, they got the M4, and Deagle to follow it up. This is where Modesty got shut down last time, but this time he's going to be way quicker. Yakinda not able to repeat the earlier round.
Well, this one's all on Modesty and Hooksy. I was going to say, he unfortunately gives himself up there. A nice pick found in response, and the USP getting a dink as well. I thought Hunter might get this kill. Nice shot from Rainwaker to readjust, and Modesty now Well, he's known for these little peaks, this great movement, understanding of the round as well. Patsy will be dropped. Second kill found from Odyssey. Keeps it into a 3-on-3.
And the fact that he made that jump means he spots Rainwaker down below, and you could see him calling out on the camera instantly. Yep. Those are the small movements that really can set someone apart as like a really high-level player. He's not just walking away from the window, he's getting the last bit of information that's possible to get at that moment, so really good stuff. JKS is going to go down, unfortunately, for them. OC will be able to pick it up, so Monacy and Nico, quite the duo to be up against.
Yeah, Nico with no armor, just to note that. Incredibly squishy, and the Molotov is sublime. Monacy commits to the fight, and that might be the end of the hype, as Nico will be left alone. As mentioned, no armor. If he has a kit, utility, and some Kevlar, and yeah, sure, he can win this, but at this point, I think his days are numbered. He'll be surrounded at this point. NAVI, good understanding of the scenario, and yeah, Monacy makes it uncomfortable at least. He gets a couple of kills. There was certainly a bit more wiggle room for the third, but a well-placed Molotov shuts him down. That's the nice movement you were talking about there.
Yeah, it's sick, isn't it? And this too, like, he's gonna get the kill, and then he jumps for the next one just to see if anything's going on. Look, I hate being on the CT side with the kind of money that G2 have right now, where it's just enough that you can buy the M4, but you're not gonna have really almost anything else. Like, it's really weird. But they don't have a choice, do they? 13-11, third time out been used.
I think you're right. Like, you're not going to have the AWP, unfortunately, but you're going to have the 5 M4s. Interesting to note as well, not a single silenced M4 for G2. They are M4A4 across the board, like on Mirage. So take from that what you will. Personal preference, maybe map dependent, but you don't see that too often. So that does add to the financial woes, right? It's a couple $100 more. It's different. Like, doesn't sound like a lot, but in terms of the utility, you notice it.
Sure, yeah. Probably some maps, if you're on Vertigo, which is the final map, maybe you pick up another couple of silenced M4s.
Fast play.
Oh yeah, here we go.
Oh, no one's here.
Straight.
No one's home.
I'm not wrong. They don't even realize now. They do, and they come back in. Look at the spray. How does JKS continue that into a headshot? I don't know.
But we'll take it all day long here. They had literally no one on the A side. Everyone was focusing towards top of middle and connector. Open bomb site, and some way, somehow, JKS and Monacy spraying wildly into those smokes. Find 3 kills total. Not done just yet, but maybe we are now. Nico towards short, and find Yekindar, and now it's just NAVI in towards Palace. Try and keep this one expensive. It's unlikely he gets a kill now. They know exactly where he is. He's got some flashes, sure, but they've got 8 cheese, and that will land right at his front door.
That's so much control at the start of the round. It's shocking that they don't get more out of it. I guess they lost the top mid fight as well, so that's a little bit unfortunate, but for getting that deep onto the bomb site with no warning at all, you would have wanted to see Liquid do a lot more in this round. So good defense from G2. You got to give it to them. JKS, I'd love to see that spray replayed just because it's so ridiculous to make a transfer at that range and still get the headshot on the second one. NAF is playing for all the marbles. Gonna get the kill. Still at 25 seconds and was rotating towards the B bomb side. Surely there's no way he can do anything more.
Well, it is NAF. But yeah, I think you're onto something there. There's 10 seconds remaining. His days should be numbered. Oh, hello. It's a little bit sloppy from Monacy giving that one up. Just speculatively spraying towards top of middle. Loses his AK.
Yeah.
If they didn't recover the AK, that's actually kind of a big deal. You obviously can't buy those on the CT side. And he had the AK-47. That's a great weapon to give to one of your riflers. It doesn't really affect Monacy. He's the author, but give that to Nico, for example. That's what he's going to do his best work. So just a small note there. As we'll get into round 26, tactical timeout. JKS, that's the big spray down.
Yeah.
We were talking about.
And that's in spite of the fact that we did just see on the replay the really cool smoke thrown by Yakinda in T-spawn to actually allow for the pathing there for NAF and or whoever was coming in first, but it didn't really make a difference.
Apparently not. If anything, invited them into the spray, right? Because you can't see them, so you might as well just give it a little spam. They might have been led to their demise. I'm not sure, but it is going to be the Team Liquid timeout after giving it that previous round. Their A execution after finding an open A bomb site sprayed down on the retake. G2 have had some very impressive recoveries in terms of being out of position or down to a 1 versus 3, 1v2. and coming out on top, showing some tenacity in what has been a pretty underwhelming showing so far after getting battered and bruised on the first map of Ancient. We are going to see an underpass push potentially, I think. And Nico, at least considering the idea.
Oh, that's a very decent grenade. You love to see that. Already tagged up before they really get into it, but a much better return. Kindar right at the edge of the box, gets a wallbang headshot on the JKS.
That might be it. There's no one else on A. Nico's in T-spawn. I don't think you go for this one. The money's too bad.
Yeah, and they don't even know it, but Patsy is flanking them. So even saving could be a really, really hard call right now.
They go for it. Nico, like, I guess it's all on him. He's the linchpin here. If he finds a couple on the flank, but if they lose this round, Anders, they just don't have the resources. They'll get $1,900 per player into the next one. They're fully invested. Time is of the essence. We're over halfway gone and no kills have been found. Are they going for this?
They still are, but it's really slowed down now. Patsy's going to be walking up behind them. Nico gets called on the flank. There is someone defusing. Oh my God, it's out of the smoke. How does it happen? Hooksy's stolen the round.
That's unbelievable. They commit with, what, 10 seconds remaining on the bomb. A 5-on-3. They get a couple of kills. The smoke is down, and no one is considering the full defuse potential there. Let's see if we can work out exactly where it started to go wrong. So it's Hooksy on the defuse. The smoke deployed. We had all the flanks coming through, and no one was watching the bomb. It looked like there was no way they were going to do anything with the round, but it's an absolute nightmare scenario for Liquid. G2 still yet another round away. We're all tied up. There is enough in terms of the finances to buy up into this one. Round number 27, like both teams feeling it. For masses for G2, the AWP is out, and Nico with that first frag, he'll find Patsy this time.
Kindar's made his way through the smoke dome and connector, and I think Nico already has an idea. JKS definitely does. Now, oh, it's the USP headshot. Come on, man. Taking down Nikindar. 3 versus 4. Bomb trying to make its way there with Nico. He's just an unstoppable force right now. He's got 28 kills. The bomb is going to be planted, sure, but he should have done enough already here.
Unbelievable scenes. Nico is playing like an absolute beast right now. OC can't hold on. And a big sigh of relief there. Nico picks up 4 more kills in the round. Absolutely destroys them upon entry. G2 go up 14-13 here. Bomb planted again. Money still available for Team Liquid. The job not done just yet, but here's the replay with that FAMAS. Just as the smoke fades away. It was the USP kill that intrigued me. So yeah, it's clean through the smoke towards the steps, of course. That was a beautiful shot. And now they're feeling it. They've had to dig so deep here to find some of these insane rounds. That retake has still baffled me.
I know.
It takes an in-game leader with balls, Anders, to make that call and say, let's go for this one. The money's completely ruined. If you lose it, the game might be over.
It's unbelievable. You had the Nico 1 versus 4, then you had the defuse inside of the smoke at the end.
Yeah.
I mean, some couple of really questionable rounds.
JKS 1v2 as well.
Yeah, you're right. But here we go, out of the palace. They don't even realize what's happening before Rainwaker is taking down a couple of players. m0NESY trying to recover the scenario. Nearly could have got the shot there, but he's going to get shot in the back of the head instead. Hunter and Hooksy, 2 versus 4, and Liquid are just out fighting.
This is a real duel now. It's getting really scrappy out there. No love lost between these two teams.
They don't have the money, Liquid. Or G2, look at it.
Oh, that's what I was talking about before with that retake. They had no cash to even justify what looked like an impossible scenario. But yeah, no chance for Hooksy to go defuse this one. That's going to be 14-14. Very quick, very spryly in towards the A site. And he said it, just pretty simple Counter-Strike. Hit your shots and go for the key choke points here.
Yeah, they felt the weakness at that A-bomb, so they try to hit it over and over again. Half the time or more, they run into Nico, and that's, you know, it's not exactly weakness. But this time they managed to get the better of him. Saving the AWP. I mean, to be honest, you got to play like m0NESY. You give him the AWP, he could probably win the round with it.
Well, Hooksy's got the armor and the defuse kit. I don't know, you're dead on. But like the book suggests that Hooksy keeps the AWP here.
Man.
Okay, the book of Counter-Strike. We all know it. We've all read it.
I'm gonna veto that. You're not wrong, but
like that's. I agree with you. Like m0NESY, like regardless of armor, like Hooksy's 7 and 20. You know, like and m0NESY's 23 and 21. So yeah, just give it to m0NESY. It doesn't matter about the armor situation, and they've done it. So Nice. That's very admirable of Hooksy to hand that one over. Like I said, most teams would just keep it on the play of armor, but yeah, give it to your star sniper, and of course, they were going to buy as well. So here we go.
Okay.
We are going to see the full investment come through. Not going to be saving.
Feel about this buy?
Well, yeah, they've played with balls so far, and it's like I said, like it's like a do or die moment. Like you could take the eco, there was enough there to maybe justify a save, but they're going for it. It's going to be for Masses, the Eagles, and the AWP, and I don't disagree with that. I think this might be the right call, to be honest with you.
Yeah,
honestly, he can save the day here. Maybe not if he doesn't have everything he needs.
On the flip side, right, if you give it up, you're playing for overtime, which is...
Exactly, but...
Doesn't feel great.
I think this is the right call. We'll see what they can make of it. It's not a great scenario, but we'll see if this little active inquiry towards the A ramp will work out for them. It's going to be JKS with the MP9 in hand. Tucks himself in.
I was questing a Nico Deagle round earlier. Didn't really get it yet.
This might be it.
Yeah, I mean, it's just it's high on the menu for me.
So it's all down to Nico. JKS is more of the distraction, the bait, if you will.
Yeah. Could do some real
damage. He gets one, that's enough.
Not quite. Rainwaker able to pick up one there, but NAF able to return the favor. Nico just the one kill with the Deagle. They're going to Molotov up this sandwich position, and what do you do here?
You might as well see what you can do, I guess, because, it's a really important round. You fully invested. Lost stage is, again, $1,900 in the next round. You have to keep. Now you're not going for it. All three players need to survive, Randers. That goes without saying, but... do you want to justify the hunt if you're Liquid? You can justify it, I suppose. You're going to get 3,500 per player into the next round yourselves. So maybe a couple of players can be thrown into this one. The hunt, if even you get one of them, especially if it's Monacy, that would be huge. But they'll be holding on.
Yeah, they're playing it cool. What a tough position for G2 to be in after all the work they put in, right? 30 kills on Nico.
Absolutely, but it hasn't been like they've been resounding team victories the rounds have been picking up, right? Which is fair enough. Like G2, that's what this team is designed to do. Win the big clutches, have those individual performances. That's totally fair. It's just that those are the rounds they're mainly picking up here. It hasn't been any real clinical team-based rounds, but we're seeing more of them now. They'll need one here especially to try and take us to overtime here. If you're just joining us, this is the pick of G2. It was Ancient to kick things off, but Liquid actually kind of owned them, to be honest with you. Ran away with it there. Active CT side, the aggression from Patsy was undeniable. Him and Yekindar were constantly in the back lines, disrupting the defenses, and another great showing of him, Mirage. It was G2 who came out the trap cold once again, and we're 8-3 down, but the individual started to shine. Nico especially, who's supposed to do 30 frags, has won a plethora of intense, impactful rounds. Massive kills with the Deagle. Huge clutches. JKS shining in as well. And we're going to see Monacy with a chance to save the day once again. To bring us to overtime. They've got 3 for Masses, an MP9, and the big sniper available. Tactical timeout's over. Team Liquid... No, there's every chance they can lose this one. What's the battle plan? They want to play it more default, slow things down, go for another set piece. For now, trying to crack things open towards middle with the AWP.
If they can't get it into overtime, then they risk, or they will be losing a 2-0 fashion to this brand new Liquid team. And
won't feel
Liquid,
great.
I mean, this is a big scalp that they're going to be taking down early on in their careers. Rainwaker on the other side of the map from the last round, taking down Uxie, who was out for information, hoping to put a little bit of pressure on them on that side, but he's absolutely called out.
Would have liked the flash there from Monacy before he swung, but doesn't work out. Bit of damage inflicted to OC, but still, the headline is the 5-on-4 here at series point for Team Liquid. This would be a massive upset with the context that G2 came out of this player break 5 weeks since their last official. They didn't make a roster change. They've had time to redefine themselves, reinvent the tactics. And all leads here, the FAMAS defending the A-bomb side, does a pretty good job, but still, a 4 versus 3.
Look at the bomb.
Oh, you're right.
And this is exactly a round. Wouldn't even call it over-rotating. G2 almost have to be very active.
Monacy's there. He's on shore with the AWP, though.
Yeah,
it's not all said and done, Anders.
Does he have...
Yeah, he knows.
Oh, he's just coming back now and realizing that... Oh, my God! How does he get the shot? Patsy's dead and the bomb's on the ground.
Here we go. That's what he needed. That's the access point here. And now they're starting to scramble. They're looking uncomfortable. They know they've given him an inch. And he often takes a mile, looking at the perfect position as well. OC doesn't want to challenge him. 15 seconds remaining. They are starting to shrink here to save the day.
He's running right in. He knew. Oh, 10 seconds. Great play. Hunter with the double. And just like that, there's no time. He can't get it. It's impossible. He simply ran out. It will be overtime. G2, they keep the dream alive.
I can't believe it. As soon as you see m0NESY in a position, there's only one way he can do it. If he denies the plan, if he makes them uncomfortable, he gets a slither of information. A player jumping across right there, and he knows that's his chance. Patsy leaping into the safety of the bomb site. His wings are clipped, the bomb goes down, and then you can see the round collapse around Team Liquid. Everything's reset now. We go to overtime. G2 remain on the CT side. And they've got everything they need now. No FAMASs this time, and there's a double AWP setup to revitalize the G2 roster.
They were so zoned out between Hunter on the one side and obviously m0NESY on the other side. There's nothing Rainwaker could do to try and get that bomb plant down. What a miserable position to be in. But you're right, here we go. Double AWP, and the money problems are gone for G2, at least for the moment.
This has been my favorite series so far, I think.
Absolutely.
It's had it all.
But
so
classic Nico performance.
Absolutely.
I mean,
like when nothing else is working, you can always rely on Nico.
Yeah. Got to be one of the most consistent players
absolutely
I've ever seen. Hunter gets a bullet to the face. Patsy will pick up the early one there, and Nico, yeah, he wants to stick around because he's got m0NESY at the top, so he has to stay and defend him, and he will, at least for the one. JKS with a good spray traded, and m0NESY gets shot, and I think that's because they didn't realize there was a second player there. Nico getting blown up as well, and Liquid are right back, shaking off that loss in the 30th round.
Beautiful CS here from Yekindar. Love that. Great understanding of the advantage, the potential threats, the common positions. Clears it all. Hits everything. In-game leading now as well. And it's just going to be Hooksy remaining. This was a double AWP setup they entered the round with. Only one will be leaving, but the looks of things, Tees can obviously justify a bit of a hunt here. Don't really need to save the AKs, especially if you win this first round. CTs do need to be careful in the finances of overtime because the double AWP setup is only sustainable for the first 2 rounds. If you lose both of them, you might even have a couple of pistols if you want to keep that up. So saving an AWP is actually pretty important here, to be honest with you. There it is, Team Liquid. Once again, punishing that A-bomb site. Yekindar with some beautiful shots here. It all started here, though, with the Patsy kill towards Shaw. Hunter didn't see it coming. And like I said, Yekindar has a great understanding. That flashbang is just so spot on from OC.
Yeah.
Shuts them down. Really clean round.
It's a rough position to be in if you're m0NESY in the middle because Nico does get the kill on Patsy and Underpass, and they just think that's probably it, you know, like doesn't, you know, they're not doubling up an Underpass, we're fine.
Sure.
And then he walks away from it and ultimately gets shot in the face by Yekindar, but Rainwaker was still down there. 16-15, first team to 19, as you could tell. Double AWP still intact. Oh, he was thinking about it, wasn't he, OC? Maybe pull the trigger next time, and it could have actually maybe played out. Double aggression on the A ramp for G2, so a little bit of a switch up in their defense. They've been here before, but I think it was Deagle and MP9.
Yeah, we haven't seen G2 as active as Liquid were.
No.
It's not to say that that's the only way to play the map, but a noticeable difference for sure. Nico, key frag here towards top of middle. Brave swing as well. He takes a lot of damage on Rue, hoping he can stay alive here. It's Hooksy AWPing towards the B apartments. Looks like he's got a kill pretty much guaranteed here. They'll swing directly into his crosser. There it is. Rainwaker offers himself up. Nico chiming in for connector once again. 5-on-2 now. Naf and Yekindar segregated for now, but they're going to join up in T-spawn. Speaking of which, JKS, big spray, will confirm the round here. That's going to be 1-1. As just Yekindar remains. Now, he has for 40 seconds here. It's not looking too interesting just yet, but if JKS did give that kill away, you never know. He'll be repositioning and should have the frag here. It's a nice spot. And Yekindar, yeah. All we can really hope for is a massive mistake is presented, but doesn't seem to be the case here.
Yeah, again, trying to run the clock down a little bit, maybe hoping and baiting G2 into that mistake, which is what Nico did, right, in his 1 versus 4.
Exactly, that's a good point. That's all he was doing, just making a lot of noise, suggesting the round's over, you've already given it up. But how calculated was that? he found that kill with, what, like 7 seconds left on the clock, planted with 4. That was the perfect clutch. Like, you couldn't have done much more of it. I was even suggesting, like, well, at this stage, just try and bait out mistakes, see if you can hold onto your weapon. Like, he was going for much more than that. Takes a very special breed of player, Anders, to be able to pull that one off.
It's kind of shocking that he doesn't die there. I mean, OC had the lineup. Obviously, he clipped the wall, so that's why Nico gets to stay alive. Could have been a very different round if that shot connects from OC.
True. Double AWP set up again. I suppose Hooks has had a bit of a rough time over towards B. 8 and 21, like when all else fails, get the AWP in his hand. As long as he's good for one, like he was in the previous round, that will help things out. That certainly helps as well. It's a little bit more consistent as we see another double kill for Nico towards middle here. Trying to drag G2 over the finish line if possible. Looking for that 2-1 here in the first half of overtime. It's a 5-on-2. Looks like they've done enough. Now Fly, OC, remain. Might as well give it their best effort. Had stats at the very least here. First kill won't be going in favor of NAF, and poor old OC. Didn't even get a look into the round.
Yeah, not much he could do at this stage. A little bit of a flick. He can certainly warm up the AWP, try and, you know, make a little bit of highlight reel for himself, but not going to be any chance to really bring it back. Minute on the clock here.
Give it a go.
Yeah, I mean, you might as well. It's the last round of the first half of overtime, so there's nothing really to lose. Nico with 35 kills. It's so ridiculous when he's having these games, and he has them way more than most players will ever come close to, where he is just, like you said, dragging his team to a win. Like, it doesn't matter if anyone's underperforming or Nico will just try and get a double or a triple kill every single round.
It's wild. Like, you could see it in the early stages. Like we said, they were 8-3 down. No one was fragging, but Nico kept finding the 1-digs.
Yeah.
He kept showing that he's gonna keep you on your toes, and he certainly has done more than that. As you mentioned, 30+ kills. What is it? 35. So yeah, continuing the amazing form we've come to expect with him, but his teammates, some of them especially, a little bit absent here. But OC giving it his very best effort to be annoying at least, slow it down, take away some of the momentum, and another stellar performance here from Nico. A big double kill with that AK-47, and it will be 2-1 overall, so taking the lead. So it will be first to 19, 18-18. We do it all over again, as we'll have another timeout here to discuss options. And there's Nico. 35 kills, 24 deaths, 108 ADR. That's pretty ridiculous.
Yeah, it's very hard to sustain that throughout a whole. It's one thing to have it early on when you've only played 7 rounds, but once you keep going, it just becomes more and more tricky. Vintage Nico performance, you could say. 17-16.
Would be fair to say.
This time it's Yakinda in the middle, trying to see if he could do what Nico did earlier with the double kill, but he's going to get shut down. Hunter able to bring him to his doom. OC will take down Modesty, and it's a 3 versus 4.
Liking OC's contributions today. He looks quite assertive.
Yeah.
Been pretty on point as well. Most of the shots connecting here. That's a lovely one. And he's getting information towards B now as well. Funneling them towards the A side. They have to commit towards A. Nico locked in at the sandwich. 4-on-3. Still a chance they can fight their way out of this one with JKS towards one of his trademark positions here.
And I think OC's checked out almost all of the B hallway. So they have already feel pretty good about holding this position on the Liquid side of things. Got a 1-man advantage. You know that they're probably, even OC's now sneaking into the middle, so they're going to be very quick with their rotation.
So, biding their time. 2 players now towards Sandwich, looking to boost up on the steps.
And be real quiet about it. Anything could give up the game right here. Nico not getting spotted at the moment. This is a little bit interesting. Actually, maybe OC could get peeked. That would be frustrating. If you've got 2 people at CT spawn, you don't really want to get peeked in the middle, but yeah, he's got the idea. There's Nico, but he still goes down. Good recovery from OC. He probably should have been dead, and now there's only 24 seconds here. JKS, good spray on the first, even better on the second. Rainwaker is out of it, and just like that, it's a 2-on-2.
It was looking so good for Liquid. JKS, though, finds an even keel here for the 2 versus 2. They have no utility remaining. Up against the AWP of OC and an Alpha M4. Great flashbang here. A double, in fact. The swing of it comes in now. That's a guaranteed kill. JKS goes down. Hunter, he's had a quiet performance in this series so far, but this would be an absolutely epic clutch to pick up, Anders.
They need him right now. 20 kills. Stepping out into it, easy shot onto OC, but Nafis on the other side, and he'll spot him right at the edge of the smoke. And with the kit in his back pocket, they're going to be able to get that defuse in, so Liquid will tie up the game, make it 17-17. My God, that was close. Those are 2 on 4 that
was
they
a
almost
fun
lost.
round, though. That was really cool. You could see that's G2 slowing it right down, coordinating their plan of attack, how they're going to get that bomb planted, what comes next, waiting for their moment of opportunity. And then it was JKS, big double spray down after a decent Molotov and spawn as well. Softened them up, got the double kill, bomb planted, but a big clutch. You can see Nico. Thought they should have had that one. It slips away. A good recovery from G2 in this series. It looked like they were down and out, didn't have anything left in the tank, but still very viable. They can take this second map, and it's looking likely to be a B-side approach here, at least in terms of the initial setup. But we have got the AWP of OC this time in the apartments. Yekindar will peel off.
Yeah, I love this. This is one of the big luxuries of having a strong AWP that's anchoring the B bomb side like OC's been. Is you're going to be able to rotate everyone towards middle or A.
It feels a lot more comfortable when the AWP gets there. That's why Hooksy was switching to that setup as well. You feel like you're getting bullied, you feel like you can't really hold on. At least you have early warning system at that point and the good potential for one kill, then you can fall back. So, yeah, very powerful on that side of the map. And we will see a slower approach here. G2 encroaching on the connector right now. Patsy lying in wait with Yekindar towards window.
Gotta be careful. This connector position is powerful. Hooksy, though, getting caught, and the bomb dropped on the ground. It just rolls on into the bomb site. Now they pretty much have to at least take a couple of steps forward to pick it up here. The pressure is on, and like we mentioned earlier, there's already 4 people at the A bomb site because of OC's position. He's rotated on over. A 3 versus 3 as Rainwaker goes down, and Yakinda's playing right at the edge. Hunter is in front, but again, the bomb is going to be lost to G2. JK is swift on the return, and now it's Naf and OC left.
Oh, it's coming down to the minutiae once again. 2 on 2, no bomb planted, but 20 seconds remain. JKS once more finds the advantage, but can they hold on to it? It's Nafly, the absolute master of the 2 versus 1 scenario. They'll go for the plan. He knows this is the chance for him to reposition, try and find that first kill, which he'll deliver on all fronts. 1 remains, and Hunter, with a huge swing, a confident one, finds the headshot, finds a map point here, saves the day, and we go 18-17. Liquid with a must-win round up next.
It's crazy that they end up losing this round, Liquid. Positionally, they had everything going for them. They get the early kill, and it's on Hooksy who's carrying the bomb. And they had already 4 people at the A bomb side. I would have expected for Liquid to pick up this round, but yeah, like you said, very assertive fight there for Hunter.
Yeah, he was in a bad position. He knew it. Had to swing for the info, and a double AWP set up on the T side here. I assume they'll throw one away.
Oh dear.
Well, that's one way of getting rid of it. The AWP will be removed by Yekindar, actually. And we're burning at the top of middle as well. It's getting awkward, but Hooksy, he recovers it. Back to a 4-on-4. Nothing separating these 2 teams in the last few rounds. Well, we're going towards B, Anders.
It's a very rare shot from Odyssey to miss there, but he did. You're right, they're trying to go for it. Naf in a good position here, but can't find the headshot. The spray fails him, and they're going to get Patsy. It's Nico taking up the AWPing due to some reason, and G2, the 2 kills away from picking up the map and putting us on a 3rd on Vertigo. They have not let go of the dream, even though it was looking miserable at the start. First map didn't go their way. The second map looked like they were going to get wiped out as well by Liquid, but they brought it back. Nico especially, 37 kills, and OC goes down last. What a performance from Nico, and what a performance from G2.
Well, maybe they had to lose that first map, Anders. They looked rusty. They looked underwhelming. It wasn't really coming together, but Nico, he showed them how they could do it. He showed them how it was done. An epic performance. He carries them across the finish line, and the rest of his teammates joined in the nick of time there. We're going to move on to Vertigo next. Do not go anywhere.
What makes majors special are the importance historically.
Some of the legacies that have been forged, that have been started.
I mean, it's the most prestigious tournament in the game.
Every team is striving to qualify, to do well.
It has a real process of qualification where everyone in the world gets an honest shot at competing.
But the one thing everybody always works for each and every year are those rare majors.
And that's what we're all here to play. That's what everyone wants to play. what I believe that every Counter-Strike player wants to achieve. That's the one thing that everyone wants to try and win.
Being able to write their legacies, become legends.
They mean so much more. You're immortalized in the game.
This is the pinnacle, the zenith, if you will, of the CSGO calendar.
If you're a top team, winning a major can save your season.
This is your opportunity to really show yourselves, to really show that your team can shine.
It's the bookend at the end of everybody's chapter.
We thought it was all over, but then Nico said hell fucking no. He was the hero that keeps G2's heads above water in this series, despite some unadulterated aggression coming out of Liquid, despite a hot start in that first half on their opponent's map pick. Somehow, someway, Nico keeps G2's dream alive.
Yeah, listen, he brought them back to life. As simple as it is. You look at the first 11 rounds of this map and it looks like Liquid is just gonna run away with it. There is no resistance. The round are just going very flawlessly, effortlessly. We'll talk about Patsy, we talk about Yakindar. They chime in together, they make life for G2 unbearable. And then there is a Nico moment that, for my money, changes the whole story of this game. His incredible clutch.
We talk about it often. There's very few rifle players who can dictate a game the way Nico can do it. And it's nice to be reminded that he still has that ability. Because yes, we can obviously highlight some of the other players from G2. Monacy had moments, Hunter had moments in the later stages in overtime as well, where he stepped up. But overall, the man on the screen right here was the difference maker.
Let's bring up that particular clutch. We have to go all the way back to the first half. Despite this map going all the way to overtime, it's round number 12 where Nico pulls off some absolute magic.
Yeah, and he's going to abuse a couple of mistakes being made by Liquid, if you ask for my opinion. 17 seconds, 1v3, bomb on the line, it should be over. And then there's a little bit of impatience here, getting baited by the bomb plan from Rainwaker. That was not the greatest time. And then here, there is a very good vista from Nico, understanding that odds are against him. He has to try and make an outstanding move in the clutch, and he just does that. Unfortunately, Ussi doesn't have the kit on his shoulders, has to run back for it, and it's already over. But there is an underlying theme in that clutch as well, is that Liquid were very good at losing rounds they shouldn't. And oh Lord, there were many of these.
I think there's two sides to the coin. Obviously, Nico playing well, G2 stepping up, but I agree with you. Liquid should have won this game. They had many opportunities, many rounds where they should have won, where they could have won, where they put themselves into a good position. And that's usually what you see when new teams are coming together, that the A plan, if that works out, everything is going to be fine. But once you're forced into having to think up and make up the stuff on the fly, it becomes severely more difficult. Communication can play in, plan B, plan C, they may not even exist. So it comes down to each player and each player's intuition. And in this game, it was clear to see that G2 had slightly more experience when it got to the nitty-gritty.
Should we go back to another specific round that Liquid should have been closing out? And it comes down to balls of steel from Hooksy managing to get an injured defuse.
Yeah, and a huge mistake from Liquid as well. You see 5v4 with Patsy is already behind enemy lines, CT spawn, Everything is supposed to be locked out. Massive backup from CT spawn. The smoke is being put out. And then I think Liquid gets baited by that notice. m0NESY dying through the smoke. They imagine that the diffuser has been killed and HooXit just pulled one out of the hat. But this was supposed to be Liquid. You are 5v4, bomb planted on the A side, a main rotation coming in from CT spawn, and you have an anti-flank coming in CT. Like, what else do you need at that point? And I would love to tell you that this was the only round where this happened. But even the last round of the game is actually like a 4v3 with everything needed, every information being found, and I will say a couple of fails, a couple of miss-aim, shaky aim, when situations just should have been closed for Liquid.
And that round 26, if Liquid had closed it out, that would have been the end of the series, right? We look at that as being such a pivotal moment for them to be closing, but G2 pushing them again and again and again going into OT.
That's the thing. When you have a guy like Nico who's performing the way he is in this game, you can't give him too many opportunities. He took his own charge into the meta in that 1v4 clutch. He was then gifted, I say gifted, he was then able to pull off a couple of multi-kills in the regular time before we got into overtime. He was demanding on the server, he was killing it, and he was all over the place. So for Liquid, once you give an opportunity to a guy like Nico who's playing a great game of Counter-Strike, you're asking for it. You're asking to get into a position where you're going to end up losing the game. So I somewhat feel sorry for Liquid, but also they brought it on themselves.
And it's from a curiosity standpoint, it's a great moment to observe Liquid, this new Liquid, and see how you deal with frustration.
Sure.
Because I guarantee you that the players moving away from this map too, they know they had it in the bag.
Yes.
Like, they had it. You talk about situations where the odds are for you. You're finding the entry kill. You're having the right call. If you're Yakinda, you're thinking, how the hell did we lose there? I read that game correctly. I knew what we were supposed to do. We got into the positions we wanted, and we still lost. So here we have it. We get to learn a little bit more about this group of people.
So just to push you a little bit, do you think this is a symptom of the new beast that now is becoming Liquid, of, you know, two players coming in and having to communicate in English? Do you think some of those, you know, maybe missed calls, maybe not super clean-cut communication played a factor into this?
Surely it did. Surely the synergy between the players are nowhere near at 100%. That's going to take time for some players and some teams. It can take up to 6-12 months before you fully have that understanding of each other. So that's part of it. But it is, as you said, it's going to be an objectively fun thing to oversee, because it's also been the DNA within Team Liquid. They have been in these positions so many times before. I know it's only NAV and Yakinda left of the original lineup, so to speak, but they must feel like, oh no, not this time again, not this roster as well. What is going wrong, since it happens for us all the time? Still too early to tell, but it's something they have to shut down before it becomes an issue again for Team Liquid.
I feel like this game has just been absolutely thrown into the blender. So where are we sitting coming on to map number 3?
Well, that is a very, very good question. I'm wondering, we're going on to Vertigo, if I'm not mistaken. Yes. Still a whole lot of questions as to how Liquid is going to approach this map. I feel like out of all of the maps where you would say to someone, hey, how does Yakinda play? I feel like you'd go to Vertigo and you'd point out a couple of crazy plays that either on the A side towards ramp or on the CT side, same position, very much hungry for map and territory. Is this a place where we see a compromise happen again, and we see a Patsy being put more into these positions? And then again, I have to look at the intensity that Liquid is going to put into this map, because something I don't want to fault them on Mirage is that whenever they decided to go for duels, hell, they were going for it.
Yeah, I would agree. And even in reading the body language inside the studio, it does feel like G2 is a little bit flat. Sure, they're celebrating sometimes when they're winning the rounds, but you can feel there's a lack of energy, there's a lack of intensity, for a better word for it. While I feel like the Team Liquid boys, Patchy in particular, Wayne Waker as well, is good at, you know, trying to keep the mood up, you know, keep the energy inside the players. Same goes for Yakinda. So in terms of intensity right now, I'd give that edge to Team Liquid.
I think that's exactly something that Henry was pointing out during the first half, right? Before we saw the absolute heroic clutch being pulled off from Nico, G2 really did look flat. Do you think now they've woken up, it's a case of them getting that kind of mental energy in check?
Well, you'd have to hope for, because I think another more cynical way to look at it is to be judgmental to G2 and say, hey, what the hell? Like, you had Nico on 36, you had Nico on 1v4s, you had Nico on multi-kills. Why do we get to that overtime situation? Like, feels like you were being gifted all of the cards you need. Why did that still become so complicated? So there's always two ways to look at it, and you can be a little bit critical for the rest of the roster to just not close when you have the beast next to you is actually unfolding.
We've spoken about, you know, the theory of how Liquid are going to be deploying on this map of Vertigo. Now, where are we looking for G2 then? Where do their strengths lie on this ground?
That's a good question. Last time I saw a full Vertigo game from G2 was against Fnatic doing the major, and that must be PTSD, you know, going back to that one.
Yeah.
That was not a fun game. I remember Nico not having a good showing. I remember G2 falling completely flat. So hopefully they've been working a bit on that ever since. But I feel like we know what we get with G2, whereas there's way more question marks attached to Team Liquid.
Yeah, do you think Yakinda is going to be relinquishing that position then? Because I think this is one of the maps that, you know, I absolutely love seeing Yakinda play ramp.
Listen, you're not wrong, but I feel like it's a dangerous, like, Pandora box to start open when you pick and choose, like, oh, you know, on this map, I think I was doing really well. So actually, no, like all of these principles, we're going to put them to bed. I'm going to stay here. If you're going to adopt a new philosophy, might as well do it fully.
Well, G2 turned this one into an absolute marathon and a chance for them to be running over the finish line on Vertigo. It comes down to the third and final map after this.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We are here, day 3 of Blast Pro Series. We are going to see the third map, Anders. We're moving on to uncharted territory, really. It's Vertigo to close things out here. Now, we don't know much about Team Liquid in general, but Vertigo for G2 is not exactly a staple map for them. It's been an interesting performance so far, very impressive at times from Team Liquid, but giving up too many advantages, I would say. I would say they looked like the better team overall, but in terms of firepower, especially from Nico, he seemed to have the edge time and time again.
Yeah, some silly rounds that probably Liquid could have won and just won the game before we got into overtime, but it didn't really happen. I'm interested, though. I'm excited to see G2 just not get rolled. I'd like to see them start the season a little bit better, but yeah, we'll find out how Vertigo plays out. I don't even have any real strong predictions here. I think it's unknown territory.
I think it's anyone's map. Liquid have been surprisingly impressive, to be honest with you. Very active CT sides. Great stuff from Patsy, especially. Ekendar looks comfortable as the in-game leader. Just closing out those advantages has been the only problem for them.
Now, I did notice in the break between the first and second map that Jason Moses O'Toole was on Twitter saying, where are the Liquid doubters at now?
But after the first map was he tweeting that?
He was already after the map. So I'm not saying, I wouldn't ever suggest that it's his fault or anything, but I mean, it's suspicious timing.
We can start the conversation at least if this map starts to go wrong.
Ask the question. It could be Jason's fault sometimes. It could be.
It's always nice to find a way to bring it back to Jason, but I don't know. I'm with you though, Anders. I feel like it's a bit of a question mark. G2, I don't know. I'm not sure if they are the favorites. I think it is a bit of a coin flip perhaps going to this final map here. As Nico, the man in the screen, he had to go above and beyond.
Yes.
Especially in that first map, players like Hunter, Hooksy weren't really arriving. But thankfully, after some Nico heroics, so 1v3, and some other clutches from JKS as well, they were able to find some form overall as a squad. Didn't just have to rely on the big man himself, but they need to come together here if they're going to run over Liquid in this third and final map. It's the first showing for both of these teams in quite some time, 6 weeks or so, and G2 looking a little bit weaker than usual, but managed to get the job done in the second. We move on to Vertigo now, and we'll see how Liquid operate here on the T-side pistol. Quickly seems to be the answer as they head towards the A-bomb side. What a shot that is from Nico to open things up.
If he can continue the same level that he did on Mirage, and we were in for a wild ride here. It's so entertaining to watch. He just clipped him. He just shot Patsy out of the sky. And it starts it in a 4 versus 5, and they are ready for it. They got the people here. Hunter takes another headshot. Rainwaker trying to get back into it, but Nico only out of bullets. That's the reason he goes down at the end. Otherwise, he probably would have had that kill as well. Rainwaker now in a 1 versus 3, but double kill on Nico to begin with. It's not a bad start.
What can Rainwaker make of this one? They know his position. Triangulating around him now as well. He'll go for a plant, but has to be the bait. They know he's off it now, but that's a hell of a shot. He gets something out of it. That's an extra $300. The plant is denied, though, and Nico continues that strong form we saw on the previous map. What a shot it was to kick off the proceedings here on Vertigo. Despite that crane position, 1 bullet. Clean as you like, Anders. Doesn't get much better than that. Hunter as well. Nice hold here. Nico gets a second. As you mentioned, he did run out of bullets at this stage. Was good for a third, I reckon, but that's more like you, Hooksy. Bit of a war cry. Just shout the word nice. That will do the job.
They can't necessarily make out the words anyway on the other side, right? Like, they're just hearing...
yeah, true.
Like, noises on the happening.
Yeah, I guess the words aren't important. It's just the tone, really.
Yeah. Sound confident, you know?
Exactly. But Hero AK for the likes of Patsy. Eco, otherwise, we've seen this a lot. In this tournament especially, can be very viable that leads to a bomb plant, maybe a couple of kills, and there's the first. It's worth its weight in gold. Good response from Hunter, though, with the HE, and Nico, he wants to find the second kill, but Patsy actually gets his. They've now got a 3 versus 4 advantage, and maybe another rifle to pick up as well. Bear in mind, still an Eco. They're very squishy with no Kevlar. Hunter trying to reclaim a kill here, if possible, towards short.
Yeah, he's already told his teammates that they could have made it way up on the other side, so he's kind of locked in right here. But if no one goes to check it for Liquid, it's also really awkward for them to have somebody from the CT side potentially out here. You could tell the timing. If anyone's looking the wrong way in that bomb site, they're going to get sideswiped by Hunter. Good spray here for Patsy. And now the flank is coming in. Hunter's calling it out. Oh, he almost gets checked. Great headshot, though. Gets one. Follows it up to take down Patsy. And Yakinda just wants the bomb plant, but he comes off it for a second. And they're never going to get another chance. Hunter absolutely saving the day.
Stone-faced there from Hunter. Big play. Great patience. Good discipline. Famas in hand. 3 kills in total. Shuts it all down single-handedly. That was the kill that saves the day. NAVI with the presence of mind to check that flank. And as you can see, Hunter knows he's won the round at this point. Denies a plant as well for Yakinda. Huge second round. But bear in mind, that was against the Eco-Anders. Just 1 AK in the mix there. So sure, it's a nice close, but this is going to be another difficult round as the AKs are out in full force. Patsy leading the charge this time, looking for revenge. But it's Nico that will strike first with the incendiary. Takes down the Keen Fragger and gets himself 3 kills in total. That is a beautiful spray down as we get another huge advantage here for G2. 5 on 2, NAVI and Rainwaker. Not a lot to do here, I'm afraid, as they recover an AK-47 at least, but looks like this round is already done.
You're going to need somebody from the CT side here to step up and fight you. You want the fight at ramp now. If you're a Rainwaker, if you're a NAVI, you're hoping that they're not playing too passively, because then you're going to run out of time to do anything with. And that's exactly what they are doing. Smokes up, flashes are out. Why try and challenge them too much? m0NESY holding a little bit more of a forward position here, but again, just very, very patient work. NiKo, less than ideal, did get some damage into Rainwaker, so could be something more that follows it up, maybe. And now the flank is coming in from HooXi, and he has the MP9, so it's a lot more acceptable for him to try and go for it. Hunter does go down, and m0NESY a little bit out in the open. This flank, though, is everything, and good shot there. NAF is on his own and very low on health.
Well, it will be another round for G2 by the looks of things. I'm saying that with bated breath right now. NAF has got the bomb and time to still run towards B if he was going to do it. 20 seconds remaining. It looks like he will start to inquire on this side of the map. It's the best place to go for him, and yeah, he has to start running now. He knows it.
Oh, I'm
going to be safe, and I guess would have actually maybe got the bomb down there, but opts for the save, and we will see him now just make his way towards T-spawn. He didn't have the health to work with, just gonna keep the weapon in hand. Doesn't get any extra cash. His teammates have about $3,000, not the end of the world. He can operate in a similar manner we saw before. His teammates can bring out some upgraded pistols, and he can see what he can do with the AK-47. This is the opening frag from NiKo. Ends up getting 3 in total. Big gap on the right-hand side. Sprays through to find the third as well. Clean as you like. Very nice start here for G2, and they've had some difficult start, to say the very least. On the previous map, Barrage, they were down 8-3 before they really got going, and that was courtesy of a NiKo 1v4. So back into the action here. As I said, half buy available. Still a competitive round with the AK in hand, so CTs need to be careful here, Anders.
Yeah, they do. They could have made their way out in the previous round with a lot more money in the bank, and they kind of gave it up a little bit. So, yeah, this one needs to be a lot more clean, and it's a good start. Hunter picking up a couple there. Just 2 Tech 9s and a single Glock left on OC. A real good opportunity right here to start to put together that CT side economy, which definitely will be important. Also, put a 4-0 lead in their favor, so yeah, slow start for G2 on this one. It took NiKo, classic vintage performance from him, 37 kills, I believe, on the second map to bring it into Vertigo to begin with. And now that we're here, though, they look pretty confident. Rainwaker's going to get a single kill. Other than that, there shouldn't be much more going their way.
m0NESY confirms the round. at.CEST taken down. They're going to see G2 go up 4-0 here. Rainwaker will find the bomb and T-spawn. That's probably about it, I'm afraid, because there's not much to do. No time, no utility. But with the maximum loss bonus going to the next round, I suppose there is always that. But if you get a plant, that would be fantastic. The bomb is on his back. But that might be it. Walking in towards B now. 71 points of health, and there's only one player on the other side, so maybe there's something to be said here. But great hold from JKS. Lovely shot to boot. And the perfect run continues.
4 people stay alive on G2. You like to see it. They're going to be enjoying the game the way that this is playing out. And we'll see what Jakinda could come up with. T side calling on this one. Some really big obstacles that have to be overcome on this map on the T side, and some teams actually fail at the first one, which I feel like is controlling the A ramp. If you can't push you don't even have to win the fight, but if you can't push the CTs back from the A ramp, you almost have nothing left. Like everything else you do is going to be so visible to the CTs, right?
Well, it's always the main point of contention here on Vertigo, the battle of utility. Spam through the smokes, the exchange of high explosive grenades. And so far, so good for G2. They've barely given up any space on this side of the map, to be honest with you. Great flashbang as NiKo swings out once again, looking for the spray through the smoke, setting himself up. Overwhelming. For the T side on the other side, they're going to see NiKo get nice and close once again. Trying to see if he can create a one-way here.
Close on that one. Forward position, very often checked, but it's very hard to win this fight. The CT's Jars a pretty good angle on that one. Flashed into it, but m0NESY's the one who goes down. It's OC able to pick it, and now, yeah, a couple of wallbang shots through. They know that he's there. Not quite able to get him. NiKo just ice cold walking back, and somehow he stays alive.
Wow, finally, Liquid have an advantage here, but can they hold on to it? Patsy's incredibly low there at the bottom of the ramp. Drops the smoke towards the crane to remove some vision. 40 seconds remaining here. Rainwaker on the other side of the map. It's going to be Molotoving off towards the boost position. Trying to show some presence here. Where's the bomb finishing up? 30 seconds.
Yeah, they are really running it low. I almost feel they're a man up, but they might run out of time here. This is really uncomfortable.
They Molotov this spot as well, where Hooksy is now. They might assume this is clear, Anders. Yeah.
You're exactly right. They never even checked it. The spray down is in, and with now 14 seconds on the clock, it's absolutely done. JKS and Hooksy combining for a solid round win.
That is a rough one. A little bit disjointed. You could see they got the opening pick, but they weren't exactly sure what to do with it. Now, bear in mind, Liquid have looked good today, but this third and final map, this is where the veto could have gone slightly awry for them. They don't look as comfortable here. You can see that the calls aren't as spot on as what we saw in Ancient and Mirage. Especially on Ancient, they look very well drilled. But even with this advantage here, they get the opening frag, and you think, oh, right, look at this, 5 on 4. But then don't even get close to the bomb site. Mowed down by JKS, and it was all down to Hooksy as well. Spotting a gap in the offense, realizing they'd Molotov that position, but they got that key smoke down in the steps to take vision away from the T's. He repositions, they don't check it, and it all falls apart. The comms get too frantic, and we go 5-0, sorry, for G2 here. Maximum loss bonus, of course, once again. Some compromises in the buy, though. Galils are out. Tech9 for Nafly, and they're trying their luck towards the A ramp once more as Patsy sat behind the smoke. Monacy spamming off of the M4 this time.
Ooh, that's a bit of an opening. Patsy's going to continue. The Galil doing wonderful work at the moment, and he won't stop. 3 kills as Nico goes down. Hooksy and JK is going to be left wondering what just happened. Why did the Galil bring the whole team down?
That's huge. Just what they needed, to be honest with you. This game was starting to spiral. Looking down the barrel of a 6-0 scoreline, Patsy takes matters into his own hands with the Galil of all weapons as well. Finds the timing in the smoke, catches a CT after the spray, and it opens up the window of opportunity for a 3-man Galil sequence. Single-handedly finds them round number 6 here. And that's just what they needed, because that was the force buy, right? Even with the maximum loss bonus, they're not getting the bomb down.
Yeah.
So they entered with Tech9 and 2 Galils. So the fact they win that is massive. 5 players surviving as well. They've upgraded to some M4s. They've got the AWP in the hands of OC now as well. This is looking much better, but Hooksy, lovely shot there. Hold on to his AK on the CT side. Worth their weight in gold here. Sure, they've kept a clean streak, but some of these rounds have been closer than what they would have liked. So holding on to the AKs keeps the money strong, and of course, gives a bit more firepower for the likes of JKS and Hooksy. So first round for Liquid. See if they can keep it going.
Yeah, not all 5-0 leads are created equal, right? Like, there are some 5-0s where at this point you would have maybe almost 10,000 or more players on the CT side, but because they've, like you said, they've lost a couple of rifles here or there, it's not really the same thing, so they are still close-ish to being reset. Yeah.
What a flash that was from Yekindar. He gets all 3 assists towards that A round. That's wicked.
Oh.
5 players rushing middle unders. This is more like it.
It's a bit rare to see. You don't normally see this kind of thing happen. Hunter ready to receive. Rainwaker goes down. The flashbang is just absolutely immaculate here. Hunter going to continue, and they can completely roll in the middle.
Maybe why you don't see it too often.
Could be. We're gathering some evidence. NAF has been put on AWPing duties now. Oh.
Tactical Molotov. Keep them at bay. Yeah, the mid rush. Super viable, I think, like, because it's not an area that's utilized too often. I would say you don't normally see all 5 players rush in that position. An interesting idea, but G2 with 2 players there, more than ready for that one. And it's just a bit of a shame because you had such a clean round before, and you don't even get close. You get nothing done. Like, it's completely shut down. All of your efforts now completely shut down. We're going to see Hunter. That's the opening frag, but it's the flashbang as well. 2 players working in tandem. Left, right, good night. Ducking and weaving around each other. That's the sort of round that raises the morale, injects some confidence into the team, and you're 6-1 up now.
Honestly, we raised the question earlier before we got into it, but you know, if this was Jason Moses O'Toole's fault, this is the sort of stuff you would expect, right? Like, you would expect for. I'm just saying, like, it could. There's more evidence, at least.
This is looking like the Moses effect. I'm not gonna lie. It's fair.
It's unfortunate. He maintains that Liquid are, in his heart, still an NA team.
Well, it's inaccurate as a statement. Regardless what he thinks.
Wrong, in fact.
Yeah. Team Liquid are my favorite European team now.
You've adopted them immediately.
Exactly, yeah. They're my favorite one. So, round 8, Team Liquid a bit of a dire spot, not going to lie to you. It's relatively early days here. They can still win the half. We normally get a bit ahead of ourselves with these sort of score lines. One round can make a difference, and for now, m0NESY, he'll be positioned towards the sandbags as the flames rain in. Like we said, it's normally about this utility exchange towards the A ramp. That's why Vertigo is not a very popular map. It's not a fragger's paradise in that regard. A lot of scrappy fights, a lot of one-ways, a lot of grenades being thrown at your feet. And
feet.
yeah, exactly. Patsy trying to jump up through Nico's boots, but unfortunately, he's taken down early once again. So the only round they've won so far is when Patsy got a triple kill with the Galil.
That's a problem. And again, like, just losing the battle on that A ramp. At least they pushed them back a little bit. I would even say, if you lose a player on the T side, but you get the A ramp control, then you can still do a lot with it. You're definitely still in the round. And this is more control than we've seen Liquid had for a while. It's G2 falling a little bit further back, saying, you know, we'll give up this part of the map. They're really far forward in the middle, though, G2, so they know that probably there's not going to be any kind of real mid-aggression. Instead, could be rotating even another player to the A bomb side, but they are so sure. Look at the rotation. They were almost running back to be there. Yeah, got to stick around because this is where the real action is going to be happening. Double wall and a Molotov behind it up on that sniper spot just to make sure that no one's there. This should be a bomb plant coming in for Liquid.
That's a good point. They actually haven't planted the bomb yet in the rounds they've lost, so Hooksy will maintain the advantage. Unfortunately, they're finding all the kills. NAVI would have to come out trumps in a 5 versus 1 now. With the bomb planted, it's not the craziest idea, Anders. I'll let you take it away. Let's see what you can make of it.
Thank you, Henry. A 1 versus 4 for NAF. I mean, I'm on board with this guy. I think he can do it. There's the first one. A couple of good headshots. It was 1 versus 5, actually. Yeah. Nearly could have continued that one. But yeah, explosive stuff coming out.
I honestly thought that third shot was coming. That was a bit of a NAF special, but they handled it very well. They were all there. It wasn't going to get out of hand.
How mad are you if you're a Rainwaker? The bomb is planted on A, and you're getting shot in the back on B by 2 people.
Yeah,
There's
true.
2 people at the B bomb
That's
side.
a good point.
Why? You're going to be wondering, like, what's going on?
Yeah, super sick stuff here from G2. I would say Liquid probably haven't focused that much effort on their T-side preparation for Vertigo because it's not looking as clean, as well executed as what we saw in Ancient, which was very impressive. But like we said, there's still rounds we played here. CT-sided experience for sure.
You know, I think I've ooh, hold on.
That's towards B.
Rainwaker. Good to see him step it up. Winning that fight against JKS, and
here we go.
m0NESY goes down on the other side. 3 versus 5. Really excellent work from the start of the round here. But Nico is still alive, and whenever that's true, you've got to stay on your toes. So just playing a little bit forward. Looked like he did want to at least stay nearby the action, and he's not really falling back either. 5 versus 3. They got to be able to win this one, Liquid.
You would hope so. If they don't, I'm not sure they'll recover. This has to be converted. They've chosen the right bomb site. Just one player there. It's going to be Hooksy, but he's got a full array of utility, Anders. If he can find the timing on the incendiary, segregate them, find a kill, slow them down with the smoke, there is a chance, but he needs to get the intel first, and he's kind of overworked in his position. He's having to watch Guardian and the B bomb side in general. So he needs a bit of backup here, and he's got it. First shot is magnificent. Takes down Rainwaker. There's the incendiary, and this one could still fall apart towards the construction position. They'll make their way in towards the side. Hooksy goes down. They've done enough now, Anders. That's going to be Nico left, dare I say it, in a 1v4. Surely nothing to be said here.
Yeah, I think he's just, unfortunately, a little bit too far away. And because he's playing that forward position, they know where he is on the map, right? They don't have they have to guess a lot here, so... Good stuff. A second round on the board. Definitely more of the European influence in this round, Henry, you know.
Yes, that had a European flair to it, for sure. Will Nico hold on to the M4, though? That's the big question here. Liquid are hunting him down, want to make sure they take nothing to that next round. Oh, he's not happy about it. Couldn't believe his luck as we find the second round for Liquid. 7-2. Money in a compromised spot, Anders, around $3,500 per player.
Yes, it is. And you said earlier, you know, sometimes you get a bit ahead of yourself when you see these big scorelines. You're like, oh, it's 7-1. Like, you could.
Yeah.
It doesn't have to change that much. Not a lot has to change here for Liquid to start to run some rounds back to back. So, they're going to be able to.
Like we said, like, you can have these big scorelines, but one round can make all the difference. You can see they're full eco now. So, that's at least a third guaranteed. We'll see not much investment at all. A few PT50s, a 5-7. No armor, no nades, and an A push. As we'll see all 5 members actually make it 4. Nico's towards B. But they're just going to be trying their luck. If they've got a flash, no, they'll just be choosing a time to swing. And that time has come. Contact play down towards A ramp, but Patsy lying in wait. Prime position to mow them down, but oh God.
No, not the double kill. No. Bomb's right there as well. They're going to be able to spot it out. Nav. Yeah, good grenade, but counter Molotov comes out to push him all the way back in.
Oh, he's burning.
Yeah, he has to be real careful. OC gets a shot, but this is an absolutely disastrous turn of events. Rainwaker trying to bring it back as well. It is at least a 3-on-3 now. And G2, the start's real good, but they might still have a hard time holding on to this position.
It's awkward for sure, but they have the advantage. Certainly so now, as we'll see Navfly hold his nerve, Anders. He's still towards that ladder room. The bomb's still down. It's still a dangerous, precarious scenario. As we'll see the bomb towards that connector. Nav just staying alive here. They've still got 40 seconds. Making sure they don't give anything else away. Molotov doesn't land, unfortunately. Falls into the abyss, and now a chance. Can JKS mow them down? Gets the first. They're lining up for him. Oh my God, it's tantalizingly close. The full eco comes down to a 1 versus 1. It was G2 that got themselves to a 5-on-3 with the A push. The timing couldn't have been better for them. A nightmare scenario for Team Liquid, but they just about get it over the line. Look at them lining up smokes just as the USPs come down, and it's Navfly. He does all the heavy lifting here. He comes down into the 1 versus 1, but still, he stayed alive for so long. Gets the final kill as well, and you can see, yeah, they're still happy with that. A very expensive round. They never should have got close to winning.
7-3 though. Liquid going to try and see if they can continue. Patsy gets the opening, and it's on Nico. So really well done. Hunter and Monacy look like they want to try and see if they can follow it up. They're going to catch him in the middle of it. He was just turned his back there. Not exactly ideal. Classic boost coming out here. It's Rainwaker to try and do that. A little bit of a job, and it'll be the Molotov awkwardly that catches JKS. Hooksy with a nice return, but it is still a 3-on-3.
Certainly is. Hooksy joined by Hunter. There's a nice flash deployed as well, but not going to swing on it. Smokes coming through, trying to take vision away. Lock the CTs in, but only on the right-hand side. They haven't actually smoked off the left side of Jenny just yet. Molotov in towards Guardian. And maybe a boost here as well. We can boost behind this smoke. And up they go.
Right over. That's a lot of damage. Yakinda was almost dead. First kill of the map for Yakinda right there to take down Odyssey. Grenade on top. It's Nav to hunt down Hunter. And Hooksy's now low on health. They know exactly where he is. They got 40 seconds left. No real stress right now on the Liquid side. There shouldn't be. One bullet will take care of Hooksy here. Oh, Yakinda, though, that's awkward. Tries to see if he can do it to OC to save them. And that got a bit close at the end. But it's a 4th round for Liquid, so we'll take it.
Yeah, there was a chance that Hooksy could have won that. It comes down to the 1v1, and against the AWP as well. HP wasn't a factor. So unfortunate there for Hooksy, but it will be Liquid stringing a couple of rounds together. Actually make it 3 in a row. That's where JKS went down. It was the opening frag in toward this B bomb site. Didn't have a ton of utility, and Hunter not happy about it too much as we see another lack of resources here. Just the P250s. A Deagle, no armor. They managed to make this round very, very expensive. Scary almost before, and they've got another trick up their sleeve. This time the 3-man boost. It's often checked, of course, and they're actually heading towards B, so we won't see it come into fruition, but the execution for now. JKS removed, and indeed that should be the round here. Like you said, Anders, it was, what, 7-1?
Yes.
At one stage you were kind of saying, this feels like this could be over, but all it takes is a single round victory with, as long as you're damaging the economy in the rounds you're losing, you can turn it around. That's now 2 full ecos G2 have had to offer up. And that's going to be 7-5 now as we come into the closing stages of this first half of the 3rd map.
Yeah, really nice comeback here for Liquid. I mean, it's probably something that they're reminding themselves of as they are starting to drop behind. It's like, well, you know, we still have the economy. There's still more rounds to play for. NAF is playing really well. Rainwaker is playing well. Patsy's up there getting entries at the A-ramps. They had a couple of things to look forward to that could have brought them into this position, and it's been working out. Lose an AK, but I don't think one that G2 can really pick up here. So unfortunately for them, they're not going to be able to steal any rifles at the end, which is probably what they would have really loved. A 5th round for Liquid as they're starting to march back into this game. And I'd say 5 rounds, they're already sort of in the competitive sphere, right? Like they could do something in the second half. They're not just going to get wiped out here.
Yeah, they're stabilizing. It wasn't looking good in the opening stages. They couldn't really break through that A-ramp control. G2 just seemed to have an overwhelming presence. Nico especially getting a 3-man spray down through the smoke. But yeah, you're right, it was Patsy. They started to show some incredible form there. It all started with that one scenario. He gets 3 kills with the Galil to open things up at the A-ramp, and then slowly but surely they started to break through. This is now a very competitive half. Wide open still. They can actually come back and win the T-side campaign at 7-5. Money is pretty much equal. We are going to see a very invested G2 though. They're pretty much down to 0 with a full buy here after losing 4 rounds in a row, but let's see what they can do. Round 13. All for Monacy this time. Currently on 5-7. Hasn't had one of his insane individual moments just yet. It's not to say he's been playing badly, but a quiet first showing for him this season.
Yeah, I would say so. I'd love to see him, especially in the position that he's playing here. Very impactful if he can start to swing with that AWP. But then again, when you can on the other side, right? It's 1-8 at the moment.
Sure.
Probably putting a lot of resources, mental resources, into trying to figure out exactly what to do.
Exactly that, I think. But this is a stressful map, especially when you're 7-1 down and you haven't formulated the ideas. Everyone's looking to you to fix this. And they've done well so far. If they can end up winning this half, he's done his job regardless of his frag output.
A pivotal round for G2. If they lose this one, their money is broke again, and Liquid will tie up the scoreline almost certainly. So lots riding on this. Counter Molotov coming out. A little bit of late with the smoke there, and Hoaxy, he's going to be put under some pressure. They know that he's in the corner, and Yukinda's going to be able to find him. Good return from Monacy, but they keep on trading. JKS finally, the real difference maker here. He's going to get the triple, spins around. He's still got a couple of more bullets left to try and see if he can find Rainwaker as well. And 40 seconds on the clock. It's JKS to rock solidly defend the bomb site.
Justin Savage absolutely mauling them on the B bomb side there. It looked like it was getting super awkward. His teammates were collapsing towards middle. They lost the spacing in that position, dropping the incendiaries. The timings were off. But look how calm he is. He knows he's got to be like an absolute pillar at this point. Mow them down. And he gets all 4 as well. Perfectly positioned, perfectly played. As JKS stands and delivers for his team. That's going to be 8 on the board. They confirm the half victory now. And round 14 is up. Liquid, faster pacing this time, trying to recreate some of the Patsy magic. Molotoved off, and now that ahead. That's a great shot from Monacy.
I think it was a flash in the air that went almost behind him, so Patsy really trying to see if he could find something. A little bit of a nade onto JKS, and it's going to be enough. Yukinda will take the kill against him. Hoaxy gets 1 in return. He's been playing really well over on this side, too. He's got 13 kills.
He's been doing well to trade out the kills, stay alive, delay. Has an HE remaining as well. They are waiting outside, looking for an opportunity. OC with the AWP. They've still got 2 smokes, make it 3. Molotov to boot in a minute on the clock. The bomb, however, that's towards the bridge right now. Back in that fly, Tech9 in hand, trying to rotate over.
Yeah, he's getting there slowly but surely. They don't have that much to work with. They have 1 Molotov, but a lot of positions you'd like to Molotov out on the bomb site.
They've smoked the left and right of the generator. They're going to Molotov default. CTs are ready for it, though. Can Hoaxy find another?
So the fact that he can stay here, they're going to try and see if they can erect the same boost as last time. Hoaxy just continuing. Top fragging now with 14 kills before it finally goes down. This is very awkward. Henry, what are they waiting for? What are they doing? OC gets the kill onto Nico after they had failed the boost about 5 times.
They should have called that one off. Oh, it's all collapsed around them. You could see the frustration as they couldn't get up there. Now Monacy left in what looks to be an almost impossible retake. He's got no kit, no utility, AWP in hand, and OC takes him out of the equation. Hooks, he died for this. He did his job. He managed to get the 2 frags. He delayed them as long as possible. And after he failed the boost twice, Anders, is it really worth going for? I guess at that point, we found out the answer to that question, because as soon as they went up, OC is ready for them. And then you know exactly what's going on. There's another player in that position. And what looked like a locked-in round falls apart due to the boost. Yeah, Nico. He probably can't be too mad about that. He was heavily involved in that scenario.
Strange.
I think maybe it was Hunter boosting him. I'm not sure whether they were lacking vision with the smoke down, but still, that seems like a pretty standard procedure by their standards, you know?
Unfortunate acrobatics back there. They look like I look like if I go through one of those learn a cartwheel in 30 minutes videos on YouTube.
In 30 minutes?
Yeah, I've tried, Henry. Didn't work at all.
We'll try after this game, but back on his feet, vaulted up this time at the A-bomb side. Nico makes up for the previously failed boost, and this one, it works out quite nicely.
Committed to...
Oh, it's going for another? Okay, we'll take 2 kills this time.
Come on.
All is forgiven.
For some reason, it's probably less likely that someone's checking it the second time, because it seems so ridiculous to recommit to that boost again, but did work. Nice shot from Yakinda. He started to get warmed up a little bit. He had 0 kills for a real long time, but he's getting there. Naf is going to get 1 more kill, and the MP9, JKS, he's been great, but doesn't have the stopping power. Liquid looking to take a 7th round here if they can. 2 versus 3. Smoke goes up, and Naf, that's almost finding the headshot through. Hunter, you see with the FAMAS, and they know it already.
So it was 2 Nico kills to open up this round, courtesy of a very successful boost. But the bomb is now planted. Hunter pulls one back. 2 on 2. Final round here.
No smoke, no kit. How do you retake a bomb site with absolutely no utility and a 10-second defuse that might be coming up? Yakinda finding his 5th kill here, and Hunter, I think he's been zoned out on this one. Even if he gets this kill, I doubt he's going to be able to do much. Nicely done.
Oh my.
They've run it all the way back. 7 rounds for Liquid at the end. That's a huge recovery. We'll see if it's enough in the second half.
Ladies and gentlemen, I hope you're enjoying your Saturday. You join us here for day 3 of Blast Premier. 4 groups. Third and final map here between G2 and Liquid. You join us here for the second half of Vertigo. Now, Anders, it was G2 who came out absolutely red hot here in the first half. 7-1 up, but the scoreline ends 8-7. It's anyone's game again. It's wide open, and that's going to be great for Team Liquid's morale. Maybe not so much for G2.
Must have been very hard for Liquid to keep the dream alive on that first half when they really fallen behind. But you know what they did? They
it's true. That's a good point.
They found the openings at the end of it. It's real cool. Catsy's here with the duel. He's ready. Hooksy on the other side. Jump pass. I love the jump because it does offset that crosshair so much on the other side. But it's a trade nonetheless.
Here we go then. The scramble towards the bomb side. G2 trying to get a quick plant in. Can Yekindar deny? Oh, he's close. Can't quite find the killing blow, though. Nico certainly can. That's great. Set on top of the bomb site here. Full control now for G2. They're around to give up. They still have a flashbang remaining and JKS with Julies.
He's real close with it. Flash around the corner, but Nico's just there. Good work on him. Another double kill of the pistol round. Naf is coming back into it, though. Hunter and JKS are left. The dualies there on the ramp. He's just headshots all across the board. It's a ridiculous retake. And even without the kit, they should have enough time for this one. That is so nuts for Nafly.
That is absolutely sick. Naf destroys them with the USP, and look how calm and reserved he is about it. That is a world-class, disgusting play from Nafly here. It looked like they were down and out. The bomb planted a 4 versus 2, and he takes matters into his own hands, as he so often does, and delivers on every front. Every shot a headshot. And you can see m0NESY knows how impactful that is. Team Liquid, after being 7-1 down, have tied it all up. 8-8, courtesy of an epic NAF 4-man sequence. Run boots coming in towards the B bomb side of G2. Try to answer back quickly. Damage inflicted, but no frag found. Hunter trying to make his way in towards the bomb site. Can't find a kill on route, but the Molotov might be able to buy some space here.
Ooh, Hunter getting a frag in the middle, taking down Yekindar. I did see a smile on Naf's face after getting those 4 kills. Even that is a bit rare. Usually he's just ice cold. So I think it's part of the appeal. Rainwaker taking a fair bit of damage. It's Naf again showing up to try and shut it down. A little bit of a flash. He needed to help out Rainwaker because he was so low on health and just trapped in here behind the box. And yeah, he's done that at least. Rainwaker might be dead to the HE if they actually manage to land it. A little bit late, but there we go. Right in the skull. That's a connection.
You could say that again. So, Nico, oh, these boots aren't being too effective for them today, are they? Look a little bit off in some departments. So, Hooksy.
At least it wasn't the run boost they failed.
Yeah, true. That's a very good point. So, it's still possible they win this round. It's just not looking great. You've got 2 Galils and a flashbang here. It's round number 2. The force buy from G2 after giving up what looked like an absolutely locked-in pistol landers. Nafly this time dropped. That's a hell of a shot, to be fair. And now it's looking like they might be able to do something with this. 2-on-2. 25 seconds remaining. And we've got Patsy lying in way behind the generator here. Just needs to find one. If he can deny the plants, that would be huge.
Molotov on OC. He's throwing it a little bit early. I thought maybe he'd try and put it on the site itself to stop the bomb plant, but he tried to stop them from actually getting into the site to begin with. But they already were. 8 seconds here. And OC making the jump down. Bomb's been planted, and Nico is not going to miss an opportunity like that. A 2-on-3 that Nico basically wins on his own. It's ridiculous.
Again. Well, we were saying that on Mirage, and I think that's more than fair to say that that was a huge carry from Nico. He had, what, like 35 frags?
Yeah.
And he still just about got it over the line in overtime. Now, these are rounds where they've just lost a really shocking pistol, considering the advantages they've had, but Nico, again, not going down about a fight. He doesn't deserve to be on the losing team right now.
Nope.
Huge contribution once again. And yeah, these are big rounds, but need to find more comfortable victories. And Nico, you can see he's not celebrating as much because he knows how much this is taking out of him to get these rounds over the line.
It's like he knows I have to do this another 4 or 5 times at least for us to actually win this map. Oh my god. I like the run boost that they did. It's the one that 9 really popularized.
Yeah.
Which is nice to see. I think they proved that it works really efficiently. So it's kind of cool that they made enough of a statement doing that more and more teams are saying, you know what, maybe we can learn to do the really fast version as well, where we're not slowing down at all.
Eco for Team Liquid. Oh, I said that's actually a force buy. I saw the pistols and misspoke there. They've gone for a bit of a B stack here with 5 7s. across the board. What's the setup here? Is it a flash attack or just a full-on stack and waiting for the execution? They actually might be walking into the Lion's Den here, Anders.
It could be, although leading with the MAC-10 is never really a bad choice, and they're going to get some early trades going their way. I think that's all you're looking for, to bust up the stack a little bit.
Okay. That was the last threat there. Yekindar with the 5-7, the snapping turtle. Doesn't quite connect this time. They should be out of the woods now, but still 2 CTs lying on the other side here. Could be expensive, but bear in mind, G2 win this round. It's full eco coming up next for Liquid. Currently 1-1 in the second half. Good damage. No frag found just yet. NAVI will go down. Just Patty here. Low HP players, maybe a chance he gets a frag or two, but it would be down to a mistake more than anything, and m0NESY not presenting any of those. 4 players survive. Just Rain wake up with a single kill there. Just no NAVI with 20 kills at the top of the scoreboard for Team Liquid. At the bottom is Yekindar, who's had a quieter showing here, but as you speculated before, like as the new in-game leader, there's going to be some maps that they're not as well drilled on others. He's probably being stretched thin in terms of the in-game leading responsibilities and the fragging role. You're going to take a hit. So understandable as we get into the full eco now for Team Liquid. And has to be said, with this new roster, playing against one of the world's best here who haven't changed their team, it's been a very competitive and promising showing from Liquid, honestly.
Yeah, I don't disagree at all. And also, you know, we're playing best of 3s here, right? So we're not even in a position where Liquid could sort of be good on a single map that they could have prepped for. You have to build the whole map pool up from scratch when this kind of a change happens. So yeah, definitely a lot that's happening on that team at the moment. But G2, they're starting to get there. 11-8, they're 5 rounds away from picking up this 3rd map and winning the series ultimately, which I guess is what more or less everyone predicted. But I've, you know, regardless, I'm super impressed by Liquid. I feel like they're doing a fine job at the moment. What a start. NAVI at 20 kills as well.
You'll love to see it. So, a buy. Not the best of buys, I have to say. It's going to be M4s across the board here. Distinct lack of utility and kits, and it's going to be a B execution, and there's a set piece from Spawn. And it's going to be m0NESY to actually look into that opening frag, and he has delivered on all fronts. Good response from NAVI. Keeps them modest here. And here come the grenades as well. You can see that's actually removed NAVI from his post, and he's going for the flash and jump up. But it's a great grenade. Nice work from HooXi.
They might never expect Yekindar to be here, but then again, they're very, very careful, G2.
They don't have to commit here either. They've got a nice advantage. Don't have to overstep the mark. Oh, now they might as well go through. That's a great response. He needs to be careful here. He goes down with nothing. That's a problem, but he does get a nice trade. Confirmed to last players in towards A, so no problem whatsoever. And it will be G2 finding 4 rounds in a row here, Anders. After losing the pistol, they've actually had a pretty clean run of things. Remember that pistol, that was theirs to lose, and they certainly did. It was to the NAVI. You got that amazing 4-kill sequence in the 5-on-3.
And that should have probably set up Liquid for a little bit more in the second half, but it ultimately didn't.
It's like, yes, you are right, but with the bomb down, and it's a team like G2, like, as we mentioned, haven't changed roster. They're buying Galils and basic utility in that second round. It's a very difficult round to win on the CT side.
Looking at the scoreboard, is a bit of a different affair from the second map where Nico was dropping 37 kills. There's actually HooXi and Nico and Hunter all at 17 kills.
HooXi, he has actually had a very strong performance. Not a good series from him, but in Vertigo, he has looked solid. Yeah. Like, he's kept his head held high here in that regard. And m0NESY, he got the opening frag at this point as well. 2 targets on his screen as well. That could have got a little bit awkward for him. Lovely grenade from HooXi there. And Hunter, this was the kill to confirm the round. Calm as you like. And Nico, as I mentioned as well. If he goes down to nothing, maybe there's a chance they go for it, but that kill confirms absolutely everything. As Team Liquid will call a tactical timeout here. Scoreline is 12-8 on our 3rd and final map. We've got 3 series to bring you today as well. Counter-Strike is well and truly back on the menu. The break is over. And Roster Mania has delivered on all fronts. I don't think there's really been a boring game here. Maybe apart from, like, the opening game of the tournament was a bit too much of a blowout. But apart from that, everything's been pretty fun to watch.
Yeah, next one is Vitality and Complexity that's going to be coming
up. Bit of a banger, if you ask me.
It's going to be real interesting. Yeah, I mean, Elige had a great showing at the start of it.
He's got the best stats in the tournament, I think, so far, Elige. So, yeah, so if he can turn up with that sort of showing once again...
Yeah, let's see it.
That would be a lot of fun. Of course, leaving Team Liquid, Elige for Complexity, and as we kind of stated earlier or alluded to, it seems like it's working out well for both camps. Like, both teams seem revitalized and enjoying Counter-Strike more with these changes. Whether that's a honeymoon period, yet to be seen. But right now, from the eye test, it's looking pretty good.
Yeah, I don't disagree. G2. Rough start for them on Ancient. Rolling, reminding you of that. And obviously second map could have just as well lost that one. Could have never even got here, but...
True, good point.
They did.
But they say what you want about G2 and some of their questionable performances. They have tenacity in boatload, so they do find a way often.
Well, obviously, Money is not in a great position. Pants has got the AK, and well, you had the AK. Taken away by Nico. Probably the one person you don't want to be facing at the ramp at the moment.
True.
And Hunter, he's well aware that someone could be here. He was looking for it. So even if he goes down, just the awareness for G2 that there is a potential danger there, enough that they can trade the kill, which is all they need.
Nico, you can see looking a little stressed there towards the A ramp. He knows there's a possibility of them pushing his smoke. He's trying to get his teammates in towards that B bomb site before they have a chance to rotate here. It's looking like everything is under control. Been a couple of scary moments here for G2, some failed boosts, but overall looking pretty good here in the closing sectors. Remember, they were up 7-1 at one stage, and then it went all the way back to 8-7, but showing much better form in the second half. This will be 5 rounds in a row, meaning maximum loss bonus for Team Liquid at least. They've had quite a few ecos, including this one, and 13-8 overall. So still a chance for Liquid on their CT side to wake up. It's the nightmare scenario, right? You win the pistol, then lose the second round on the CT side of a map like Vertigo. You're constantly going to be on the back foot. You're never going to have those full buys until you string a few rounds together. So, not too late. If they can save an AK especially. These kills don't really mean too much, I'll be honest with you. Just get out. They don't have to hunt necessarily on the G2 side, but they are leaving through spawn.
Oh, they managed to find the AK. Yakinda's kind of saving the AK close to the action.
I'm surprised that he's done that, to be fair. But there it is, 5 in a row. G2 are on fire.
Yeah, they're doing a fine job. They're sort of racing to the finish line at the moment.
Yeah, before it goes wrong. Let's get it done quickly. Don't give them a chance. Let's keep it fast-paced, boys.
I think that should be their philosophy in general. Like, close it out before we find a way to scrub around somehow.
Well, good recovery. As I said, tenacious performance, all things considered. Have to hold their nerve. It's been a stressful showing, but as long as they get the job done, find the W, that's all that matters.
Just a guess here for Nico. Doesn't really know anything yet. Oh, God, it's close. It's real close. He could have just as well been dead. So far, he's still going to be able to live through the round. It's Patsy over on that side, I believe. With OC crossfiring him on that AWP, so they have some good presence here. And you kind of saw the effect of it when Liquid were on their T side themselves. When they can't win the ramp fight, they don't have a lot to do. So this time it's G2 being pushed back, but when you get pushed back from ramp, there's only really mid and B left, so it's a lot easier for the CTs to see what's coming.
Well, 1 minute remaining here. Flashes deployed towards A from the ladder room. Trying to set up Hooksy there. They got the Molotov down towards short as well, but they're heading towards B. Rainwaker on the front foot here. Will they check his position? Apparently not. A lazy clear from Hunter has enabled them a 5 versus 3. We said this was a very important round. They're stabilized in terms of the finances. They've got everything they need, and they're delivering on all fronts. Modesty will claw a frag back. That's all he can find, though, and that's to be JKS removed. So Liquid, after giving up 5 rounds in a row, they find their second of their CT campaign after winning the pistol.
Man, it's a step in the right direction, but
it's a clean round.
It still feels like it's going to be a while here. G2 have quite a bit of an economy, so they're going to be able to get a great buy into the next round.
That was quite cool. So they threw that Molotov in the ladder room, and then they Molotov Xbox as well. Pretty convincing fake for a player going around the corner as well. I think there was a flashbang from ladder at the same time. So it looks like there's a lot going on there, but they had 4 players actually ready to split B.
True.
So pretty interesting idea from G2. One that doesn't work out necessarily, but not a bad attempt. And this time the set piece towards B once again, I believe, Anders. Going for that full B control at the start of the round. Looking for an execution, see if they can find the early kill. Normally boosting up. As we'll see now, Fly knowing of this potential threat. Gets a dink off, but will have to fall back.
That That surely should have been a kill, but maybe it's going to be fine. OC still got a kill. They double nade NAF all the way down. That's devastating.
So they've committed a lot of their manpower this side of the map. Setting up grenades now. Will they predict the presence of Rainwaker up close and personal here?
It doesn't seem like it. Not at all. JKS is not looking for it. If he stood up, in theory, he could maybe get the jump on him. I'm going to fall a little bit further back. Still, a 4 versus 4 with both m0NESY and OC getting a little bit tagged here. Oh, that's close. Right next to his head. Rainwaker just ice cold waiting for it. Patsy's on the other side here. Gonna get maybe peeked. And actually they win the fight on both sides of the map. That's crazy. And Rainwaker feels like I have to do something. I can't just wait around any longer. He's gonna get the kill on JKS at the very least.
It could be enough, you know. He knows they have to go. Oh, I was about to say go towards A, but they've made a great call. He's assumed his presence there with that frag would dissuade them and push them in towards A, and he's rotating that side of the map, but they've come back.
Oh, God, it's such a shame. He could actually win this round with the Molotov that he has in his back pocket, because if he just waited, if he threw it right now, let's say, they can't put it out. They don't have a smoke or anything. If he'd stuck around, he could have done a lot with that one grenade. Wasn't meant to be, unfortunately. 2 versus 3, and given the money situation that's happening there on Liquid, they're probably not going to be very incentivized to go for anything.
I don't think so. This was a round that really had to go in their favor. After winning the previous, couldn't really afford a reinvestment. We'll see. They kept 4 players alive, to be fair, in the round they won. So should be some cash to speak of. In terms of loss bonus, they get 2,900 per player. So saving the AWP and the AK, they'll have a buy at least. But then it really is do or die. It's going to be 14-9. G2, of course, have plenty of cash going forward. Just confirming there's no tomfoolery going on with the defuse, as 3 of them will survive. And now in a prime position to close out this series. It was looking very troublesome, I have to say. The fact that Liquid opened things up this morning with a 69 victory on Ancient, their first showing on LAN. This brand new European-looking team, and up against G2, didn't make any changes in the break. Stuck with their guns, had a chance to improve and redefine some of their strategic play. Worrying signs of that opening map, but they are stabilizing. This first game of the tournament. Oh God, that was close.
Real close. It almost works out, but instead, NAF and Yakinda just bring it right back. A couple of kills on each of them. I was going to say, we used the term flat a lot for G2 at one point, but these kind of run boosts, you know, I think that's a bit exciting. It's cool to see that they've incorporated something like that into their game style. Liquid, on the other hand, they look really, really fresh, and maybe they can still bring it back. This is looking like a 10-14 scoreline. It's just HooXi and m0NESY left to try and do something here in the 2 versus 5, but m0NESY, he's been doing better in the second half. He's got a couple of more kills. It still hasn't been the lights-out performance that we do get very often out of the young star. It'd be nice to see him do that here. Yakinda's going to find a free kill on HooXi. No issues. And it's just m0NESY left to get hunted down. NAF will get the kill. 24th on him. They're taking steps in the right direction, Henry. They're getting there.
Oh, yeah. That was a pretty convincing round as well. They've kept all 5 players alive there. This is not done and dusted, as you might say, Anders. As we'll see, the run boost. Decent attempt. Didn't quite work out. I believe it was NAF. Yeah, they got that brilliant shot. We'll see Patsy coming online here on the CT side as well. So down but not out, that's for sure. Team Liquid still have a chance to steal the series away. Nico knows it. He's played so well today.
I have a theory that...
Okay, this is always dangerous territory, but go on.
If you got the timing down right,
yeah,
you could buy a decoy and throw it off the side of the building to hit the player that's being run boosted, because you're going to know the timing pretty much every time. So just, it's going to collide with the midair.
So you're going to have to throw it every single round.
Yes.
And buy a decoy every single round.
Yeah, but
just in case.
And then
if you, on the off chance, you might hit them with the decoy.
Yeah, but look, imagine how devastated they would be, Henry.
That's true. I guess in terms of psychological warfare, that would do it. A mental collapse would happen at that stage. I suppose you're right. I didn't consider that factor.
I agree. You might have to do it 1,000 rounds in a row. But
yeah, but it would be worth it. I suppose in your mind, it'd be worth it. Here we go. That's worth it. As Hunter cracks things open towards B. A rock'em sock'em rounds here. The gloves are off as HooXi and co break through the B defense. Yekindar still has a chance to deny. The bomb has not been planted just yet. It's 3-on-3. Molotovs exchange. Flash is being deployed, and Yekindar, he'll go through the smoke momentarily. Pretty dangerous position. He knows it as well. Tries to flash himself in. Needs another kill here. Can't just give him a clean plant.
Still another Molotov on Patsy, but I think he's walking in from the other direction. Yes, he is. A bit of a flank coming through. They don't realize yet. This could be huge. Big kill even stops the bomb. A double kill for Patsy, and he will close it out. I don't even think they realize towards the end. Hunter's going to be going down. 14-11 Liquid. They are not out of this yet.
Certainly not. They could still win this in regulation. $2,000 per player for G2. No plant found. Huge flank delivered. And that was the opening couple of frags as well for G2. You thought they had that one all tied up, but a hat trick from Patsy. The close out round number 25 is everything. Team Liquid are online here on Vertigo in the dying stages of this best of 3. It's a full eco now. Desert Eagles, no armor, no nades. Couple of Glocks in the mix as well. As Patsy finds his 20th frag in the previous round. It's NAVI at the top of 25 as well. We'll see whether they can get anything done here. The boosts have been pretty up and down, I would say. A mixed bag for Nico. He's had some very impressive ones in this series and a couple of blunders, if you will, with the failed boost towards that B bomb site, but we'll see what he can make of this one.
It's delightful to see somebody joining NAF at the top of the board there. Now Patsy started to get there. Obviously the triple really helping out in the last round, but yeah, just nice to see NAF getting a little bit of assistance.
Take it easy, OC.
Yeah, there's nothing to win by repeating that over and over again.
No, absolutely not. So back towards B. Not really much they can do. A plant would be actually a bit of a win, to be honest with you. See if they can pull that off. Every chance they can get.
Maybe another hilarious boost.
Maybe. Now, this is the chance. Maybe you do want to do a run boost in these sort of rounds, but they've boosted one player up towards the ledge, and indeed the steps. Nice shot from Rainwake. He'll have the gallery in front of him now. Objective: slow them down. Wait for your rotations. Just make sure that bomb doesn't get planted. Deny them resources.
From the Exile position.
Yep, true.
Exile's favorite boost, I feel like. That new Cloud9 lineup looks ridiculous.
It's one of the best looking rosters we probably ever had on paper, I'd say. Like, it's wild how it all makes sense.
It really does, yeah. I think that's going to be a scary team to be up against. Well, can't wait to see them. But we're going to be denied that for a little bit. 14-12 is the scoreline. Liquid. The
most dangerous scoreline in the world, Anders.
They do say that.
Yeah.
They do say that.
14-12. It's not as safe as you might think. Watch out. It could be coming for you.
Wake up in the middle of the night thinking about it a lot.
Go away. No. AK-47s across the board here for G2. Opening frag for OC, however. That's Hooksy removed.
Stood in the flames to get that kill. It was well worth it. Oh, look at this. They're going to speed it up on the other side. Rainwaker's already calling it in, saying, I'm in a lot of trouble here. I need some backup. He's going to get the first one, but surely flashed out of the next kill. Taken down by Monacy.
This next kill is massive. And it's NAVI with nothing. He's been playing so well, but that's actually a bit of an advantage now for G2. Looking for series point now. As Monacy gets a C4 planted. Incendiaries deployed. JKS lying in wait behind the smoke here. This is another huge frag. Yekindar predicting it.
He is, but he can't see him. There we go. The outline. He just gets enough. OC's going to be going down. And we're in a 2-on-2. Nice shot from Monacy. Can't find Yekindar, though, and a straight smoke on there. Oh, goes really wide. That's not covering anything. Nico's charging, and he thinks the defuse already happened, but Yekindar, he reads it, comes back. He was 0-7 at one point. Now he's up to 15, and he just clutched the hell out of that round.
That was such a great round to watch. It really had it all coming right down to the wire. Two Titans locking horns as well in the 1-versus-1. Nico assumed a full defuse was coming through. And it's Yekindar getting off the bomb, getting the information of the rotation, and it's an absolutely massive round. Hooksy knows it as well. Even with the plant, money is compromised. They'll be taking a half buy as we go into round number 28 here. G2 on the ropes this time.
And it's a dreadful position for Nico to be in because he hears the smoke. He has to run. He has to pretend that it's DV. He doesn't have a choice. So it looks silly because he just runs right into the AK, but he had nothing else that he could have done. There we go. Yekindar, he killed him in the last round to get the clutch, and he starts this one with a kill on the same player. 14-13. bring out the wallbang down. Monacy on the other side of the curtains, going to be taking him down 5 versus 3. Look at the weapons and the utility there on G2. This is looking like a tied game.
You say that, but there still is 1 minute 10 on the clock. I was about to say, with the likes of Nico on the server, you never know, but he's been removed early.
Yeah, Randy Kinder.
So these rounds are possible. They've got the caliber of players required to pull off a 5 on 3, but 1 AK, 2 pistols doesn't look good.
No, it doesn't. Flashbang was pretty decent, but somehow the kill didn't go their way. Kinder jiggling and spraying and able to pick up the kill on Hunter. The best spray that we've seen, but it doesn't matter. He's going to be closing it out. He's got a quad kill. He's up to 19. If you plotted, his kills on a graph, it's going to look really silly. Going to be flat for the first, 7 or 8 rounds.
A huge spike in volume.
Rockets off.
Yeah. Well, yeah, he's certainly in the zone now. Like we talked about, that tag team combo, Yekindar and Patsy working together in tandem is quite a scary thought when they're both online. They hit so hard. Yekindar raining down death from above there on the A bomb side, denying absolutely everything. And you're right, we're all tied up, Anders. 14-14. Daps pulls out the strap book. And we've got ourselves a tied game. Money is okay. G2 will have a Galil in the hands of Nico. Now, this is the time where Hooksy, he's got the AK. I would tell you, this is the kind of round you need to be selfless and give Nico one of those AKs right now. Like, let's not let him operate with the Galil. It's not going to happen. They give Nico the Galil. Not sure about that one.
Yeah, I mean, maybe she's saying, it doesn't even matter. I'll pick up an AK from you guys later.
I guess you're right.
The job,
I guess you're right.
Oh yeah, bit of a selfless choice perhaps for him. 29th round. Be devastating for G2 if they had such a massive lead. We were even joking about it. We were saying, just close it out before any mistakes start to creep in.
You forget about that so quickly, don't we? Oh, Napfly, what a maneuver that is. He drops down, spraying, finds JKS, and that's one of those plays you just don't see coming. That's such a wild maneuver. No one should be doing it, but when they do, it's so overwhelming and surprising, and it's actually worked out for him. Looking for series point themselves now. Liquid have pulled this all the way back with 5 rounds in a row. An unsuspecting JKS taken down.
That's not the smoke you wanted.
Yeah, where was that going?
I think it was meant to land on the top of the stairs or something to create a little bit of a block, but yeah.
Well, the fact they've thrown it like that suggests they know B might be open here, because it's like if you see it flying across the map,
yeah,
you might be trying to suggest there's more people in B than there actually is.
This is so strange. If Rainmaker might have thought it, he might not even realize it was a failed smoke, so he might just think, okay, that's it. Like, I at least have like 5 or 10 seconds where I can step back in the middle. That wasn't the case at all. That might be an absolute disaster. 24 seconds now, pushing for the smoke, but Nico, Galil betrays him. Patsy takes him down instead. OC with a shot, and the round goes to Liquid anyway. I can't even explain it.
Nico, if he hits that shot, Anders, they win that round. It wasn't necessarily a miss, but it's the Galil, right? He doesn't have the same damage output. He's not controlling the spray as effectively would an AK. I'm not saying that's the reason, but still, certainly compromise his efforts there. And yeah, by his standards, he knows he should be converting that. I saw him. Yeah, he knows. Can't even really blame anyone else for that one. It didn't work out for him. He knows he had to hit that shot, and that's series point for Liquid. Of course, at the buy into this one, they didn't get the bomb down, Anders. So
yeah, they
Galils and AKs and no utility left. 0.
They delayed that bomb plant. And Nico, I mean, if you'd have got the kill, it would have worked out just fine, probably. But my God, what an intense game this turned into. 50-14. We're going all 30 rounds. And G2, they're on the back foot now. They're looking for overtime. They got it in the second map, and they won it. The spray is in. Not nearly a triple spray down. Yakinda will continue, and it's just Nico. 1 versus 3. He's done this many, many times. He's done it today. But now they're calling on him one more time to try and see if he can step it up. And he's stepping right into the AWP on the other side. OC sees it coming, and he immediately gets the kill right there. Oh my God, and look at the aggression. He just jumps into it, takes down OC. He is relentless. And the Galil, this time it rings true.
These are the sort of rounds that Nico thrives in. A 3 versus 1, cut down to size.
That bomb position is so awkward, though.
It's true.
He has to navigate deep into it. Now, we know he can juggle the clock really, really well, but still, think of how many little corners he has to check.
He has to burn so much time doing just that, right? So even when he gets the bomb now, let's say he's got, what, 18 seconds remaining by the time he picks it up, confirms he's clear. And they're not giving him anything. So, yeah, there is the bomb. Now you've got to wait and reposition, make noise, and you should be going down here. For the series, can he get away?
How is he alive? He should have been shot in the back and dead already. Goes straight for it. No delays. He hears the footsteps, so Yakinder on the other side again. He escapes around the corner. He takes a little bit of damage every time. There was a grenade that landed on him here, and they have many more grenades. I think for Nico to win this has to be 2 clean headshots. It has to be out of this world that he can't make the next corner. Rainwaker takes him down, and Liquid, on their opening performance, they've brought down G2. Absolutely stunning way to start this team.
Very impressive, Anders. What a showing. The debut for the European look of Team Liquid. An epic performance all round. They opened things up on Ancient 16-9. You thought it was a flash in the pan as they go down a Mirage, losing in overtime. It seemed like G2 were firing on all cylinders. A 7-1 lead here on Vertigo, and it all comes crashing down around them.
Really, really, really impressive stuff. I mean, also, just for me personally, delightful to see NAF at the end. I feel like he's getting more space. You know, you saw that drop down that he had at the end.
That was a great play.
He's playing much more loose at the moment, and he can step it up. I still think he's one of the best players in America. Definitely proving it today. Very, very, very exciting turn of events. And if this is starting point for Liquid, I mean, you've got to be really excited about what's still to come, because they are still building everything from the ground up here. There's absolutely no question about it. We do have James with NAF down on the stage.
A fantastic start for Liquid here at Blast, and well, it's a debut for the new guys coming in. I want to see just how was that first rodeo. It certainly wasn't easy.
Yeah, I mean, it was pretty crazy. You know, we had a really strong Ancient, you know, it was our map pick, and then going into Mirage, it was pretty close back and forth. We definitely feel like we kind of blew it in some situations, but then again, we won some clutches, you know, so fair play to them. They played well. And yeah, Vertigo is reverse Liquid, you know, we brought the comeback to them.
I want to touch on that Ancient to start things off with, though, because in the first half, right, really close, but when we saw you go switch over to the second half, the CT side was looking really dominant. Do you think they were confused about what you were playing and the way, the new style you were playing with the new players?
I mean, yes, of course, you know, Merix is now IGLing, and then we also have different players in terms of like their play style. You know, Robert is more aggressive in some ways, kind of like how Elige was playing, but you know, but he has his own style of playing that, you know, so it's a little bit more loose, I would say. And then Rainwaker, you know, he's an unknown commodity right now, so you know, so people don't really know what to expect from him, but you know, everybody played well. And yeah, then again, you know, they're a team that made no changes, so we had things that we somewhat expected, and then for them it's a little bit harder to read for our play. So yeah, so that's pretty much what it came down to, I guess. Maybe
when it comes to Mirage, did you feel like you guys should have had that and it should have been the 2-0? Because you look at the Nico clutch, which kind of saved them in the first half. Then you look at the few mistakes you guys made when it came down to some of the scenarios where you had advantages. So you must have felt like that one slipped.
Yeah, there's some rounds that slipped. I remember I made like a mistake when they're retaking 5 versus 5. I think like from CT spawn to Mirage, and I ended up over peeking, you know, giving the entry into the site. So that was my bad. And yeah, no, the clutches went back and forth. So it's hard. You can't just say, you know, we won all the clutches, and you know, but. Yeah, they won some clutches, but you know, at the end of the day, I think they played really well, and they deserved the Mirage game. And you know, the other 2 maps, you know, we could say we deserved them.
You certainly did, Naf. Thank you very much, man.
Thank you.
A war of attrition, and it was Liquid to deliver the finishing blow. Talk about an impressive first showing for this new look Team Liquid. The fact they managed to keep their cool, keep level-headed in such an intense fight, Jacob. Impressive stuff from them.
Especially after what happened on Mirage. I think Nafly just said it right here, that of course you can always argue that clutches goes back and forth, but I think we both agree that that was a bit of a loss for Team Liquid. So they were able to reset, come into Vertigo, go down, being basically from the start pressured to the brink of a breaking point, and still fight their way back into the game. As you said, Freya, that was a very, very positive showing for this new Liquid roster.
It's impressive on multiple accounts. First of all, you have a brand new roster that is pushed to a 3rd map, which technically should be where you start to see cracks in the defense, cracks in the game plan, and they're actually able to fight back towards the end 7 rounds in a row. And then on top of that, I want to talk about the start that G2 had and put Yakindar 10 feet below ground. Literally Yakindar at 0 and 7, trying to figure out solutions. You could see how he seemed to be a little bit lost. He doesn't have the time and the luxury to individually focus on himself. But in spite of that, they still walk back into this game, and that is impressive.
The starts from G2, you spoke about it here in Vertigo. They're up 5-0 in the first half. They're up 6-0 in the second half. That's an 11-0 lead if you take the first couple of rounds into account. In the mid portion of the games, Liquid were the better team. In the vast majority of the buy rounds, Liquid were the better team. So as Matthew said right here, it's highly, highly impressive that a team that is so new, that is building up from the ground and upwards, can come into a third deciding map against a team that hasn't made any roster change and looks so goddamn good.
As you said very aptly, Matthew, it's impressive on so many levels. And just to continue that Yakinda conversation, right, the fact that he is so down low in coming into the early stages of this Vertigo game, and then we're talking about him in an entirely new role as well. I would not blame Yakinda for absolutely crumbling. He doesn't let you get back into this.
No, and he had impactful clutches towards the very end as well. You can argue the 1v2 that he turns around with that ninja defuse against Nico is a key factor for Liquid to make it through. And I just want to make a point right here. The beginning of this game for Yakinda, when he's down 0-7, that is the difference between being a second voice in a team and being the full IGL. When you're the second voice in a team and you're having a bad start, you have the luxury to kind of regather, calm down a little bit, focus on yourself, and warm yourself back up. When you're the IGL, there's no moment where you can just be silent. You cannot just focus on yourself. You have to keep coming up, with ideas, with pushes, with kind of, pushes for your team. And I was impressed to see him come back into it.
Not only as an in-game leader, but also as an individual player. I believe at one point in the game, he was 8-16, and he finishes with 21-17. You saw in the highlight packets as well that all the highlights came in that later portion of the game in the comeback. So that was a massive comeback from Yakinda, not only as an in-game leader, but also as an individual on the server.
Should we also give it up for Nasty Ass Naf as well? Talk about a consistent force, and he's coming back into this new season saying, I am not changing. I'm not going to be changing from that pillar of consistency.
It's just so good to see. Like, it's such a guarantee, such consistency. I feel like both teams had very good anchors to offer. With JKS on one hand and NAF on the other. I agree with Anders. I think NAF freed himself a little bit in this series. You would find himself in situations where you think, wait, hold on a second. Is that NAF? Is that being so aggressive? What the hell is going on? And actually, you can definitely see, like, mechanically, he's got what's needed. Like, he can actually take some of these duels. He can really go out there and put himself in danger. And of course, he's a huge talking point for Liquid.
Something we can't forget, the NAF is world-class in his role, and he's been for a very long time. He's almost too nice as well when he's saying that, yeah, on Mirage, we didn't really deserve it. Clutches go back and forth, He's just trying to be the nice guy. Sometimes I wish that his mentality outside of the server would reflect how he is on the server, because as you said, mechanically speaking, and the way that he possesses and owns his opponent sometimes is very, very cool to see.
Just looking at the two new additions to Liquid, specifically on Vertigo, we were kind of theory crafting exactly how they would fit in. Was that what you expected from both Rainmaker and Patsy coming into this specific map?
Yeah, I mean, we keep seeing Patsy taking Yakinda's position. I think that happened once again on Vertigo. Patsy was very much responsible for the A side, and then Yakinda was a little bit more shuffling around where he relies on his vision, and Rainmaker is following the trend, which is take Nitro's position, be that anchor that they rely on with NAF as well, that secondary defensive player. And honestly, even though the stats aren't incredible, you have to give it to Rainmaker for stepping up towards the end of that game and having a couple of moments where he made an impact on his bomb sites, because I think he also was 10-18 at some point in the game. Yeah. Not the greatest start.
He stepped up. I would give the title to Patsy, though, for being the best performing player out of all the players on Team Liquid throughout the entire course of the series. From start to finish, he was finding impact. He was playing the brand of Counter-Strike that we like to see, him being aggressive, him not being afraid, and even in a game on Vertigo where the pressure's on, he still kept doing what he was supposed to do. Even had that one round where he flanked and got a 4-kill to push Liquid back into the game. So overall, a very, very great debut by Patsy, who I think were the best performing player for Liquid.
Gentlemen, we did kind of the Cliff Notes version of the new Astralis, the new NAVI. What are your takeaways, the TLDR, from this Liquid, from this first taste we've got to see from them?
It was looking good. It was looking very good. I think the roles fit Liquid right now. We don't know the capabilities of Yakinda as an in-game leader long term, but what it looks like right now is a team that has found roles, that has found different positions that suits the players, and that's a good sign and a good start.
Yeah, it works better than I had anticipated, at least in this first series. I'm going to be honest. I thought that the role clashes would be more problematic than what it turned out to be in this series. I had serious doubts about Yakinda being able to have that kind of impact and input if you take him out of the positions that he usually likes. I think he made a liar out of me, at least in this series. And yeah, Patsy has been picking up the mantle. I think he's been playing these positions quite well. So suddenly, structurally, there is something to explore there.
Well, that does wrap up the debuts here at the Blast Premier Full Groups as we take a look at how Group C has played out with the initial matches going down. Team Liquid going to be facing FaZe up next. What are you thinking of that one, Jacob?
I think that's a cool one, especially considering that FaZe is still sleeping a little bit. I think
sleep in their eyes.
Kerrigan said they took a longer break than initially just to rest a little bit more, and then they slowly but surely wanted to get started. I think Liquid have a good chance of making that a very cool game.
OG versus G2 in that lower bracket as well. Plenty more chances for the teams going forward, right?
Yeah, I just don't think it's going to be that easy for G2. I mean, don't get me wrong, they're the better team, but we've seen that when allowed the space to come back into a series, OG made life relatively miserable for FaZe on map 1, and these G2 still had moments in this game where the energy or the lack thereof is a little bit concerning from the outside, so you better just give yourself a kick in the butt and make sure that you take that game seriously.
Well, that does wrap up the Group C action for now at the Blast Premier Full Groups, but we will be returning to Group A. Up next, it's Vitality taking on Complexity.
think in one word to describe my team, it's gonna be family.
I would definitely say it gives us an advantage because a lot of teams is not like a family. They're more like colleagues.
Always have good vibes, always laughing, always have fun.
The roster change that they've made, bringing in Flamesy, is thinking about the future. The ability to put your hands on one of the next few big things of the game. I think everybody's wondering how he's going to be integrated in the team.
I think what makes our roster really special is that we have a good mixture of everything.
Everyone is game changer. Whenever we feel the game,
The player on our team everyone needs to look out for is obviously Sabu.
Sabu is currently on top of his game. Nobody's touching him.
I think no matter what, you can't deny the fact that he's the best player in the world, and he's always gonna be a threat to everyone. It doesn't matter who it is.
I expect greatness from Vitality this season.
The best word that describes our team.
Hardworking. I think we're a really hardworking team. On boot camps, we sit together 10 to 12 hours every day.
We can give each other really good criticism and nobody takes it super personal.
Everyone just likes working hard. I think that's a really good mentality to have.
From Complexity this season, there are higher expectations. We've got a leash coming in for Fang. Expectations have to be high compared to other roster moves that have taken place. This is one of the clearest upgrades that we've seen.
I think the other teams should look out for Grim. He has really big X factor.
He can turn rounds around just solely because of his mechanics. He's basically the Terminator.
He can just pop off and just win the games for us by himself.
So the expectations this season are massive for Complexity.
This season we can expect from our team better results than last season, hopefully. We've got one of the best players in the world.
I think this signing will allow them to reach new ground.
The Bees are back, and this time it's up for Complexity to be ceasing the swarm. One of the best debuts we've seen so far into this new season. It's down to Flamesy to continue that trend today. But when we're looking over on the other side of the server, Elige, he was the man in charge in Complexity's initial game. And Jacob, he made a team that we were always talking about, almost making it, not quite making it over the finishing line. They managed to do that versus the Ninjas.
It was fantastic to see Elige play that well in his debut for Complexity. I think Londa said it in this little intro as well, one of the clearest upgrades we've seen during this silly season. I think that's fair to say, not to take anything away from Fang, but Elige comes in with a complete different pedigree, different skill level, different ceiling, different mentality, and overall, he was the guy who charged the win for them. He was the one who put himself in front of the server, got all the kills, got all the important rounds, got all the important clutches, and made sure that Complexity won that first game.
I agree with you, but I do wonder, and in accordance to what Londas was saying, do we think the expectations are out of this world for Complexity? Are we not exaggerating just a little bit? I mean, I'm expecting an improvement, but we're not talking about like deep runs in playoffs. Not my point. So I think we have to be a little careful where we place Complexity.
I think they've got to make it to the playoffs first, right? I think that's what the upgrade should be with Elige, right?
I mean, for my money at least, I don't know where you put them before, but they were at the lowest of low. I didn't care about Complexity. They didn't intrigue me at all whatsoever. Now with Elige coming into the team, I have a small incurring interest. I have at least, think Elige is a cool adding, and I think the win against NIP was cool, but it's not like I expect Complexity to be a world beater or go into playoffs or anything like that. But before Elige came into the team, I didn't care about them.
If anything, I feel like it might put pressure, or we are going to put pressure on the other individuals a bit more. Because before we would say, that was a good try, Complexity. High five, you did well. You almost made it to playoff, that's great. But now that they have Elige, I think our tune changes just a little bit. And we want more. We expect more. We expect deeper runs. And we'll see how the other players kind of react to that pressure, because it is a different ballgame.
Well, with Elige joining the Complexity squad, he's also reuniting with one of his former teammates in Grim. So let's catch up with him, courtesy of James Banks.
So Grim, it was a very strong start for Complexity with Elige on the team, but I wanted to see, how does it feel for you to be reunited with him, especially because obviously when you left Liquid, it was a bit of a turmoil situation, to say the least.
Yeah, I mean, it was a hectic situation back then, but it's been awesome teaming again with John. He's bringing a lot to the team, and obviously just seeing his firepower again, like firsthand, I spectate him, I'm like, damn, John's back, his firepower is really good, and I really like that the structure he's bringing in. I think that he's going to help a lot.
Do you have to give him much more space to fit him in, or has it worked out pretty well?
I think it's worked out pretty well because he is basically like a one-for-one role swap with Fang. So we just slotted him in, and he's brought some stuff that, since he plays the map a lot with Halzerk, since he's that type of role on every map, him and Halzerk have been going through a bunch of stuff, and he's been bringing a lot of stuff. So I say it's been very easy fitting him in so far.
Now you got a real test today against Vitality, the new lineup with Flames coming in. What do you make of this version of Vitality? And do you think that they might still not be at the top of their game that could help you guys here?
I think they're still going to be really good. Obviously, they're top 2 right now, and they just won the major, even though it was with Dupree. I think they're going to be super good still. I feel like Flames is a bit more aggressive than Dupree was, so they're going to be they're going to have to figure out how that works across the maps, I feel like. But I feel like they're still going to be super good, and definitely not a team to underestimate, and we just got to bring our all in that game. And yeah, I feel like Flames is a really good player, but yeah, Dupree was a super good role player for Vitality, and I don't know if Flames can really fill those shoes right away, honestly. But we'll see. I think they're a really good team.
And what's your kind of go-to plan? How are you going to combat it?
Well, we'll just have to bring everything we've been practicing, basically. Just trust the process, because in practice recently it's been going pretty well. We've been adding a lot more stuff, so as long as we bring that game and treat them like any other team, then I think we'll have a good chance.
Okay, I like that we get to hear a little bit about Elijah's relationship with Halzak, trying to develop him into, you know, a next-level player, because that is stating the obvious, where there is a clear disparity between Vitality and Complexity.
Yeah, listen, the plan here is not to compare Halzak to Zywol. Like, obviously, we know how the contrast is going to look like. Thank you very much. I mean, we know where we're going with this one. But one of the topics that we have to address is the potential that Elige can have on Halzak's development. Sure. Because we have seen Halzak with Complexity. He's had great events. He's had European Tier 1 events where his numbers are great and he's pushing them forward. He's the one carrying the charges, rather. Now he's got someone with a whole lot of experience with him. And I want to see that gameplay, that experience, transfer into Halzak. And it was talked about in the interview just right there with Grim, the fact that they should talk together, they should exchange ideas, and maybe, just maybe, you're starting to see Halzak's movement, positioning, decision-making being a little bit better because he's got someone with him that can explain to him how can you use that evident, obvious skill that you have, but just be in the right place at the right time. And this is something I want to see in the future.
To me, that's the biggest value of Complexity signing Elise, in the sense that not only does he add more firepower, as Grim said in the interview, it's nice to see him back on the server, it's nice to spectate him, but I assume Elise will make all the players around him better as well. He comes in with so much experience, so much know-how as to how to win Counter-Strike games and how to win trophies from his time in Liquid, that he's hopefully going to make everyone around him better and more comfortable on the server.
I feel like a lot of our praise, and I mean rightly so, has been on Elige so far when talking about Complexity. But let's give props to JT and some of his T-sides that he called versus NIP in that first series, right? Because that was impressive to see him, you know, deploying that kind of heat.
It was very impressive, because it was every single T-side throughout that match that made JT and Complexity look good on the server. But I also did read in an interview that Elise is helping out mid-round. So I think the comparing of those two, and again, just to give some more credit to Elise, I think he's helping out in that regard as well. I think that makes JT more comfortable, maybe relieves a bit of the pressure that he has a guy next to him, that whenever he's running out of ideas or whenever he's unsure whether or not the call he's about to make is right or wrong, he can always test it by Elise. And I think having two voices in a team like that, one that is an in-game leader and a second one that is so strong like Elise, is a good match.
Yeah, I mean, we'll have to see when things get a bit complicated. We'll have to see the balance in that relationship. Because it can be problematic at times if you're an IGL and you have someone that's coming in with a relatively big aura or a big reputation, someone that's tenured, and then it's 14-14, and you and I would disagree, but your pedigree is 10 pages long and mine is just a footnote in Google. You're like, whose idea are we going with? Like, I think we should play B. I think we should play A. Yeah. What's going to happen right here, right? So I think they need to, over time, define like the priorities and the pecking order and who gets the final say. That's not always easy.
I think that's an Elise problem, though, because when you remind his time in Team Liquid, he's had, what, 9, 10 different in-game leaders, and they were changing every other month. Then is Jakinda, then is Nitro, then is himself, then Hiko, then back to Nitro. So for Elise to come into a team that has a dedicated in-game leader, I think it takes time for him to accept that there's one voice in the team.
You talk about things, you know, potentially getting complicated. I can almost guarantee that that is going to happen today, because they're going up against Vitality, who had a really hot start into this new season. We see FlameZ as the joint highest rated player in the tournament, alongside his brother-in-arms, Magisk. They're looking like a deadly machine already entering this new season, but there is a caveat that it was against EG. They did what they needed to do.
Yeah, listen, it was a relatively easy opposition, but they did what they had to. They were relatively, I would say, strict. They had a couple of funny moments as well, and it's part of the deal, right? You're not going to start your campaign here in Copenhagen being 200% serious, screaming around. Like, you have to manage your energies. You have to know where you're going. You have to kind of ease yourself into it. They did exactly what they had to, stylistically, in terms of skill. They outclassed their opponent. We never got into a point there was an actual discussion. I would argue that today might be a day where we get a bit more of a pushback from Complexity, and then we get to poke the bear. We get to poke the bees. I don't think you can poke a bee.
I don't think you want to shake the hive.
No,
that's
you don't want to do that.
Well, because then you're just going to get
really scary.
Stung. I don't know, Jacob. How's that shaping up for you?
I've never been stung in my life. I always flee away.
Stung?
No, I always run away whenever I see a bee.
You're scared of the bees. That's why you're on the Complexity side of the studio, right?
Yes, let's say that. I agree. I hope Complexity can make this game competitive. I would love to see FlameZ struggle for the sake of learning.
Why do you hate FlameZ?
Yeah, why do I hate FlameZ? I want to see how he reacts when he's struggling. I want to see how he's being composed. I want to see how the rest of the team is trying to make up for that fact. It's going to happen sooner or later, so we may as well get the first taste of it.
I mean, the Elige fan club woke up and chose violence today, apparently.
I'm not an Elige fan.
So whilst we cheer on that one, let's go ahead and check in with Spinks ahead of this series.
Spinks, with Flames coming into the team, I just wanted you to tell me and the viewers at home just like what your relationship was with him before you joined the team.
So we have a big friend group in Israel, and me and him in the same group. in the same group we have like smaller groups that me with another guys and him with another guys. But of course, when he joined the team, we are getting closer and closer because we are flying together and we are playing together and we are doing a lot of stuff together. So yeah.
And how was it having the first official match with him?
I think he did an amazing job. No, he finished the top on the scoreboard. I think he did his job really good, city side and T side. So not much to say. I think we just played really good as a team against AG, and I hope we will do the same today against Complexity.
And when it comes to that, you've had a couple of days off now, right, to relax. But how have you spent that time as Vitality?
Well, in the start, we are not taking relaxing days. Okay. It's the start of the season, so even when we have a day off from the tournament, for example, yesterday, we did a full practice day, just normal stuff, and we are working because we had our 3 weeks to chill, and now it's not the time for it. Maybe after some tournaments, but not yet.
And in terms of Complexity, there's certainly an improved Complexity with Elige coming into the team, but do you still see them as a threat to you guys, or should this be another easy game like you had in the first one?
Of course they are a threat. They have Elige, who is, in my opinion, a really good player. He's doing a lot of good job for the team. And also we have Flamesy, and it's, of course, not all the maps are perfect. We still need to work on some small stuff, and here and there, it's like every team with a new player. So yeah, we are not 100% yet, and they are not either, but yes, they are a threat, of course.
Now, just talk to me about that. You said you're not 100% with Flames yet. That's understandable considering the time, but how far along are you?
I think the improvement we made compared to how many packs we had is actually impressive. Okay. I didn't expect it to go so fast and so easy, I would say. Like, it wasn't so hard with him. So yeah, I'm actually impressed, and I'm just happy we can keep going forward and keep improving.
We've got Inferno, we've got Vertigo, and we've potentially got Nuke. Matthew, how do you see things shaping up on Complexity's map pick?
Well, the thing is, when they picked Inferno against NIP, that didn't go too well. That was a 14-16 loss for Complexity, but that's going to be interesting to see how Vitality approaches the map as well. Are we going to see Flames sliding in for Dupree towards the A side? We know Vitality made a few changes along the way on their Inferno, trying to figure out how they wanted to approach it. So that's a question that remained open. Vertigo seems kind of safe, if you'd ask me. And by my calculation, we should be out of this in like an hour and 45 minutes.
I like how Vitality are trying to make Vertigo their main pick. Not a lot of teams out there have Vertigo as the map they always pick into a best of 3, but seems to be the case here for the new iteration, so to speak, of Vitality. So curious to see how that one is going to pan out. No doubt, Vitality are the main favorites right here. I just want to see Complexity make the game competitive. I want to see Vitality being put under a bit more pressure than we saw against EG.
Well, we're about to see exactly how it's about to be playing out. And we begin on Complexity's map pick of Inferno. A chance to submit the Sing to Vitality. Let's see how it goes down in just a few.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to day 3 here at Blast Full Groups. My name is Henry G, and of course, the beautiful Anders joining me for another barn burner of a matchup here. We have 2 very interesting teams, fresh changes in the roster as Vitality take on Complexity. You've got to be excited for this one, Anders.
Yeah, I'm surprised that the odds are more. I mean, it's sort of almost 5-1. I feel like it could have been worse.
Maybe. I don't know. That's pretty convincing, if you ask me. But yeah, I see what you're saying. I don't know. You have to remember that Complexity won their first outing, right? They didn't get blown out the water. They weren't an EG. They did have EG. They did have Elige, I should say, firing on all cylinders. So sure, Vitality are the heavy favorites going into this one, but I don't think it's going to be a blowout. I don't think they're going to be getting ran over here. I feel like Complexity will put up an admirable fight, if you ask me. Time will tell, though. It's going to be Inferno to kick things off. Now, we've seen Complexity play this map already in this tournament. It was against NIP. They lost out 16-14, but it was their pick, and we were commending JT on his T-side calls, right? If you remember, the executions, the mid-rounds, were actually very impressive. They lost out the pistols around number 30 to deny overtime, but Complexity can play this map, but we certainly know that Vitality can as well.
Oh, no question about it. Oh my god, that's an early little bit of a damage there. I mean, it might have dinked him slightly through the wall, but Flames down to 52 health. And we'll see how this plays out. Complexity going to be starting on the T side with Vitality on the CT side, and all they have at the moment is a Magus who's playing around at the B bomb side, and the way that he's playing this, he's looking for 1 headshot and then for the retake 4 and 5.
It will have to be the retake. He has no utility playing coffins, just looking for a couple of 1-taps here. If one of them connects, great. Ideally, though, just try and delay the bomb as much as he possibly can. So there are the shots. Nothing quite connects. This is looking very good for Complexity.
He went back and picked up the dualies. He
Yes,
threw away
right.
the USP to pick up. I'm so confused.
Yeah,
Why didn't he have the dualies to begin with? He just wanted them for the early shots. They're gonna try and run him down. It would have been so sick if he would have got a triple kill with the dualies just because they're not expecting it. But oh my god,
he jumbled us over. But either way, this round is actually looking quite good. Some way, somehow, it will be Vitality coming out on top there. It was looking like they were done for. After losing the first frag, the bomb was planted. You would think there would be no chance of a clean retake, but Vitality don't really give up anything at all. It's only Magus that goes down in the end, and you're right. So did he juggle over the USP and the Julies to enable him there?
He does.
That's kind of a wild idea.
It's actually, I mean, it had absolutely 0 effect on the round, but I just
No,
found it
but
to be so
it's
funny.
certainly an interesting point. But the bomb was planted. Complexity, open B bomb site. You would think they get a bit more out of that, but they will be forcing up in the second here. Galils and Deagles not going for rifles across the board. Want to have a bit of utility to work with here in Apex. Speculative shots down towards T steps. A nice grenade to follow things up as well. Grenade connects. Bullets did not. Takes Grim down to 80 points of health here. Second round well underway. And we've got all 5 players for the North American squad heading towards B here. They've got 2 smokes. They'll be going in the likely positions of Coffins and CT spawn. No Molotov. Yes, there is. Floppy's got a Molotov for new boxes or first oranges, whichever way they're inclined. But the CTs ready with a flash in hand. Flames of the MP9 at the back. Apex in spawn with the M4. Here comes the commitment.
Yeah, no real hesitation. Grim on the opening. It's a really good shot, but Flames at the back. That MP9, you said it's the best gun pound for pound in the game, and he's doing great work, just dancing around, hoping to buy some time. The rotation's very late, but the grenade is deep, and it'll land on Floppy. So whole second Elysia left here, 2 versus 3. Interesting to see how this will play out. It really was Elysian and Holzerk that were sort of playing duo together on a lot of the maps that we saw from Complexity last time, and it worked really well.
Yeah, that's a really good point. Bit of a partnership forming there, perhaps, but they're going to have to dig extra deep here to stand a chance in the 3 versus 2. 30 seconds, of course, no bomb down just yet. An awkward plan if you're going behind the fountain here. Lige needs to find some sort of positional control. Also looking towards spawn. There's 2 CTs in ruins here. So they'll go for the default plan, but 14 seconds here. Need to get it down right now.
It's not that far away. Spinks is almost showing up. Sure, they get the bomb plant down, but Vitality, just a very good, and I think this is the kind of call you would expect out of a team of this kind of veterancy. You want to see them not try and fight that 2v3 until they really have to. It's just much better to do the way that they did.
Complexity there. Once again, it was looking good. They get the first kill in the form of Apex, but it's Flames mowing them down.
Yes.
Like, really excellent work with that MP9. A lot of damage output. He got a big grenade off as well. He did about 80 damage on 2 of them with the grenade while trying to fight for survival. Apex can't believe it as they're off to an absolute flyer once again. And with that bomb planted and a few kills found, they are going to try their luck once more, and as the force buy wars begin right here. 5 Galils this time. Not a bad buy. Hoping they can potentially surprise the CTs. Maybe they overstep the mark with a bit too much aggression. And here comes that aggression. Pushing down towards Banana.
I wonder how long Vitality will commit to fighting Banana like this. Because something that from the NIP and Complexity game, neither team really wanted to fight for Banana control on the CT side. They were really hesitant to do that. Vitality, at least so far, establishing a little bit of control here.
Certainly. And you can see they got 4 players now over towards the A side. Flames, he's still got a full array of utility, a smoke and incendiary. So he can do enough to fend them off for a rotation. So that's actually a pretty promising setup. He doesn't need the AWP. He's just jump spotting. As soon as he spots one, he'll drop the incendiary. 7 seconds then. They can drop the smoke on top. They won't be pushing through it. So this is actually well thought out, a calculated stack.
It's what you want to see, right? It's all the fundamentals here, but it's really good. Nice smoke to keep Spinks safe in the corner. And if they feel like there's probably someone there, what do they do about it? They have to find a way to actually edge him out. And they only have that one Molotov. They don't have another one they can throw in there. Instead, they're going to smoke it off. Sai was just finding every angle possible. That's a great headshot onto JT. And not actually checking it. They forget about Spinks for a minute, and that's a mistake. Floppy goes down. Shot in the back, get a headshot onto Elige.
It couldn't have been more perfect if Vitality tried. Like, ZywOo got them hook, line, and sinker with the utility there. The smoke. They know there's someone there, but the fact he got the spam from library, they get to assume that was a player that was falling back there, or at least they're going to have to take the risk. They needed to find some sort of control in the round. Going toward the arch, the smoke dissipates, and they get dropped. He was there all along. The flashbang, just to slow them down as well, was a thing of beauty. ZywOo just toying with them here as he goes 5-0 and is to kick off their CT campaign. 3-0 overall. Vitality, of course, the heavy favorites, the current major champions, with an upgrade coming into the new season as well. One of the hottest properties in CSGO right now would be Flames, I would say, in terms of his contributions on the server, what he brings to the team in terms of morale and personality, his hard work. I think he's the full package.
You can't disagree with it. It's so sick, isn't it?
And he's young as well, you know?
And just the fact that ZywOo's off to such a good start. Even when ZywOo has slow starts, which happens very rarely, but whenever it does, I feel like whenever I sort of, if I look away from the match for like a couple of minutes and I look back and it's like, oh, he's up to 20 kills anyway, for no reason at all. So just having ZywOo on a hot start is horrible news if you're on the complexity side of things. A lot of grenades, including the Molotov, and then finally the spam for the smoke, or right at the edge of it at any rate. Flames will be taking down JT. So Banana control once again aggressively in control of Vitality, which is a real switch up. Again, I'm expecting Complexity to play much more passively when they were on their CT side. Flames just he's loving life at the moment. 3 kills on him.
He's barely died this tournament, by the way. Like, he has just been in the zone the entire time. Like, you're right. And they've played EG. They're now playing Complexity. A team's beneath their level for sure. I think that's undeniable, but still, the way he's performed and has taken to this team like a fish to water, like, yeah, very impressive.
It's good inflection on that, Henry. They played EG.
I'm just saying, like, it's a team they're expected to win. I'm not being a knob. Just saying.
Just saying without really saying.
Yeah,
I appreciate it, you know.
But, oh, it's another, like, Complexity haven't really ecoed so far. And they've had just, what, Galils, a couple of AKs every single round. This is, like, the nightmare scenario that the rounds are spiraling. You force put a couple too many times.
What's weird is it feels like once you commit to the force bind, you almost have to keep doing it. Like, because at some point it doesn't make sense to even stop, because you can kind of, you know, still
there's just enough, and you know you've got a few kills, and if you can just find one of these rounds, it could be enough. But yeah, this doesn't look good. A UMP for Horzak, and yeah, he's had some good rounds with the weapon in this tournament alone.
Yeah.
But it doesn't fill you with hope if you're watching as a Complexity fan that have got Galils and a UMP in a gun round here against Vitality, who are looking razor sharp right now, to say the least.
They really are. Simple trick to get a bit of an advantage in that fight. Flashed into the corner, and yeah, he's happy to just jiggle away with the knife out. All he has to do again is just spot for any information. Doubling up on that quad position, in fact. 4 people there trying to walk it close. I do like this idea, but Spinks is going to be in position to spot them early on. Nice shot from Floppy. Magus down in the pit, and Elige will find a kill, but Spinks is hunting them. The dualies are coming out now, and Apex showed up just in the last second possible. Oh, it's a great crossfire for Apex on that one. That's super, super important. I do think there's a real strength if you can walk it all the way to the hay card on the T side, because that really happens sometimes, and it's not a lot of time for the CTs to get any information, but obviously the kills just at the end here going the way of Vitality.
What was really nice as well, they just had one player from the pit. He wasn't playing for a frag, he was just playing for the information and dropping that nice door flash, and then everyone was ready to swing. They could feel the presence there, they knew they had Arch under control, and as soon as that flash is deployed, you've got 2 or 3 players swinging. You've confirmed that 3 players are there on the T side, locked them out of the utility, and they don't even get close to a plant. As they go for the B rush this time, it's a decent start in terms of damage, but they do take 2 casualties en route. Flames continues this strong performance here on the B bomb site as they find a 4-on-3 advantage. Round number 6. Complexity find themselves in another disappointing scenario. Locked out of the B bomb site, but at least finding an M4 in the hands of Grim. This time a half buy, just to note that. So maximum loss bonus, of course. Don't even need the plant at this point. They'll be getting at least $3,000 going into that next round.
And fair play in trying to get the rush to top banana. I mean, you can sometimes get a little bit lucky, especially with the Tech 9 or 2. You can win that fight, but doesn't seem like it's paying off for now. Flash to set it up. Just Apex taking a quick peek, but they've got the 2-2 split right now. So either way where Complexity are going, they're probably going to run into a little bit of trouble here.
So Zywoo's and Spawn Apex towards the coffins. Zywoo's got an HE as well. Flashbangs deployed, and if Grim can find a quick kill, you never know, but he is taken down. No problem really whatsoever. It just feels like a matter of time before this one's over. We are going to see a 6-0 scoreline for Vitality. They're already on fire. As we'll see these last couple of kills come through. Magus makes light work of them. 6-0 Complexity. Like we said, maximum loss bonus. This will be their first real gun run, Anders. And that's a pretty alarming thing to say. Hasn't been many close rounds. They got the bomb down in the first couple, but remember that pistol round they had. The B rush that yielded 2 early frags, a 5-on-3, and then couldn't get going. Could be a very different game had they have converted that one. A fantastic start in that regard, but it all collapsed, and Vitality have been dominating ever since.
Yeah, and if you wanted to, let's say, make whole circ on that AWP part of the mission here, you've delayed that up to the 7th round because of the force buy, so it does come at a cost. You don't have the weapons that you really want. You're going to see Floppy. He was looking deep on that one. He wasn't ready for it, and so with the headshot. Oh my god, running wild on that side of the map. Double kill for him. And a 5 versus 3, with JT also dropping quite low over in the banana position. What do you even do? It's just Zywoo pushing up and murdering 2 people out in those T hallways, and you can't even really respond.
Yeah, it would take a wiser man than me to work that one out, I'm afraid.
He's 8-1.
Yeah, like once he gets in this sort of zone, it's very difficult to get him out of it. Like he's feeling it. Every shot's connecting, every move is perfect, every grenade seems to be massively impactful, especially the flashes. And look at this bait and switch setup as well. Even if he goes down here, I dare say he's already set up another kill because there's a player tucked in towards the cubby, but they aren't going to be falling back, actually. They're going to be going back in towards B. 40 seconds here. 2 CTs remain. They've got enough for another basic execution. We're talking about Spawn and Coffins. Has to be an early kill here. Great grenade. Apex will follow it up with a kill as well. They're locked out by a very frustrating smoke. I don't think there's a chance they can even get close to this one now. They have to boost. And maybe a chance of the kill, but they looked completely locked out, Anders.
Yeah, this is so thin, isn't it? Don't think you can do much.
That flash.
Just more grenades raining down. It was an HE, then a smoke and a Molotov, then a flashbang. It just keeps on going. Flames able to get the last one in there, and it's a 7-0 lead. Vitality just look rock solid at the moment.
Yeah, I think that's a fair assessment.
Look at the kills on the side of Complexity, not to rub it in too much, right? But they're starting to run into a little bit of trouble here. Overall, it's about 9 in total that they're working with over on that side.
Yeah, and even with the maximum loss bonus here, they're not getting the bomb down, Anders. So this is like half-buy territory once again, so it's not going to get any better into round number 8. They'll take a tactical timeout, and to be fair, it's only their first one. So still time to pull this one back. We've still got 8 rounds of play. They are 7-0 down, but they're on the T side of Inferno. The main problem is their map pick, and they haven't even got really close to a round yet. Apart from the pistol, and even then, it was a 5-on-3 that went down into a 3-on-0.
Yeah, they need something here. Pressure is on JT, I'm sure, to to find a call.
Well, he needs to spin some gold here, doesn't he? Because, yeah, that's what we were commending them for against NIP.
Yep.
Their T-side calls, their mid-rounding was very impressive. They had them chasing them around the map. The B splits, the banana splits were working out very nicely. Need to see some of that again. Like I said, half buy coming into round number 8. They've got a hero AK in the hands of Grim. Might need to be a miracle AK at this stage.
Yeah, Grim was one of the players that definitely stepped it up for them. Him and Elige seem to be a powerful duo. And I mean, you know, irrespective of the calls, it would just be nice to see Complexity start around here in a 5-on-4. You know, win an opening fight, and then try and see if you can solve the puzzle from there on out. It's not going to be this round, Magisk, and then quick little trade for Sideways, even ready with the P250 if anyone wanted to come and hunt him down. Spinks on the other side on the arch position are going to be in position. We'll take one down. He hasn't died yet. He's 9-0.
The money is out of control as well. It goes without saying, of course. We've got like 16K on 2 players right now. It's getting to the point of no return. We're not there yet, but we're close. 8-0 for Vitality. Complexity again. Not even really gaining any key territory on the map. Not breaking through to a bomb site. Always on the back foot. And that Hero AK, sure, it's a nice idea, but if it doesn't work out, there'll be concessions going forward. So JT operating with the Galil this time. Or for Horzerk, but as the desk pointed out, Horzerk versus Zywoo, who's not even having to use the AWP right now. Like, he is still one of the world's best riflers, as you might consider him just to be a sniper rifle, but
sure,
he can do it all.
Yeah, he can, and they probably need something like that. They need an explosive round. Obviously, good spray through. That's nearly the opening. We saw in the previous game how much of a difference it can make to have one player. It was Nico on G2 sort of come up with a 1 versus 4. Oh my god, they just line up. How is it just... Henry, whenever I walk into the middle like that, there's never just 3 people that are lined up.
Yeah.
That just never happens.
But you're not the chosen one, Anders.
No, obviously not.
He's one step ahead. He knows what his opposition are up to. Like,
I'm one of the 3 people in the mix.
That wasn't a kind of peak with looking for information. That was a peak with conviction. He knew there were 3 kills behind that as Apex looks to close things out here. Decent effort.
It's a no-scope.
Oh, you're
Why
right.
did he no-scope him at that range? Horzerk's absolutely lost his mind. No-scoping and then running through the fire to get the bomb planted. Awkwardly, this is kind of one of the closer rounds that maybe Complexity could win, but he's very low.
This is actually the closest they've been to winning a round in the entire half, which is quite a sad thing to say, considering it's Horzerk on 12 points of health in a 2 versus 1, but that's a great shot to kick things off here. Might have given himself the advantage now. Major's coming in from Banana. Has got the flashbang, but time is running out.
Yes, he's not quite sure, Horzerk. You can see he still thinks it might be construction, but surely he's going to start to realize now, and Magisk is running out of time, trying to get there, and he'll get the shot as well. Not at all back, quickly running to get that defuse in. Without a kit, he would have lost this round, but with it, he's going to be just fine. So, yeah, that was really close.
Closer than it should have been, unfortunately. Like, yes, a decent effort, but it all started here. Around, oh my god, you're right. Like, to be fair, there is no real reason why everyone should be looking at that one corner. Like, it's unfortunate timing, amazing from Zywoo, but a gut punch for sure. Horzerk gets close to winning it with the 1 versus 1. Sort of round he normally thrives in, but he only had, 10 points of health, misses out on the vital shot, and Magisk will claim round number 9 for Vitality. 0 for Complexity as they take their second tactical timeout here. The T-sides have been flat. Not the same team we saw against NIP, that's for sure. We're yet to break past 5 frags on anyone. Scoreboard currently 1, 2, 3, 3, 5. And it's Horzerk at the top with those 5 frags after getting 3 in the previous. So yeah, rough times here. Like, no one's fragging. They're not getting the bombs down. And Vitality firing on all cylinders, to say the very least, Anders.
Yeah, they really are. I mean, if you're a Vitality fan, this is what you came here to see. You are hoping for a day like this where there's no stress, you're not worried about your team losing. You're just here to enjoy them play Counter-Strike. I mean, that's what they're doing. Spinks has died a single time, about 3 or 4 deaths on everyone else on the Vitality. Yeah, they're filthy rich. They're doing so good at the moment. Round number 10. We've got some AKs back in the hands of Complexity, so...
Just to note as well, I'll try and be a little bit more positive after this. This is the pick of Complexity, right?
Yes.
Map. So, yeah, just adding salt to the wound there, rubbing it in, I should say.
Now for the good news, Henry.
Oh, please, I need it.
Well, I was hoping you were going to deliver it, Good news is they can at maximum lose, up to 16, then...
That's the okay, I guess you're right. It can't go further than that.
Yeah, there is an end. There was at one point, wasn't there, where there was a format where you actually played all 30 rounds no matter what.
Yeah, that was just before MR12. It was called, was it Rushes Only? Or Charges Only or something?
Something like that, yeah. So it's been done in the past. Ooh, okay. Look at the rekill there. It's not bad. Holzer taking down Flames. You like that. 4 versus 4. This is an encouraging start. This is fine if you're Complexity. There's someone to work with here for JT.
It's the most compelling start they've had. Like I said, the Holzer clutch was the closest they've come, but this is the best early round position they've been in. Going to be walking through the smoke towards Arch here, and who's patrolling it? It's Apex with an HE, playing for information here. It's a bit more than he bargained for, drops a flashbang, and trying to deny access towards CT spawn as well. They'll have to focus their efforts towards short here. Magisk, at one point, was known as the Prince of Pit.
Yeah, you're not wrong. Probably one of the best players to ever do it in this position. A little bit of a failed spray, but he does get one of the kills anyway. JT on the double, but it's Elige on back there. And now they're going to fake it. 10 seconds on the clock here. That bomb has to be planted right now. JT running out of health. He's all the way down to 4 at the moment, and I think that was the last chance right there. Even if he got the kill, he could not have planted the bomb. So, again, it's close, but just not close enough.
Yeah, and it doesn't matter how close these rounds are, because 10 rounds in a row for Vitality. They've got 5 digits on, 2 players right now in terms of cash. Complexity, again, don't get the C4 down. Suggest a half buy going forward. This was very close. It comes down to a 1 versus 2, but JT had, 4 points of health, no time. So it wasn't really as close as you might think. Just because it's a 2v1, he had 0 chance of winning it at that stage. So, like I said, half buy. Tech9s across the board. Holzak saving for the AWP going forward. Might need it. Nothing else is working right now. And we're going to see them try and bust through the smoke towards the Arch side. Could work out. Spinks will be caught with the flash in hand. Spots them, though, and gets away safely.
Yeah, and he gets the call. He tells them this is going to be a speedy round. Oh, my God. It's impressive. Last 2 headshots, they're really good.
Yeah.
But just once you find out that a Tech9 rush is coming, just the call goes out across the map to everyone on the team. So everyone is going to be ready. No one's going to get caught with no one has a nade in hand. No one's going to get run down like that. So just getting the early information, super important. It's a flawless round. Nobody dies as they win 11 in a row.
Apex is absolutely loving it. Flames, the new boy, delivering on all fronts. Yet to make a mistake in a Vitality jersey. He absolutely demolished EG on their first day, and hasn't put a step wrong here on Inferno to open up the series against Complexity. 11-0. A reality check here for Complexity, going against one of the absolute world's best teams. And not looking too good. Elige 1-11 right now. I don't think you can really blame any individuals, though, for what's happening right now.
Yeah, but this is definitely where you could be lacking maybe Complexity in the long run on sort of a playmaker, right? Like someone who is just ready to step it up. Because I think Elige is one of those mid-round, late-round players that can do a lot there. But at least in Liquid, he'd very often want somebody else to set it up. That's a friendly grenade. Not exactly ideal, but this is good. Apex going down. It's Holzer.
Okay. This is the first time we've actually had an advantage. We've had good openings in terms of they had 4-on-4s, and we're like, okay, now this is better. Some retake utility going to be deployed here. It's the smoke and molly combo usually, but it's just a smoke for now. Flashbang goes over. Complexity can still give this one up. There's 2 CTs lying in wait here at the B bomb side.
They don't have any grenades in the B bomb side anymore either. They've absolutely completely dried out. Grim, nice little crouch on through. Spinks back here. They know that he's alone, but what a headshot! He's going to keep it going. Finds a third in Elige, and it's crumbling before the eyes of Complexity. They thought they had this round, and on the meantime, Floppy's all the way on the other side, which would have been fine if they would have broken through at B, because he could have caught any rotation. But now instead, he has to try and manufacture a round for himself here. 40 seconds, and Magisk up in the graveyard. Is he going to be quick enough when Floppy peeks this corner? He will be. Great headshot.
It's such a strong position. When you can justify getting in that corner, knowing they don't have everything covered, very difficult to flush him out. Great shot there from Holzak. He set up for a 2 versus 1. Couldn't deliver before. This time he's got a little bit more time, Anders. 20 seconds on the clock. No CTs around him. A compromised plan, not an ideal spot. He'll have to play heads-up Counter-Strike now. Bring this down to a 1v1 quickly, but they're encroaching on his position. He's done for.
Yeah, they're right behind him. He has no idea. Oh, he does spin around. It would have been sick if you'd have got that shot, but instead it's a quad kill for Spinks. He closes out the round, and he absolutely saved it. And that's in spite of the early shot for Holzerk that did get them into a great position. Nothing is enough right now. 12-0. They're speed running this game.
They are. The analyst did say and quite a facetious tone, to be fair to them. See you in about an hour and a half. This one should be at 2-0. I didn't think it'd be this convincing. I didn't think it'd be going down in this sort of manner. I had my suspicions of Vitality, of course, would be the winners. But you don't see many blowouts like this anymore, especially in like the modern game with the economics, the way they work, and the way you can't really have these huge leads. Usually, as soon as you drop one round, like it all can fall apart. But that's the problem, I suppose. There hasn't been a single round picked up. As we get into a buy for complexity, they're going to be one more passive this time. Failing the boost. That doesn't feel good. That doesn't feel good at all. And then you get a nade on your front door as well. That's going to be a kill. Oh, luckily that the second nade whistles by them, but that didn't go well whatsoever.
So we learned earlier on Vertigo, once you fail some of those boosts, you just have to pull the plug on.
After it goes wrong twice, yeah, I think that's it. That should be the rule. Like, get down at that stage. You get a bit too flustered. And what's the final call here? Like we said, the T sides have been one of the calling cards of complexity. JT often looking so composed with the mid rounds, but no one can find the kills right now. They can't even find decent positional control. They haven't really taken mid successfully so far.
Yeah, some of the milestones that you want to hit, it's very, very hard for them to get all the grenades out of Vitality hands. So they've got a little bit closer here. Putting some pressure on Cyber, that's not bad. Starting to get there. Flash goes in, but no one's there to peek it on the other side. We're still at 40 seconds, so there is time. This could work for complexity, but they just group up on top of it, and Spinks is getting double spray down. Elige gets 1 kill in return, and he's swiftly dispatched. Spinks is a machine inside of this bomb site. Allsirk alone trying to bring it back. He's this whole game for himself. A third one as he turns it into a 1 versus 1. And he should know where Flames is coming from. He knows where he's anchoring. Gonna fake it once, hoping for a peek. Fakes it again. And every single time, Flames gets a little bit closer. Flash on over. The bomb just... Oh, he comes off it. And now he has to go for it, but he can't. Another clutch that he nearly works, but it's not enough. Allsirk, he's the only one that's doing anything for this team at the moment. And still, he can't win these clutches.
And it wouldn't have been anything short of magnificent if he pulled that one off. That's what is required right now to even get close to a round. A 1 versus 4. And it comes down to a single missed orb shot. He played that so well. He knows he had the potential to win that. 1 orb bullet away. And unfortunately, when they're so deep down the rabbit hole, Anders, close rounds mean nothing. They don't even get the plant there. So it's another half buy. As you go into round number 14, you're 13-0 down. I don't think it gets much worse than this. This is about as much as the barrel as you can scrape.
Spinks is 18-3 after that last round. So we're getting some ridiculous scorelines that are coming out here in general. Another really deep nade.
Oh no, it's done so much damage.
Yeah, just a nuke on top of Elige. He's had a rough game, 2 kills and a 4-on-5 here. Yeah, you're right. There's not much left at this moment. Flashed on in. A little bit excessive perhaps, as JT was close enough to get the kill on the Flames. You like to see it. But backup is going to be coming here really, really swiftly. They picked up the AK, but it doesn't even matter. Apex, the spray, almost perfect to take down Grim and Floppy. And it's a 2 versus 4, so there should be nothing really for Vitality to throw away here. They should be just fine. Spinks continuing the hunt, and they're looking for Allsirk as well. He's down in yellow, and he's going to be found by Spinks. That's 20 kills, Henry.
Yeah, a casual 20 kills in the first half. Yeah, you don't see that too often. 20 kills is normally like the standard if you've had a good map overall. Like I get a close game, you get 20 kills. That's kind of like that's what you're looking for across the board. The fact he's got in 14 rounds of play is unbelievable, really. Zywoo 14-4. It's just Allsirk, you're right, who's really done anything for complexity. He's had a couple of close clutch opportunities, neither of which have been converted. So final round, they do have a buy. All about Allsirk. They're completely flashed off. I dare say he should be dead, but another opening pick. Looking for 14-1, trying to avoid the whitewash here.
Yeah, he will be dead after the fact. Spinks finding that one with an HE. Mangus actually looking on the wrong side of the hallway here, so a bit dangerous. But Floppy does not want to continue to fight, and probably for the better here. He probably would have walked right into the spray.
Yeah, actually pretty impressive for Magus to understand the advantage. If he just held the spray down, fends him off, and they've made the right call. No one's really here towards B, just Apex, and they've got through. He had a chance to find a quick frag there, drops the incendiary instead, but there's a massive gap, Anders. Oh no. They make up for it, thankfully, as the bomb is planted. That could have been disastrous.
He could have pushed that one, I think. I don't think anyone was watching. Floppy's on the other side.
Why does it feel like he's going to wallbang him?
I had the same inkling.
I feel like he's just going to do it randomly. He's just going to pull the trigger now. He's just going to flick to his head. That's normally the ZywOo way.
Yeah, oh, he's going to check at the heart all the way up close. He does miss the shot. That's very uncharacteristic. And that might be the kill that actually stops this from being a 15-0 because it's a 4-on-3 right now. And the bomb is planted very swiftly. Good flashback
there we
coming
go.
out. And that's it. Floppy assisting on a couple of shots there. And it's going to be 14-1 in the opening half. Vitality, absolutely brilliant right now.
I think it started when I was around 12, 13, like basically from the moment as I recall it, I got into gaming. That's also when I started to go to less football practices. It's when I started to do less activities, and that's when I started to gain weight.
But it's funny, like a picture like this, it's sort of the cliche or like stereotype of a gamer.
I was living the stereotype, you know?
Yeah.
I was sitting in my room a lot and playing computer games. To be completely honest, I could be done at school at 2. Then I'd go to the gas station. I'd eat probably a cake, buy a hot dog, buy a Coca-Cola, 2 bags of chips, and another. And that became almost a daily routine for me. You know, I was always like, who cares? You know, I'm anyway getting bullied. I'm anyway, you know, in a situation where I just go home and play Counter-Strike. So I didn't feel that it would affect anyone else but me. I think that's what I was the most obsessed about. One thing is not feeling comfortable in your own body, but another thing for me was to feel that I made people around me feel uncomfortable as well. I remember the turning point for me mentally. I remember doing an interview, and I remember watching that interview, and I remember thinking, holy moly, like, this cannot be true. I was hitting rock bottom in that regard. I never felt as uncomfortable in my own body. I could definitely feel that I was losing control.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Blast Premier 4 Groups 2023. You join us for the unraveling of complexity. They find themselves 14-1 down on their map pick. They switch over to the CT side. They brought out a couple of pairs of dual elites, Anders, and they're going to need something astonishing here to even make this one competitive, to even get us talking about the idea that they can even find a few rounds. It's not looking good, but I suppose at this point they've got nothing to lose. Might as well see what they can do with this pistol.
Tell you what, they got Vitality right where they want them.
Yeah, I guess
Full
you're
of
right.
confidence, you know, they think they've already won the match.
The last time I commentated, or at least saw a 14-1, was back at Pro League, where Vitality were down 14-1 against FaZe Clan out of Anubis.
Oh, yeah.
They came back and won that game.
And even that, you could say, is a little bit of an asterisk because of how new Anubis was. You're like, okay, like, you know, that stuff is more likely to happen.
So that's all I can give complexity. Vitality know more than anyone. 14-1 is possible. The most dangerous scoreline in the world, some could say.
They do say that. I've heard it a lot. Well, we'll see. The pistol round is in effect. And it's Vitality playing the T side here. Grim on top of the boxes with the dualies in hand, looking for a multi-kill at least here. And And he's going to get nothing for it. Floppy gets one in return, but that's all the way in the middle. Now, they are coming in quick with the flank through Rubenana, but it might be too late. The bomb is still going to get planted here. Megis looking to do some damage. Spinks is out of the round, so... Oh my god, it's the Dane instead. The last Dane remaining here on Vitality if you discount Sonic. And it's a 2-on-3.
It absolutely is. No kids to be spotted here. It's up to Elise and JT on the back foot. Very difficult position to clear out, and a hell of a player waiting for them. It's Zaiwu, who will find map point here as we go 15-1, ladies and gentlemen. This has been an absolute blowout. Against EG, similar scenes here, but they were at least getting 5 or 6 rounds. This is a rough showing, considering they sat on the T side where we said that's where they've been doing their best work. That's where their executions are spot on. Their mid-round calling is beautiful. The flashbangs are remarkable. We haven't seen any of that. They haven't had a chance. As they've been absolutely mauled by Flames and co. And they're going to have to buy. This could be coming crashing down, and it's looking like it will. 16-1. An absolute blowout here. A blast.
It's so suffocating when even the rounds where you get it, the few rounds where you actually get the entry, where you get the 4-on-5 in your favor, is still not enough, and even, you know, it just nothing is working. So you're right, a lot of the basic stuff that we otherwise saw out of Complexity, some of the flashes, some of the good calls, like they never even got within reach of that. Nice little push down there, Release. Gonna get the one, but some random shots through the smoke, and Magus will pick up Grim to make it a 4-on-4. And Leash is very low on health here, and they're just gonna speed up. They don't really want to slow this one down. Holes, but it's with the scout, not the AWP.
Yeah, that's a rough one. That pretty much guarantees it, unless a little bit of luck comes in favor for JT. We can't find the shot. It's looking like we're all done here. The pick of Complexity has been completely taken away from them. Vitality looking to close things out. 3 versus 2. It's been the perfect run so far here at Blast. 2-0 versus EG. And in the first map against Complexity, they've locked in the scoreline of 16-1. A statement performance from one of the world's best.
Absolutely has been. What a remarkable performance it was. Flames playing well at the start, Cyrus playing well, but Spinks ultimately also completely stepping it up. So there wasn't really space for anyone else. I think Magus can actually have a really good time in this game. But yeah, what a performance it was. That's the first map done. Second map is coming up right after this.
Welcome to Don't Make It Sound. It's easy. We're gonna have 3 challenges. The one that does the most loud noise is eliminated. To measure the noise, we're gonna use this little instrument. Let's get started.
You.
Well,
90.
Drop the mic. 90? So much. It's easy for you. When I do 89, you can do whatever noise you want. It's not gonna happen. Well, I lost. Eliminated.
And the word is...
Carambit. Oh my god. I don't know. How much you saw?
I saw 62.
Looks cool, you know. It was 65, 63, and 45.
I think I'm second. You won.
Yes.
Okay, fish.
84, I saw. You won.
Yeah.
Good luck.
You won.
You're the master of this. You're the master of this.
Flash whenever. One's
Pull
balcony.
a flash. Flash. Flashing.
Go back.
Maybe go city. Nice. Last two mid. Last two mid.
Yeah.
Okay. We can live
Should they go city?
Yes.
No.
Running diamonds. Set up all.
They should be alone.
No nades. Well, just
Close CT already. Out. Pushing down Molly.
Nice.
Nice.
That was him.
Good. I think it's done.
Triple.
Might move the duck.
Nice.
Oh, I have to kill him. No scope through the smoke. Oh, bro. I did 88 with my molly.
Nice.
Everybody
Well, it may have been Complexity's pick, but Vitality turn Inferno into a slaughterhouse. 16-1 really says exactly what we got on the tin. We had Spinks firing on all cylinders, Zywoo looking hot to start off with, even Apex starting hot to trot on this map. That's going to spell disaster if you're Complexity and can't put anything forward.
You want to keep listing all of the Vitality players that had a good game?
Literally all of them.
Like 5.
It's like you spin the roulette wheel and it will land on one of them, and no Complexity players, apparently.
Henry called me facetious for saying we're going to be out in an hour and 45 minutes. This first map lasted a whole 33 minutes.
So we've actually got over an hour and 10
I'm
left.
well in my timing right there. I have more than an hour and 10 minutes for this series to be over of gameplay, and I'll be good.
That was a bit of a disaster, huh, for Complexity. Yeah. Never in the game, and never made it competitive, never did any of the stuff that we would like them to do. I think if there's any learnings from this game, it would be the positions of the Vitality players on the CT side. We were discussing it in the green room. The A defense with Zywoo, with Spinks, with Magix, that's a pretty prone A defense. And then Flamesy slotting in together with Apex over towards Banana. Kind of interesting as well. Apart from that, I don't think I learned much.
I'm sorry, but this graphic right there is what you call false advertising. That's exactly what it is. You're looking at this and your stream is volume off and you're like, wow, Complexity, they did the same amount of damage as Vitality. No. Look at the numbers. The moles for Floppy, that incredible bar is actually 57 to the 700 almost of Apex. That's an incredible amount.
Not even close to the least player on Vitality.
Exactly.
At that as well. Like,
so
it's
Magisk like 3 centimeters is actually more than Floppy's mega whatever wand of magic he's got up there. No, we're lying. It was just terrifying.
But honestly as well, it's the CT side of Vitality, right? T side utility damage on Inferno, not really that prone for any players out there, so it's not really that abnormal, to be honest.
Oh, so you're actually giving some props to Complexity for this one. Yeah, sorry, production. Jacob says, F you, I guess. Let's talk a bit more about that CT side coming out of Vitality, because I think what was so impressive is they were barely even letting Complexity plant the damn bomb. Like, they were barely even getting into the bomb site. That defense was just too stacked.
Yeah, let's load up round 7 just to get an example of that. You have Zywoo, normally a player that can be aggressive, but this is just relentless aggression, coming straight into your face, dodging the Molotov. Look at the time right here. He's already inside T-Apps, and there's only played 15 seconds of the round. Gets the first kill, does a bit of a fadeaway, gets the second one. That's it. Round done and dusted. You're up 6-0. Complexity on a full buy, and within the first 18 seconds, round over.
It's actually a tilter. Like it is a tilter when you're 6-0 down. Honestly, his cross replacement, because Floppy is actually aware that it's a risk. Like Floppy's getting ready to peek towards apps, but because Zywoo is a meter up front to the left, the cross replacement is wrong. He gets the easy kill, and then as he's running, obviously Neo in the Matrix, the chosen one, knows Elish is gonna come in. Perfect cross replacement, 5v3 and you're out. There's literally nothing you can do against that move right there.
Should we roll some Spinks highlights? Because they also couldn't do anything against the Israeli man himself. It was great to see him, firing up a little bit more. We saw a slow start on map number 1 of the last series versus EG. But it's really great to get to see, each individual from Vitality having an opportunity to shine.
And listen, this was, of course, the perfect CT side for Vitality. So we're going to be a little bit careful with, grand conclusions. What we can see already is that Spinks is going to be playing the A side alongside Zywoo and Magisk, which in itself is an incredibly hard bomb side to penetrate if you have that kind of defense. And Flamesy and Apex are together fighting towards Banana. So this this is kind of the first answer we're getting when it comes to the setup of Vitality, which we weren't sure. And Spinks had a grand old time. It was a perfect game.
For me, this is going to be a scary prospect for anyone who's going to play Vitality in the future. You've freed up Spinks now. As you said before, he was locked down towards Banana with Apex, and you know Apex, he likes to run around. So Spinks had to be a little bit more static in the way he approached the game. This time around, it's going to be Cyru rotating around with the AWP. So Spinks have to play a lot of different positions on the A-bomb side, even being the third guy over towards B sometimes. So now you're completely freeing up Spinks, and you saw a direct result of that right here.
I think we should move on to talk about Vertigo. That is going to be the second map in this series, and even more painful for complexity, this is going to be Vitality's pick. So Danny, what should we be looking out for on the second round?
So Vitality have picked Vertigo, and something that was in my mind, at least for this event, was whether or not we'd see any innovative things, especially with CS2 on the rise. The answer is yes, we still see new things. So the thing I want to talk about here is actually Magis' smoke here towards B main. This is a newer type of smoke. This smoke actually lands on top of the generator like this. And to put into context, this is actually going to change the dynamic of how B main is played, because in the past, how the smoke used to be thrown, just even before the player break, the smoke was always thrown here towards this B main side where it lands on the floor. Now this smoke, typically, you normally use it to cut off angles for CTs playing on the top. So any CTs who are peeking like this or on top of the wood panel, this would block them from being able to see any Ts come out through the smoke. But there is one problem with this smoke, and it's the fact that it covers the entire entrance. It covers the entire entrance. So what that means is that for CTs, they could just swing all the way on the very right side, and with that smoke up, it makes it difficult for Ts to actually want to push past the smoke. It gives the CTs a clear advantage if they decide to actually push through the smoke. With Magis' smoke, it eliminates that. It takes all the benefits of the old smoke, where essentially if CTs are playing from up top, they can't see the Ts coming in, but it leaves a very big gap on the very right side. It leaves a very big gap. So that means that for Ts, if they want to come in, they can actually contest the CT. So for Magis right here, with that smoke up, he has the ability to actually challenge the CT now. There's an opening that's there for him. So that's why this smoke is actually quite a new one. And you know, Vertigo has only been around for maybe 2-3 years at this point. To see new smokes coming out today still is still a great thing to see. So Vitality, not only have they upgraded their personnel, they're still thinking of better ways of playing the game.
Absolutely loving that insight from Danny, as always. And it was, yeah, just one of the myriad of reasons why Majesk had such a great series versus EG earlier on in the tournament.
Yeah, listen, I just want to say, Danny, no matter how much effort you put into this, you're not going to make me like Vertigo. I like what he's trying to do. He's trying, like, you know, we can still rethink the map. Guys, I promise you, there's new ways to think of it. There's this new smoke. I'm still putting it in the bin. I'm taking the bin, tossing it to the fire,
Minus
after
Vertigo
the fire.
plus what?
Cobblestone.
Yeah,
I don't care.
Cobble,
Train.
yeah,
Whichever map.
Train.
You
Are
want
a
Dragon Ball
Cobblestone
drops,
team as well?
man?
Nah,
You
okay, I want
crazy?
Train. I want Train.
Train back.
Train is
Train
cool.
back.
Did I play
I want
with
the
Train?
stairs. I want to jump around. I want to be able to go below.
You want to
the
play
train.
surf? That's what you want?
No, I don't want to play surf.
Speaking
I
of
wanna play
trains,
train.
Jacob, what's the next destination, the next stop for Complexity? Is it an L, or are we going to 3?
Well, no, we're not going to the third map. I think it's a question of whether or not Complexity can get double digits in this game. I doubt it. I think Vitality is going to run all over them, but I would like to see Complexity at some point in the game just apply a bit of push. I feel like I sound like a broken record at this point, but nothing suggested from that first map that they're going to be able to. And honestly, Vitality, they're looking very hot.
If I remember correctly, Jacob wanted to see Flamesy suffer. That's what he wanted.
I
He
wanna see
wanted
Flamesy
suffering.
suffer. Yeah, I want to
At
see
the
that
hands of
first time, but
Elige, is that?
I think I have to wait until Cologne before that's going to happen.
Might be a moment.
Yeah, he's been looking pretty hot on things, only looking up for Vitality as it does come on the horizons of their map pick. That will be Vertigo, the next station stop after this break.
Well, Complexity find themselves with their backs to the walls after being set ablaze by the formidable flames of Vitality there. 16-1 Anders on their own map pick. We move on to Vertigo, where Vitality is specialists, to say the very least.
Yeah, they are. There's no way to paint this into like a really pretty picture for Complexity. We just have to be on board this ride. Obviously, it would be great to be wrong about this. It'd be really cool if Complexity found some strength that we don't know about, but everything seems to be lined up for Vitality just walking in the way with a really quick victory today.
You could be onto something there. 16-1 certainly doesn't bode well for the North Americans, but they'll give it everything they've got as we move on to the second map here of Vertigo. 16-1 down, but it doesn't matter what the scoreline is. You just got to pick yourself up, dust yourself down, and try and step up in the second. It doesn't look good, but at least they'll kick things off here on the CT side. We are off to the races here as Vitality will present a P250 in the hands of ZywOo, of course. One smoke and a single flashbang as they send 3 players over towards the A side of the map. Make it 4 now.
They are quite big fans in pistol rounds of going for those A executes, I've noticed. They like have a couple of maybe just 1 or 2 smokes that they can throw up towards CT spawn area, but they need to get past Elige first with the dualies, and they're going to be able to trade him out, but look at how much damage you did to Flames. You almost took him down, so not at all bad. A little bit out in the open as Magisk will find Floppy on the other side of the map, and that really presents a problem now to Complexity's defense.
Well, the fact he's pushing as well suggests the B bomb side will be open, so Magisk will grant himself some key territory. Gets himself up towards Tetris, and we've got Horzerk here. You can see overstretched right now in the position, having to patrol towards middle, and indeed the B bomb side as they start to walk in. It's looking quite good for Vitality, but Grim on the flank.
Yeah, he's moved actually very, very quickly here. It's very risky for him to do what he's doing right now, but so far it's looking good. He might be able to find a free kill, though Apex is kind of covering. The bomb is being planted, and oh, this is going to be rewarded so well. That's the kill that definitely seals the round. I don't think JT could do anything about it, so heads up play that they were even aware that there could have been a flank that quickly is well done.
Good stuff. Perfect from Vitality once again. Haven't really made a mistake in this tournament so far. Open things up about clean and clinical. 2-0 against Evil Geniuses. 16-1 in the first map against Complexity, and now a clean pistol on map number 2. Their pick of Vertigo. Oh, sorry, we'll stop it. They've had enough. They're already down. And it's going to have to be the force buy here. Complexity will be operating with 2 MP9s, 3 Deagles. Horzerk will save a bit of extra cash for the AWP going forward. A chance they win this one, but it will have to be off the back of this opening frag. That's from Floppy. Actually gets Mages towards B, so that's something.
Yeah, really cool. I didn't quite get to see if that was the smoke that Danny was talking about.
Yeah, was he trying to throw that smoke and go caught out?
Could have been, but either way, could be dead now. Elige takes a little bit of damage to begin with. Apex trying to see if he can work around this ramp position, and Spinks is ready. If anyone wants to peek this, he would have been ready with the Mac 10, but he's going to fall back himself. Eagle creeping on in is kind of the right idea. Could have been something there for JT, who was up on the ledge.
Well, it's still looking pretty good, Anders. They're whittling down the clock. They've still got the man advantage, and Grim avoids certain death there. He gets away with it, scampers up the ladder, and a nice little boost here as well. It's often checked, but you don't see it deployed at this stage of the round too often, so might be overlooked this time. Doesn't seem to be looked at right now, but finally Apex making his way up towards Shore will shut them down here, brings it back to a 4-4. A couple of more opportunities for Complexity to shut this one down, but the opportunity now is shrinking.
Great use of utility here. This is what really makes the difference. Even in the 4-on-4, they just absolutely block it out. They've got even more grenades they can throw that way, so they're making sure that no matter how many people are there for Complexity, they're going to be on the wrong side of the smoke, and they can just keep on throwing in more flashes, more Molotovs. Like, very, very good use. Once they found the 4-on-4, I think the grenades alone probably won this round for Vitality.
Well, only 1 kill given away once again. Second round eludes Complexity. Managed to get an opening pick. Thought there might be something to work with here, but you're dead on. As soon as they got that control of the ramp, and indeed shorts, a basic execution, pretty standard. Smoke left and right. It was the control Apex found as well. The timing, he swings out just before the smokes bloom.
Yeah.
They're scrambling, they're trying to reposition. He gets a very clean kill at that point. Oh, it's that run boost. That's how they got there so quickly. I was wondering, like, Mages had barely entered B main.
Yeah.
But it was a massive run boost from Floppy. supersonic speeds.
That's sick.
Opens things up, but still unable to convert the round. They will save a couple of MP9s, so not all is lost, but most of it is. And Deagle's otherwise.
Yeah.
Round number 3.
Real early days, obviously. It's hard not to remember in the back of your mind what was going on in Inferno, but if you can erase that from your brain, then you're just looking at a 2-0 here for Vitality and probably going to be a 3-0 here, depending how things go. So the real test is going to be in the next round where Complexity will start to pick up some more rifles. So the best you can do is just try and not remember too much about Inferno, especially if you're a Complexity fan.
That was pretty brutal there. ZywOo just one step ahead every single encounter. Spamming through the smoke, of course, finds the kill on the Liege. Early advantage this time for Vitality, just making sure they don't overlook any key positions here. Molotov out the choke points. 1 minute 10 on the clock here. Juggling around some utility. As I said, there are some saved weapons, not much. A couple of SMGs, one of which has already gone down. Gotta be trying to smoke off the ramp position as Vitality go through the motions here. Molotov down. Similar smokes and a swing from the CT, so they might be able to find a couple of kills here. And there they are, but unfortunately the big man waiting on the other side, he shuts down any prospect of success as they go 3-0 here. Gun round coming up, and they should be able to get the AWP. Remember, Horzuk didn't fully invest in that second round, and they're going to need him to come online here. He was good on Inferno, yes. And in the 16-1 defeat, that's a pretty difficult thing to do. So we'll see if he can continue that form.
Yeah, I mean, these early rounds probably could have been a little bit better for Complexity, but I think they're not too bad. They're doing something. I mean, you look at the scoreboard, and there are already a couple of people that are getting some kills here on Inferno. It was so long before they did anything. Good trades at the start of this one. Grim and Floppy picking up a kill each. They'll have to give up Grim for the trade, but still a 4 versus 3. And maybe partly because they started T side when they were on Inferno, they just had so many rounds in a row before they even got into an advantageous position. Now they're here, 4 versus 3, something to build on.
Absolutely true. Hopefully he can convert this one and we can start to see a more competitive series here. First map slipped by the wayside, but here we are in the second. If they can find an early round here, build upon it, you're dead on. Might be able to do something with this. A missed shot, though, from Horzuk. That might have secured it, and he's tucked himself back in. ZywOo trying to catch Horzuk off guard, and I think he's done so. Brilliant shot. What a play that is.
Yeah, he had a slight inkling also. You kind of tell a little bit. He was thinking, did he really run away, or did he actually, just as I was unscoping, did he get back into position? And he did. He should have trusted that instinct a little bit more. 40 seconds, smoke on the one side, Molotov on the other, and the bomb gets planted. ZywOo might be low on health, but he's deadly with that AWP.
He's everywhere.
He really is. 9-0 at the moment on him.
He just got 2 kills with 5 HP, just perfectly played as usual. Manages to position himself to guarantee that kill on the rotation there, knowing as soon as that bomb is called, the CT flag will come through. And JT, normally pretty handy in these sort of clutches, to be honest, but where does he find the point of access? That was
no
probably
kit.
it. And yeah, you're right. No kid, down to 30 points of health. Apex closes it out. That was a 4-on-3 advantage for Complexity, and one they cannot convert. It's been the headline throughout this series. A couple of opening kills for Grim and Floppy, but this was the moment. A stroke of genius from ZywOo.
Yeah.
Baited out the fact he'd fallen back through the bridge. Just as the AWP is reloading, sneaks across, walks up, and gets himself a freebie.
Something you see really a lot of, I think all of the really sick AWPers in the world is once they take a shot and they're sort of they're reloading the next bullet, they actually spend that time getting information, right? Like they'll sometimes jump
what's going on.
Yeah, they need, because taking your eyes off a position is super dangerous, and you see exactly why. Not to say that Horzuk necessarily made a big mistake there, but yeah, sometimes you looking away for too long can be real risky.
Like you mentioned, like it looked like he was aware of the possibility, but just didn't really commit to checking it. Which is a shame, because obviously that was a crucial kill. As we go 4-0 here, a half buy for Complexity. They do have maximum loss bonus at this point, but only gets you so far on the CT side. For now, they've decided the best approach will just be upgraded pistols, 3 smokes. Again, Horzuk saving a bit more cash for the AWP going forward. He's currently on 0-3, so plenty of time, of course, but it is a CT-sided affair. It's your opponent's pick. He just lost 16-1. Need some form here. If they can steal this round away, they can still do this. They can still potentially cause some damage. JT will trade out the shot, but he takes too much damage on route. Only good for that one. Bomb to be planted. There's no way to deny. And again, looks like we're locked in here for 5-0.
Yeah, good pincer on that position. Even when they get the 1 kill in return, there's nowhere to go, and you can't continue the fight. You shot
and it's completely tagged as well, right?
Yep.
So he's hoping he can get another 1 dig, but they're pincering from both positions. So yeah, literally nothing he could have done. They'll explore their options here at least. Maybe he can get a kill and steal away an AK. That's about as good as it gets right now. They've realized that, and we'll just have to fall back, save the Kevlar at least.
Yeah, they're working with scraps at the moment, aren't they? So, you know, saving the Kevlar becomes part of the conversation. You just know it's not an ideal position. And the blast radius on this map is tiny.
Compared to Ancient, it's ridiculous. Like Ancient, you can literally plant the bomb on A, and if you're low HP and you're saving in B, you can still blow up.
Yeah, you still die, yeah.
Like, it's rare, but it can happen. That just shows you how ridiculous it is. So, 5-0. Was hoping this one would be a little bit more exciting. We'd see Complexity turn up, but it is their opponent's pick. They can't seem to catch a break right now. Round 6, will Papa Horzak. And we'll see Zywoo, same weapon, this time patrolling towards A, and I dare say he's got that first kill.
Yeah, he was absolutely ready for it. And he'll double up on the aggression. He feels like, you know what, if the AWP was there, probably not going to be any other rifles. Elige out in the open, and it's actually a good shot for Elige. Unfortunately, there's so many more people coming at him. Still 3-on-3. JT was on the other side. He did sneak in a kill in the meantime. So it's not too bad. Again, one of the better openings for Complexity, even though this probably still overall is going to be favoring Vitality in a 3v3 like this. Especially when they got 1 minute and 14 seconds on the clock here. Floppy's at the back of the B-bomb side. With no more nades.
Come on, boys. Let's find some rounds here. Floppy needs to deliver. And that's a good start. Lovely headshot towards Magis, but Flames will pull it back to an even keel. Molotovs deployed towards CT spawn, and they're so far removed from the scenario, Anders. Agonizing jog over towards middle. They've got an incendiary. They've got a smoke and a kit, but the positioning couldn't be worse. There's so much time to set up the crossfires here.
There really is. You need a lightning fast shot, and it's going to go the other way instead. Spinks to pick it up. Grim wants to be the hero, but he's denied. Flames with a good triple, and it's one more round for Vitality. You know, I tried it at one point, Henry. I tried to popularize the idea on Twitter that that you could buy more explosives on the CT side. Not another bomb necessarily, but just you know, the radio. So you just pack more C4 into it, so that, you know, it costs like, you know, $200 extra every time. So if you
I see what you're saying. Okay, so you can, like, if you're on a roll, you can, like, invest team resources into making the bomb more powerful.
Yeah, and the CTs won't know, like, when they're sort of like, are we going for a retake? Well,
okay, it's not the worst idea you've ever had.
Definitely not.
That's not a compliment, but it's not the worst idea you've ever had.
Yeah,
right?
The dream that I had tonight was involving a niche dog walking company called Deagles and Beagles.
Deagles and Beagles. Okay, what's the USP?
There's no dog walking. If you have it, unfortunately, if you're a fan of that, you know, we can't walk your dog. Like, you have to be a Deagle player, and you have to have a Beagle. Then we'll do it.
Okay, well, I won't be investing. I'm going to be out of that one, but please let me know how it goes. I wish you all the best.
I appreciate it. Was expensive as well, because
yeah, exactly.
Not that many clients, but
no. It was difficult to justify that one for the investors, but either way. And speaking of financial woes, Anders, Complexity is certainly feeling them. Another half buy, and I explained the reasons in the previous map. Maximum loss bonus CT side.
Yeah, they can't even all afford Deagles, never mind Beagles.
It's true. All the Beagle fans in the world right now are in pieces. They can't believe what they're seeing here. Complexity, a chance to fend off this B approach, but it's Apex that cracks open the site. Floppy goes down, and unfortunately, it's a pretty underwhelming hold. Complexity can do nothing, and the bomb is planted. The round is confirmed. It's all over, Red Rover.
These are the kinds of rounds that you need Floppy to get probably 1 or 2 deal headshots before anything else really happens, right? But as soon as they're on the site with him, it's probably just too late anyway. So, unfortunate. Not really Floppy's fault necessarily. 5 versus 3, and now they're just looking to clean it up a little bit. With the round loss bonus, there's not a lot of incentive to save a lot of deals here. If you can exchange even one of them for an AK, it's probably even better. So I don't mind them sticking around and looking for that. If they had less money, they'd probably try and save this, but yeah, they're just trying to optimize this as much as possible. Polsek is pretty far away. Again, probably would have just wanted to see him get a little bit closer, but not this time. 7-0.
Oh. Right.
Doesn't feel great, does it?
Doesn't feel great for anyone involved right now. We need to see this one heat up a little bit. No one likes to win this to blowout. Like, sure, it's fun seeing how good Vitality are when all the individuals like Spinks, Zywu, Flames, like, we want to see what they're capable of. It's a great show. You can appreciate the level of skill. But in terms of an entertaining series, 16-1, and possibly another similar scoreline here, no one wants to see that. I'd at least like to see this one go double digits, complexity, show us some form.
Also, just from their own point of view, right? If you have a loss to Vitality, but let's say you did get double digits on both maps, you can go, there's a lot to go back with, right? You go back, you review things, you say, okay, what worked, what didn't. Kind of hard to review a game like this where it's like, it's just across the board. We're just getting blown up everywhere.
Yeah, a lot of people will say, oh, yeah, you learn a lot more from your losses, and that's usually true, but you don't get much data from these sort of games because you all know, like, you just didn't turn up.
Yeah, if I step in the ring with Mike Tyson and get knocked out in 30 seconds or 10 seconds,
exactly.
I didn't learn that much.
That's quite a good analogy. All right,
cool.
Let's see what Complexity can do, boys. Come on. Let's try and find the opening pick. Deny them access, deny control. It's towards B. They'll focus most of their resources, Vitality that is, at the start of round number 8 here. Floppy played very well against NIP. He was great. I'd really like to see that form replicated here. It's not too late to turn up here on Vertigo. They can still win the half. It's just the context of that first map. It's difficult to see a world of the bounce back, but that doesn't help. Okay.
We've been trying to forget it. Like, that's what you have to do. I mean, it's probably even more tricky if you're a player to just put it behind you, but yeah, I mean, they're also being reminded, just looking at the scoreboard, this is exactly what happened, right?
Yeah, true.
Map, so
you're not even out of the original nightmare. You'd think there'd be a restep with the first map done. I think he's got this kill as well. The gap was just too tantalizing there for Majeski. Has a little look, and oh my god, the Molotov as well denies the reposition of Grim. They just can't do anything.
But they still got 2 people here, so
I mean, yeah. But that just means there was 2 players that won't be saving.
Yeah, you might be right about that. Oh, Grim, a little bit of a chance maybe for a lineup. JT is going to get one more. 30 seconds on the clock here in a 2 versus 3, but we need another miracle or 2 here for this to go the way of Complexity. There is a chance. Smoke, a huge gap, and Megas, I don't know how he wins the fight, but he did. And Holzerk will go down. Cyber's ready and trained on that corner for a long time. 8-0 in favor of Vitality.
CT side, max loss bonus, half buy. Those are all the words you need.
Yeah.
This next round.
Good summary.
Unfortunately. So Apex, opening pick, back towards B. Magus, same story. No real executions required at this stage. They're just absolutely decimating them in the heads-up duels, sticking together, 4-1 setups, and yeah, I feel like Complexity have lost too much control on this game. They can't get back into it. They can't find any footing. 1 round. And the last 2 maps were pretty deep in this second as well. A mid-push. And a headshot. Alij with the Desert Eagle strikes first. They've actually got something to work with here. Need this round, to say the very least, as Flames will react. Knowing there's 2 towards middle, A has to be weaker than usual. He'll try and find the entrance, the opening kill. And he delivers on all fronts. Apex chiming in as well, looking for that 3rd frag. It's going to be Zywu to beat him to the punch. And what seemed like a promising round, what seemed like an entrance to the series, is completely shut down once again. And in stunning fashion, once more, he's going to give up 1 single kill.
Apex is really enjoying himself.
Yeah, he's
standing
stood up there.
Shouting.
I mean, what can you say about that one?
He's delivering Dexter level high fives as well to Flames. He thought he was
Dexter high fives, yeah.
He thought he was out.
I agree.
Boom.
So, all right. My silver lining bucket is getting empty. I'll be honest, Anders, I don't have much left in the tank.
Not even any platitudes?
No, maybe not. I don't think it's left, but all right. They have got a full buy at least.
Nice.
Round 10. 9-6 wouldn't be the end of the world, but we need to get it. There's a long way before we get there. Good flash. That's a brutal flash, actually. It bounces off the girder. You can't turn away from it at all. That's wild. Yeah. And that's another opening frag. In-game leader dropped. They know exactly. Oh, God, he's so done for. I think he's going to get mated there. He's done well to get 1.
Yeah, just he missed the first shot, got Molotov, then spammed it down from the curtains almost, and 4 versus 3.
I think they win this round. I think Complexity have got this. With this flank, I don't think they're aware of it. Not the cleanest spray, and we've got Zywo to deal with them here, but the damage is being done. That was the frag. That was the chance.
It actually does make a difference when you're doing that flank, whether the first kill is, you know, a 3 or 4 or 5 bullet spray down, or straight, you know, instant
Especially
kill.
when you're using the M4A4, right?
Yeah.
It's a noisy old weapon, that one, and Spink, clinical headshot to close things out. Double digits, 10 and 0. I don't need to describe the scenes for you anymore, ladies and gents. We all know this is grim. And once more, unfortunately, the buy won't be available. Pistols once again. And just getting completely outclassed in every facet of the game, I'm afraid.
They can still get 5 rounds, Henry.
Okay, yeah, all right. You're still here. You're still with me. So you're saying there's a chance.
Always a chance. They are
still get 5 rounds. Yeah,
they are lacking
true.
Some of the weapons that, you know, like they've got less firepower than did the previous round, which is obviously a shame.
But these are not the sort of rounds when you're like, remember we created Henry's Law before?
Yes, true.
We haven't talked about it or discussed it this tournament, but when you're down and out, when everyone's lost hope, that's normally where the craziest rounds can occur.
Yeah.
Because your opposition, like, they're a little bit looser. You've kind of given up hope. You're going for the more aggressive plays. You don't think there's much to play for. And then someone finds that magical round. They find like the triple deagle headshot. And everyone's laughing, everyone's enjoying it. You realize, oh, we can still get 3 or 4 here. And this could be the round where we start to see some of the magic delivered here by Complexity. Lord knows they need it at this stage, and the reposition toward the top of the steps. The problem is, this looks like a bit of a stack. You're going to be checking this all day long. And indeed, Elige will be taken down. So I tried my best. I tried to bring in some magic there.
Unfortunately,
manifest it.
So do Complexity at the moment. They're definitely giving it all, but they're just getting absolutely outclassed in every way imaginable. There's so many little oh my,
nice.
What a blinding shot. That was sick, but it's not going to make a difference. I was going to say, in that first fight that Magisk has against JT, after JT gets the eagle shot, there's so many little micro movements that Magisk is doing to limit his exposure to a potential second eagle shot from JT. It would have been so tempting, I think, for Magisk to swing wide and just take the fight with the AK, but you can tell he's making sure he can't get spotted from the other side of the bomb site, and JT can't. If JT wants to fight, he's the one that has to swing against Magisk. It's just so many small things where, and again, Magisk is a world-class player, so I expect nothing less, but...
So, TC, what have you got for us? I don't know what that piece of paper says, but it better be something biblical at this point. I guess some sort of curse we can put on the other team.
I think it's the bar menu, Henry. Ordering drinks, I think.
I might need a drink. A stiff one at that after this one. This hurts. This is painful. And after the hype and the energy, you think he'd be riding that wave into today. Like, they knew it would be a tough game. They knew I think deep down, everyone knows that they're probably going to lose this one, but maybe a map, maybe some close games. You know, you'd think that would be at the very least for this team with the wind in their sails. Elige in the mix, currently finding himself in 4 and 10.
Vitality is stepping on American teams right now.
Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah, EG into Complexity. They are making light work of the opposition so far. Toying with them. JT opening frag. Also looks like he's good for one towards middle as well. I think this is their first. Got a good feeling. Oh, the flashbang is brutal. Got to hit this also. There we go. He'll be traded. But an advantage, rare advantage here for the North Americans.
I like it. A good feeling, Henry. I think that's the most we can hope for at the moment. Nice little jump in, but the flash was not quite efficient enough. With a double setup at the B bomb site, Complexity are ready to receive. A little bit of a spam. Can maybe do some damage through there, but it's a good couple of headshots coming in, and Floppy will take down Flames. Just to make us get a 1 versus 4. They've hidden the bomb behind the cardboard there. They're going to pick it up again. And I don't know. I mean, he's got a minute left. If Complexity had lost their minds and went to fight him one at a time, there's a way to win these kind of rounds. But as long as they play off each other and just try to get some good trade frags in there, they should be absolutely fine. 40 seconds now.
Might as well give it a go.
Sure.
If you're the likes of Magisk, 40 seconds. It's been a while since we had a show-stopping clutch from the Magic Boy. He'll make himself known at the B steps. Nice opening frag, but not meant to be this time. Can't keep the clean streak alive. Understandably so in the 4 versus 1. And there it is. A hollow victory, unfortunately, for Complexity. Your first on your CT side as you go into round number 13. Difficult to cheer and scream and fist bump even Just got to focus on the job at hand now.
Usually people do like, there's like a couple of stock phrases that you'll throw out there when you win around. You're like, okay, we'll sweep the rest. We'll take the rest. At some point,
Yeah, come on. It's always like,
feel
let's get the rest now, boys. Come on. That's what you can really say. Like, that would do. Oh, that brutal nade at the start. That's lovely. Good job for Complexity.
But yeah,
mid window.
Get the last 4, why not? At least, like we said, just try and get enough rounds on the board that you have someone to go back to the boot camp with and look at and try and think about like what happened, how can we make this work. Even if it's late, it's worth, I think, having some of those rounds to research.
That's a good point. It's like we said, 16 ones, you just don't get much data from them.
Yeah.
'Cause you barely planted the bomb. You barely got to run your strategies. So, Zywoo patiently waits to the A ramp here. 16-1 in the first map, 11-1 in the second, but Complexity still have a chance to post a few more here on their CT side, and I think it goes without saying they really need to here, but what a boost that is. Takes down Grim. Nice boost there. Oh, here we go. That's alright, isn't it? Finds him the advantage once again. Might be too little too late, but this is impressive so far.
Set himself up real nicely with a flashbang there as well, so good work from Floppy, I believe. JT taking quite a bit of damage. Smokes are up. Molotovs being exchanged to try and slow them down here. We've got 40 seconds and the bomb is quite far away. It's starting to make its way there, but this is a 4-on-3. And Complexity, they probably know that there's going to be a bomb plant at B, but they're just waiting to see if there's going to be another chance for a kill before they want to go for the retake.
Huge round here. For Complexity especially. Vitality have already, their half's already done. Like 11, you feel like it's already, we've already won this. Complexity, if they can find these few rounds in a row, they get the 11-4, you know, like, why not? Give it a good go. You never know what can be done here. They've got the advantage. The retake begins. That should be their kill, as Spinks can't control the spray here, but they've got a few key players to take down next. Zywoo and Mages patiently waiting for their frags to come through. The defuse coming in the smoke now. 2 seconds, and Mages will deny it all once again. Finds their head through the smoke. 1 more second, I think, would have done it. But Complexity pushed back once more. The 4 versus 3 falls apart. They can't retake the bomb site, and they're left looking at 6s and 7s once again, averaging $4,000. Floppy gave them a fighting chance for this sequence from the Guardian position, but scrambling towards the bomb, had to go with that full defuse, and we'll have a look. Mages, yeah, catches him on the very last bullet there. Great stuff.
Look at the micro movement as well on Zywoo in that. Like, he's up on the board. He doesn't drop back down all the way down to the generator. He just falls back behind the board.
Right.
It's so hard to catch him if you wanted to run him down and swing right against him. Also, he can crouch back there. Even if you can try and spray him doan, you probably can't because Meg is still on the stairs. You can't afford a long spray where you're trying to find him on the other side. He's so flawless when he's doing that kind of stuff. Timeout used by Vitality for God knows what reason.
Yeah, well, I guess you're just deciding what your opposition has left. Like, what will they be doing? You know they're going to buy. I guess it allows the coaches to discuss the financial ramifications for Complexity here. Like, as I've been explaining, like the CT side is difficult to keep buying into, but you kind of need these last 2 rounds. You can't really justify anymore. Half buys, you just have to go for it, see what you can do. It's not ideal to say the very least, as we see Flame fully commit towards the A ramp this time. It's Hulzerk to find him. Elite will chime in as well with that FAMAS. They're making it work. Looking for their second round here. They can hold on to this advantage. They should be able to convert. Molotov towards shore. Apex locked off by the smoke so far. Major is trying to help himself towards B, but dissuaded by the flashbang. Comes down to the individuals now here, Anders.
Yeah, they're not ready for it. They didn't expect Apex to be up this far, and he maybe could have had a second kill there. Floppy will take down Omegas and Hulzerk standing tall. The FAMAS is doing so much work in this round.
This force buy, if you will, working out very well for them. 4-on-1. Spinks now. He's up to on the plate, seeing whether he can attempt something magnificent. Major's got close before with a couple of kills. Spinks with a minute to work with. He's got a smoke as well. He can probably get a plant here. And if he finds that first kill, you never know. I assume he just commits the bomb after dropping this smoke here.
Sure.
You don't really want to fake it because they will swarm you, but he's done very well to get that first one. Doesn't work out.
That's a bit scary to see them commit that hard to it. But, I mean, it worked out, so can't question it too much. Second round of the board for Complexity.
Yeah, so Legion also to open things up there. And it goes without saying that was a must-win situation for them. They managed to convert, looking for that third round as Vitality enter the final showing of this first half with a full buy. You might expect they haven't really had to do much at all in terms of economy management. Towards B we are going this time. The flashes are deployed. 3 players on this side of the map as Zywoo shows presence towards A. Rattling off some shots. I feel like that CT is going to push through the smoke on the left.
Yeah, I would have assumed it was, especially with the... Oh, we can see right over it. That's a cool one-way. Floppy. Well done. We're going to be putting some pressure on the other side here. Grim started the shot with the AK that he stole from a previous round. A little bit of damage here, but it's Apex going down to JT instead. And yeah, this defense, very late for it to start to work, but I mean, they're getting some rounds in finally.
It's not much, but it's something. That's for sure.
12-3 scoreline is one of the most dangerous in the world.
Apparently so, yeah. I've heard someone at least say that before. As we will see Magisk Spinks once again attempts a very, very difficult clutch scenario here. They've got time. They don't necessarily have the grenades, but they've got the skill. Hoping that a CT inquiring for information will be presenting himself. Opening up the door of opportunity for a headshot here. Magisk using every trick in the book. Jiggle peeking every single angle. Jumping across, trying to set up his teammate, but not going to happen. It's looking like they've done enough to at least get the 3rd round here, Anders.
Yeah, definitely. Magisk goes down last 12-3 at the end of it. So not a bad first half for Vitality. We'll see if they can close the book on Complexity after this.
All right, gamers, welcome back. It's map number 2 and potentially the last map of this series, I'm afraid. After going down 16-1 on their pick of Inferno, things haven't got much better for Complexity. They've at least got a couple of rounds to work with, at least a couple more, as they find 3 on their CT campaign of Vertigo, the mirror to the T side now. It's not looking great, but it's something.
You have to be on industrial levels of copium to believe that this is your third map. Like, it's some really heavy grade stuff that you're working with.
Well, they've got a nice technical setup here. Double HEs, double flashbangs, double smoke. So an execution with maybe, what, double nading towards headshot? That would be my guess, or just straight up towards the sandbag. Interesting.
I mean, it clears out a position and does also telegraph a little bit what's happening. So, yeah, they're going to be able to see, but with the smokes up, it might negate all of that. No connection through so far. Just ZywOo playing battleships, not really catching any of the opponents at the moment. Oh, wait a minute. They come off the bomb. I'm a little bit curious.
They were seeing if there was like a retake setup with HEs.
They're also buying time for Floppy. Look at the retake that the retake with the flank that he's going with here. So an extra 5 seconds for him to step a bit closer. This could be really sick. Hold on. Complexity might be onto something in this round.
Oh,
no. How did that happen? The flank blows up, and now the retake is on.
Oh, no.
It's devastating. Oh, and the defuse inside with a kit as well. A great idea and a perfect start for Complexity, but it absolutely gets blown wide open.
I can't believe that. How are they've always got the presence of mind? We've seen that a few times as like, wow, this is the perfect flank. There's no way you could possibly be aware of this one with the bomb down, and all of a sudden Floppy dies. To what seemed like a very convinced Spinks. Like he had every inclination to think he was actually over there. That's wild. Yeah, that says it all.
That is definitely a try-hard moment. If you're flanking and you get spotted, if you're Floppy there, you're gonna be like, okay. Like,
yeah, why is Spinks trying so hard?
I don't know.
That's the question.
Maybe for the post-game interview with Banks, he can ask.
Yeah. Seem to be trying
so hard. Like, you know, everyone wants to win, but
come on, mate. Force buy in the second, as you might expect. Bomb planted at least, but they've lost that opening pick by Virtue. Oh, an Apex grenade. Nice opening frag. Takes down his fellow in-game leader in the form of JT. And they're not giving this ramp control up for nothing. ZywOo extends the lead. At least will pull one back, but oh my god, this positioning of the FAMAS is just beautiful. Bomb down. Floppy couldn't be further away. Oh, Anders, I don't know what to say anymore. We all saw what happened there. You don't need me to explain it.
Yeah, there isn't much to say. You know, we can only do so much. We need Complexity to give us more rounds. So they're making our jobs hard, Henry, and I think at the end of the day, that's probably the real
boost
prime.
as well. Like this boost, you don't see too often as well. There's always ready for it at least, but does not have much to say about it. Mages with 3 in total. What's his total up to? He must be flying. It's actually, I say only. He's only got 14. It's only 17 rounds of play. But to be honest, it's between 11 and 17 frags of Vitality. So another amazing team effort across the board here. We don't need to talk about the frags and Complexity. It's all right. Doesn't really mean too much in these sort of score lines. Like after a 16-1,
sure,
didn't really get going here on the second map. Just been outclassed. It's the new look roster after taking out NIP in a pretty exciting series. But that's an NIP that have had 4 days of prac and their in-game leaders back. It's a different kettle of fish altogether.
It really, really is. Not what I don't think anyone was expecting Complexity to win against Vitality, but yeah, they're really getting run over in a big way. Floppy, he's kind of been the shining star for the second map here. 16 kills on him right now. He was anchoring the B bomb side on the CT side, and I think doing a pretty respectable job. So,
oh my god, that grenade!
That is one hell of a nade. Yeah, 3 versus 3 now. Unfortunately for Floppy, can't continue his heroics in this one. And they're going to be set up and ready. All 3 members are here. No one at the B bomb site. And Complexity not thinking about going back at the moment. Good headshot for Flames. And Apex will close up the round at a 1 versus 1. It got really, really close, but it also puts Vitality at 15 rounds.
Oh, well, at this stage, it will take 12 rounds in a row on the T side of Vertigo just to take us to overtime. Not really much you can say if you're the coach. I don't even know what speech you would give in a timeout at this point. It's done. And at this stage, you're just playing for the scoreboard. You're just hoping it looks a little less one-sided on HLTV. That is about it.
So you're saying there's a chance, Henry?
Well, I don't know if I did say that. I think I was saying the opposite of a chance there, to be honest. We'll see, though. Let's see if we can Get something from the initial default here. The one-way smoke under the ramp here allows them to patrol the A ramp from those pesky snipers at the back. Looking for the boosts.
Yeah, really looking for it. Even spamming it just in case someone's crouched up there. Gonna get a grenade in return for his efforts. It's been said many a times, but even those grenades do like 13 damage is enough to equalize the M4 for a one-shot headshot.
That's a point I always try to bring up. Like, as long as it's like around 15, you've done a very good grenade on the CT side.
You're pretty much good to go. Magus consigned with a couple of kills here. It's a 4 versus 3, and in the middle is a bit sloppy for Flames. Would love to see him just pick that up straight away. Grim just barely cleaning the corner. There might be a way here.
I think they've got
3 versus 3.
It's looking quite good. That Molotov will buy them enough time to get the plant down at the very least. Some decent utility there, it has to be said. That one's not bad at all. The floppy flashbang gives them the man advantage now. The retake might be called off here. The money's relatively low. They can go for the knockout punch right now and find the victory. It's just unlikely. No grenades remaining, apart from that incendiary for Spinks. It looks like they are going to save. Try and keep the round expensive for Cole.
That's actually some interesting discipline, isn't it, on Vitality? Because I imagine it's probably very tempting when you're playing this well. You're up 15-3. You think, why not just try and go for the 2-on-3? Like, it feels like fun, but I suppose over the long sort of stretch of playing a whole season, these, you know, I don't think necessarily this game, but in general, you should just try and play the optimal game every time. It just makes more sense rather than trying to win on a cool clutch. Just wait, make sure you get all the rifles and then win that.
Yeah, I see what you're saying. It is nice to see. They're just gonna play it by the book. And yeah, you can see Apex just wants to get this one over. Get it out the way. Get it done. And they are going to bring some investment, actually. It looks like they are going to be force buying around these saved weapons. Want to get out of here nice and early.
Yeah. I mean, I don't necessarily mind it. Obviously lacking a lot of grenades, so yeah, and it's going to be down to the raw mechanics of Vitality, although they've been relying on that a fair bit already, and it's been working out, so not necessarily a bad thing.
Well. Complexity now. Playing for pride, I would say. Get some reps in on the T side of on LAN. See if you can work on some mental fortitude here. Focus on the fundamentals. Get in position where you can actually execute the bomb sites. Get something out of this game.
Yeah, I still think that would be the highlight for them here. If they can, you know, get it up to 8 or 10 rounds. That really went the wrong way. A little bit unfortunate. Under a minute here. And there's nobody really pushing the B bomb site on the T side here. They are committed to this kind of an A execute, and it seems to be the right call. Side was nearby listening in, but they're going to get the bomb plant down, and there's nobody there that can stop them. And this is a force-up for Vitality. You've got to wonder if you even want to... Why would you even risk it?
Yeah, I think they might have saved this one. You don't need this round, obviously. So yeah, it looks like that was called the save. It's fine. It means they even get a stronger setup going forward. At least they'll have all the grenades now.
What do we call a round, Henry, when nobody dies?
Unicorn round.
A unicorn round, that's right. They are so rare. I feel like every time we call it out,
exactly.
Somebody dies.
That's
right
the thing about unicorns. If you utter their name, they won't exist. So you have to wait until it actually transpires before you say the words.
Okay. Don't want to be jinxing anything here.
But it could actually be happening. A rare sighting.
Really rare.
It's upon us here, Anders.
Please don't die to the bomb.
No, it actually is a unicorn round. I can't believe you brought one to life.
Don't get to see that too often.
You actually don't. It's an apt name, for sure.
5th round.
So.
10 more to go.
Like I said, though, the injection, or the little injection of cash, means they can buy again. You might not want to. You might want to manage the economy a bit more efficiently than that. But you could buy some grenades into this one, a couple of kits. Try and keep the money at a reasonable state, though. So yeah, about that. About $1,000. That works out. So they can still win it this round, but they're not completely done for. Oh. What just happened? He was shooting at him, though, right? Did he slow him down? Did he miss the jump, or did he actually get slowed down by the bullets? It looked like they were getting wall-banged.
I think he got cold feet. I think.
Because there were shots coming in his direction. I think something was going on there. Can we get the replay of that one specifically?
Sure we can. Please don't.
But that's not the way he wanted to go down. The problem is they're actually about to lose. The replay, we're not going to be able to talk about it. We'll be gone. We're going to miss it, Anders.
We're gonna need the replay at one point.
Oh, let's do it now. Here we go.
No.
So he did get spotted. Maybe he saw the CT. You can't bail out though. So
No. Well, I mean, if you thought you could, we've confirmed you cannot. You can't bail out.
You can't do like a 360 and go back to T-spawn. But they might not have to.
He's tearing it up. He's trying to save his teammates here. Leash with the
That's
headshot.
the round they win. Okay. All right. Maybe this is possible. Maybe we just entered the Twilight Zone.
Flop is actually, he's created a new meme for himself. It's unbelievable.
Oh, wow. Shout out to production, though. That's an amazing replay. I've never experienced that luxury before. Mid-round.
You know is it the Metal Gear Solid sound?
Yeah, the one that the high alert when he spots someone.
Like, you need that for, like, if someone could meme that together when he's, like, if you just see it from his point of view, like...
I was trying to work it out. So, obviously, the CT was ready for him. I think the idea was you can slow him down and tag him, but the bullets didn't connect. So, did Floppy swing out, spot him, and think, oh, I need to bail, like, this instinctively, and then try to go back? I don't know, but very odd. Maybe they just straight up missed it and he realized he didn't have momentum. Either way, fun to watch, and I guess no harm, no foul. Just a bit of fun. Everyone can enjoy it because they won the round. We're not being mean.
No,
it's okay.
I think it's fantastic.
I think everyone can have a bit of fun with that one.
I'm sure Vitality must have been so confused as well, like, what's going on. But also, he stepped it up. Great triple.
Yeah, I guess we didn't talk about that too much. We were a little bit flabbergasted. No way. Okay. You've outdone yourself, guys, back there. Well done. I admit it, you're the best.
Oh,
how have they done that? The world first. Oh, the tragic tale of Floppy.
That's upsetting to watch, isn't it? But you know what? Like you said, it all worked out in the end, so it's going to be fine. Cyber a little bit of a mission. He's got the only AK in hand. He wants more than the one kill. Oh my god, the flash is in on the other side.
What just happened there?
That was a T-flash that bounced off to flash someone I think who's playing on the right side of the middle.
I lost track of the round.
Still a 3-on-3 somehow. What's happened in the last couple of rounds?
I was still kind of focusing on the video there. All right, let's get back into it. A chance for Vitality to close things out here potentially. They've made it very uncomfortable. Recovered an AK-47. 15-6. Floppy licking his wounds from the previous round. And he will get the bomb planted. His swing will come through, though. It's a very effective flashbang. Not like this. They don't want to give it up to the pistol. JT fighting for the round. And indeed, they're live, but it's not going to be enough. Mages closes it out in style with a double kill there with the AK-47. A fun series, Anders, but not a good one for Complexity.
No, definitely not. It's a bit of a shame because there was a world in which at the end here they could have got a couple of more rounds, but it's not meant to be. It'll be Vitality crushing another American team here at the Blast Premiere. 4 groups. It's been absolutely wild, hasn't it? Really impressive stuff. Obviously, this team looks so solid at the moment. And on the Complexity side, I mean, we'll have to see if they can summon some strength, maybe go back to the drawing board and find out some more stuff.
Yeah, I guess that's the very definition of a non-starter. It's difficult to take much away from it for us and for them. Those 61 blowouts, and he didn't really ever get going. I think they know they've got a lot more to offer than that as a team. But bear in mind, not massive changes to Complexity. This is not a brand new roster for them. They've changed one player. So has Vitality. So in that sort of regard, it should have been a bit closer, I suppose, especially the way Elise kicked off his campaign here at Blast. Still, you're up against one of the world's best. Everyone had Vitality as the favorites, but maybe not in that sort of fashion.
No, definitely not. It's very, very one-sided. But if you're a Vitality fan, you are loving life for the moment. This is such a great start to the season. It doesn't really get any better than this. It's not even just Cyber carrying the whole show, right? He's got absolutely everything. We do have an interview with the man himself, down with James.
I've got Zyru with me here, and that was a hell of a lot of fun from start to finish, it seemed. I actually don't have any detailed questions to ask you, mate, but it did seem like you were all enjoying yourselves.
Yeah, actually, I mean, when we win 2-0 like this, and yeah, we all enjoy. I think everyone can say on the server, everyone have good individually, and yeah, we have a lot of fun, and I think that makes the team good as well. And yeah, today was a good day, and anyways, it's not over for the Blast group. We're gonna keep it up, and it's not over.
And how is Flamesy fitting into the team now?
Yeah, he's feeling really good. I mean, you can see him, he's running, he can kill, he can do everything he wants. I mean, he fits really good. I think we played with him for 1 week now, and he fit the team really good, and we have no more to say. It's perfect.
And how does it change just the team dynamic and the team environment?
I think outside of the game, it's still the same. We have still a good environment. It's such a good human outside of the game, so yeah, I think I love the team so much after the game as well. So yeah, it's perfect. No more to say.
And would you like in your next game to be at least tested a little bit, a real test to see what level Vitality's at? Or do you want another easy game and just cruise on through?
Actually, I would like to easy games. That means we are good still. So now, obviously, I would like to have the easy game because it means we play super good. We flash through each other. We have good injury. So obviously, if we keep this level, we're gonna destroy anyone.
It seems like it, mate. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yeah, so far Vitality have made both their series look pretty easy peasy, lemon squeezy, completely steamrolling Complexity. The North American Killers now only one series away from making it straight through to the 4 finals. That is just another great showing from Vitality.
Yeah, it's really impressive, and it is so strong that we're almost getting caught into memeing about the game and not taking it seriously and not considering what a demonstration that was from Vitality once again. I mean, the last few rounds are basically a circus. Like, I don't even know what the hell is going on. Floppy's jumping to his own death. ZywOo's getting flashed on the flank. They're losing incredible rounds. But in itself, it was another outstanding performance from Vitality with this roster. There was never an actual game.
I think that's the main takeaway. Vitality was so much ahead of Complexity from start to finish that we never got a game. It was never competitive, never fun, never intriguing in any sort of way. It was fun to watch maybe if you're a Vitality fan, but from a competitive standpoint, it was a little bit bleak in that regard. But you got to give all the credit you can to Vitality.
Yes.
They are the ones right now playing Counter-Strike at a very high level that Complexity, even though looking somewhat decent yesterday against NIP, couldn't even test them. At any point in the game, could they test them?
Should we run some ZywOo best bits?
Why not?
We might as
Why
well,
not?
because there are a plethora of them from that map. And it's great to see him, you know, obviously on the mic with Banks. Good vibes in the camp, saying, you know, he's really happy with the integration of Flamesy so far.
Yeah, I mean, what can you be mad about?
Yeah.
I mean, you've been put to 2 series, everything went fine. That T-half, once again, from Vitality on Vertigo, which is very much becoming like a household pick for them. And that's interesting for the future of this roster as well. But I think ZywOo was very much on the dog. He was stabilizing a couple of these rounds. As you can see, a few kills that just made sure that any 3v3 would actually be converted. He was ready to punish any kind of flanks that was coming from behind. It looked just very much controlled.
I was just about to say, we often label Vertigo as this ramp simulator, and ZywOo with the AWP on the T side was just constantly opening it up every single round. Complexity had no answer to this whatsoever, and from that point onwards, when you can't control ramp CT side Vertigo, you're doomed.
Yeah, you were kind of particularly interested in Vitality's kind of leaning in to Vertigo as a more home ground. Obviously, we saw with the removal of Dust2, you know, quite some time ago now, it was a struggle for them to find a stable home ground. Do you feel like Vertigo is fast becoming that for them?
Still too early to say, but I'd say so far it's a clear plan for them. They're playing some very good Vertigo. They have always had it in the map pool. They've always been very strong on it, but there's very few teams right now in the world who can truthfully tell themselves that we can pick Vertigo against anyone in the world. If that becomes a map for Vitality, they can trust themselves. They're going to be very, very strongly positioned in pretty much all vetoes against their counterparts in the form of NAVI, Cloud9, and all these teams who don't necessarily like Vertigo that much.
Yeah, they have a whole amount of assets on their T side that make their game relatively hard to predict, and a whole lot of solutions open in the same round. So you see it's kind of an evolving 3-1-1, which could be a 1-3-1 or a 1-1-3. Magisk on side towards B stairs is extremely good at it. We know he can find solutions. Spinks is now becoming a trademark lurk into mid. And then whenever they do this 3-1-1, then you end up with ZywOo alone on the A ramp, and he turns around situations on his own, finding double kill with the AK. So Apex can basically decide where he wants to send the mass, where he wants to send the force, but knowing that the other points of the map can be very efficient, and that in itself opens up possibilities.
Well, unfortunately for the side of Complexity, that does spell quite a quick defeat at the hands of Vitality, but we do have a few words courtesy of Halzerk.
So, Halzerk, we've seen 2 different sides of Complexity so far, right? This good game to start things off with against NIP, but then you come up against a monstrous opponent, and sure, it's a very different level, but why was it so difficult for you guys? What was the struggles with? Because it felt like we just lost you guys kind of early on in the first game.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't think we were individually on. Like, they were just running us down, basically, and getting 3K, 4K when trying to running. And we tried to run into sites, and like when we can't trade each other, we can't go into the sites, and we can't win the round. So I think the individual level was not where it should be today. Yeah.
But it seemed like the mood at least improved going into Vertigo. There was a bit more talking when I'm watching you guys. You seemed a bit more alive, but still that didn't translate to some of the rounds coming in together.
Yeah, I think the individual level we talked about in the break, and just the communication as well. We stepped a little bit on the communication, but the individual level didn't step out at all. Or did step up a little bit more. We got a few more rounds, but it was not where it was needed for today.
Is this kind of a good kick in the right direction to say, okay, guys, look, we can never let this happen again?
I mean, of course, we never want that to happen, no matter who we play, and it just shows that if you don't show up, that will happen versus one of the best teams.
And in terms of the rest of the group and how it pans out, obviously we'll see the EG side face off against NIP. So who do you think you're going to face off again against?
I mean, realistically, we're going to face NIP again.
Okay, you want to go against them again?
Yeah, I don't want to go against them again. I prefer playing EG, but I mean, if we're going to be realistic, NIP.
Well, let's see.
Yeah, and it was a completely different face of complexity than we saw in their first game versus NIP. We were looking at that and going, yeah, they were put under pressure, but they were actually able to come out on top of some very tight situations. This was literally the complete antithesis of that.
Yeah, and I mean, there is a reality as well. I slightly disagree with what's been said by Holzer. Sure, individually speaking, you have to be present and you have to be able to trade. But I also think that there were a couple of mistakes being made. And whether you play NIP or whether you play Vitality, you're not going to be punished the same way. Look at when Zai was rushing into second middle and that information is being taken, he still gets away with the double kill. When he re-peeks from short and he's got 3 people, 3 backs to himself when he's peeking into brackets on Inferno, that shouldn't happen either. They have the skill to mow you down, but someone is supposed to be ready to wait for that. So the thing is, when you make these mistakes against the caliber of players like Vitality have currently, you pay the full custom, the whole tax, the whole IRS right up there with you and taking you down. You cannot make these mistakes.
Simple as it is. It's just a reality check for complexity. Yes, they looked somewhat decent against NIP when we saw them the first time around. A decent showing, but against Vitality, it's one of the best, if not the best team in the world, and especially with this signing of FlameZ coming into it, we once again believe that that's a team that contends for trophies, whereas for complexity, best case scenario, we discussed it, maybe a top 10, maybe a top 15 team. So yeah, scoreline-wise, we would have liked to see the game be more competitive, but there was never any doubt Vitality were going to win. It was just a question of how easy it was going to be.
We've been keeping these kind of mini lists, I guess, of the teams that have been coming in with new roster changes. Anything you want to add on either side of the equation to Vitality or complexity?
I'm a little bit sad that Vitality ended up in Group A because I don't think they'll be tested. I don't think any of these teams are good enough to fully test Vitality. So in terms of how good are they, how much will they crumble under pressure, etc., I think we have to wait until Cologne before we get that answer.
Yeah, listen, they are building a whole lot of confidence. That's the positive for Vitality, of course. There are a couple of questions that I still have. For example, the FlameZ Apex duo on Inferno. I wonder, like a high elite level team, can they possibly abuse that? Can there be any kind of weaknesses in there? We'll have to see in the future. But I'm with Jacob on that one. I don't think these weaknesses are going to come through here in Copenhagen.
I mean, it's a feels good man moment for Magisk and Zonic, at least, because they're literally 1 win away from going to Royal Arena. And you want that if you're a Dane, right?
You definitely want to be inside Royal Arena. It's the perfect place to play Counter-Strike if you're from Denmark.
It's a very vibey place. But good vibes all round as we do have one more matchup coming your way. This time we are ascending to the bottom of Group A. It's EG versus NIP up next.
I think it started when I was around 12, 13, like basically from the moment, as I recall it, I got into gaming. That's also when I started to go to less football practices. It's when I started to do less activities, and that's when I started to gain weight.
But it's funny, like a picture like this, it's sort of the cliche or like stereotype of a gamer.
I was living the stereotype. You know?
Yeah.
I was sitting in my room a lot and playing computer games. To be completely honest, I could be done at school at 2. Then I'd go to the gas station. I'd eat probably a cake, buy a hot dog, buy a Coca-Cola, 2 bags of chips, and another. And that became almost a daily routine for me. You know, and I was always like, who cares? You know, I'm anyway getting bullied. I'm anyway, you know, in a situation where I just go home and play Counter-Strike. So I didn't feel that it would affect anyone else but me. I think that's what I was the most obsessed about. One thing is not feeling comfortable in your own body, but another thing for me was to feel that I made people around me feel uncomfortable as well. I remember the turning point for me mentally. I remember doing an interview, and I remember watching that interview, and I remember thinking, holy moly, like, this cannot be true. I was hitting rock bottom in that regard. I never felt as uncomfortable in my own body. I could definitely feel that I was losing control.
The one word that describes my team would be young. Our oldest player is 26.
We have one vet player, and then the rest are young players that are very hungry and up and coming, so it'll be very interesting to see how we do.
This is a roster that has been through a lot in the past year. They promoted their EG Black lineup, a team we saw do so well at the Blast Showdown, now playing with Automatic as a transplant from the main lineup, so I'm genuinely interested.
I think the wild card on our team is George.
I think George has a lot of potential. Once he learns how EU Counter-Strike works, he's going to be a handful.
You can expect improvement from me this season.
We have a lot to prove to everybody. We all want to get to the highest step that we can of Counter-Strike.
Let's see if Automatic is the thing they needed to bring from EG Black to take this team to the next level.
A lot of words could describe NIP right now. Rebuilding.
I would describe NIP as a foundation.
In terms of going back to the Swedish core, there's a chance for them to really find the love for the game once again.
We have, on paper, really good players. The main player that the opponents need to look out for is Hedrick, I think. I think he's really on his way to becoming a strong individual player.
The wild card in our team is obviously Conflict. Each team should have kind of these guys because he brings fire in your team.
They're an exciting team on paper. I'm a big fan of Hampus, but he's got his work cut out for him. Probably going to take a bit of time, and I'd say we'd probably be looking more to CS2.
And we just need to figure out the puzzle, how it works, and to be together. I would say trust the process.
Our final match of the day and a battle to not finish dead last in Group A. It's a newly revamped EG going up against the Ninjas with Hampus back at the helm. So gentlemen, tell me what we got as a first taste test from the Ninjas earlier on in their game versus Complexity.
It was a bad jelly bean. It wasn't good, to be completely honest. I was looking towards NIP do better in their first game. I was looking towards see maybe perhaps a new identity or a new way of approaching the game with Hampus coming into it. But then I was reminded, why would I? Why would I expect something new? Because they've tried it before. Hampus has been there before. It's not like he's a new in-game leader they don't know. It's not like he's coming in with a new philosophy after his break. It's more of the same that hasn't really turned out to be great for NIP. So I guess I'm not that surprised, yet slightly disappointed.
I think the issue that I have and the discomfort that I feel when I think about NIP is that I have the sensation that they have suffered through changes in the last few months. Not in the terms of I decide that this is the move that I want to make and I believe in what's going to happen and oh, maybe it fails. I feel like they've been on the receiving end of changes happening. You know, it's Hampus having to leave, it's Conflicts chiming in, then suddenly Rez is in Alper. We don't really know if that's like a first idea or if it's more like a consequence and we make do with what we have. And I feel like they've been kind of this ship dangling on like a very mad sea on an ocean out there without an exact point of direction to follow. And I like Hampus being back. I've always been a great fan of Hampus as a player, but this doesn't strike me as the guys, listen, this is what we got to do. That's the idea. We follow this.
It's exactly the narrative that extends to Hampus coming back, right? We heard it in an interview saying, yeah, he knew he was going to come back, but he wasn't sure exactly where he would be fitting in. It just happened that he had to step up and be the in-game leader again.
That's the thing, right? It lacks not identity, but it lacks someone strong, you know, with a strong vision, something you can follow, something that can change the tide of this team. Because I think Config said it and Hedrick said it pretty well. You look towards the riflers, you look towards the player material within NIP. I think there's a lot of skill. I think there's a lot of great players within NIP, but it feels like no one is being catered to. No one is the star. No one is the guy who can do it. And it's not like NIP have this team identity where everyone is chiming in like we see with Heroic. So you got to find a decision, right? Do you want to build up a strong unit where everyone is chiming in once in a while, where everyone is being catered to a little bit? Or do you want to find a couple of players you put in the effort into? And I haven't seen that change of direction for NIP.
Well, speaking of one of the players that really should be shining on the side of the Ninjas, it's Rez with Banks.
Rez, I want to start by looking at what kind of went wrong with the Complexity game, because you won their pick, you lost yours, and even on the third and final map, this is a map you had the advantage. You know, he was like 12-8 up, and we didn't expect you guys to be in a position to throw it away.
No, I mean, I think it's pretty obvious that we need time again. Like Hampus is very new to calling in English, and we haven't really had time to practice all of the maps as well. So, like, there are a lot of things to go through still, and a lot of things to like practice and go through. Like, basics are not really there yet, even though it should be. So, yeah, I think that's the main issue right now.
And in terms of that adjustment period for you guys and getting used to Hampus again, how long do you think that will take?
I think it should be pretty quick. I know, like, we're all smart players. We are good individuals, and we just need to get the sync going with Hampus. And I think Krell and Danja needs to get more into how Hampus is calling, because I think it's very new to them with how Hampus is approaching the game. So when they get used to how Hampus calling, I think it's going to be much easier.
And how have you spent the last couple of days in order to make sure that you don't repeat the mistakes of last time and get the win today?
We're talking through a lot. We reviewed the whole game, the complexity game, and there are a lot of basics that we need to get down, fundamentals and stuff like that. So I think that's just the process we're going through right now. Just rinse and repeat. We play games and we watch what we do wrong and just fix mistakes, and that's all we can do right now.
I know you fired up for a confident boosting game again today when it comes against EG, where it should be potentially easier.
I think we're more prepared now, I feel like. I think everyone was pretty off in the first game, but right now I think we're going to hit shots today.
Now, it's an interesting conversation when we put Rez under the microscope, obviously a long-time member of the Ninjas squad, because he's been under the leadership of Alexi B, he's also been under the leadership of Hampus, but there are big asterisks to put with these numbers, Jacob.
Yeah, for sure. One may argue that, okay, he was better under Hampus. Alexi B didn't get the best out of him, but while he was with Alexi B, he also played the AWP role, which definitely was not a good thing for Rez. Not a role that he was comfortable with, not a role he ever should have been put in. And I think Rez is still the type of rifle player that has this explosiveness to him that can thrive under a leadership like Hampus is offering. But that's my whole point. Figure out how do you want to stabilize your team around certain of individuals. Broland, let him do whatever he wants to do. And then, cater towards Config, cater towards Rez. Those two are the explosive rifles that can make the difference in the game, make the impact.
Yeah, and the problem is, out of the three names that you've mentioned, Config, obviously Broland and Rez, none of them have provided real consistency in times with NIP. That is just a fact. That's the end of the sentence right there, and that's the problem. They've had pop-offs here and there, and I think Config gave us a good example in the first series he's played here. Took over, massive impact, super space creator, amazing.
Still lost.
Still lost. Moments, Broland had moments where he would showcase how he had finesse in mid-rounds and he could be aggressive in both closing rounds. Absolutely amazing. That's great. It hasn't happened in quite a while as well. Same with Rez, with the AWP struggle a little bit, his confidence goes down the drain. Who are we believing in? Who is giving us guarantees out of these three? I'm not getting any.
And that's the thing, we talk about consistency, hopefully for, at least one of the three, but they're never even really chiming in at the same time, right? We talk about, Config's incredible performance. He ended with a 127 rating, I believe.
Yeah.
And as you said, Jacob, still lost versus Complexity because none of the other stars were with him.
That was my biggest takeaway from that game. When Config is playing like he was in that game, when he was being so vocal on the server, demanding so much space, winning a 1v3 clutch, you name it, and you still end up losing against a team of the caliber of Complexity, you are a long, long way from being a team that can contend for titles, or even think about beating a team like Vitality, or even think about beating a team like Heroic for that matter. So I think NIP is in for a rough run. Sure, we gotta give them time. Hampus coming back into it,
of course.
Maybe rebuilding their own identity, maybe figuring out what are the horses we're gonna bank on. But that's my wish right here. I hope they have those conversations. I hope they are sitting down, figuring out, okay, Broland, you're the type of player that we don't need to give too much attention. You can do it on your own. You're good enough for that. Whereas for Config and Rez, I think you need to cater to those two.
One very final point on NIP. We were very self-aware of it in the first game. We literally never mentioned Headtrick's name. And that's a problem when you're talking about the AWPer of the team.
Yeah, obviously it is a huge issue. And the problem is there's so many hours in a day that you can, put into players and trying to help them figure out their style, figure out their position, figure out their role. And I mean, Headtrick's now has been kind of, I don't even know how to put it. He's amidst like a storm. Like there's so many changing pieces around him, and he is supposed to find his place in there while you have different players. And we are talking about how, hey, Rez has to figure out his role. Hey, Config has to figure out the space he wants to take. Hampus is coming in with a new philosophy, and then Headtrick is like at the very end of the door, like, hey, guys, can we also spend time on me? Like, can we figure out how I'm gonna play? It's so complicated because there's such a long list of factors that have to be put in order before we get to Headtrick. Whereas it's all on his little shoulders right now.
Let's spin the EG track just for 1 second. It's not been sounding great so far, but the caveat to that one is they did go up against Vitality. So it's not going to be the best start for you, right?
I guess you can say that. I guess complexity. Yeah, exactly. They also got a rough run. So for me, this is the game for EG. Let's see what they got. If they can make a game against NIP, maybe even take a W right here, sure, we can have a conversation about EG being a project we can put stock into. Maybe NAVI, they have a couple of interesting players. They themselves named George as a X-Factor potential, as a guy we have to look out for, with a guy with a lot of potential. But I'm not sold on it just yet. And the reason being is I feel like I've seen this over and over and over again. All these players, we know them, but honestly, I want to see it on the server instead of talking about it.
Well, let's get one of them on the mic. It's Junior, courtesy of James Banks.
Junior, we know about your past, right, and the chances you had on Furia, Complexity, for example, but we would say that before we didn't see you perform to your highest level on that. What here within EG is being able to see you rise back up, because your numbers are starting to look a lot better?
I think, or not I think, I know they give me a lot of space. In my past teams, I didn't have like free roam to do basically call whatever I wanted. So on this team, it's pretty sick. I can call whatever setup, call whatever play, and like everyone will trust it.
Nice. So that gives you the confidence, right, to go forward for these players and make it happen. But how extra motivated are you right now being on the main EG roster and having this opportunity at Tier 1 again?
Being promoted, especially with automatic, we play basically every position together, so it's really nice to I've learned honestly myself a lot from him, like a deeper thinking of the game, of like what if they throw this nade, what does that mean, and like the deeper meaning of Counter-Strike.
Would you say this is the first team on a Tier 1 level that you've had a chance to really grow in? Because I feel like with Fury you got kind of thrown in, with Complexity you were learning together. This now seems like a good mix of experience and the same new players coming up.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting because on this team I'm considered experienced, so it's definitely like a learning curve for all of us, and that's what I think gives me confidence, because they trust like things I say, that like I've experienced some of this stuff, and it's pretty interesting that at 22 I'm like an experienced player.
Just NA things right now. That's how it goes at the moment, dude. But for going up against Nip in this game, you versus Hedrick's an interesting battle, because he's struggling at the moment with this move over from the IGL side, where like he had Alexi, felt very comfortable under that. Now it's changed to Hampus. Is this something where you've just told me you're going to make some, like you have the choice to make some moves, you can make some plays against him, or do you not really view it as like that?
I think nowadays in the meta of Counter-Strike, it's not really oppers fighting each other. It's more of like, because when I'm in like looking for plays to make, I'm making it against the other riflers. But yeah, going op v op will like rarely happen. But if it does, then I think Hedrick's a good player. He was playing good under Alexi B, and it's only a matter of time before he like goes back to the level he was playing at.
From the likes of EG. Interesting pick, because NIP did take down Complexity, albeit very close, 16-14.
Yeah, that was very close, of course. I think Config gave us a arsenal of his performance on the CT side. A whole lot of multi-kills towards that pit/short area, so we're going to have to see if EG is ready to deal with that, because if they let the beast roar, it's over.
If there's one known quantity within EG, I'd say it's Junior. I think he's been phenomenal given the work conditions. He's been playing well. He was doing a decent job in the first game against Vitality. At least he was trying. So if they want to stand any chance of winning this game, I'm looking towards this guy on the screen right here. I want to see some Junior magic going up against the other rifles of NIP.
Well, I think he can just about hear your wish, but we can't see if it's going to play out until we come back from this break. We have Inferno, Vertigo, and potentially Nuke separating these two teams, one of which will finish dead last in Group A. We're going to see how it goes down with Scrawny and Launders in just a few.
Good evening, everybody. Welcome back. It's Scrawny and Launders to take you guys through the final best of 3 of the evening. We've got ninjas in pajamas, and we've got evil geniuses on the other side. And as far as I'm concerned, after that last game, EG versus Vitality looked as good as, if not a little better than Complexity. Oh, sorry. That's what that's the point I'm making here. You know, if EG hung in versus Vitality more so than Complexity, then what's stopping them from beating a bunch of Swedes?
I really don't know. Like, I don't have expectations, good or bad, with evil geniuses. Like, from even within the last year, where it's been mostly losses, there've been points where you're like, oh, they might get good now, they might whatever. And now that it's like the EG Black lineup, where we've seen a lot of good stuff. I mean, I don't know. I'm not going to overreact to one best of 3. I think they are trying to workshop this project. I think NIP are not one of the best teams in the group right now after day 1. So why not take this opportunity? I think they could scare NIP a little bit. And I like to focus on Junior because I think he's still one of the only players there's still no questions about in terms of showing good stuff on LAN in some of these bigger games.
Time to find out whether he can and anybody else will step up alongside him. I'm just still excited that Evil Geniuses are representing a North American roster and giving a chance to a bunch of young guys who are playing in a region with some struggles at the moment and trying to make a name for themselves. So that's what I tapped into coming into this one. It's an uphill battle, but it is a 5v4 for at least half a second. Brolin on the fallback may have lost his teammate, but the 2 guns he holds still look to pop off. George Apslurk could connect to something, as EG will take their time with this pistol. A couple tap shots from automatic. Nothing there. Rez getting curious. Ooh, now that he's in Boiler, you know he's going to be problematic to any kind of mid to A hit. And if he ever decides to go clear George, could serve as another issue. Hampus is going to serve up the distraction on Arch, and then we're going to see what Rez can do with the Berettas. Pops Hexed, and then that peek from the other side. Yeah, him pushing up into Boiler like that, so good.
Yeah, such a great move. After Brolin got his kill, shoved him back down Banana. And let's see about George. Here we go. Peeks in, dinks in. 30 seconds, and bomb is just in this sort of triangle of doom, it feels like. But the first couple of headshots here. Oh, another. What? Oh, wow. If Hedrick wasn't right there.
Whoa.
We've got one guy defending the bomb with red HP.
Yeah, George was getting a little curious George in that instance.
Curious George.
Curious George.
Yeah.
2 kills.
He would have really put the G in George right there if he had won that round.
Some people spelled George with a J. You heard about this?
Sorry, is this a bit? His name is literally spelled with a J.
Yeah, I know.
Okay, okay, yeah. Oh, is there anyone else?
There's got to be. Somewhere out there. George's with J's. Wild scenes.
On paper, it makes sense, but...
Rolling. Just pistols, not a problem. Little mid player looking for the impact. Brolin's nade catching automatic, so yeah, your Glocks aren't going to get much. Done.
Why can't you spell Connor with an A?
I mean, you could.
If you spelled George with a J.
Yeah, but you can't stir up the dust here. There's already a lot of arguments within how to spell Connor. There's the NNORs, there's the NNERs, there's the NORs. You know.
Is there NERs?
Are there what? A single NER?
Yeah.
I've never met one, and I better not ever.
Yeah, hope to never meet one.
That guy better keep his head down.
That's coming from a double NER.
Yeah. For the record.
Yeah.
Let's see it with the guns, EG. No chance in the last, but you saved it for this. It feels like Ninja's playing, you know, respectful. Even Rez's position inside Boiler wasn't taken out of the gate. We're not getting crazy mid-swings. I was curious whether, you know, a Hampus config would kind of let loose on a team like EG, bully them a little, try to flex that gap in skill, but it is back to Banana. Brolin peaks wide. Flash finds its mark. There are 3 here, though, with more nades to be thrown out. Oh, the spams? Just so much.
In between them.
The nade finds Walko.
Lost in their teeth right there.
Dropped to 15.
But they did, now they know. So this will be a little tricky for Evil Geniuses who don't win back top Banana. Don't go back to flash it as well. All the CTs here ready, and they want to get a little bit more info. This is very nice movements from the Ninjas.
EG are thinking, well, damn. Wait, but there's 3 on Arch. Oh, there's actually only config lane side, so a Hall's pop might be a good idea.
Man, it's just such little health, though.
And the rotations, they peek into mid, they don't see anything. They're going to leave. Hampus is going to go towards B.
Oh, one brap from config, and he could have a multi-kill. Flash makes it a little awkward, so it is just a one and done. That smoke keeps them off, gives Junior a chance, and he will catch Hampus. Walco's got to walk around. Such little points of HP. Yeah, single bullet, and insult to injury straight between the eyes. So Junior 1v3 attempt, gunned down by Head Trick. Config taking one with him. It's just not enough. If they had a bit more health, then maybe Walco's got a chance to just get over, plant the bomb, put, Junior into a 1vx from inside pit. We've seen it done before, but we won't see it in this one. 3-0 for the Ninjas.
So here's the way they start the round off, using Brolin aggressively, and we want to see more of that, of course. He's he's not been all too consistent in since joining NIP. I think expectations were a lot higher for Brolin than what we found. Honestly, I think we still all agree Brolin, an excellent rifler. When he joined the team, best player in Sweden that wasn't on NIP. All these things were true, but since joining the lineup, he's not carrying for long periods of time or anything like that. So that's what they're aiming to do, I think, is set up a situation right now where he is going to be the carry. And this is going to be one of his most key spots.
I've kind of been thinking about Brolin and comparing his trajectory now to what Rez sort of did. Oakland MVP performance made us all think he was the next big thing.
Yeah, but what was even Brolin's Oakland MVP performance?
Oh, God, it's even worse. Gamers Season 1. That was Brolin's.
Was Brolin there?
Yeah, it did.
Oh my God.
Yeah, bro.
Wait, so he came from the reality TV show?
I'm pretty sure Brolin was a Gamer Season 1.
Casted.
I only did Season 2.
Oh, okay.
In Skövde, Sweden.
On the ski slopes.
Yes, our hotel was on the top of a ski hill. Ask Paula about it. Head Trick, easy. His automatic peels around the side of the smoke ahead of the rest of the team, and Hex does the same out from Apps. Pistols, yet again, not gonna find zilch in this one. 4-0, and Ninjas, of course, having just sat back, watched Vitality, Dispatch of Complexity, are thinking, well, we can do that.
Can you stop talking and find out if Brolin was on Season 1 of Gamers?
I'll push the buttons.
Can people still go back and watch these, by the way?
I don't know.
YouTube or something?
Honestly, man, sketchy things happened at Gamers. I wouldn't be surprised if that was wiped from the internet. I'm just, I think I'm legally safe in this instance, but yeah.
All right.
There aren't many reality TV shows that have teenagers living in a house, and
the way you framed all of this is going to have people looking even harder.
Yeah.
I think we've got to know now.
Don't forget, Loba was also on Gamers Season 2.
Well, that explains a lot. All right. But Nip with their 4 rounds, good rotations. Good start from Brolin and Head Trick. Head Trick, sort of the junior of Sweden, if you will. Been very consistent for a Nip, the carry opper. I was talking to Hampus around Media Day, and, this is the first time that, this team has had an opper that you can rely on to this level, since forever ago, right? And they've tried some oppers. They've gone even to, up-and-coming players and stuff like that, but Head Trick was a really great bet. That's working out beautifully.
Oh, Walco gets wind of it.
Honestly, that spot is just not that good, man. No? It's just not. If a T approaches you carefully, they basically have to forget.
Rez looking to draw it all back, but he only gets one, and Hampus is smoked off. This is looking like a clean opening for the EG camp. Junior looking to maybe keep pressure on that smoke. Flash will do the job. Keeps Hampus spraying away. Automatic has to make sure he doesn't get shot. 7 HP for him, 20 seconds. Bomb's gonna go down, and not in the bad way. It's a plant, as Hampus can't quite catch him, but Automatic, again, 1 bullet, all it took. And so we're to the 3v3 with the retake coming. No util, but there are kits in play. And that utility problems for both sides. Locking in the new box is Junior. Hexed in the corner, and Banana support just holds off to the CT cross. Hexed peeks. It's Junior's kill. Simultaneous attacks coming in from this post plant, and Config contacted by Junior, who puts up a double to give EG what looks like, and is indeed, their first of the 5.
And not even as expensive as it could be, which was honestly Nip's only aim at that point in the retake, considering there was no chance to pull that defuse off. So really well done here for Evil Geniuses into B to stop this 4-round streak. It starts with this kill, and again, this position, as you can see from the T approaching, Brolin's huge on his screen, whereas Brolin barely saw a shoulder for a second. And this is one of the spots, it's like the A ramp regressions where I'm like, I see it in pro play, and I see it not work in pro play constantly. So
yeah, I'm trying to think now, like, what other positions are there in the map pool where you're hiding behind a completely wall-bangable piece of cover that thin with no safe fallback, except it's like, yeah, that is a risky spot to be. You're making it glaringly obvious. As the fact checkers report back, Brolin was indeed on Team Red for Gamers Season 1. And he didn't even win.
Wow. And he didn't win.
No, they lost in the finals. Big stack up here, though, in the smoke.
Oh, okay.
Brolin.
That's a much better use of him, and honestly,
love that.
All the Nip players.
Rez right behind him, both of them engaging as smoke fades. Very clean. Comes at the cost of Evil Genius's hope of converting. Unless Hex wants to get real wild. And he does get the headshot to Config. This ace, oh, but never mind, no bomb. Bomb still sits back on Banana, so as the fireworks pop here towards the A sites, Head Trick looking for the last one. George, they're coming for you, buddy.
George might just be happy to sit in CT at this point. That's a pretty damn good round on the B push. I just like how hefty the attack is, the CT move with 3 people involved from NIP. We have seen some very big and ambitious rotations in the last couple days from Nip when it comes to CT sides, and I think it's been very fun to watch, and it's actually worked out most of the time, I would say.
Yeah, shout out Hampus. You know, you lose Banana in the last round, so what do? You take it to him.
Triple down.
That to me, that's kind of Hampus to me.
I asked Hampus, I mean, I was like, you're going to change anything after having a break? And he said, you know, game philosophy, it's not like changing, but did learn a lot of stuff. Actually talked about playing with Alexi and said overall he learned a lot of different ways to look at the game as well. And I think that he basically just wants to build brick by brick on the player he was, but after taking a stress break, you know what I'm saying, coming back fresh and saying it's... The hardest thing to do is sometimes find a way to take a break when you're in the Counter-Strike circuit, right?
Yeah, I mean, and we know how quickly things move in this space.
Yeah.
Where it's like, if you miss one event...
And a break can do a lot. It really can. It really can.
I mean, ask anybody right now, I feel like, in the space here in Copenhagen, you're walking by the players, yo, how was your break? Yo, what'd you get up to? You know, some people take the time off and fully relax. Others actually get a chance to go on vacation. There's a lot of people who are mentally in a good place right now as the second season of 2023 begins.
Me?
I'm glowing. And so are the Ninjas right now. Head Trick 10-1, 5-1 is their team over EG. Not quite getting this one started, but it's the buyback, and it looks decent. Nice amount of grenades here for Evil Geniuses, just Mach 10 on Walco. Let's see if the banana aggression comes out again from the Ninjas. No need. Not yet.
Ouch,
bro. What?
Wow.
Brother.
He's just, it's just RTSR strat, and so he gets a power up from going below 10% health.
Are these like World of Warcraft things, or what are you talking about?
Stark Souls.
Okay.
Speed run strats. You know?
I don't.
Brolin's got to go fast.
Head Trick flashed off too. We got openings here for EG. Not that they know it. Head Trick tagged. Big pack of players to wrap around Arch. And it's Config in the pit. Smoked off on one side, so he can't actually come at this Arch fight. All he can do is hold off on short. Another flash on Head Trick, and Hampus empty-handed. Head Trick tries. Can't. Not on his own. But they may forget about Config. They're going to come clear pit. They give him a kill. George facing downwards in it. Hext is looking for the plant, and Automatic catches that timing on the flank. But there are eyes on this bomb site, and that means Hext stuck in the corner. Junior not looking to come help, but Hext can fight it back on his own. And EG, with the 4-man arch to A play, have found an opening to a 2-5 score.
It was a solid exec. Like, everything was in order. They cleared out everything really well. There were multiple points where they could die. You see how many CTs actually died in the site. They had a very tough defense to get through, but the exec was so good that, I mean, I think they made some of those fights a lot easier than they could have been. So, shout out to EG for that one.
A respectable approach to the bomb site.
Yeah, and that's what I mean. That's what we saw with this team before. Like, they were able to do stuff like this consistently versus good teams. I wouldn't say they had, like, necessarily more structure than the main EG lineup or anything. I just think they had better structure. They were just a better team.
They were.
Yeah.
I think it all made sense. This is what it always should have been. And now it is. Of course, the departure of Rush in order to keep Automatic is...
sad.
Yeah, for some reasons. Also exciting for others. But, you know, that's a change and a conversation topic that I think we'll be able to discuss and unpack as we add time to this formula.
It's just sad because they built it together, but, you know, it's just business.
Yep.
For what it's worth. But, I mean, some roles change around, too, you know? So, I mean, you could even argue that with Rush, they'd probably start better.
Nothing would have changed.
Maybe you bet on the fact that in the future, it might be better to have Automatic. I don't know, but that would make sense.
They've positioned themselves for another A play, but we've got a heavy emphasis on lane. Head trick included. Config next to him, and Hampus holds on Balk. See what Audi gets up to on B. He's got smoke.
Oh, he's by the spot.
Hex just flies out. Config's up on the rafters. I guess Hampus must have been flashed or just behind a box, and another player comes out as Hampus is still playing behind said box. So he better pick up the slack here. He's been found out, and Junior cleared him.
That's a big one. That's Junior allowing the plant now.
I hope we have that from a third-person perspective, because somehow, someway, EG just fly out of the apartments down into the setup.
So they were going for the lane split, but the Walco dies, turning the corner on lane, and they're execing out halls at the same time. It's a great setup to counter what they saw.
Done.
And now the last player is Rez, gonna die right here. And that's EG 3 in a row. So that's the perfect setup. That's a perfect attack if you're doing 2-lane. You know, ninjas are not ready for a Halls pop at all here, as you can see, obviously.
Well, Hampus is still on site, right? So did he get flashed?
Yeah. So the guys in mid are flashing for their Halls players to come out. So for 1 second, they can't cover it. He jumps out into lane. And the rest is history.
Well, look at the opening that presents EG.
It's a great call.
And that's, of course, Walco, in-game leader for this squad. Not much known about him yet. Oof. His nade found its home.
I know something about Walco.
Yeah, tell me.
Him and Hex have been playing together for 5 years.
Damn. Okay.
Yeah.
Just playing some games with your friends, and look where it gets you. On the other side of the world. Config not going to get another one with just the USP. So EG, 4 round wins.
Yeah, this is one of the things that Hex said, and one of the teams that said that they're just really good friends. Like, all of them are just really good friends, which is also very nice.
Helps.
Yeah, this is kind of like the era of friendship, right? I mean, a lot of teams in like early to mid CSGO days were like pretty angry and won. Virtus Pro were pretty angry and won.
Yep.
Astralis weren't that angry. They weren't like... Yeah, they were just kind of in the middle. Days are okay. They're pretty... Not too much.
Fnatic always kind of seemed pretty angry.
Fnatic were a little angry.
Or we were angry at them. You know?
Yeah.
LDLC, Happy was never
NAVI, extremely angry.
Yep. Yeah, it's true.
Lots of anger.
You know, maybe rage is a tool that can be wielded.
But these days, Vitality on top, happy.
Heroic, happy.
Happy. EG,
happy.
Jovial.
G2?
Ask another day.
Okay. The era of friendship. I thought this game was supposed to be cool.
Turns out friendship is cool.
Not when you say it like that. Here's the push on Banana off the flash. Perfectly timed from Rez, man. You can see that setup coming a mile away. And Brolin on the point blank. Stuffs through. Damn,
Perfect
dude.
timing.
Yeah, we talked about the good call of that apartments pop where, you know, it's all the right pieces in the right place, but it just gets swept away one way. This is an exact same situation, but for NIP. Flash, perfectly timed. Everybody coming in. Nobody playing counter flash either.
It has been a great game so far in terms of like
smoked.
Who's picking the attacks? We've got some wins to the CT side, some wins to the T's in the attack as well. 2-round game, but still money here for EG.
Rolling fast. Ooh, double app setup and George.
Hetrick hits all the easy ones, most of the easy ones. I'd say he's one of the most consistent offers right now that's hitting the highest amount of easy ones.
And the hard ones?
And then the hard ones. Everyone we talk about hits the hard ones. You know? We don't talk about anyone who only hits the easy ones. But it's so much more important to hit the easy ones.
You're making sense, man.
So.
Thou doth speaketh.
We talk too much about people who only hit the hard ones. So. But these days, honestly, the elite oppers, they don't miss much. These guys are all
craftsmen.
They DM.
Rotate comes back from Rez. Getting into the right place at the right time. Ahead of time. Time limited. They think they can press out Arch as easily as last time. It's going to take a kill versus Rez. And he'll fall back. He confirms them. They can chase if they choose to.
Time's low. They got a wrap.
They decide to double it back, so it's going to be lane instead. Config, chance to shine. His moment. Oh, no, not
He didn't
good.
Smoke it properly.
Yikes. Hext's going to burn him out. We've still got 2 within the site. Time can make this weird. And Hampus, he's just going to hide behind boxes. They swarm around him. Automatic takes him down. Bomb's still not picked up. Oh, they fumbled this. Or did Walco just get in on time? Oh, it goes down. And that is by the skin of their teeth.
1v2 potentially. They're both on the site.
Stuck behind box. Rez looking for the headshots. You know the op's going to stay posted, and then Walco will pop up if he needs to try and trade out, assuming Junior dies. Rez dead. EG with milliseconds.
That was huge. I was like, Walco, please get that bomb. Please get that bomb. And then, you know, it comes down to 4 seconds. They prioritized getting the kill on site. That's great. They made sure they got that trade, but they could have planted without it because they got their lane kills already. Especially this one, where, you know, Config's trying to set up. They throw a really... First of all, they have to throw the ball top perfectly to make sure that, you know, if he throws a smoke that's nowhere, that's just slightly off.
That's what happens.
That's what happens.
So Hext being pixel perfect.
Pixel perfect Hext.
Config not so much. Hampus gonna get caught playing around with his pistol. Automatic, playing it cool. Nice second flash. Very nice. Gets the pistol up close. Junior gonna get rushed down, but he'll hold his own. Glock shot to Brolin's forehead. And this should tie us up again. Should. Hetrick's still in the bomb site.
It's looking like 2 even strength teams so far.
Sure. Walco, the jumping headshot.
This is, of course, EG's pick. So that's something. They always do be picking Inferno. DJL hopping on the comms.
Trying to counter that of Axed, right? The new coach for Evil Geniuses. Because throughout that European stint, of course, we had Vorborg, who, coming off of Copenhagen Flames' success, you know, importing that EU talent.
Yeah.
It's a thing we do in North America, especially in the leadership.
I was down for an EU coach, but that's where I wanted it to stop.
Yeah, right. Yeah. We like a little bit of Europe.
Yep.
Just the right amount. Like French Canada.
Mm-hmm.
Europe light. Evil Geniuses, Ninjas in Pajamas. Two evenly matched teams. Except for Head Trick. He is unmatched at the moment. 16-6. Do not let the score take away from his individuals right now. Op has been a problem for EG at times. But he's not on the op, and he's also the only B player right now.
His presence alone has scared him off.
All he did was throw that molly. He's got a second one.
Yeah.
They're going to play brackets first. Ooh, Welko alone on that peak.
This is... they lose a piece, go back to B. They're kind of sensing the setup. Maybe this will be a demo play for them to speed up, but do they react to the smoke? There's an interesting situation Hetrick is set up for them.
He smoked it himself after Molotoving it.
Yeah, and now Brolin will get there as well. I think this turns bad for EG. The flash, though, is in.
Yep, and it's good. Hedrick kind of stranded there, caught out. CT push denied, no sir. Ooh. George and Hext with the entries that EG need. This is a 4v5 rotation back to the B site. Spam takes 2. Down ever so slightly is Hext. Junior's going to be a little cautious now, but he's also got the op, and Ninjas, they need to go for this save. We've got EG leading this T side.
Yeah, they actually they had a nade. They didn't throw it far enough. They had a molly. They could have thrown that at quad as well, but okay, it's actually a great flash on the attack from EG as they're coming in. They kind of blind themselves too because Hetrick was playing close to it, but clearly they knew something. After this kill came down, it's 4v5, and they have to approach a very strange smoke. I actually like that Hetrick throws something a little different. Could it make you scared? But they don't overthink it. They kind of knew what the setup was going to be. They had a good feeling about it, so they trusted intuition, went for a flash, grouped up and hit the site. Everything worked out beautifully. I think basically the calm there is max 1 here. You know, like it's not some weird multiplayer setup behind the smoke, so let's just group and hit.
They kept it simple, and it sliced right through. Now we've got limitations here for Ninjas, so EG, the floor is yours. 3 to the B site start. Not getting adventurous. They'll lean back with the MP9 and Deagle, the 2 most limited players here for the Ninjas inside the B site with Rez to support them. That's 1 smoke, 1 incendiary on each bomb site for Ninjas right now. Yeah, no longer looking so confident. They don't want to get too adventurous. They'll just play their sites. But you've got to bank on your individuals here holding off the majority. EG been doing a good job of keeping that, pack tethered nicely. Whether that was the Arch to A play a few rounds ago, the B hit in the last one. Hampus decides there's an opening here for him to go and scour. Junior's holding this angle with the op.
Oh, what a move from Hampus.
Yeah, he's found a space.
The only issue is that they just leave, but the bomb is staying here, so it's a fake towards B, 3 Bs in the site. Hampus probably telling his team, we're cool for a second. This is about to turn to explode on the A site.
Yeah, Config doubling back in time, but those other players still so far removed.
They got to organize a little faster, though. 20 seconds. A Molotov. Oh, it's not coming out, though.
Oh, and he dies.
Oh, Hampus wishes he threw that.
Bro, that molly top middle makes it so much harder. And now Config's going to have to do everything, but he's blinded. So's his opponent, and Walco regains vision in time. 2 frags to North America's IGL, and EG will get through. You're absolutely right. Hampus is beating himself up right now.
Yeah, I mean, he was going to search for info, but didn't have to worry about B at all, you know? So he had to prioritize staying alive. And also, he thought about the molly, which probably makes it hurt a little bit more, but that lane molly ruins everything. If he throws that just right in front of himself, and then they smoke it to run through, they're screwed. Like, there's no way.
And at that point, you know, you're talking...
They don't even have time to go arch in that situation.
Exactly. 20 seconds left in that scenario. Hampus puts that down, and he's so much more comfortable. And I see that nervousness.
Yeah.
I do. I see a team that's just trying to get one of these. Oh, come on, guys. Let's get one of these last 2. Transitioning into the save.
EG very much knew what they wanted to do that round. It took them a little bit extra time at the end, which made it look a little scary, but they were definitely right. They ran into the lower stack site. They're kind of understanding what Hampus's setups are in a couple of these situations. It feels like the prep has been good. So, timeout here for NIP. The last round of the half. This could be very solid for Evil Geniuses. I think people will be talking if they win this series. You know, we're a bit far from that potential result, but it's NIP are probably on the lower end of the better teams here in this group.
Right.
But still.
But to me, that's the biggest benefit of having this Evil Geniuses rosters. All of our expectations drop that much more. The pressure is not on them as badly as it was previously when they're trying to craft this like semi-European team and signing European talent, quote unquote talent, that, you know, this is a chance for NA players that have never had one before, or at least not all together. You know, you can call Junior Fury a chance something, but I mean, that was a massive task. We've talked about it in the past. This is a tier 2 North American squad with a chance to drop some Europeans. Of course, Config, not gonna go down without a fight, never does. And Headtrick, 18-7 still, so watch him take over this server and cause problems. As he peeks down Banana, he'll get traded back, and Automatic's gonna use that as a chance to chase. Brolin, love it. Leaves a smoke with a gap just to get Automatic into his crosshair. Anybody else want a piece?
It's the flamesy one way.
Junior tries to step into it. There's support here now as well, so this could very well be a 7th for Ninjas. But EG, we've seen it before. Just throw yourself at the B site when it feels like nothing's left. They're approaching that situation now. Brolin gonna catch them off guard with that boost. Nicely done. And so Ninjas will take away a 7th at the end of this. Surely. Unless Junior wants to prove to us just how much he's gone home to improve.
So, well, he knows that someone has pushed down mid. And I think he knows the rotations exactly. We saw Hampus play a little bit too close to the flame last round, you know? And Junior realizes it's a rock and a hard place, but if he goes B, it's probably 2B. If Hampus leaves him a gap or makes any mistake here, there's a plant. Oh, and he goes to clear it, but...
No, sir. Not going to happen. So a 7th Ninjas. It's enough, but they better have a good T side in store. Don't forget, a 4-0 start to only 7 CT rounds.
Short as well. There's more smoke mid. Yeah. I'm mollied. Oh my god, I'm stuck. I'm blind.
Inside.
Backside. On the backside.
10 seconds.
Grab bomb.
Give on.
I'll close short. Nice blasting. Short top.
Both side. Default. Tomorrow. Maybe in.
He's in, I think he's cross. No, he's not. He's cross.
You're good.
Nice. Colby. Yeah.
I'm holding him.
Nice. Good fucking job.
Config fires hot!
One drop.
Let me just smash it.
Alright.
That's good. I like it. Hex comes up with unique stuff, you know. He's just like, get the hell out of here, go. You know, he says like, welcome to the dystopian future, and
config fires hot.
Config fires hot. That's good.
And why are you
That's
more
true.
nervous than us?
He did just stand in a fire.
He did, literally. I mean, you could see Config's disappointment with himself when he burned alive, despite throwing a smoke down to try and prevent exactly that from happening. But, yeah, Config fires hot, and so are EG. 8 rounds over the 7 of the Ninjas in pajamas. But a first half's only that. The first half. Let's see if they can take it home in the second with that 1-round advantage. Pistol numero dos coming at you, and I wouldn't want to be Walko. Solo B play. Sure, Hext has the kit if a retake is needed. Could go for that fast mid flank. You know, there's options here, but Ninja's not showing their hand. In fact, Ninja's not doing much.
It's coming B, though. It's coming B. I just want to see where this nade lands. Oh, and this is great. This is great from EG, actually. Perfect timing, and they have to... They kind of read this correctly. Now they're going to rotate back over to B. And let's see what this HE does. It goes a little too early, but he's got another smoke with him. Not going to throw that yet.
Exec comes over. Fast mid push.
They're going to need the kills, too, you know?
Automatic. Had a couple chances there. It's Junior to trade him. Head Trick has to turn back to Banana. It's not just 1 CT, but 2, no, 3. They could have rotated far more through CT spawn, but instead Walko plays it on his own. George and Junior. Couple J's. And we've got Config and Rez left now. Post-plant condition. Rez, can't get that third one. And it falls on Config's broad shoulders. Quick shot. Position confirmed. Remember, George has the kit picked back up now from Hext's dead body. Config swings. And while covered in smoke, the stick comes through.
That was nice.
Clean retake.
That was a clean retake. I mean, keeping the smoke, kept 2 smokes in that situation. The perfect timing on the mid re-clear. Caught NIP walking back to Banana. B player and Walko doesn't die on the exec. Gets his utility off. And look at this cover from Junior on the retake as well. And that's Raz putting together a really nice 2K, but they out-fragged him. They had a really good retake. That was just nice, man. That was nice.
I love at the end of every round, I can see Hext, like his brain is churning. Like, do I talk shit right now?
Yeah.
I'll stop.
Maybe you can get an interview.
Of course, with that bomb plant, Ninja's not going to waste any time. AK for Rez. Tex and Deegs for the others. See what the CT side can offer. Ooh, Junior straight up wins the duel. AK trains hands into Hampus's.
Look, Rose holding a little high, huh?
Yeah, it was off the mark.
It's a new map.
Ooh. Automatic. Just gotta hold.
They could easily forget about this.
Oh, peeks out.
Damage.
Yeah, takes half of Brolin down on top of the frag versus Hampus. Hext in the pit with a teammate. So he can play the MP9 inside smoke. It's going to reside down beneath balcony. Site itself looking like it belongs to Ninjas. Double nade. They're going to forget about Hext.
Yeah, double pit. So
oh, they could forget about this for sure.
They run by it, going up to Graveyard, but he's losing sight of players right now, and now they might not have anything to watch, so they might just incidentally see him. He's going to play it slow.
He's going to take his time. He knows he's behind their line. You can see Head Trick scouring pit, but...
Brolin's the guy to watch here for Nip. I mean, he's got the 1 AK
Switched over, now confirmed, and with enough time, oof, a dink right back. Brolin turns towards Moto, everyone confirmed, but George clears one close, and Brolin's pinned in such little HP for everybody, and Brolin's got the thickest piece of cover. Holds with the Tech 9, gets charged down. George will try to get onto the bomb in time.
I think he might.
It's gonna come down to the wire, but EG off of Hext in the pit. Ooh. Take 10.
Yeah, Brolin did such a good job right there. The fact that he got one more kill, almost able to delay. But George did actually a great job of trading in the midst of that too. Hard shots for him to hit. Overall, for him to, get tucked into pit, made the executive decision to switch out to the M4 after not being seen or heard. I think that was actually a pretty brave move, but it netted him a kill. It displaced the other T in the site, and it had them coming over, his teammates coming over with knowledge about, where they would be. So, okay, but that's Ninjas with not much to work with, almost winning that round. So
nice shot, Junior.
2 8Ks.
I wish I had Hext's confidence at that age. Oh, I feel like he likes the limelight. Embraces the moment. Of course, it helps when you're winning. We'll see if they can keep that up.
How old is he?
Younger than me.
You'd better hope.
Yeah, I would. Yeah. Automatic here, of course. Layer number 3 for this EG A-site defense. Hext posted up. Incendiary off the skybox. It's going to land in front of the pistols. They run through it, taking some damage and feeding Automatic. Woo! A clean triple with the A1S.
Bad.
Frag out, he's dead. Scout connects. We've got Tech 9s tearing them back up. 2 young guns here for Ninjas. Low HP, but weapons.
Oh, no plant.
Not today.
Dude, that's a key nade right there. I mean, the molly came afterwards as well, but that's a plan in action and acted quickly.
George just dunks it on him. George having himself quite the game. We've seen Junior's op shots, but George 14 and 8.
Could have been Liquid George,
Head trick backing up and caught off by Walco's MP9. So that is a 4-round lead now. Sure, lesser weapons, and it's still the bomb plant with damage against EG. But it is Evil Geniuses ever closer to that 16th round.
It's nothing like seeing people set up grenades quickly. You know what I mean?
I love it.
Yeah.
Because
you know what I hate?
Yeah.
I really just feel like calling them EG Black. You know what I mean?
Yes, I do. I know exactly. Oh, okay, that's all. I do want to call them EG Black.
Yeah, because that's where they came from.
I don't think we're allowed to, though. I think we have to call them Evil Geniuses.
They're not paying me.
Yeah. The one guy, not kidding.
In North America. Knee slap. Knee slap.
Guns back up for Ninjas. That bomb plant helps with the buy, but again, George, brother, tearing him up. His 15th. Going off the flash. Wanted more. Config gives him something to think about. Quick AK headshot. Oh, and he gets Walco as he jumps onto the barrels. That could have gotten weird. Automatic's going to have to pick up slack here. And that can sort of be said for his whole half as of late. Flash goes over. He's thinking about the peak, and he will catch Hampus. Job done. Smoke down as well. He can play behind it. Gives him a little bit of sanctuary, and Ninjas walk away because Rez has found timing and an opening on A.
It's quite an aggressive clear right here from Emo, so it doesn't just sit on the pillar. And he sees that no one's actually come in. Hext is in an interesting spot because they could walk right underneath him. He's got a great catch-all position. It's great on the opposite side of default. We'll see if Rez hard clears this or running up into the site.
Oh, Config's dead. That one's easy. Then Rez has the trade, though. Luckily for Ninjas, head trick didn't make it too far forward. Could have easily gone down to the same spray as Config.
Are we trying this? I mean, we're definitely within the realm of possibility here, but
it's just one flash.
Yeah, just one flash. It is a 2v2. They've kind of made magic happen a couple of times so far, but they don't have a lot of money.
Yeah, this is, a tempting save.
I think it's like 3v2 no brainer, 2v2 like, I wish we were closer. I wish we had this. I wish we had that.
But
I wish it was 2015 again.
Yeah, they'll let this slide.
It took about 8 years of CSGO before people learned the value of the dollar. Think about that.
What can a dollar really even buy you nowadays?
Nothing in Denmark.
Nothing in Denmark, I'll tell you that much. Except water. That's free here. You know, Rez is like still hands busy with the smoke and can't trade. Hext only gets the one. Even with the save, it's a weird one from EG. So timeout justifiable. Give Walco and Axed some time to talk it out, figure it out.
Hempa said he hasn't spoken English in about a year. So he's been hanging out with all his Swedish friends.
Damn.
He was at the Swedish chalet.
Oh, okay.
Outside, like
cottages, whatever they
like northern Sweden.
What do they call them? Surely they have a special name.
Swedish chalet.
Fillahuli.
Fillahuli.
Oh, sorry, no, that's Finland.
The Swillahuli.
Love me some lol.
It's a lol.
Out. Banana's yours for the taking, but...
Ooh. Oh, he's going through it.
George,
wow,
what you up to?
What a...
Flash! Wow. Goes back a second time, and Hampus is still around to trade.
They see a second, and he gets through the smoke as they're running away. This is huge info. I like this more for EG, I would say.
But does Walco move? Great. He sat back. Even though they've got this banana info, there's still no movement from Walco. Wow. Oh, and if Ninjas just keep moving forward, they're definitely going to get here first. I mean, he could have left 10 seconds ago. He is just on a P250, so, you know, it's not the best. Junior also pummeled back by utility, looking for his chance to get impact. It's Hext from inside the site.
Another tag.
He could be the big one here. He's got the smoke to keep him covered. Walco tries to press out. Automatic's flank finds its timing. Head Trick and Rez now stuffed between the two. And Hext point blank holds off a little longer. Head Trick fumbling with nades. Automatic's got it all. 3 from the top mid flank for the 4-round lead.
Damn, it's a film from Automatic. Really well done on the rotation. Hex did a great job staying alive. Scout tagged 2 people from Junior from within the pit, and it's all about the information play. If they make over on B, they get the info early enough. Walco doesn't want to overreact too soon, but they tell everybody on A, hey, be ready. Attacks coming towards you, potentially. Then they get over there in time. Info wins that one just as much as individual play because they didn't have great guns. Love to see Automatic fitting into the new setting as well.
I suppose in that instance, like, yes, Walco doesn't rotate fast, but at least Automatic was still pushing down Banana. You know, they could have thrown Walco on Arch sooner, but Automatic was keeping up the tempo, and we see how that rewards them.
There's the other thing, the other point too about not overreacting is that if you do the hard rotation out of there, right, at a minute 5, and Automatic leaves going through CT spawn, let's say. If it's the case that it's a minute 5, NIP could actually change their mind within that amount of time.
Sure.
And so, as long as they don't think A will be exec upon right away, you should wait as long as you possibly can. But, you know, that's a matter of, you know, seconds, right? You're making that decision based on a few seconds.
I love how much...
That to me shows composure. That you don't move right away. You know how much time you have exactly to get away with it. And you're going to use every little bit of information based on how long you can stay around as well.
No panic in that last round. I love how the rest of Evil Geniuses all pop off, celebrate, and cheer. And Automatic in his 3K round doesn't even crack a smirk. Focused on that 16th. He knows false hope. Job not done. Spams through smoke. Nothing found. Junior. Ooh, lots of bodies here. Man, they could come running at him. Hell, they could line up for an op shot too, but nope. Config's Tech 9 presses outwards and gives another gun over to Head Trick. Now he's working with his specialty, and the peek from Automatic gets punished. Looked like he wanted to chase them. Sure, Hext sitting inside sight on his own, but it's an MP9. And eventually Hampus is going to come back around on lane. Hext is pressured, but still holding off and doing a good amount of damage versus Brolin. Sure, Rez can turn back inside the library, and with that kill to Walco, this one comes crumbling down around EG.
Oh, it's a big shame for EG. You know, that's actually not the best attack out of Ninjas coming in through Arch. They run right into an op, dry peek him twice, and basically Junior misses twice, and that doesn't happen very often. But he has a great fight right there. 3 guys lined up inside the archway, coming into CT spawn. No flash, no molly to displace him, nothing to make him blink. And yet he still misses. So this is how it goes for NIP. They had less to lose and less to work with coming into this round. So there's that. But EG, they set up such a great situation. A 4-round lead into CT side. And now they'll have to go right back to money trouble.
Real money trouble too. I mean, the fact that all 4 of them are right there, why? I mean, that's such a golden ticket in that moment to pounce on an Opper. Tech 9 at the front. Can't say Junior didn't have a clean chance.
Yeah, he was trying to be extremely careful about it, but yeah, needed the kills.
Force. EG gonna swing for this one. They're setting up George.
Now here's where NIP just needs to, like, okay.
Just
don't
make a mistake.
Yeah, exactly. Such a big opportunity. I mean, they had their own, you know, sort of anti-eco that they fluffed themselves, so it's revenge for them.
It was also something we got out of them in their opening games too. Take all the time in the world. Minute 15. There's also an extra pool of utility somewhere towards CT. Oh, never mind. Automatic grabbed it all. That comes off of George. That cache util. Gonna get burned by automatic. Smoke down. And again, Ninja's playing the clock themselves. They signed up for exactly this.
Yeah, it's on the minute with another smoke. They have to throw that one first. Like,
sizing up apartments. Still res full control. That half of the map.
Man, full kit on this side. So another molly will be here for automatic. Just going to search out a boost, not see anything. But no one from EG is moving. And
they're lacking that Galil over here on B.
They really want it to be the A site in this situation. So molly will come down.
Both directions. Gets smoked out. Clear path of access for Brolin. But Walco takes one down, and that pack of players is coming over from A. Galil could start spamming through. They're going to go clear orange. Galil damage is substantial.
Bomb almost got dropped on the way crossing, but they manage it. Okay, the delay of time works out very well, but again, EG really wanted it, would have rather be the A site after all that.
But hey, they still had Ninjas frazzled for a second.
They did, and, you know, Nip had to wait patiently for every single thing that EG wanted to throw at them there. So it works out in the end. Ninjas don't fluff this. They only lose 1 player, actually, and they get into double digits.
Yeah, good on you, Hampus. Just double check. As we said earlier, 2 evenly matched teams duking it out. It's Headtrick and Brolin right now. George still the top of EG, but Walco fully blind. When I saw that flash pop, I knew Walco's full white, but why not just keep clicking?
I knew before the flash popped.
Oh, did you? What are you, an oracle?
Yeah.
A fortune teller?
Mm-hmm.
A sham. Khalil gets grandfathered forward into this one. Let's see if he gets to shoot anything this time. It's over on B out of the gate. Go on, Headtrick. What you got? Little utility dance, but still. Walco holds his smoke. Junior burns his. That was the 2 pieces of util they come into the round with. Wonder if they'll rotate a little faster this round.
Yeah, I think, you know, hard to read the map, but like 2-3, it's... They're not going to win.
You know in the round
they know
previous,
that NIP are going to play slow, so, you know, why not gamble?
The round before this was a little bit slower, so just, you know, pick up that tempo ever so slightly. Change it up. Config. It's just a couple pistols, but I mean, automatic blind USP and goes untraded.
George got it, yeah, and now they've got arch control.
No.
But are they going to leave?
Brolin's running up. 5-7 finds its home.
Bomb down.
Hext has dropped it. Rez doesn't get the trade frag either. Now, Rez, yeah, you don't want to push out. You know that George rifle's not far off.
25 seconds, 20 seconds.
Could go back around from Boiler. There is still that extra. They're going to save.
This is unarmored.
They're saving.
This is automatic and Walco with no armor.
Automatic blind USP headshot.
Yeah.
Oh, damn.
I mean, listen.
Oh, that's hard. That's hard.
I think that the time runs out because ninjas don't rush this anti-eco. They try to play both of these anti-eco so carefully that it comes down to the clock. And this one's versus worse guns. No armor on a couple of players. And that's opportunity seized here from Evil Geniuses, who again have a very solid foundation. Did a lot of just smart things here that shouldn't necessarily net you the win, but will set you up to punish.
Ooh, that's a tough pill
That's
to
a blunder
swallow.
for Nip.
Yep. That's a gut punch. It's an eye poke. That's the worst feeling in Counter-Strike, folks. Or one of. But it's recoverable, of course. You just have to have mental fortitude. Easier said than done. Brolin playing around Banana on his own. No contact, no pressure. Guns all around this A site. Already found out. We've had Junior on these angles, and now it's George with the Galil. Ooh, sprays. Doesn't fall for that player jumping in front of him. Knows he wants the target in the back first, and then connects to Config.
Man, they were trying to jump by an op, so they got a misread on that setup too.
Nice change of positions there between George and Junior. Head trick. Burned off by a third. Automatic presses out. Then his support and Hex gets the first one. That setup completely takes everything that Ninjas had left and drops it on the ground. Head trick just hoping he can save this off for the next, but no sir. Clean sweep of the T's.
Wow, they got mauled.
EG 2 away from winning their map pick.
Another solid setup, another big individual play from George straight up.
Change.
Yeah.
Change, something fresh, putting George in Junior's angle.
These two player setups are good too.
You guys are so obvious!
That's great. We need a compilation now. It's got enough different stuff said, you know what I mean?
You know, sometimes that trash talk's not really backed up, but that was a great read.
Yeah. I mean, the thing about trash talk is you got to do it win or lose, right? You're not going to win every game.
Yep.
But if you don't do it when you lose, then you're kind of a bum. So.
Yep.
People make fun of you more when you do it when you lose, but you just got to do it all the time.
Yep. That's why I still poke fun at Pimp.
Yeah.
Even though he, as he says,
losing's gonna stop though. You're gonna
has me in his pocket. Is apparently the way Pimp sees this world. You know.
You'll get over it. Nip will get over this loss.
Yeah.
The world will keep spinning.
You know, I've seen that Pimp content. I've seen him in tights. All right, I know what I'm up against. I'm fine. Set up down middle. Keep it simple, Ninjas. Definitely winnable here if Junior misses a couple shots like he did that one time on Arch. He does have two players behind him, but Arch is looking so open. Config just walks straight into the crosshair. Massive shadow advantage there for Junior. Not going to miss his chance. to strike down an opening kill.
Yeah, it's been an awkward death these past couple rounds. But it is a round where they don't have a lot to play with, so.
It's going to have to be head trick with the AK. Utility here to support it. Exec could be clean enough. Nice track from Junior. Goes for more. Missed the third, but 2 shots landed already, so he's done his job and can lean on the AKs inside of the bomb site. Hex does die, and so will Automatic. It's a Resin Hampus 2v5 with a double kill between them already.
They got the AKs, they got the armor.
They got 2 flashes on Hampus within that site.
They need Rez to go crazy in the pit here. It's a chance for Nip.
Does Hampus want to just sit within it? Flashing lane. CT's repositioning to go 1 out from balcony, 2 from short. And that's Junior coming out with an AWP. Rez keeping his head tucked down beneath it. They're just letting these CTs get ever closer. Util comes over. Rez repositions. Smoked out of his original spot, but still he takes the headshot. We're talking 2v5, and time's starting to tick real quick. CTs on the front of the site can get nothing done. Hampus and Rez do it all themselves.
Yeah, Junior missed a shot right there from apartments. Needed that one in pit. They smoked it so he would be out there. They set that up for him. Didn't see it on from his POV, but that was one. If you locked it down, the site collapses, and instead 2v3-1. And whoa, what a shot from Hampus. Yeah, I think that's a great fight if you're on the side of default to swing into lane, you know, the way the CT did. But all right, they do that 4v5, and they do it with half guns. There's been a lot of these rounds won, but money's still not great here for Nip. They win with 1. They've got 2 Mac 10s.
Ooh, little mid-peek from Automatic. Dives back. Nobody top alt to fall victim to that one. Set some crazy rounds. Nothing feels safe right now. EG winning with lesser weapons. Ninjas pulling out a 2v5 in round 25. Oh, and Walco caught out on an aisle. George blinded, does get away.
They see him rotate.
Looks to drop Util, looks to go back.
Uh-oh.
Another flash perhaps over top, and George just doesn't press all the way out. Utility going back and forth, but that bomb plant is down.
Oh, they had no idea they could have been that close on Banana. I guess it's been some rounds since they've tried to hit this site again. But to be honest, they should be cutting their losses after that first sort of unfortunate death.
They're sticking around. They've got 1 out.
Yeah, I mean, if they keep the, at least I guess if they keep the money low, it's going to be Mac 10s again. So there's that.
But still winnable. They're playing for it. Smoke on the bomb. Automatic gets the trade. Oh no, bomb's planted front orange, so nobody's getting across. And this just ends up being very costly for the CTs. They get swept away.
Does that trick die? Oh, he lives with the op, and that's important because, again, things would have got expensive.
Oh boy. I mean, easy rebuy for EG in this round had they survived. Instead, now you've got 2 players at 2.5 thousand.
Crazy, actually. I thought they had more money than that. I was like, why would they even be trying?
Like the fact they didn't go for that 2 versus 2 like 3 or 4 rounds ago, but then they did try this round.
This decision making is starting to atrophy here, and that's
getting their wires crossed
off of a half buy. So, you know, nerves might be setting in for them as they can see the finish line. This gives Nip a chance to bring it back, and this is for young Axed actually to now take a timeout to get his troops back in line. They're gonna try again another eco, and Nip are gonna have a chance to redeem themselves on another eco.
Gets away with 12 health as well.
Yeah, considering the money here, you lose that first guy who had no idea they were top Banana. The site gets overrun. Your CT player gets spotted. Call it a round. Like, go in for the next one. You make a loss bonus and you keep all your guns. Instead, you got this.
No deagle for George. It just doesn't sit right. Again, that 2 versus 2 on A felt more winnable than what they just threw out. A little mismatch. Automatic find Brolin at the very least. The bomb's still inbound, will be planted. So this game goes on. Headtrick and Brolin putting up enough numbers to definitely pull this game away. You know, one thing we have this conversation again about automatic and rush. You know, you see these timeouts where like Axt is coming in and Axt is working with essentially 4 players who are around his level of experience. I feel like when I would see EG Black, it just felt like, you know, Rush was a bit more outspoken. Mid rounds with intact pauses, etc. And that communication and that like contribution to like the culture of the team and like the, you know, the hoorah. I don't know if I see that from automatic at all. Even when they're winning rounds, he's not pumped, he's not hyped, he's not he's just not he's not nearly as, I think, talkative as somebody like Rush, who really feels like one of the boys. And obviously that's because
that's who he's always been though, right?
Sure.
So
yeah, it's not surprising to see this. It's just, I think that's like the contrast I draw between Rush and automatic. And on an individual level, it's up for debate at times. I feel like automatic has a higher ceiling, sure, but then Rush does bring something different to the table. But alas. All anecdotal. Headtrick looking for the opener. We can sense it. Doesn't rush the issue. That makes Walco jump, couple bullets whiz by as you're just crossing through smoke. Config took a chance. Nearly rewarded. George sits on the same angle. Could have gotten problematic,
it's
but
an important piece of retake here.
They'll hold on.
They get info inside of middle. This was Ninja's plan. Minute cross. Rez will take another peek. They want to try to be adamant about this, it looks like. And we do have money with the junior op over on the B site, so that might free up the riflers to move over.
They're coming.
They don't know. There's still no decision being made yet. Bomb's starting to walk back towards B. Brolin readying to lead the charge. Walco's going to see after no smoke. Nothing inside of middle. Automatic. Rotating back. Junior up to the plate. Players on his left and right.
Man, he's got to put up something special here. Automatic's running over. There's a single smoke for Hext. Freebie. Config again just walks into the scope, and then the peek out from automatic gets one, but we've got Brolin up close, and a smoke on Coffins has given him his space. Walco wasted no time, and as will Rez. No time wasted. Instant headshot on the flank. That's deep banana control coming out from Ninjas. They could press as the CT smoke fades. Headtrick missed shot. Banana's dead. Headtrick's collateral. It's a 1v3 queued up, and it's Junior to give EG 15.
Oh, the denial. What a collab, but honestly, with the 3v1 situation and the first missed shot as well, you got to think EG should have won that retake, and Headtrick nearly made magic happen. But Junior to lock it up, and honestly, the setup looked really good. The 4 riflers towards A, the op getting an open line on the first kill, the rotations coming in just in time.
Automatic getting out from the smoke just as Brolin has passed it. That's what cost them one of their banana play. I mean, poor George, dude. His foot gets shot.
Yeah.
Oh my fucking god, dude.
Yeah.
Job's not done, kid.
Well, we've got a lot of great CT rounds. I mean, both teams are making a lot of mistakes in this match, and that's made it very exciting to watch. But the fact that EG are ahead after all the mistakes from their end and from Ninjas, I think is something we wouldn't have expected.
Big clutch for Junior.
I feel like Config has had a very awkward half in terms of the way he's died.
He's been walking into ops, man.
Yeah, the opening death, sort of unaware of what angles are being held.
We saw it outside Boiler that one time. We've got it now on the front side of B site. Contributing factor here to Ninja's 2-round deficit. Therefore, EG's 2 rounds to close. Looking to keep it simple. George not too far off. Floating in the CT spawn. We've got nobody in the corner on Arch. We don't have that op nor George posted. It is very much a kernel defense in the bomb site, and that bomb is tears 2 clean down. Walco empty-handed, but automatic, looking to be the difference maker. Plays around in sight, goes for the pit player, takes him down, and Headtrick off the box. It's George half health. It's EG 1 kill away from taking a map off a European team.
Oh, Headrick's going to hear Junior running through.
17.
Headrick goes to the side. He knows the 1v1 here.
Plants safely as the fire gives him the cover he needs. It is George to the left. It is Junior back around him on the right. And it is Headtrick stuck between two. A flash for Junior if he wants to help George press out from Library, but he's just getting closer and he's doing it quietly. Oh. And that is a clean one. But Headtrick stuck, so stuck in this spot. The op goes out, the flash finds himself, and that little bit of cover is all he needs to extend this to 30.
And there's a clutch from the young one, nearly getting the collat 1v3 on this previous round, but making up for it right away. And this will prolong the potential win for EG. They could have locked it up right there.
Man, it's sloppy, it's messy. He flashes himself in a 1v1.
This is a nasty find. George is literally trying to suss out any information he can get for Junior to approach from lane. And he has one chance to hit that shot before Junior's going to come in at the same time as the Arch player, and he hits it. He's clutch.
Ooh, look what it leaves EG with. Double MP9.
Only because it's this game. We'll see what happens.
Only because Ninjas have lost to less.
I would say because EG have actually done so well with utility more than their guns, honestly. But are they rattled? Do they have time to think about what the strategy was going to be? They were thinking they were going to win right there and then. Oh, that's nice, a solid grenade, though. This softens things up for the MP9, the 5.7s.
Util worth its weight in gold so far here in round 30. Smoke ahead of the pack. But how antsy do they get? How many of these pieces of utility do they burn?
This is a cool move, actually.
Play.
That's a cool place to go instead of bracket where NIP have always been.
Not
Rez has
once
a blind
have they
spot.
pushed through apartments. Not once
Rez has a blind
EG
spot.
done this.
A massive blind spot, but
it gets cleared. God. He's got automatic, but he doesn't know.
The thing is, now they know it's going to be a B play, right? So
taken back.
And now they're 4. CT should just rotate. Junior should just be going to B at this point.
Oh, they're uncertain. George going for the flash to try and stun them. I mean, George is going to have to do something miraculous in the face of all this pressure. Flash goes out, stalls the first one. 5-7 good for damage. Walco, he's waiting, but he gets stuffed. Brolin kills him on the smoke. Junior just not there fast enough to set up Walco with the flashbang, and now it is a desperate attempt. 2v4 retake, deep position coming out of Ninjas. They have done enough, so it seems, to stave off EG. Hext, not gonna win his duel. And Junior, it is far too desperate. This goes the distance.
Okay.
This goes to OT.
I think this was deserving because with the amount of stuff that happened in the second half, it's pretty unclear who the actual better team was. Ninjas bring it back after a fantastic clutch out of Headtrick and surviving this round, which definitely could have ended in tragedy multiple times. I think this round right here, I don't think Ninjas realize how many ways in which they could have lost. I'm not sure if Evil Geniuses recognize the opportunity. Communication breaking down in some of those moments, I could totally understand. Like, it is feeling like life or death at every second. You get the info in ult, you've got one pushing out very far, Hex comes back for the trade. Well, now it's not going to be a lot about pistols. It's going to be a lot about rifles.
But fair amount of that tail end of the first. Oh, hold on. Oh, Headtrick, nice adjustment. Config, simultaneous kills.
Yeah, but was there no flash for that push?
Yeah, good question. Walco's still ahead of the angle. Same situation. Oh, Headtrick.
So sharp.
A smashing triple kill up.
That's crazy.
The banana. That's the bomb behind him. They're going to press through. They're going to plant.
Frags.
And that is 16 NIP.
32 frags.
He has been putting up a star performance. 16 real quick to the Ninjas.
And Ninjas, and DG really tried something different there. Just 3 Riflers sort of re-peeking into this op with different pieces of utility as bait. None of them work. Headtrick stays fully focused the entire time. Ready for any aggro whatsoever. Oh boy.
Oh, okay. Artillery strike finds Hampus. And more damage on Brolin. Going back to your previous point, they've been doing a great job with the utility, EG.
There's at least that, and that's why I'm not expecting them to just collapse.
Yeah, no flop.
You know, for all this to just be about how mentally they were in it, or like the mood or anything like that. They have like good solid game plans, good utility. They were bringing rounds close when they don't have much to work with. So hopefully that preparation pays off. The last round definitely looked like they were, all they wanted was the head trick trade. They couldn't do that, and he's getting stronger and stronger, so we'll see what happens.
Config just keeps crawling. Ooh, he's traded spots. He's right behind.
Oh, but he can't get through. Wait, is he?
Oh, automatic actually gets the better of it. Oh, that's weird. They like pressed into one another. Oh, and he slides under. Good find here from Config. Looking for more, but Hext holds off back sight. It's the pit op that gets smoked off. Hext having to do everything, and his gun goes dry. Desperate to just survive. Not gonna happen. Brolin plants 2v2. It's OT, so the retake's coming.
George has good utility here.
Walco's gonna have to put up some impact. Both of the CTs with kits as well, but this is Brolin and Headtrick, two well-performing players for Ninjas. And they've already gone for the mid peak, so Headtrick sees that mid's clear, comes back, missed shot though, awkward, and Walco catches Brolin inside of the pit, so now just keep this op off site, start to defuse that bomb, and all is good. Exactly that. 2v2 retake for EG.
Wow.
To tie us up again.
Well, they pulled that off. That's, yeah, a couple of missed shots, opportunities here from Headtrick, and again, the nervousness goes both ways, so well, what more can you ask for from this kid? He's been doing amazing work so far. Config makes a very good play to make this as difficult as possible, but the side hold is solid enough, and George doesn't blow this position. That's so key, right? Headtrick has to decide. He knows he's going to swing from Graveyard, whether or not to go ahead and swing early, or if he can just take out that guy on the bomb. One shot, doesn't matter. George can't get to it in time. And now, 1-1 in OT. And I think a mental reset, too.
Early banana control for Ninjas. Nades come back as an answer. We got the apartment set up again. We saw that in round 30, the automatic Hext MP9 push. First time they threw that out in their 15 rounds of regulation. And if they get bored, Hext could go again.
Do like them having Hall setup in general. It's been completely underplayed from Nip. See if they get lazy on the attack, yeah.
Hex moving out. Hampus, though, just right there. Oh, Rez, if he chases it, the offer gave up the angle. No trade potential. Rez just close enough, and do they use that as a trigger to go? Smoke on front balk. Junior's going to be in the pocket. Big play potential on this.
Yeah, automatic watching his halls.
They're coming. First shot's good. Dives back. Oh, hits the B-hop. Quick reposition. And automatic's kept his head down this whole time. We've got 30 on the clock. And another shot out of Junior. Third's not his. Headtrick answers. Audi with the double. And EG, the edge. 2 rounds on that CT side.
Some clutch hopping out of Junior. A bit of revenge for him because he's missed some big moments, actually, as this game has wound up. Done a great job overall, but when the pressure has been on, I think they needed him, and now he's delivering. So they've got the round lead at least at the end of the first half of OT. And it's this Hall setup that goes from the Astralis Hall setup into an aggro push into Junior fanning out into lane with automatic watching his halls. That pays off on every front. So another good idea here from EG, punishing again the fact that Ninjas have been in Hall so infrequently.
losing sight of Banana early on. We've seen Brolin play ahead of the car, come creeping down Banana at times. Definitely a potential threat for EG to think about, but they will not underplay Apartments. Very quickly taking in position. You know Config's been in pit. You know Config's been struggling throughout this map. And right now he's kind of out of position to go grab that util. Ready for any peaks, but it's not there.
Yeah, they've also been underplaying pit in general. You know, the halt pop earlier on in the first half from EG worked out so well. This time there's not going to be a sniper on lane. No bracket control here for the CT side. They're actually kind of playing very vanilla, very scared at back both on B and on the A site. In a situation like this, it's usually better to, you know, end up going B, but 3-2, you really can't go that wrong.
Oof. Config's job just made infinitely harder.
Throws a smoke a little early, but there's still no time to wait it out completely.
Hex looking to attack it from short. Hampus playing tall box, holds. He's got support behind him. It's Brolin in the site, and Config takes refuge in Little Pit. Gonna try to keep himself small, go unnoticed. Arch wraps happening. Automatic's about to come out from Moto, and nobody's watching that smoke. Oh, Automatic has to bring this back because everything's going so well on the front of it, and sure enough, he jumps on both, gets them, and the bomb can still be picked right back up. Headtrick doesn't take his chance.
Oh, and a
doesn't press the issue.
In the site, as they're coming up lane slowly, clasping their hands, hoping that the bomb doesn't get planted. Opshot in for Junior, now 2v1.
Rez, with everything to do here, full kit of utility. If you want somebody to put up that clutch, let's see what you've got, Rez. Junior in the bomb site, which means up close could be problematic for him. And Automatic gives the cover, standing in the open, shots fired, wallbang's great, and Automatic still alive. Incendiary to offset the Opper. Rez knows he's stuck between them. Tough spot to get out of, and he won't. It is 18 EG.
Almost a bit too much patience out of Automatic, but a spray transfer to compensate and more. Beautiful last bullet, spray transfer onto the second guy as he came through the smoke slowly. Oh my God. And then this shot's easy, and EG hit 18.
Oof. Junior with a couple zingers. But it did almost feel like Automatic missed the golden opportunity.
Yeah, that Moto smoke was still up. Then two players died on lane, but they dropped their guard. The lurk came through, and they had time to pull it off. He did have time to wait. He was right.
Yep, and that's the one thing. Collected. Ooh, but not this round. Jumps up, and Brolin's gonna catch him off guard. Playing behind the wood, inside of a smoke.
Interesting, they see this op actually go back outside of mid, which helps them speed up a little bit towards lane. Let's see if George gets caught off or gets a kill.
Third chance for Evil Geniuses to close this map.
They run bracket quietly. Smoke's going to come down, but they don't anticipate this rotation from Headtrick.
They peek before the smoke pops. Looking to create a timing. Still, things could go south on the B site. You just puncture through, then get that plant and hang on for dear life, but CT util in response to the pressure has EG holding off. Plenty more grenades where those came from. Can take some time, go clear out alt mid, make sure that you're not getting flanked already. Could still end on B. Hex wants to try and take attention away, or straight up create an opening. Hampus and Pit, they're leaving. Headtrick's gone. Config's starting to float around. Config back towards middle, confirms it. Oh, Hexed! He catches Hampus off. Config throws himself right back to Moto, but he's gone unchecked. Config has slid underneath Hexed's crosshair. He lost track of it, but he could still clutch it himself. Just enough time for the bomb plant. 35 HP versus 3. He's going to get gunned down by Headtrick. That op is again just creeping out. Two players creeping past Moto was the death of his teammate and Hex himself.
Hex took sort of a shallow clear on the other side of the default box, and his teammate ran in with the bomb, thinking the site was clean and he could plant it and go for something default. But now it goes to the last round. I mean, that was 3v5. It would have taken some magic to really pull that off. This opening play from Brolin was fantastic, and you know, this kill as well. I mean, maybe it is weird to see him rotate that early into library, but they were clearly worried about what would happen inside of mid after Headtrick took damage. So Is this the last round, or is this just the start of another OT? That's what we're about to find out.
4th attempt to close Inferno.
Both teams still kind of showing that they're equal.
Config and Hampus on the front of brackets. He's going to put out the Incendiary, so burning some util off Ninjas, but making a gap to play with. Head trick solo apartments angle. George on the receiving end. Good flash. Necessary to keep George alive, as he died just last round to an angle held by Head trick. Util makes the difference, but EG in no rush. This time, no pressure. No. Contrast that to Brolin sitting in between 2 smokes, hiding on the wood wall last round. This time, he's just on CT cross.
Yeah, they're just starting to come through with less ideas instead of being overtly aggressive over and over again. That Nate narrowly misses a bunch of targets. Could have actually had an impact on the outcome of this game. Because we see the B attack is about to take place. There's 2 players inside of B.
Third's coming. Hampus has the smoke. He's getting inbound with it. There's also an Incendiary on Rez as he plays Coffins. Grenades that could definitely cost Evil Geniuses this final push. The smoke comes down in front of them. They know how desperate this has to be. There's a little bit of a pocket, but that vision denied. And the kills all go the way of the Ninjas. Stuffed on the approach. This goes OT2.
Oh yeah, let's make it a double.
Damn. That opening in the last round towards that A site.
They had all the late utilities, so...
Ninjas hang on.
Yeah, they play it passive on this one, but they have a smoke at the 45-second mark. They have Brolin in front of the smoke. They do bring over a 3rd rotation. They do wait out an arch smoke on the A site to make sure they see nothing's going on at brackets. They're not scared of halls, even though there was some pressure there. It's a good call out. And they'll collect. And now it's a reset again. And honestly... this is not going to be one of those games where it's like better team won, better team lost. These 2 teams have been so close the entire way through.
Reset and go again. Close as hell.
Brolin hits 30. Head trick 36 frags before second OT even starts.
Ooh, already out mid though. EG, 5v4. A little lineup there for Brolin, but he only gets the one.
Well, Hext picks him apart both sides.
Config's got to offer something. Flashed, dies to Hext. Config 16 and 26.
Looking like the Canadian Freiburg right here. An entry on Inferno. All 3 points of contact here on the A side, dead to Hext.
And every half in OT so far has just been 1 T round win. To get their first of 3 already. EG, keep it simple. Pop up into that A site.
You know, crazy how lopsided the Ninjas kill feeds, kill distribution is. Over on Evil Geniuses, 2 top fraggers have 28 frags. Pedrick and Brolin, 36 and 31.
There's a time not long ago, Hampus was, I believe, 19 and 20 or 19 and 21. Now 4 rounds in a row, no kills, just deaths.
Yeah, and it looked like that spray is starting to atrophy as well. It was getting worse.
And, you know, 4 rounds in a 30, that's one thing, but that's 4 overtime rounds with no contribution. And he had a chance. First player back turn,
you don't have
duel versus Hex.
You don't have a chance when Hex is coming.
Apparently not. That flash just catching Config.
Even through the flash, I thought it was someone else's flash.
No, Hex decided that's his round.
I'm not trusting a teammate's flash.
And a hell of a round to pick up.
My job done right, do it yourself.
EG strike first in OT2. What?
Oh, that made a mistake. Oh my god.
Hey.
If your nade lands, if it hits the barrels, then it cannot spread behind it, but you're supposed to throw it in front of it.
I was told fire's hot. Headtrick still dies, so Hex trying to recover it, even though he's working with the half health this round. Nade, oh, it's perfect. Poor Config, dude, just bullied on the receiving end. Brolin also stuffed by Hext, who with half health has gotten himself another multi-kill round back-to-back from the young Canadian. And Hampus, 4 or 5 rounds in a row with no kill contribution, hides inside of that bomb site as the last line of defense, and EG could go B.
They could go B, and I think a part of them wants to, but a part of them doesn't want to mess this up, so they'll have the most amount of resistance.
30 left. Rez could be the star, you know he is. Slides out, drops bomb, snaps it onto Boiler. Equalizes again.
No
We've
way.
already had a 2v5
He can get the
from
bomb and
Rez
go B now.
and Hampus.
No.
And Junior is going to try and stop that next chance.
We're talking about 16 and 1 health, and Rez is going to make the rotation around. He just honestly has to let the bomb start to get planted. We'll see.
Ops up, doesn't realize the pistol's good enough.
No
Junior
time
has
now.
to go, and Rez is going to shut that down. A 2v5 in regulation, a 2v4 in OT.
And they decided not to ferry the bomb through halls. They had no art smoke, and they thought, the one thing that we can cheat right here is the fact that they have a player in Boiler.
That snap
They have a
from
player
Rez.
in Boiler. They have 2 inside a middle. They don't have to go the long way through halls. And yet they did. They did have to because Rez was there, the doormat waiting for them.
1 HP on Hampus in that bomb site. Wow. Oh, and Headtrick just bests Junior in the next one. That early terrorist round win, thanks to Hext, may be worth its weight in gold come the second half of this second OT. Because they had themselves a chance there. But a 2v4 posted. After that dry spell from Hampus, he at least gets 1. I mean, let's be real. Rez doing the heavy lifting, trying to join the likes of Brolin and Headtrick, as it was those two to be so top heavy thus far. But that round, oof. Config on the smoke.
He's dead right here throwing this.
George actually gets away. Hampus, that smoke's about to fade. He kills Hext. Another one close. Gun's almost empty. Walco could jump this. Oh, he doesn't. Now both guns are empty for Hampus.
Walco's gonna come through.
Oh, and he gets the kill.
He does kill his teammate, and he knows that he's here, but it's 2v3.
Headtrick's gonna get split on. Walco's 10 HP. Automatic, he's gonna have to do this with an op. This op versus op, this close. But first, he's waiting for the rotate. He knows he's inside a library. 2 confirmed in library, 1 confirmed in sight. Automatic's got the picture, and he's got the no-scope. Goes for the peek. He could go for the safe plant. It's out in the open. Automatic looking for like a godlike clutch. Hampus, ooh, still standing. Automatic, 1 more chance as now they start to press out against him. Another no-scope. And with the Glock out, Brolin guns him down, flying forward to give Ninjas 20.
Wow, he'll give it a shot, and that is another nice attempt.
Holy hell.
Very close 1v3s today. This one's from the hybrid, former primary, former rifler in automatic. Good opener here from Headtrick. Awkward situation here for Hampus, but staying alive was the important part, really. This another one that just comes down to the wire. Oh my god. So much frustration, so much tension.
Hex getting talkative.
It's good that he's got a lot to say, and they've actually got this timeout left here in the thick of it. Double OT. 1 round down. And Hext, top of the board, 30 kills alongside automatic. Had some fantastic T-side rounds. That was something that I complimented him on. I said, at the worst of times, you had too many deaths. But even in those bad rounds, I saw a player who was really willing to trade. Really willing to play fast, to be there, and it's very easy to think about your stats and think about how good you can look during a loss, and I never really saw that out of Hext. I really appreciated that from him as a new player joining EG, getting the chance to get promoted. Oh, and Headtrick wins out against Junior again, head-to-head before 1:40.
Yep. 2 rounds in a row where Junior's just dead instantly. But George, there's a chance to recover something here. Oh, spotted on the fallback. I mean, I understand. It feels way too risky to make that push or to sit around and smoke, but now it's a 5v3, and Ninja's about to be 1 step closer to that finish line. It has only been EG with chances to close this map. 4 of them, none of which they convert. NIP. Better late than never.
It's an assault inducer here for Evil Geniuses. You know, OT losing a 2v5, losing a 1v3 to Hedrick. Multiple impasses where the future could have changed, but now they're in a 3v5 situation. Ninjas would be the ones with confidence in this spot, honestly. Smoke comes down, 45 seconds. The packet's coming towards Walco.
Ooh, Hexed. Oh, no way.
2 up. Wait, but Bomb is still over towards B. Walco is just pulling guard here. They're running through the smokes, 30 seconds. Going to be a retake, but you know what? It's actually entirely possible now.
It's fine. It's OT.
Volley comes down. They'll have to jump off of this, and they might go for the reverse boost.
Bomb goes behind Fountain, which is, exposed, but Brolin. That's the cover they needed. Hampus with hands busy. Covered by big boy Brolin. And now man advantage back the way of Ninjas.
Oh, the 2K at that late part of the round.
Made it look doable, but Walco was so far removed. Now he's just trying to fly forward on Coffins, caught out by Hampus from Newbox. And Automatic knows there is nothing he can offer us in this. It is Ninjas with a 2-round lead.
Yeah.
And one from victory.
This is a situation where it feels like for sure that's the full exec on the arch wrap. It's not going to be a CT split. This is a new call from Nip. And with that amount of time, like you're really stretching it thin if Ninjas are going to split CT to B. So when they shut this down, I understand why the rotation comes out from Walco. It's already a 3v5, right? But the play, it's unique for Nip in this game, at least. They haven't tried something like that. 40 kills, man.
20 deaths, too. That's great.
Yeah, and it looks like he's about to win, too. We've got one last round to put this together.
That was a really good bark, too. Like, that sounds like something he practices. I don't know.
He's a good boy.
I'm getting nervous. Not a dialect of Swedish I recognize. Nades over top, Brolin down to 35. There, soften him up before he gets a chance to multi-kill. This head trick that has been the bane of Junior's existence in these last 2 rounds. Junior's been alive for all about 15 seconds in the last 2. This time he's a little more passive, now starting to go hunting. Oh, nice shot. Just a bit of arm shown by Config. All Junior needs, and he doesn't get scared back into sight. He holds his line. Opening pick plus early utility damage on Brolin. Do they leave B underplayed? Junior flashed. Automatic comes back with that. I think we've seen rounds from EG where they played it safe and didn't over-rotate, didn't panic, and then other times when they have, they've got to settle that down. Find consistency with less uncertainty. And Walco feeling the heat of this top banana play, but there's also fire ahead of the Ninjas. 15 to that clock, and George, it's a quick jump to the skinny pillar. Little bits of cover. Now he's over in dark. 10 on the clock. Reds up top. 3 kills, 4 from EG.
Oh, they had their chance. They had enough time to take fights all across that site, but it comes up blue every step of the way. Well done for the rotations be there just in time, and some great flashes to make sure Nip didn't have line of sight for more than half a second. That's not exactly what I thought was going to happen in that position, but, you know, beautifully done. I just thought it was going to be closer. You know, trades that go by the millisecond. It comes down to a 2v2, something like that. Instead, Evil Geniuses survive. If they bring this to third OT, oh my God.
Final chance, do or die.
I remember feeling so bad for Hedrick in particular when they lost that Ancient game to Apex, got eliminated from the Paris Major.
Yeah.
And I'm going to feel just as bad this time if they can't pull out this map.
40 and 21.
40.
Good opening kill from Junior last round. And then that flurry of kills. I mean, Ninja's majority alive until that instant that they all died. We get total apartments control here for NIP. We get nobody foraying up into the brackets out of Evil Geniuses. They are playing this standard, looking far more like the Ninjas CT side when they would kernel up on site. Someone's gonna have to do something. We've got pressure coming in. Fast push up lane. And Hex dies to a frag. George stuffed. And NIP all the way through. Everybody pressuring into that A site. Double kill out of Headtrick for 42 frags and a desperate junior 1v5. EG had 4 attempts to close this opening map, folks. They definitely caught Ninjas off. They have bullied Config round after round, but he gets his at the tail end, and Headtrick, why not? A 43rd sprinkled in at the end. NIP for so long, we're waiting for their offer. Need us say more.
Team 13, it finally happens.
I think it was also like a breaking point for the team, so that's why I was crying in the end, because it felt like we were in a slump, we didn't perform to our level, we started off bad, and doing everything in my power to push it through and play that good in the final, and the whole playoffs was just the answer that was needed for us and me personally to be like, hey, I cemented myself as one of the players that actually has won a major in CSGO. It would have been sweeter to win more than just one. But I did win with the right group of people because I consider them family and friends for life.
I think for me, probably the #1 retiree is Get Right. I think as somebody that I think of as a foundational person within this space, somebody who showed that you could become a full-time professional gamer, and I think inspired more people than we can probably count.
Getter was definitely the player you thought he was. He was a really good friend and he sacrificed a lot for us, and he was never like ego. He always thought about the team first and what was best for the team. Like for me, I think he did a lot for the scene, a lot for CSGO in general. I think he is a legendary player. He's a historical figure when you guys think about CSGO.
I think you can look at the moment where he brought out that trophy in Stockholm as maybe a summary of everything that he achieved and why he is such an important person to have in the space. I think he's made it clear that although he's done, playing competitively, he'll never be done in the impact and what he continues to bring to the Counter-Strike community.
I think the mentality of what I did in my career would probably be the best answer for my legacy in CSGO, and to be like that grinder or hard-working person, that's what I want my legacy to be standing for. I think I did my part in my career, and I'm happy where I stopped.
Back and forth until the bitter end, but the Ninjas managed to get one over EG on the second OT on Inferno. They managed to get this one over the line, but man, it got messy at points. It came down to the clutches, and it came down to, unfortunately, EG letting their foot off the gas because, man, as Connor correctly put it, so many opportunities for them to close that one out.
Yeah, that's one that's going to sting a little bit for EG. Yep. I felt like that was the opportunity of them playing them into the series, right? It's a best of 3. Could they win their own map pick, go into the second one? Maybe they would ease some of the pressure as well, but the fashion they lose in, that's what's going to sting. One thing is losing in double overtime, but you can always feel like you're one step behind. I felt like EG were the better team for the vast majority of this game, up until the point where NIP made a massive play and turned it all around.
Well, let's throw on over to the Mahone zone to take a look, rather, at a good EG play.
Yes, that's right. So EG, very solid on their T side, had a couple good calls, and I want to kind of highlight this one read that they had that was actually very impressive. And it's this round here, so 6-6 right now. Just to set up the context, what we're going to see on the radar is we're going to see some partial banana control. EG, they're going to try to pressure towards this mid side, and just take a look at the information they get and how they kind of piece this round together. So first thing you'll see here is that Walco, he tries to prod up towards mid. Now he gets taken down here by this double stack here towards that porch side. Now at the same time, Hex also sees that, there's some spam here from this wall here, suggesting that there's a player towards Arch. So what that means here for EG is that this is currently the picture in their mind of where everybody's positioned. One player Arch, one player Arch, 2 players here at porch side, and then they can assume that 1 player is at B. But the real question is, where is this last player? Is he covering the backs of these players that are stacking, or is he over at B, where there'd be 2B? EG, they don't know this yet, but they're going to find out. And it's really right here. So as they approach this banana side, they're going to see that a Molotov drops. Now the Molotov isn't too weird, but the weird part is actually when the smoke drops. When the smoke drops, the fact that it's chained together is actually kind of what gives it away for EG. And the reason why is because at this point in the round, where there's about 50 seconds left, normally CTs are going to be playing a bit more reactive with their nades. They're not just going to drop them like that. So why does Hetrick do this? The reason why is because he's filling in for a gap. And that gap that he's filling in is the fact that he's solo towards B. That suggests that his player is over towards CT spawn, he's rotating in, and Hetrick, he throws down these nades here to try to stop or discourage EG from pushing in. The fact that these nades come through, EG read it because they don't get discouraged. They decide to just push right in. Junior, he lines up a flash here. Automatic and the rest of the crew, they get close to the smoke, understanding there's a timing window that they have to hit if they want to hit this B bomb site. So Junior, he throws the flashes. These players, they go through the smoke and they catch this player completely off guard. And at the same time, when Hex comes in on the entry, he recognizes that's the rotator trying to drop a smoke in to try to stop the push. He catches him as well, and then they take the B bomb site. So great stuff here from EG, where it's just a simple read, just reading the utility and understanding what that macro setup might be. And that's really what made their T side so great.
Yeah, some really good stuff being deployed by EG in that first half. But gentlemen, let's get into our time machines and jump into the second half, because I want to throw it back to round number 25, a 2v5 that was won by Rez and Hampus.
Oh, yeah, so we're back to Counter-Strike now?
Yes,
we rehearsed that for about 5 minutes, by the way, just so you guys know. Now, we talked about a whole lot of regrets for EG, and unfortunately, this was going to be one of the round that we put under the microscope. It's a 5v3. Here we see Junior, great catch with the AWP, arguably re-peeking, not necessarily util or something he had to be doing for. Ultimatic's doing a great work, and from this moment, Jacob, it should be over.
Oh, it was game over for EG right here. They get into some good positions, Rez and Hampus, and they put up a nice crossfire right here, where Rez is the main point of contention, that is, sorry. Getting the first kill, also getting the second one, and at this point, there's nothing to do for the man right here, Junior. That was a big missed opportunities. We were so close to EG winning 16-10. The storyline would have been EG by far being the better team, controlling the game, getting the win, and now we find ourselves here.
And to add context to that as well, we have Rez and Hampus being the one turning around that situation. They were both struggling massively in the first 20 to 25 rounds. I mean, I think they had respectively 11 and 12 kills prior to this 2v5 actually happening. So huge for them to bounce back. And as we can see here, we have the numbers. All these overtimes bought sufficient time for people to stand up, because it was the Hetrick show for the majority of this game. But Brolan, as you can see, ended up with 36. Hampus had a little bit of time to buy himself back into the game. But I still think we have to give Hetrick a whole lot of flowers.
Yeah, let's continue on the Hetrick train, because so many incredible moments coming out of him. Obviously, we have the disparity of, unfortunately, Config being down right at the bottom of the scoreboard. But Hetrick, he took it as his time to shine, and we wanted to see that.
Yeah,
right?
and what I love the most about these set of highlights is we're going to see a lot of openings with the AWP, a lot of clutching as well from Hetrick, but also the rifling. He's proven to be very versatile and has been very versatile within an NIP. You see it right here. This clutch is fantastic from Hetrick, securing them a chance of going into overtime. Absolutely saved them. So this highlight reel that we're seeing from Hetrick, the 40 kills, they came all over the map. They came with different weapons, different positions, different scenarios. That was a monster performance coming out of Hetrick.
Man, I cannot help but shake that feeling when we see Hetrick clutching a 1v3 at 15-13 scoreline for EG. they had their claws just straight up in it, ready to take it away from NIP.
Well, gentlemen, I've got a very special treat for you because you do have that clutch as a mic'd up moment.
Go on, Cold.
Elixir flashing now.
Yeah, let's go.
Get strong.
One more.
Default.
Cold. Side. Yeah, Cold. I'm blind. Cold.
It's a.
Let's mount it. Cold still. They're driving left side. Yellow.
Nice, Danja.
Thank you.
Sick. Let's go. My man. Sick, Danja. Okay.
The humble thank you.
Sick.
Yeah, sick stuff from you, Hedrick. Well played. Then we move on into not the first OT, but the second OT, because this game truly did go the full distance. And once again, Rez and Hampus pulling off God's work to keep their heads in it.
Yeah, round 38 we can show you guys at home, and I think this is more about EG second-guessing themselves, being a little bit lost at sea in what they're supposed to do, because in this very round, they had all they needed. Strong 4 versus 2 with 30 seconds left, as you can see, the lack of cohesion in that trade attempt. Hex completely alone, his teammate towards middle sold his life. Meanwhile, Hampus gets George trying to get out of Habs with a timing that doesn't really exist, and it leaves Junior with not enough time to rotate back to B. Rez plays it perfectly, closes it. That was a very short replay. Wish we had a bit more time to kind of set the context, because once again, EG had everything they needed. Just the right gamble from NIP, not enough cohesion on the
I also
remix.
do want to give credit to Rez, for first and foremost making this play going into middle, and there was a trade flag potential, but Rez quick correction into the guy in boiler absolutely destroyed him. So yes, it's another feel bad moment for EG.
Quick thoughts on Vertigo, gentlemen, because NIP aren't on a 6-win streak, they're on a 6-loss streak on this map.
Ouch.
So where are we standing?
Well, it's a map they've been practicing, I assume. Otherwise, they wouldn't have brought
I
him
hope
into this
so.
series. Yeah. Hedrick used to be a very good Vertigo player when he was playing in the We Play Academy League. That much I do know, so he feels comfortable on the map. We have also seen NIP in periods of their time play a decent Vertigo. And honestly, I don't really know where EG stands on a map like Vertigo. I haven't seen that much of them play Vertigo against Tier 1 opposition, so it's a bit of a testing field.
I don't know where you stand, but I stand here in the studio.
Apparently, Matthew is a dad now. Thanks for dropping the ball with that one. Yeah, we do go to a break so that we can get Matthew hopefully kicked out of the studio and potentially a chance for NIP to kick EG out. We're going to find out exactly how it goes down after this break.
I'm Steve.
Welcome back, everybody. We got Vertigo up next. The unicorn odds giving this one to the ninjas in pajamas.
Because EV Genius has lost to Vitality the other day yesterday on Vertigo. It was really bad.
It did happen, and it was quite lopsided. Will it happen again? The odds are there. But listen, they put up a fight, man. Junior had some clean op shots. Hex was putting up some overtime impact. This Evil Geniuses didn't get brutalized by Vitality as badly as Complexity, and now they're taking a European team to the limit.
They only
Double
got 3
overtime.
rounds.
Well, you know.
No, Vitality got more rounds.
Oh.
Go ahead.
Well, today's a new day, my boy.
Today's a new day, my boy.
All you've got's a bunch of ninjas, a bunch of Swedes in between you and a chance to push this to map 3. Big praise for Hext in that overtime, trying his absolute damnedest, but you could see the pressure getting to EG. There were some good calls. There were some mid calls. We'll see what happens here on Vertigo. But the ninjas in pajamas, 16 rounds from victory in this series. And of course, it's not for elimination, but it does put EG in a very difficult spot to avoid the showdown. That much is for sure. Because we get to that part of groups soon, where we figure out who's got to go play online CS. Blech. Blech. Res early.
Nip are on a 6 Vertigo loss streak. That's the only Vertigo they played, actually. Okay.
Ooh, Config's dead. Automatic's got a good piece of cover. They lose Hext, but there are still 2 CTs with the crossfire. Another man inside the CT spawn. Hampus has been traded back by Junior, and now Rez 1v1.
Bomb?
Down.
Far away.
Junior.
Coming back. Around.
But passive. Passive enough to give up the plant. He's got a nade. I get it. If you got a frag grenade, you know the bomb plant's coming in. Once you hear that, dunk that nade. 50 damage advantage. Nope, didn't throw it. Okay, holds on. Still playing with the kit. Just need the headshot. Sounds easy. But that goes both ways.
Are great with pistols.
That nade ain't doing jack. Rez gets behind Tetris, has lost track of where he is. Ooh, he's playing it with the walk and a tap on the bomb, but Junior's not going to stick this. Comes off, makes sound. Rez could be downstairs. Oh, no, he didn't make sound. Rez has lost track of him. That push gets Rez against the corner.
Does he have a kit?
Yes.
All
yes,
right.
He does.
He took his time.
I thought when he tapped it and started crossing over to push out Tetris that he had made a footstep, but I guess Rez didn't have vision on bomb, had to take that long exposed peek, got him in the open.
Did he make a footstep?
I thought he did, but I guess not. I was wrong.
That would be a weird thing to do after a tap. But yeah, Rez, you know, could have gone down the stairs. I think he could have read that, you know. He probably wasn't on the bomb, but was very confused after Junior just walked out all the way around really fast.
Counter-Strike can be a confusing thing.
It's true. Yeah, but yeah, either way, Evil Geniuses and Cole lost really badly to Vitality. So badly, in fact, that it's kind of just like maybe they were actually kind of good on it and like they didn't deserve that. Like surely Nip can't do to Evil Geniuses what Vitality did to them on Vertigo.
I would assume not.
Especially not a team that's on a 6 loss streak on the map.
Yeah.
It's actually kind of a it's a kind of a crazy pick.
You have the hiccups.
Yes.
Well,
I know you just hold your breath and it goes away. It always works for me, but
if you hold your breath long enough, a lot of problems go away. Food for thought.
Poignant. All right, so 9 into the breach. Big Apex and 9 again have all beaten it on Vertigo. But the thing is that they're all great Vertigo teams.
Okay.
And in their most recent games, they went double digits. There were some close losses here. So still a reason for them to have some confidence on it. You know, it's not a total ego pick.
Obviously.
And Hampus had nothing to do with it.
Sure. Hampus loves a little Vertigo.
Said it wouldn't happen on my clock.
Head trick climbing up. Rez gonna give another boost. So it's the 2-pronged assault at the 20-second mark. Walco takes some damage, but Hex is ahead of all that. And by dropping head trick, all is looking good. EG converting from the pistol with the FAMAS plural. Yo, Haka threw shade at me the other day.
Go ahead.
You know, we say, well, I say FAMI sometimes. It's like, the plural
no,
FAMAS.
Haka just didn't know what the joke was.
Dude.
Like, Maui was right. Like, we've only said that ironically for so...
And you know what he said?
Wait, but you say it ironically,
I
right?
say it ironically.
Okay, so...
Yeah, it's not actually FAMI, it's FAMASes.
Yeah.
But every once in a while, you get to throw in a FAMI for goofs and gaffs, if you're in on the joke. And Haka said, if you call it FAMI, you're an idiot.
Did he say it?
Yeah, he said, anyone saying FAMI has been tricked by somebody out there, and that guy's laughing at you idiots. So, you know what, Haka, next time, at me. Junior, MP9 mowdown. That's what he was hoping for. Instead, it's a pistol stuff, and Config gives that gun over to Brolin. But yeah, man.
Yeah, it was Haka who's the I word, okay? Because he wasn't in on it.
Yeah.
The whole time we were making an inside joke, and he was outside of the circle.
Now who's getting laughed at?
Idiot. You idiot.
It's your boy. Great YouTube channel, though. Gotta say it.
Dropped the intro because he's too cool for it.
He is getting cooler.
No, but not too cool for that. Bring the intro back.
Good flash from Walco, sets up Hext. Another one. That MP9's going to deal some damage. Now Hex a little too nervous to go for the repeat. Needs Walco to help, but Walco's got a nade out, which means the pistol gets closer. And Walco has to pick up the slack, which seems good. Double kill. And the support from George. 3-0 EG, clean start.
And you know what? In terms of developing their map pool, that beatdown on Vertigo versus Vitality, that'll teach you something. That'll show you something.
Mm-hmm. It'll teach you something, all right.
Everyone's very serious on Nip here. Very, very serious. Oh. Except Rez. Keeping the mood up.
Good.
Good.
I hope Config has a better map. I felt a little bad for him on Inferno. Roland's looking for the entry on the ramp. He's got a bit of cover, but George extends out. Keep your eyes on George, all right? When you're playing versus Vitality, I think it's tough to thrive on the A ramp because so often you're going to have Zywoo down there hunting for you.
Yep.
But George loves a good top ramp swing. Hey, Fama is winning the vote.
That's a funny way to spell. That's a very Danish way
so
to try
Danish.
to spell
I know
that.
whoever made that poll is so Danish.
They're like, can we do the A and the E together for this one?
It's like, oh, what is the Fama?
I guess if it was just FMAI, it would be Fammy.
That sounds pretty French. It's a French weapon after all. FMI. Enough util for the exec. Everybody here, 4 ninjas. Ooh, and they pressure Junior off the angle. But double smoke. That's a gap. George, no, it's not. Just straight up spam on Config. So his life's not going to get any better yet. A push onto short side from Automatic. They've controlled that other side of the site. And they're playing behind that wall, leaving these players just out on an island. Sure, there's no line of sight from the CTs, but there's no comfort zone whatsoever for Ninjas as they tried to press forward. And now poor Head Trick is outnumbered 1-4. This save is not guaranteed, but he's going to run for the hills, hoping to hang on to the AK. Will get away for now. And that is EG with a stellar hold, thanks to Automatic.
It is, yeah. His movements around the site, as well as George, would say as well.
Yes.
Opening kill right here on the ramp, and 2 really good on the site, just chilling.
Take your tag right now!
And they did.
He even offers up advice, and they took it tag. Wow. Oh, that's good. That's good.
And in map 1, he called them predictable.
True.
Yo, Hex got that
It's so
read.
obvious, he said.
NA player, but EU levels of trash talk.
I mean, NA Trash Talk is supposed to be better.
It's supposed, yeah, I said that and I realized. But, you know, then you get somebody like Apex and Magisk, and they've got something going on there.
Do be saying some funny stuff. Are you even an APA?
Cadian also contributing to the Tier 1 EU smack talk.
Does Cadian ever actually say anything, though? Like, to the...
He does, like, dances.
He does dances
You know,
and
he
stuff.
does little...
No, he's definitely yelling, no, for sure.
He's yelling.
But that just made me think, like...
It's like Viking war cries.
Yeah.
One time Cadian's gonna pop off and like pull a muscle or something. We're gonna have to take a technical because he's like, what if he just like pops his shoulder out of a socket or something? Then who would be laughing?
Not me.
Ooh, Hexed blind, but caught a glimpse of that climb over the wood. It's again the double boost into the push, but remember, Head Trick's the only rifle here. He's trying to flash his way out. Hex doing a good job of just surviving the utility pressure. Ooh, okay. What? Why not? Shoots at the smoke, kills Hampus. And then we get a push into A because Brolin was able to extend so far in. You know, we saw a couple rounds where EG kind of pulled the goalie a bit too soon, and this has left the door ajar, but very quickly closed. George, double frag, goes wide. Gun goes empty before Brolin falls,
great.
but Automatics double gives EG a 5-0 start.
Yeah, that was so nice, the way they defended that. Love how they're coming into this. I'm just wondering how, you know, this isn't looking like Nib's pick right now, you know?
Almost looks like they've got a 6-map loss streak on it.
Looking like 7. That would be kind of funny. They pick their worst map and then lose.
What the hell, guys?
Like, I mean, you pick your worst map, you gotta win, right? You could have picked any other map. 900 maps in the pool, you pick the one you're worst at, you know what I mean?
Oh, Hex is getting set up here. Oh, no, res. Nice. Presence of mind. Walco left on his own now. Junior's not going to move a muscle. Ooh, Jorge's starting to get curious. He's got bottom ramp control, which frees up automatic. That's going to be an additional player added. Walco's off to a hot start, too. 5-1. Make it 6. But definitely more pressure where that first one comes from. Oh, and now one's lost through the smoke. Brolin gets through, but the rotator was in the same smoke.
They know he's here, right?
Oh, yeah, automatic
okay.
has to turn back around. George kills config on that mid lurk, and this goes swimmingly for EG.
Now they're just trapped on the stairs. No way to leave.
But
well,
you could still fight forward.
Fight your way out, I guess.
Just got to be sharp.
Hedrick's so low on HP. Surely Walco, just a little bit of damage.
Rez is in the same boat. Not ideal for what's left of the Ninjas. And Walco's going to continue this tear. 7-1. Lost Hex on the front of B steps.
Yeah, Walco
doesn't end up being a problem.
Walco had a bad Inferno, but he had a better day versus Vitality at least. So.
Still time, though.
Yeah.
Let's get crazy. Nah, not going to happen. Junior shuts it down, and that streak keeps going.
Damn, they're owning. Hampa said they didn't play much during the break, like didn't have a lot of time, as most teams. Someone on your team, if you're coming in as a roster move, your team's still on vacation. They didn't know there was going to be roster moves that you had to all prepare for at new IGL, whatever the case may be. You never know when the news hits. And Hampus and a lot of teams here didn't get a lot of time to practice, which makes the Vertigo decision even funnier. We also got a new org in the NA scene. Just want to give him a shout out. M80, welcome.
M80. Cool.
And welcome back Depth as a coach. He's been coming back from Valorant.
Yep. Love that.
Go on Twitter, check that out.
X Complexity Def.
Malms will be on the team.
Yeah, that to me is the eyebrow raise.
Crazy. I picked up a duo from Ecstatic, from Zippel's roster.
Cool. And Wolfie.
That he was from Ecstatic.
Perfect.
Yeah. Wreck.
Util pressure's real. They're in the bomb site, bro. They got real deep with the pistols. Hex fell pretty far back.
Yeah. Actually, when they played versus Vitality, that was actually a big problem, you know? Hex playing behind Gen most rounds.
Yeah, giving a lot of space.
Really passive. Yeah.
I really liked what I was seeing already with him down steps, Walco on the top.
Yeah.
You know, he was playing behind Tetris on multiple rounds now, but
this lurk's gonna ruin him.
Unless
if Automatic doesn't have time to clear this, yeah, he doesn't. So this lurk is just gonna destroy him.
Hedrick puts the M4 over Tetris.
Free Gun City.
This has got the makings of a first round win for Ninjas. Tech9 certainly helps. But hold on. Oh, that flank gets caught, and they're on top of bomb. George, body blocked. Okay, Hampus wraps around the Tetris. It is the first for the Ninjas, but nope.
Oh, and they survive with their guns.
All good.
That's a big way back into the game. And yeah, that's the exact way that Vitality beat EG out last time. And so, you know, if you try to completely alter the makeup of your gameplay and like how you played the last 15 rounds on CT side, you're going to revert back to your favorite passive positions or whatever you did wrong eventually. You're not going to be able to change everything. But here, this should be an immediate regret for EG, and they should be just putting a lot of force downstairs, taking control of it, dissuading the T's first, and then moving on to something else. I mean, that was not a good look when they fell back passive and tried to retake over and over again. Ooh, maybe an unfavorable smoke rotation right there. He did have a little gap. Oh, Automatic.
All right. Owned.
Can't get one by him.
And George gives him the flash at the same... Oh, hey! See ya. Hampus gets splattered. And we've got a 5 versus 3. A reset against Ninjas right now. Is that what you're telling me is about to unfold here? George looking for another in the smoke. Automatic stuck on sandbags. Now known. Ooh, easy. Just threw out his smoke for the ramp as well, so he couldn't put out the fire, but George hangs on. George keeping it clean.
Georgie Porgy.
Now Junior's going to take up the front line. Still got Walco to work with, but they're still a little nervous about the B site. That's why George is over on CT/construction. It's Rez and Head Trick. 2v4.
They're too nervous about too many things right now.
Yeah, it doesn't feel comfortable at all. I mean, a bomb plant could help and then let Head Trick get some crazy shots in. The plant's there at least. At least that happens before Junior clips Rez. Head Trick has to dive out. Concerned about short still, right? That nervousness so very present. But now as he comes back at the bomb site, kills Hex too. He's been dinked down to 15, a third. Head Trick! Oh! 4 on the ramp on his own!
Make a movie for this kid. In all of 2 maps, the clutches he's put together. 40 kills on Inferno. And a 1v4 on Vertigo.
Damn, that whole time nervous about the short play.
I was thinking this is a winnable clutch. Now, most would still just die after 1 or 2 swings, but no flank coming in. Hedrick had to play hoping that was the case. And the 3 can't swing him together to let him escape from sandbags. They're too scared. And they should be. And again, this is something Nip hasn't had for years.
Oof.
An opera like Hedrick, honestly. Wow. That's for 2 in a row. That saves the economy. It crushes EG's economy.
Man, Hedrick.
Insane, the players that came out of Navi Jr. Just insane.
Yep. Yep. No doubt. Oh, man. Dude, Hedrick's heart is pounding right now. You got Hampus growling, barking. Like, I mean, what kind of, I don't know. Wow. Busted money, too. That opens the door for the Ninjas in pajamas. 1v4. And now CT's stuck on pistols. Kid's got it.
Yep.
Short side stack. for the Ninjas, ready to go. And Brolin gets his. Easy pickups. The 3 frags and the round with it.
It's just gonna like feel like a different game all of a sudden, you know?
For sure, just like
Nip
that.
were struggling so hard there for a second. But yeah, it's something that Hampus hasn't had, and you know, I've just been thinking more and more about like what makes a great team, and ultimately, like, there are elite, unteachable oppers that, you know, they could say they had great IGL, but at the end of the day, elite oppers are just the best players in and of themselves. You know, I don't think anyone they can't credit someone else for teaching them Counter-Strike. They probably taught more people than they've ever learned from others, right? Device, you know, Saiwu, Simple, Shiro. These guys, you know, they're just in a different plane of existence when it comes to CS. And these oppers are so important. You know, you talk about the JW or Fallen or whoever is responsible for opping during their era or period of time. And that's it, man. You just got to hope you find one. I swear. You can't just make one.
Yeah. Well, we all know Ninjas waited and waited and seemingly have indeed found one. Something special. Flash on the smoke. Brolin takes a quick glance, but knows that close corner could be occupied. Got one on Crane, one in the corner, one on close Xbox. Yeah, the threats are definitely real here on ramp. George got to keep that head down. Flash for him. Oh. Still no confirmation.
See if he shoots again. Yeah.
And they're trying. George is a stubborn man. Still holding on to this spot.
Yeah, this is super risky for George, but
kind of crazy that he is still here. And he tried to play it slightly off the corner so that maybe he'd get a duel once the smoke faded, but what felt like an inevitability with him still there.
He said, we know you're there, we know you're there, and he still stood around, so thought it was just some very sort of deep fake buff or something, but
buddy, it's not that complicated.
No.
They're just
it's
coming
not that
for you.
deep. Yeah, they just...
Oof, but Junior's got the return. However, A site completely cleared out. Walco drops down from top mid. You can get to the base of ramp as there are still some stragglers. Could very well be Head Trick caught in the open. Yep, could be. But now he's got his guard up. Walco will not be alone on this flank. 3 players bottom of ramp. Curious situation.
Yeah, they can't. I think they don't.
Let this one slip.
You can't. There's too many kind of perches to look down into the ramp going for a retake like this. And once one's spotted, if they see 3 people swing, like, you just fan out and push CT instead. So, too many. Remember the nade that was thrown from here?
Yep.
Oh, there will be a little duel, it looks like.
Fight!
Some good damage.
Not worth. Not enough to get them dead to the bomb, and still all 4 CTs.
Did you hear Anders' idea about stopping run boosts?
About what, sorry?
Stopping run boosts outside of B.
Okay, how?
He said throw a decoy.
Throw a decoy to stop the run boost. Just hit him with it?
Yeah.
Just peg him in the air, and then he falls down to the...
I mean, it costs you $50. Henry's kind of like, why would you do that? But honestly, and like this obviously Anders, so I get it. But like, I was like, you know what? That's $50 a round. If you do it even one and you win a rifle round because of it, and it doesn't affect your timings, like throw that decoy every round, right?
Yeah, I mean,
you can't counter it.
Man, if that ever happens,
I hate admitting that Anders is a genius, but you know,
the day I see a guy get hit midair by a decoy and fall to his death,
yeah,
that's when it's truly all been done. Automatic. Ooh, had the advantage as Brolin jumped up, but nice shot out of the Swede. Ninjas in pajamas continue to tear away what was a 6-0 start for EG. Welco's got an angle on middle. It's him versus Config in a moment. But even then, we get hexed beyond the generator, playing construction on B. And Config's gonna get the headshot. So Walco dead. And that's gonna leave the slow B crawl to move forward. Nobody in position to stop this whatsoever. Hex has to double back. And even then, it is still just hexed. George wants to come join him, but they're so concerned about an additional mid player. In the end, it's not B. But that's gonna be heard.
Yeah, they're going to hear everyone running back, but if they kill Brolin, it's going to get awkward.
Right.
Yeah, this
and they have short.
That was a
God.
weird idea. Oh, my God.
Junior's now stopped the bomb. I mean, there's still a chance to come at this. George could run the risk. They're going to boost a player over. George is down beneath him. His teammate's exposed. Rez is going to try to focus on that. Smokes, damage, and kills. And still, they look to recover this unless Junior goes big, and he can't. It is Rez that comes through.
That
but
was
what
crazy.
is that?
I like that. I don't even know. No, I hated it, but I like the ending. It was just kind of nuts. But yeah, they had a really good setup for the B side. They probably should just group and hit that because, like, as you saw and as you pointed out, they ran the entire way. So, like, the CTs who are not inside B are like, hell yeah. And they know as well that there's no way they're going to run unless someone like Brolin is in the exact position.
Right.
Like, that exact angle is where people stop anyways, right? So, a little bit silly, I would say, from Nip to even attempt that, but at least while running. Oh, see ya. That's a big find. But they still survived because they put up that boost. If they didn't put up the boost, I think they lose, right?
I believe so.
Yeah. He's a barber.
Hit him with the ooh, ah. A little bit of bop, bop, bop. Hampus easy pickups. Config kills them all. Is what Hampus do, that sound Hampus is making, is that called yipping? Is that a thing?
No, I think yipping is literally yipping, right?
I don't know what that means. Just heard that word thrown around.
I just don't know what they mean by that.
I don't know, man. I've seen that one.
I think it's roughing.
Okay.
That he's rough. He's roughing. I've heard a lot of Europeans call each other dogs.
Yeah, it's
that's
an
like a
insult
very
around
common
here.
face it insult.
Very, very common. Makes no sense to North American.
No, because I mean it's sort of like I guess. I mean I love dogs, so it's a little weird, but
dogs are loyal.
Yeah. Best friend.
And it's like when it's like, yo, what's up, dog? Like that's a
yeah. When I hear
term
like
of
them say, "You're from X country, dog." You're from X country, dog.
Yeah.
And they say it to their own. It's just they use it for everything.
It's a weird insult.
So I don't know. Maybe evil geniuses think that Hampus is being friendly.
If he keeps barking though, I don't. Maybe he needs more time off. You know, you got to figure some stuff out, bro.
Or the break was too long. One or the other.
Open for debate.
Too much time in the woods.
Automatic's going to be worried about that smoke jump up for eternity now. It's just a round to go. Brolin takes his head off. Ninjas 6 in a row, just like EG started this game with. Lots of bodies coming up that ramp. If you're NIP, 4 of them ready to go. Defense looks all right. Automatic takes the top angle from inside sight. Junior mollied off his original angle. So 2 rifles watching the top of that ramp, but there's 3 rifles about to peek them. And that short potential could get problematic. Sure enough, Brolin gets a free peek. Junior had pulled back through elevator to go over onto CT shelf, so short's completely exposed with Automatic standing top sight.
Oh, that would have been perfect if Junior basically stayed, so I don't know what happened there, but...
Then the mid flank out of Rez.
That was the setup. Actually looked like we're watching the setup from the perspective of the riflers on site. They're stacked up vertically. No flashes are landing above sandbags to blind them on the swing from the ramp. So they have a perfect place to sit and wait, but it all was contingent on Junior holding down short for them.
And I know Molotov took him off his original angle.
No, but he still was there in
he
front
had
of the
a spot,
Molotov
for
waiting.
sure.
Yeah, he didn't need to kill anyone. He just needed to make sure they couldn't push short.
The angles he's going to take from CT are literally what the other two players already have.
Yeah. Yeah, that's the other thing. He was going for a deeper angle on the ramp, so
just
that was a mistake. We'll call it a mistake. We don't know again if that's
counterintuitive.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, look at him just leave through the smoke like that.
So I think he was just hanging around for so long. He thought, all right, they're not going to come, but
wrong. And broke. Except for Hex.
What a comeback, man. They got the one round into the head trick 1v4.
Yeah, dude.
Into no looking back.
No, I mean, holy
This
hell.
boost is awesome. I mean, it's just such a great boost. It's a two-man boost, so you don't have to slide off. You can see so much.
But it does take more than 2 men, because I feel like you need more guys on stairs. And none of those guys are going to give you cover anyways. So you die. Sorry, Hext.
You don't need 2 guys on stairs. Why?
I just figured because, like, that boost is so exposed to a ramp, like to the stairs peak.
Oh, on the sides? Yeah, that makes sense, yeah.
You know?
That's
like,
true.
I would want at least a third to just deal with that.
Yeah.
Deal with that. Honestly, it's a good thing that Ninjas picked Vertigo and then bounced back from that 6-0 start. I feel like it would have been really easy to make fun of them if they picked this map versus EG and then just got smoked.
It's just their 7th loss in a row.
Would have been a very low-hanging fruit that many would have indulged in.
Yeah.
And they could still lose, but so much momentum at this point. 8, no reason not to believe they're going to get this 9th. They have just outclassed EG on map 2. And Head Trick, play of the series.
Man, yeah. Excellent 1v4. Excellent 1v3 in the last map. Excellent map. Making waves.
It's kind of crazy to think back to like that era of the Academy League and how many good offers have come from it.
It's crazy. It's
Even a guy
impossible
like
to wrap
Regali.
your head around it.
You know, Regali was playing back with them, and now it's taken more time to get him into OG. But listen, we saw a great first outing from him yesterday.
He had a great map.
Give him more time, of course. He's still got to prove himself, but no, that was the golden era of Academy gameplay. And I, for one, am sad that we play no longer occupy this space and have ceased to operate said league, because look at how many players got LAN experience.
We kind of just got to be happy that it happened, you know,
Yes.
because like, wow, we got so much out of it.
Very lucky.
Thank you, WePlay.
Thank you. Thank you, Counter-Strike.
And Counter-Strike. I was just thinking, how many players have learned English that would have literally never learned English in their lives otherwise?
Right.
Like Head Trick, for example, has had to basically master it in like a few months in order to play on NIP and feel comfortable.
He's down there, Automatic. You could smell him. The scent of Sustoming. Automatic traded out. Gets away as well. Good for him. And leaves Walco. Yeah, on short side to hold. He bests config. And so maybe EG have one more left in them. But, of course, Head Trick's alive and kicking. Causing a problem for EG in the site. Just got to cover the climb over. Oof, Rez gets the bomb down and walks away.
Oh, Head Trick. He's got an active angle.
Yeah, this is a 2v4. We've seen Ninjas win a 2v5 and a 2v4 in this series. This would be another added to the tally. Easy shot for Head Trick, but Automatic is there to respond. So it's Rez's turn to close, to show he's got that clutch. And from ramp to the open, a reposition that's sick. I mean, they both walk in. He puts himself on a pedestal and steps up to first place. 9 for the Ninjas.
When you want to lose weight and when you want to change something drastically, there's always a lot of first steps. You got to work up to it. and I found all the different ways of motivating myself. I want to be able to play football again. I want to be able to go for a bike ride. I want to be able to make my mom proud. I want to be able to impress a girl. I want to be able to feel comfortable in my own body. I found all these different avenues of motivation over time, that it was enough for me to be like, okay, now I'm doing it. And then I'd do it for a day and a half and I'd be like, nah, not worth it, another bag of chips. I failed countless of times. Like there's been so many times where I thought, you got it, you know. Today I got it. Today I'm waking up and I'm feeling for it, and then I'd instantly relapse the next day. You're bound to fail. You're bound to feel losses. You're bound to feel disappointments, and all those disappointments, all those losses, all those failures change the narrative. Then I would, you know, think of something new that would motivate me. I would figure out, you know, something new about myself. It took probably a year from when I was thinking to myself, you gotta do something now, before it all clicked. It's like when you were running the first time, I felt like my legs were just a couple of cement blocks. When I picked up the bike ride here, I went 1 kilometer and I had to stop because I was physically feeling unwell. I think the main goal was that I wanted to be healthier, becoming able to do whatever the hell I wanted to do with and in my own body, instead of being trapped.
Down 6-0 at the start of this second map, but then the bounce back and the pop off. My God, head trick. That 1v4 on ramp definitely set the precedent for what was to come, and the Ninjas never even looked in the rear view mirror from that round onwards. 9 straight, 3-round lead, and a CT side to look forward to.
Yeah, seeing what happens after a break is, you know, it's all about seeing which players are just going to take off, which teams are going to come together in ways we couldn't expect, and you know, been fun watching EG play so far in the series. Been just as amazing watching Hetrick kind of explode and take over the maps. And honestly, it's a huge reason that NIP won and might win this one as well, as they're set off to a 9-round, 3-round lead and a CT side that they're definitely going to be happy to play.
Well, Brolin's dead. Nice boost. Config going for a deeper angle. Gets himself a second. Unicorn odds very heavily in NIP's favor, understandably. Of course, nice team effort here from Ninjas. The kill differential, 10 or 11 for everybody. Really putting the S on the end of Ninjas.
The ass?
The S.
Oh, yeah, sorry.
Although confident, no. Next, there we go. Headtrick gets a little too curious. Gives away man advantage. Hampus here to pick up slack, no problem. Slides back down. It's the flank out of Rez as well. And Hampus wants second servings. Knows that short player's there, but can't finish him off.
Oh, the dualies, and they cancel the plant. They're going to come in and watch this. And now they can kind of run from Rez, so he has to go, and he is going.
Yeah, he wants it. Doesn't have to force the issue. He's got Junior locked in behind Rez. Looking for the kill. Just that headshot. It's easy, isn't it? Shoot him between the eyes. Just like
wow.
That. Junior peeks in. And
That's
you see
nice.
that frustration because Junior knows he put his head there.
Yes.
And he did that.
He did that, and He had Rez with no cover out in the open right there. Had to hit that shot. Leave it to Rez, though, to hit that shot.
Well, when you've got 30 bullets, you can pre-fire.
That's true, man. Those dualies, you just keep shooting. Indiscriminately. It's just turning into this dog has rabies now.
Yeah, it's contagious though. I mean, now Rez is making all sorts of sounds. And I feel like to get Rez going like that. It's just like, why?
I just like that. I don't know. I don't even know what it is.
It's like, why is he so good at it though?
Yeah.
That's the question I'm left asking.
That's true. It's like how Rick Owens is good at being a table. He's good at being a dog. I don't know. Maybe he's into it.
It's like a certain type of bark as well. Like it leads me to believe he has a small dog. You know, it doesn't sound like a Rottweiler.
Yeah, or like YouTube or something. So you could have practiced. I don't know.
And it's not a snarl. It's really a yap. Or a yip. But EG are going to try to seize this chance off the bomb plant with the buy. Couple Galils. Automatic's trying his absolute damnedest. Got to give that credit. 16 frags across the first half. But he's looking doomed as Brolin. Oh no, he's not going to win that fight.
Oh, he's looking doomed, huh?
Yeah.
He's just about to die.
He was supposed to. And Rez will, in between two Molotovs, burnt to a crisp. Config, clean kill, but dinked in the process. So Hampus looking to pick up the slack. Config still alive despite the best efforts of the grenades, and the pistol player's down. Config pushes through, can't get that headshot. It's automatic with the cover on the smoke.
Oh, he did, but
trick 1v3.
Yes, Walco's low actually. He did get a headshot, but it was through the box.
1v3. No, it is the force for EG to finally lift that curse. 10 rounds straight from the Ninjas comes to an end.
Okay, finally. I was getting bored of watching the Ninjas win so much.
Right?
Look at this.
It's a lot of Molotovs.
There's more ground on fire than there is just land. Not on fire.
They waited a long time to get that round. For their sake, I hope they roll with it. Couple freebies as well. Those M4s looking good for EG.
Can they win with nothing?
You can always win with nothing.
Yeah, I think they can.
You can always do... Oh, that nade.
Oh, no. He's going to get swung on right now.
But recovers with one, and Junior's close enough to trade frag. Nice. Nice. Desert Eagle stuck behind the sandbags.
You know, I thought they would be happy to play CT side, but actually they had 39% of the rounds won were on CT side across their 6-map loss streak.
Well, that's not painting a very...
But that wasn't with Hampus. He doesn't know anything about that, so...
That wasn't with the dog. Oof. Rez has something to say.
Wasn't with the Deeg.
Hex, though, comes through middle. Nobody's watching.
They're still going to go...
They don't know about config. They don't know both are here. They know one's low and now dead. Oof. Balco with the headshot to config. And EG rolling with it.
Okay.
But there was like 2 sets of Kevlar, 3 pistols. You know, it was nothing, bro. It was nothing, man. Nice to see Walco contributing in the frag department.
Yeah, he was good versus Vitality, but just had a really bad map on Inferno. I didn't mention it. First guy's, you know, he's IGLing.
I also think in the past when we've seen, I think it was EG Black play a showdown once in the place of the main EG roster because they were tucking their tail and licking their wounds. So they sent these guys in their place, frothing at a chance to prove themselves. Owned! Everybody's dead. No one falls on the side of EG, and that gap, sure enough, closes. Automatic having one of those games, 22 and 12 now. Going head trick mode.
Yeah, like Head Trick. Also didn't start out as an opper. It's crazy to think that Head Trick might be even better with another gun because what an opper he's become.
He really is just like ZywOo.
What was the first thing they had in common?
Ooh.
Or the fact that they
just
started out as riflers.
Because ZywOo just wants to rifle. Deep down inside, we all know.
Yeah, that's true.
We all know.
No, he said it. You know what? It's expressed in the amount of kills he gets with every other gun.
Yeah.
You know, he's
living out his fantasy of not having to swing with the green.
Yeah. And still be number one.
Anybody gonna take a peek? Yeah, Rez. Looking for some info, looking for the contact. George heard that. As they were indeed just down beneath him. But that also frees up Config to pull a position further back. And yeah, good read here. Evil Geniuses. They know Rez saw nothing.
They're good at reading the map.
Cartographers.
Oh. Does this have them leave? Yeah, it does.
They got to get up. They got to push this
that smoke is still there, so... And they eat their own flashes slows. Oh, no. This is actually giving them time to get in.
Config's over the smoke, throws one out as well. He's going to try to cut off the others. The support for the bomb plant, not quite there. Hexton Walco, though, tearing it back. Falls on Head Trick. Do it. Do it. Jump. He waits. Decides not to. Ooh, Walco's got to be careful he doesn't back up. Head Trick going for the save. Lets this one go, which means Evil Geniuses for... That got scary.
Very scary.
Yeah, that was an open bomb site that they could have ran through, but then the smoke kind of stalled them for a second.
They kind of made up the retake a little bit, I feel like. I don't know what their smoke was doing, but it didn't really give them any confidence in clearing out angles, so...
Looked like it was just meant to block off any, like,
I might have just landed on default, actually. Because I think they threw it off the double. And... Yeah.
Tied game.
Tied game. Good T rounds here for EG.
I hear someone hooting.
Mm-hmm.
And it's not dog barks. Well, that happened.
Walco really won this situation by just being there.
Making sure that even though they were stalled for a moment, he still got relatively deep on the bomb site. Got a little scary when Config just rushes through, but he's there to deal with it. And now we're going to see if Head Trick can get that lead right back. Where they're Evil Geniuses.
Only because it's him.
And he is the only rifle.
And he's him.
Ooh, Molly for this setup. No, it doesn't bounce close. Hello. Players on the wall. Walco. Oh, he's got it. All good. 3 frags. He does it all. But the bomb is actually on the other side of that, which could be a problem if there were more kills, but it is just Brolin left. They got to get that bomb back. Oh, Lord. There's a
low player there.
Grabbing a smoke to block the back end.
2 smokes, in fact.
Oh, Lord.
What if you... Oh, does he have time to do this? No, he's dead now.
Yeah.
Oh, my God.
Shots from down beneath.
Wow. Okay. Had no idea where those bullets came from.
Me out, man.
Yeah.
Stressing me out.
A little stressful there.
But he gets what he needs. A kill is a kill, a round is a round, and EG, a lead. It's been some time since they were holding on to that bad boy.
These two teams, this could be like Complexity Imperial, you know, one of the greatest rivalries in modern CS. This could rival that. You never know.
This could become the next one.
You never know when the rivalry starts, you know what I mean?
That's true.
Teams play every day. And yet rivalries are rare. So don't forget these moments.
And never become ungrateful.
No.
You remember last week when you didn't have any Counter-Strike to watch? And you were sat there twiddling your thumbs?
When's the game gonna start? No one's on Twitter. My friend don't have any friends.
Now look at you. Sat in the same place.
Big fat smile on your face.
Enjoying a little Counter-Strike.
Grateful bastard.
Count your blessings.
I'm stupid, I'm short.
Oh. Sorry, Wolko, not today. Or rather, not this round. Junior also can't get the return, but a second chance. Bro, brawling, going straight at him. And he's got the support from Top Crane, too. Junior, careful. Oh, bye-bye.
Yeah.
Automatic, bombarded.
They really just turned up this round.
They said, yo, give me that lead back. Hampus and Headtrick with one apiece. The mid pick to the A nades.
Well, as we said with Hex, this could be a risky way to play B, but Nip have a plan to get some space back. Ooh. Wow.
Catching him jumping around, so nobody's gonna leave this B site. Oh, but George. What? Double headshot burned out by Config. Junior gets the return.
JJ.
Ooh, this is a live one. He must have seen that sliver of a jump. He's gonna give himself a smoke to work around. Oh, nice snap onto Brolin. 1v3 attempt for Junior. Inspired by who? Headtrick, the last man standing to deny him his clutch. And as he works closer, Junior misses his shot. This one's still alive and the reload's in. He's got a fresh mag, but doesn't know where Headtrick's got off to. A missed shot from him, and Headtrick the denial. Headtrick the clutch tonight.
Non-stop clutches out of Headtrick. This one is brought to you by Junior not wanting to reposition, go for a different angle, staying on double. Man, what a round setup. Was that 2v5? It was 2v4 at the very minimum.
Man, what a round that would have been from Junior.
Yeah.
I mean, what a round it was.
It was up until that point, yeah.
But
no, he does have these moments of nervousness, that's for sure. He's hitting some clutch shots, but looking for a bit more consistency. Should be a key round. That was Evil Genius is back in the lead for a second into Nip tying up once again into their money good.
Man. Oh, Junior wanted that one bad.
Yeah.
Sorry, bucko. Not today.
All right, cowboy.
His name's Peyton, right?
Muchacho.
Peyton Johnson, if I'm not mistaken.
Peyton Muchacho Johnson.
Pretty American name.
It's from Boston.
Yeah, Peyton
Very
Johnson,
Bostonian
Boston.
name. Peyton Jr. Johnson.
Are we sure that it's not pronounced Jorge instead of George? Because it is spelled with a J.
I'm just going to take a guess and say no.
Yeah. Jorge Endicott. Nah, no.
What's his last? I don't know his last name.
Endicott.
I don't know how to spell that.
Endicott.
Is it spelled with an H or?
Nope, an E. And then, of course, Walco would be Colby Walsh. God, it's nice to have some North Americans around here.
Yeah. I think we can all agree with that.
You know, no Finn Andersons, no Havard Nygaards, no Ludwigs. Just Colbys, Peytons, and Georges. Nice repeat from Brolin. He didn't want to leave without one. Headtrick's in the same boat. Gotta take one with you. No trade frag on the second, so Ninja's 4v3. George walking it back towards the B site, not alone.
Taking the fact that Evil Geniuses still have a lot of money if they lose this round, that's kind of cool.
No,
but it's actually Ninjas who are still dead broke.
Yep. No, this game's still got some gas. Hexed, no breaks. Over construction, catches res. That's gonna leave Config in the pocket, presses around. Oh, he gets past, and that's the bomb,
and he can drop with
bottom
it.
stairs. Huge chance for Config to just hold this off. A challenge from Tetris on the side of the smoke. Ooh, and George didn't take his chance. Instead, a quick reposition, but
And
there
now
is
he
not
can
much time.
Yeah, he can delay almost, so they've got to group up, and the CT on the other side of things can start to just run in, honestly, soon.
He needs the bomb in the next 5 seconds, or else it's just no time on this clock.
Oh, this is the perfect place to be, isn't it?
Config's gonna stand it straight in the open, kills George the moment he drops, and now this one is toast. No chance whatsoever. It is Config to change places through smoke and get Ninjas their 12.
Hendrick's already on A, knowing it's over. That was a good fight from Config to find a little bit of high ground to watch that from. It's not a situation you see very often. But that was pretty perfect. But still, you know, not dire straits here for Evil Geniuses. They've still got money, and Ninjas actually win again with only 1 player alive. That means they're going to have a pretty desperate buy versus a lot of grenades. The game is still close.
Quick drop, love it.
Wow.
Love it.
Perfect, the flash dodge.
What you want? That's my life advice. You want it, go get it.
Yeah, that nade is great too.
And Ninjas go flying down.
Gotta hand to these Europeans, they're good. We just need to like surround them. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Overwhelm them.
Walk up ramp, not a bad call. It's just head trick on A. I say just head trick, like that's not a
just
problem.
Head trick?
Yeah,
Are you
just
serious? That's the one guy you say
just head trick. You know, the 1v4 top ramp, the 42 kill. Yeah, just head trick. And now that they've taken so much time, I like that Hampus has kept it active.
Yeah.
Config's added them on. Okay, yep.
They've got good CT pushes these days with Hampus these last 2 days.
Things are getting problematic.
Oh, they all
now.
turn the other way.
And it's a clean headshot too. If he fluffs the first spray, maybe Hex saves him. Oof. Hampus weird nade, but no problem.
Oh,
come around with
he gets the kill anyway.
Drops the bomb down as well. And now poor Wolko has to double back. This is Ninjas taking their 13th. No doubt in my mind. Sure enough, Rez with the dink makes it that much harder, and Wolko has to accept defeat.
Yep.
Give him the double tap treatment. Make sure he's dead.
Smell defeat.
Let it slide. 13-11.
That's a great round out of Nip on all fronts, right? You get the death drop out of Rez, the cover, the A play, the mid aggression. I mean, it's all beautiful. Like the flash dodge, it's just, what more can you ask for?
Nasty little 3-bullet burst. Third timeout.
They kept a timeout for double overtime on Inferno.
Yep.
They space him out.
Automatic trying to keep him and his team head above water. 24 frags for Automatic. Most frags in the server at the moment. It is unfortunately George who's been a little quiet.
You know, when someone's bad at Vertigo, it makes me like them more.
I feel you.
So,
I feel you.
That's why I love Simple.
George's life's not about to get any easier either. Tech 9 in round 25. And Ninjas really haven't been afraid of going for those little pries down the A ramp. I've had no reason really to be intimidated, I don't think, by the EG approach. We'll work on the base of B instead. No close contact like the last round where Rez and Config took those early fights.
They see everything now.
Yeah, ready for that one. Config so prepared for the jump up. I like this setup.
It's a great setup.
Yeah, it's nice. One behind Tetris, one behind Orange.
It's just very hard to commit to B, you know, but
thought he was going to get away with that. Instead, George takes his head off. Rez sticking around. They still don't know about him. So no surprise if he catches him off guard. Ooh, George, a second. Plays around the smoke. Hampus is in between them, and that could get problematic.
So Hampus is going to share that information.
But now he's found out, and they've lost Brolin. So we're down to the 2v2. Automatic, though, 3 HP.
Okay.
So easy cleanup, Hampus. And 14 for NIP.
Yeah. Well, could have gone wrong, but didn't. That's the important part. And Nip, well, less questions about them than Evil Genius's odds of pulling this back. Definitely good. Done some good stuff on both maps, and I feel like, again, if Hedrick didn't have that insane play in the first half, totally different game, like mentally, but it really has had an impact on them. And of course, at the end of the day, this is Nip's map pick, so you know they're expected to do a bit better than they did on Inferno. Nip looking to break their loss streak on this map. You know, maybe they wouldn't have picked this map versus NAVI, but maybe they pick it versus EG, and it makes sense that they eventually do try it again.
Yeah, get the reps in. Additionally, when we saw what Vitality did to EG yesterday here or rather 2 days ago, felt like a great chance to probably get said practice. And they were probably scared 6 rounds into this game when Evil Geniuses had yet to lose a round, but we are long from those first 6 rounds. Hedrick on full display. Doesn't matter. Automatic peeks into it. Ready for the follow-up is Hedrick. He's got Brolin to work with him next to Xbox. He'll lose his angle, but Brolin keeps the pressure up. It's a big pack of players for EG down there. And slowly those rotates come over from Ninjas. 40 seconds. NIP on the brink of that 15th. They've still got a smoke for Hedrick as well. Throwing that down on short once he takes his shot would serve up such an issue. George, if he gives him the kill. It's still Brolin over towards the top of ramp where the first contact happens. And now Hedrick has to turn attention. Didn't have to. Hampus was actually there to pick up the slack. And George will take Hedrick's head off. Hext comes through with the mid lurk. Config keeps his head on a swivel, and that pays off. Junior, the last man up, looking for the 1v2, knows the closest spot. Time's not on his side, and Hampus with a multi-frag round to give Ninjas 4 match points.
After all that effort, and they can't even get the bomb down. Getting to the site, it was such a fight all the way through. Nip do such a good job of delaying for time, adding friction, using Hedrick at a few different stops, watching their flank here with Config. They made that a nightmare for Evil Geniuses, and that's what the series is turning out to be, unfortunately for them. Such a strong start, but now they face series point. They may only have to think about tomorrow. I don't even know. Money's still good enough here for Evil Geniuses. There's at least that, but we're not seeing things in the ways of ideas that would show us, oh, they're going to come back into this game. They have a deep enough game plan now. I think T side is clearly a lot weaker than CT side was, even if they lost that side too.
With this next round win, of course, Ninjas starting their journey for revenge, setting up a rematch versus Complexity, and then potentially Vitality to see who actually tops Group A. Vitality sitting in the group final already, awaiting their next challenge. It's looking very tough to match up versus Vitality at the moment. Brolin, quick kill to automatic, but George has got the response. Hext's gonna streamline a couple flashbangs as they do inch closer. Can Config stop it all? He's got Hampus with him. There may not actually be an overcommitment here, but there's also no A play whatsoever for EG, so it feels like it's gotta be this.
Yeah, and he stuck by, and they're getting into that same setup we saw last time.
Even with so much time, that uncertainty, Hex just gonna go make sure they haven't been pushed on the bottom of ramp, which isn't the case, but Walco's got that open. A second comes out from EG. George and Walco with headshots, but Brolin and Hedrick with a chance to 2v4.
Yeah, one's called Dink for sure.
Gap on that.
Oh, that's a really bad smoke.
Oh, God. I mean, Walco's just fed to the wolves. He's expecting that entire section to be blocked off by smoke. A second out of Brolin, and no return damage whatsoever yet out of EG. It's a CT smoke to play in front of. Brolin gets tagged on the fallback, and that reopens the door for the bomb plant. So Junior's hands busy. Soon he comes up. It's him and George. J&J. Oh, but Brolin with a third in this 2 versus 4. He's doing all the heavy lifting. He's on the brink of the ace unless George can take it back on his own. CTs just stagnate, set up, knowing he's stuck behind this cover. Nowhere to run or hide if you were George. He fights back, softens up Head Trick, who gets himself the final frag. A 2v4 to close it, and the Ninjas in pajamas bounce back from the 0-6 start. It's a double OT affair on Inferno. It's a breaking of the 6-map loss streak on Vertigo. It is an improvement from the Swedes as they dispatch of the Evil Geniuses, a North American EG in 4th place for Group A.
The tough part for EG is just looking back on this as one more loss. I think actually watching this game, there were definitely good things to say, and double overtime speaks for itself. That was a game that could have absolutely pushed this to a 3rd, at least. And a good start in the 2nd, but a great day overall from Head Trick, and a pretty good day in general for NIP, who showed some cool stuff on CT sides. They definitely kept their cool. They made a comeback happen. And I think if you ask them, which I'm sure James is about to do in a second, they're going to say, yeah, it's a game we were supposed to win, and we won it. But of course, it doesn't tell the full story, but they can still be proud of their performance.
Yeah,
anyways,
certainly
down with Hampus and James to talk about it.
That's right, I've got Hampus here after one hell of a game, one hell of a fight, and they certainly didn't make it easy for you. We're still seeing some struggles here when it comes to Inferno. And I just want to know kind of what went through your mind during all of that, mate, because it was a lot of madness.
Yeah, for sure. But I take full responsibility for the CT half on Inferno. Like I played like a real carrot. Like I don't know. I didn't shoot. I didn't think. Like my brain was. I don't know. I was just super bad. Like I was sleeping kinda. So the CT side was on me. Like we played good. We just did the bad micro decisions on the end, and yeah, it was a lot on me in my opinion. Like I did a lot of bad things on Inferno.
You're taking responsibility for it, which I can understand, but there's also many moments there, mate, where like your individuals were having to pull it out the bag in situations where they had advantages, and then it was like 5v2s that you guys were able to win and stuff like that. At that point, were you thinking, okay, this is a tougher EG than we expected to face?
Not really in my opinion. Like I don't know, I got caught off guard a little bit with how they played, and then, you know, I was in my own head a bit, you know, like I thought they did some weird things that I was like, shit, if I just did this, I would have slayed them, you know, so I didn't expect that, and then I was in my own head a lot, so it was very bad for me, you know, but sometimes it happens, right? But yeah, like me and Russ did 2v4s, I think, and you know, I just speak Swedish to the guy, and he just kills 3 every time, you know, I just have to be there and, you know, hold his hand, and he kills everyone, so it's nice.
Sometimes that does work, but then we started to see some worries still when it comes to Vertigo. Now, it hadn't been looking too good under the previous NIP with Alexi. We hadn't seen some wins on it, but here you go down 6-0 to start off with. Hedrick's little 1v4 was pretty damn amazing for sure, but why was it able to get away from you so much even at the beginning then?
I don't know, like we lost the pistol, it was a 1v1, right? Like, and then we lost the second round, like it's 3-0 to them, and then first gun round, we had a plan, but they got the entry on Brolan, and then, you know, 4v5 first gun, it's a bit hard. Like we should have played it better as a team, but we spread out a little bit and just died. So then that's 4-0, and I mean, we just lost one more gun round, and then it was 6-0, and then DGL took attack, and he told us we were gonna get at least 7 guys, and yeah, we won a lot of more rounds after that.
Yeah, 9 in a row after that, and some more going with it, and that got you the win. There's one other question I've got to ask you. It's from our Blast TV viewers. They're going to have a choice in this. Yeah. It's a non-CS one. It's a fun one. What is your favorite ice cream, Hampus, if you even eat it?
Oh, favorite ice cream? I think in Swedish it's called Daimstrut. You know, Daim. You know.
The Daim chocolate bar.
Yeah. You know, Daim. Yeah, Daimstrut it's called. You know, so it's bloody amazing. I recommend big.
There we go. You got the sign off on the ice cream. Thank you very much, Hampus.
Thank you.
An excellent flavor choice and an excellent result for the Ninjas. They managed to neutralize Evil Geniuses in 2 maps, particularly considering the start they had to Vertigo. NIP was 0-6 down. EG looked in control there.
Yeah, just like ice melting in the sun, that was messy as hell. That's what this game was about. Like a whole lot of rounds going left and right. The last round in itself is kind of the story of this entire Vertigo, which is like AG finding himself in a 4v2. Yeah. Everything is supposed to be settled, and then the attack is a bit disjointed. The utility is not at the same time, and IP is being able to claw the way back in a 2v4, and we're watching thinking, what the hell am I watching?
A very streaky game, as you can see by the round distribution. And as you said, a good start for EG. I thought that was it. I thought they were going to come in on Vertigo. They were going to get a win. We would be going to a 3rd map. They looked very convincing in the first couple of rounds, but 1 round or 2 rounds took all the momentum momentum away from EG.
Yeah, let's talk about round number 8. Another star-studded head trick moment. Just an insane clutch coming out from
He's
him.
been fantastic throughout the entire game, throughout the entire series. His impact with the AWP in particular in the first map and now also on Vertigo was next to none. We see again a good start, a good game plan coming out of EG, very aggressive in towards this ramp area. NIP not feeling too comfortable at this point, right? They're down 6-1, they're about to go down 7-1, no money whatsoever. Then you have Hetrick in a 1v4 position. They know where he is. The bomb is down at all time. And sure, with Hetrick on the AWP, he can make this happen, but it's a little bit silly that EG is not using the numbers advantage better than this. One by one, he's able to pick them off. Nice shots, sure, from Hetrick, but again, he's isolating every single doing and getting all the kills, essentially one by one. Not good enough, EG.
Yeah, his positioning and how he decomposes angles is close to perfection. I agree with you. I think in the 1v3, there is a kill that's gifted to him with no trade potential, but after that, he plays it to perfection. And I just want to say, I think this changed the entire course of the first
100%.
half. And the reason I say that is, if you pay attention how Hetrick finds himself in that 1v4, it's a very lackluster round. Like, we're talking about people going one by one. Config is giving his entire life to a wide swing on A side with no utility, no one behind him. This is an NIP at the time that is a little bit out of oxygen, doesn't exactly know how to play. They've barely won a round. They're on the brink of getting massively reset with 4 alive. Hetrick changes the course of this half by having this 1v4.
Changes the attitude of NIP as
Yes,
well, because you
definitely.
mentioned Config's name there. He actually had a resurgence coming into the later stages. Hampus as well, the new in-game leader, doing some work for NIP.
Yeah, I mean, he took responsibility upon himself, saying that he didn't play well, that he didn't do as good as he would have liked to in this game, and I like that from Hampus. It's not been easy for him to be reintegrated into NIP. I think we also have to respect the fact that he's been not playing Counter-Strike for 6 months at this level, so it's going to take some time before he gets comfortable with it. But overall, with Hampus, with NIP, they bounced back and they got a win. Sure, it wasn't clean. Sure, it wasn't as good as it should have been. And sure, this level that they played up to today is not going to be enough in order to qualify for Royal Arena, but a win is a win.
Yeah, there's a whole lot of cleanup. I think that's necessary to be done, even on the NIP side. Sure, they're the victors today, good for them. But some of these rounds really ended up being on a knife's edge where it should have been very nice and easy. We had a 5v3 on the B side where Hampus wide swings, Rez gets taken behind him, and then we have to count on Hetrick to save a 1v1 to Junior coming out of nowhere. These rounds were a little bit dicey.
Well, Matthew, you spoke about, the last few rounds kind of epitomizing this series. So let's hear a bit more from them in this mic'd up moment.
Bit smoke. Further flash. Go flash. Flash. Now. Do one more after. Flash one more. Bang. Boom. Nice. Wait, that's smoke. Wait. I'm gonna be in it, okay. Xbox or Scream and default. Default. Xbox. I reload. Scream. I'm on Scream. I can rise that pick. Left side. Hold it. Yeah, then you smoke for later. Yeah, left side. Can you search? I smoke side. Scream. Search right side. Yeah. I fight. Nice! Oh, you fight.
Pure elation coming out of NIP and some great stuff from Brolin there, actually, to be rounding off. Are you kind of do your best rather cool Brolin impression?
I saw the Ravens took you off guard, didn't they? Yeah,
I was like,
never
wait,
ready
where
for that.
did you pull those out
Because
of?
we are getting ready for a little beach party. The sun is out in Denmark. We're seeing great Counter-Strike. What's there not to like?
The sun stays out until like 1 a.m. here. What is the deal with that?
What, sorry, once again?
Oh yeah, production just said in our area it's going to rain tomorrow.
It's going to rain tomorrow?
Actually, they're just raining on our parade.
Someone put those glasses off, man. Denmark is raining all the time.
God that we've got a hell of a lot more Counter-Strike, so we don't actually have to go outdoors and touch any grass. I think we should round off the conversation about EG, though, because I don't know. I feel like, once again, it's the team of almost, what if, maybe...
Hold on a second. This was already much better than what we saw in the first series, okay? We gave them no time at all. We didn't care one bit for the first series. We thought it was a circus. Here, there was some moments, at least, where they showed us a light. They showed us some nice pincer move on Inferno. They really pushed NIP onto the very end. I think the lack of experience kind of bit them in the eyes a couple of times where they should have closed rounds. And here, of course, on Vertigo, they were a little bit lack. But compared to the first series, this is much better. This was more legitimate of a series from the side of EG.
It gave us a competitive game, and I think that was more than we could have anticipated, even with NIP coming in as a relatively new roster as well, and Hampus being integrated into the lineup. As you said, there were moments in the game where EG looked good. There were moments in the game where you saw some of the individual class that we guess they possess us. But overall, if you're not beating NIP in a game like they're playing today, I'm not sure you're ever going to beat NIP. So again, it's about managing your expectations. I don't think this EG is ready to beat any tier 1 teams anytime anytime soon. But as long as they remain competitive, I'm somewhat happy.
No, and I think that's what they've said, you know, coming into this new season. It's going to take some time. They don't expect to be taken down, you know, the #1 team in the world just yet. But yeah, let's summarize exactly what happened today with the results of the day, because it's been a 3 best-of-3s going down. That first game, that was an absolute mind blower that literally none of us predicted. But I feel like Team Liquid, they've had one of, if not the kind of best debut with a totally new looking squad, right?
Yeah, listen, I think they've proven us a whole lot of capacity and depth to a roster that we don't know much about. This comeback on the last map had surprising factors on multiple accounts. It was a little bit of a breakdown on the side of G2, I'm not gonna lie. And I also feel like this was a lifetime ago. This was actually our first series today.
I just love the confidence coming out of Yakinda. He said that he built this team to win championships. And I guess with the debut we saw today, maybe there's something about that.
He's put in his money where his mouth is, as we can take a look at Group A as well, because that is what we were ending the day on. We see Vitality head and shoulders above basically every other competition. They managed to absolutely dissect both EG and Complexity. Now Complexity get another go, or NIP rather, get another go at Complexity.
I think the way NIP played today, they should be scared of Complexity. Sure, Complexity didn't show anything against Vitality, as you said, head and shoulders above everyone else. But the way NIP played today, I think Complexity is smelling blood in the water.
That's a great bracket. That's a great bracket.
Yeah.
I like that.
EG is waiting for somebody from Group
Somebody's
C,
going to play Evil Geniuses,
in fact.
and when they win that, they'll play against somebody too.
Yeah. You're so correct.
You should never underestimate somebody.
Yeah, I think this is why we're saying this format is quite forgiving, because nobody's eliminated at this early stage, only qualifications coming out of each group. But we got to talk about some winners, some W's in the chat. None of us in that first game, but all of us everywhere else. So I feel like this is just a boosting numbers day for everyone.
Us? Like, how boring is that? We cannot do any bantering. We're just like casually agreeing, like a bunch of NPCs, the way we say.
Tell you what is exciting. Of course, it's our CS Money Player of the Day. We've got three choices for you lovely folks at home. Jacob, what's choice #1?
Choice #1, CS Money Player of the Day, is no other than Nico, who had a fantastic showing in the game against Team Liquid. This clutch right here is Nico-esque. He fought their way back into the game, a 1v4, and only Nico almost at this point can pull off these clutches.
That was an incredible, incredible clutch from Nico. I agree with you, Mr. Jacob. Second up, we have Yekindar, the newly captain of this Team Liquid, with a little bit of a vertigo play with the AK-47, a map that's been known to see him shine. A little bit of spraying as well through the smokes, last bullet onto Hunter. That must have been frustrating for the Kovac, and here as well, jumping, using the top of the side to deny the bomb plant.
MVP of the game between NIP and EG right here, Mr. Hetrick, had a fantastic showing with the AWP in particular. There was many highlights we could have picked out, but this 1v4 that we just saw, he fought NIP back into the game, and he did it almost to perfection. Sure, gifted a kill right here, but from this point on onwards, he didn't set a foot wrong, and he was hitting all the shots. Well done by Hetrick.
Strong candidate.
Yeah, I'm not going to lie. My precious vote, I think, is going for that one.
Your precious vote now.
Why is your vote precious?
Every vote counts, because if you don't vote, you're not in the game. You've got to be in it to win it, Jacob. Surely you must know that.
I feel like you didn't answer my question, though.
Well, anyway, moving on. Day #3 has brought us a hell of a lot of action. So, Banks, how was that shaken up, our Mersk MVP candidates?
Well, our Mersk MVP candidate is changing each and every time, but one guy has shone just a little bit more than the rest of the opposition. Things have changed around because Vitality played once again, and they dominated from start to finish. Stown stayed right in the middle, but Zyru and Magis, they pushed their way up. And Magis seems to be playing incredibly well since Flames has come into the team, but it is against the easier opponents, where Zyru right now, he sits in the #1 spot. He is the best player so far in 2023, and he looks to continue that. But Zyru, when I spoke to him in the interview, what did he say? He said, oh, I'm fine with another easy game, you know. Go to the full finals with no problems at all. He'd love to grab that with a nice bit of ease to start things off for this new Vitality roster. And he's been dominating from start to finish. He's been enjoying himself the whole way through. So Freya, let's see if he can grab himself the overall MVP at the end of the tournament.
Black and yellow all across the board. Things you love to see. You're going to have to wait until Wednesday to see Vitality in action once again. But 2 more games coming your way tomorrow, and you do not want to miss out on these ones. We've been impressed by what NAVI has shown, but this is going to be a damn test, Jacob, going up against the Danes of Heroic.
That's going to be pressure upon pressure. If anyone can test the limitations of NAVI, I would say it's Heroic. With their progressive, aggressive, proactive playstyle, there's going to be so much to look out for in that game.
Are we gassing ourselves up? Isn't Heroic just going to destroy massively? So, yeah. And we're making this up to be this incredible series.
I love seeing NAVI, man. Like, please, give us 3 maps. Go on, Alexi. Go on. I know you're watching right now, and I know you guys are going to be watching tomorrow. We're back at slightly later time of 2:30 if you want to join us for the pre-show, at 3 p.m. if you want to join us live for the game. So we'll see you tomorrow.